Su Muyao, the person I love is Lu Mengyan, not you, this wicked female beast. Su Muyao, your exile is your own fault. That's why I am willing to weaken my powers to end our relationship. Su Muyao, even if you used your family's influence to seize the palace, no one wants to touch you. Su Muyao was originally sleeping, but for some reason, her mind kept flashing with these voices. There were 5 stunning men in front of her, speaking with strong disgust. They even forcibly broke their marriage contract in her presence. To end their marriage, they got injured and spat blood. Meanwhile, she was screaming wildly, "How dare you? You are my beast husbands. You are mine. I won't allow you to end our bond. I won't forgive you." As these strange scenes appeared in her mind, Su Muyao suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head and woke up abruptly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a strange environment and was stunned. At that moment, Jihan saw Su Muyao wake up. Despite his body's discomfort from the medicine, he quickly knelt down and said, "Jihan is unwell and cannot serve the wife. Please forgive me, wife." When Jihan lowered his head, his beautiful eyes darkened, hiding a cold emotion beneath. Hearing such a clear, melodious voice, Su Muyao looked down and saw a poetic, stunningly handsome man kneeling under the bed. He had delicate, exquisite features, a graceful figure like a fragrant orchid, and a cold, frost-like aura. He radiated an aloofness that kept others at a distance. His long black hair flowed behind him, and the beast hide he wore had been torn off, revealing purple bruises on his body. It was obvious he had been whipped, showing signs of weakness and fragility. Even though he looked somewhat thin, ignoring the injuries, his physique was excellent. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, exuding strength and a seductive charm. Wife. Punishment? Su Muyao frowned, and suddenly, memories flooded her mind. She realized she had traveled, transferred to a beast world with some level of civilization. The original body was a noble heir in the imperial city from a prominent family. But after her father died, someone used evidence of his collusion with magical beasts to accuse them, leading to her exile. She didn't investigate further. While Linhua was very happy. "Wife, I will carry you." He said this, and my former self had 10 beast husbands, but 5 of them had powerful backgrounds and clever minds, so they forcibly ended their marriages with her. The remaining 5 lacked such abilities and could only be exiled with her to the northern Luo tribe. On the way to exile, someone tried to kill her, but the 5 remaining beast husbands desperately protected her. They didn't have any real feelings for her. Her previous self had no genuine relationship with any of them, only a name. During the journey, the 5 beast husbands were badly injured while protecting her, but they received no medical help. When they arrived at the northern Luo tribe, her previous self couldn't stand the environment and still harbored resentment toward her former beast husbands, constantly beating and abusing them. Jihan was a wolf beast man. Her previous self liked his cold aura and forcibly drugged him, hoping to get close to him. During his resistance, Jihan accidentally pushed her, causing her to hit the wall and die. She could feel her body changing. Her death was caused by an old poison in her system. Back in Beast Emperor City, she had been drugged, which made her irritable and quick to anger. "You, get up first." She came from the end of the world and was not used to being made to kneel. She also had no interest in abusing others. But after she said this, she noticed that Jihan's body grew even colder. It's all Jihan's fault. Jihan shouldn't push the wife master. Please punish Jihan. Usually, the more she tried to be reasonable, the more she would cruelly abuse them, even involving innocent people. If the wife master is unhappy with Jihan, she can dismiss Jihan. Jihan has no complaints. Before she could speak again, the door creaked open, and a charming, alluring man dressed in fiery red beast fur entered. He was tall, with cold white skin and beautiful fox-like eyes that slanted at the corners, giving him a naturally captivating and hypnotic look. Hualinia placed a paper and pen on the table and said, "Since the wife master wants to dismiss me, why not dismiss me too?" Lately, the wife master has been tired of hitting us. Lenya feels sorry for the wife master's sore hands. Moreover, the wife master's favorite is Lord Zhang. His voice was soft and lazy, naturally seductive and charming, but his gaze was cold and distant, with a hint of disgust hidden in his eyes. Seeing Hua Lenya's reaction, she finally snapped back to her senses from the fact that she had traveled here. She desperately wanted to write a resignation letter to end the relationship. But she checked her wood-type supernatural power and found it had weakened significantly. Now only a faint trace remained. And here was the Northern Luo tribe, a cold and dangerous environment. Moreover, she has enemies in Beast King City who could send people to kill her at any time. Currently, her strength is not enough, and she still needs their protection. In the Beast World continent, female beasts are many, male beasts are few. Female beasts are naturally weak and have no special abilities. Usually, they marry several beast husbands to protect themselves. However, the primitive forest of the Beast World continent is full of lush vegetation and rich spiritual energy, much better than the post-apocalyptic environment. Here, practicing and improving her wood element abilities should be very quick. Once her abilities improve, she won't need them anymore and can let them go. Young Master Zhang? This made Su Muyao suspicious. She suddenly thought of Jiang Machuan in the Imperial City, her first beast husband. In her previous life, Jiang Machuan did many crazy and obsessive things, but he never looked at her. Su Muyao is not her previous self and doesn't care about Jiang Machuan at all. After processing these facts, she calmly said, "No need to rush. If you protect me from harm within 3 months, I will let you go. I will give you a letter of release then." Hearing Su Muyao's words, Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan were stunned. Would she really agree? No, she was just pretending to be kind to them for the moment. They didn't believe she would be so kind-hearted. At this moment, outside, there was shouting. "Oh no, big sister, come quickly and see. Your beast husband was attacked by a magical beast and is badly injured. He's not going to make it." It was Lin Qin, the female beast from next door. Hearing the noise, Su Muyao immediately thought of her 3 beast husbands. She didn't know which one was hurt. She ignored the thoughts in her mind and quickly got off the bed, rushing out of the stone house. When she reached the yard, she saw several people helping to carry an unconscious snake into the yard. It was huge, over 10 meters long, a very beautiful blue bamboo snake, but its wounds were severe and bleeding constantly. The sight was shocking. Lin Qin looked at Wen Nanxi and sighed, "Big sister, your beast husband is badly hurt and can't maintain his human form." She felt it was such a pity that such a handsome beast husband might die. But in the Exiled tribe, there are many injured or dead beast men. It's normal. Even Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue didn't bother with anything else and hurried out. Seeing Wen Nanxi in the yard, they all felt a sense of helpless numbness. They wondered if they might also die quietly here someday. Su Muyao didn't expect it to be the snake beast husband, Wen Nanxi. She could feel that Wen Nanxi's aura was very weak, and it looked like he was about to die. At this moment, Su Muyao didn't care about anything else and quickly stepped forward, placing her hand on Wen Nanxi's head. Hua Linyue's face changed drastically. "What are you doing? He's about to die. Can't you let him go?" Because she was so anxious, Hua Linyue couldn't maintain her usual calm and even stopped calling her wife. In the Beast World continent, no matter how strong their family background or abilities, once they have a wife master, everything must follow her lead. Xiao Jihan's cold expression flashed with a dark glow, his body tense. Does she really not have any patience and want to let Wen Nanxi die? Su Muyao didn't have time to pay attention to them. She was using her faint wood element magic to heal Wen Nanxi's injuries. Suddenly, Lin Qin, who was nearby feeling regretful, realized that Wen Nanxi's wounds were healing somewhat. She looked at Su Muyao in shock, then saw the green glow in her hand. "Young sister, you actually have special powers and can heal injuries? Oh my god, you're so impressive." Lin Qin stared at Su Muyao in amazement, her eyes almost popping out. While Su Muyao used her wood element magic to heal Wen Nanxi, her consciousness seemed to enter his spiritual sea. She saw a huge green bamboo snake in the bamboo forest. It was coiled on a thick bamboo stalk. Although its shiny green scales were very beautiful, its eyes looked dull, and it was bleeding. The wound was mottled. It looked at Su Muyao calmly and weakly flicked its tongue. "Wife, master?" Even at this moment, his voice was very gentle. Unlike Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue, who looked tense and ready to fight. He truly exuded a gentle, warm aura from his bones, like spring rain on apricot blossoms. Su Muyao walked over and reached out to touch his body. His body trembled slightly, but he didn't refuse or stop her. For some reason, Su Muyao's heart softened, and she placed her hand on him. "Don't worry, your injuries will heal. You won't be in danger." As she spoke, she released her wood element magic. A green light wrapped around Wen Nanxi's entire body. The wounds on his snake body slowly healed. His previously painful body felt as if it was basking in warm sunlight, very cozy. Wen Nanxi also showed a surprised expression. Su Muyao actually had special powers, and they were the legendary healing abilities. Wen Nanxi softly spoke, "Thank you, wife, for healing Nanxi." Su Muyao replied, "No need to thank me. It's only what I should do." Based on her previous memories, she knew that on the Beast World continent, when a female married a beast husband, the beast husband was obliged to care for and protect his wife. Of course, the wife also had duties, such as healing her husband and calming his mental energy to stabilize his special abilities. However, her previous self had never done these things because her beast husbands didn't want her to touch them. When Nanxi sensed a different aura from Su Muyao. After some time, when Nanxi's injuries had nearly healed and Su Muyao finally stopped her actions. She had used too much wood element energy and fainted. The moment she lost consciousness, when Nanxi had already woken up. He transformed from a snake form into a human and gently held her in his arms.
"Queen."
Seeing her faint, he carefully carried her into the house. Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue looked at the scene with surprise. She actually awakened her abilities, and they are healing abilities. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. When we were in the Beast King City, everyone said she was useless. No one would have thought she had abilities. I've never heard of female beasts awakening abilities. She's a bit different from before. Anyway, it's good that she's willing to use her abilities to heal Wen Nanxi. Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue still looked serious. Xiao Jihan said, "When Nanxi came back injured, and we have no food at home. I'll go hunting early tomorrow." "I'll go too. Let Wen Nanxi rest at home and protect her." The 5 beast husbands still depended on Su Muyao for their lives and couldn't let anything happen to her. If Su Muyao died in the Exiled tribe, they would follow her to the afterlife. Right now, only the 3 of them were taking care of Su Muyao. The other 2 often didn't come back, as if they had disappeared. When Su Muyao woke up again, it was the next morning. There was no one in the house. She got up to wash and looked at her reflection in a basin of water. She remembered that one side of her face was fine, but the other side had turned black and disfigured, which looked terrifying. Her previous self was very insecure about her appearance, and combined with poison control, she was irritable and quick to anger. But she knew that once the poison was detoxified, her appearance could recover. When she left the room, she saw a stunning man chopping wood with his abilities in the yard. He was dressed in a bamboo green beast hide, tall and slender like jade, with a refined, beautiful face, like a painting, delicate and perfect, as if water and jade had come to life. The overall aura around her is like snow in the mountains or the moon among clouds. The morning sunlight shines on him, giving him a more ethereal and refined presence, as if he is about to ascend to a higher realm. When Nanxi seems to hear a sound, turns to look at Su Muyao, and gently says, "The wife has woken up." Su Muyao nods and replies, "Yes." She is not very used to living with her beast husband. But on this beast world continent, she still needs their protection for now. The natural atmosphere here is strong, surrounded by green plants, providing natural nutrients for their elemental abilities. Even when sleeping, their powers can recover easily, but they are not yet at the first level of strength. When Nanxi puts down the firewood and goes to the kitchen to get 2 red fruits and 2 bird eggs, handing them to Su Muyao. Before she finished, Zhang Jinhua suddenly froze, because she heard Gu Yuanyuan say the next words. Gu Yuanyuan said, "Uncle and Auntie are just holding the— Yesterday was my fault. He was supposed to hunt for food yesterday, but because he was injured, he failed to catch any wild animals, so today there is no food. They can only rely on Shiao Jihan and Hualinyue." Su Muyao knows that the Bei Luo tribe lives in a harsh environment, and obtaining food is very difficult. Even though 3 of the 5 beast husbands have 3rd-level strength and hunting ability, the surrounding forests are full of various dangers. Everyone often goes hungry or has irregular meals. The exiled tribe frequently suffers casualties, either from wild beasts or starvation and illness. Su Muyao says, "It's okay, I will start the fire and cook." In this beast world continent, many remote and backward villages eat raw beast meat. But her previous life, raised in the Beast Emperor City, had some civilization and culture, and people were used to cooking food thoroughly. So, the beast husbands often chop firewood to prepare for cooking. Wen Nanxi volunteers to help, and Su Muyao doesn't refuse. He looks at her with curiosity. She has never cooked voluntarily before. Wen Nanxi starts the fire, and Su Muyao makes tomato and bird egg soup using the eggs and tomatoes. Fortunately, they have salt from exchanges. After finishing, she gives 1 bowl to Wen Nanxi. He has never seen such food before, let alone such preparation. "Where did you find these 2 red fruits?" They call them red fruits, but with tomatoes now, she can make many dishes. She could even make tomato sauce to sell in the city. Given their current conditions, they need to improve their life. They can't just rely on hunting, which is very dangerous. But she also needs to prepare enough medicinal herbs to detoxify her body. When Nanxi gently explained, it was found in the ancient forest. Su Muyao's expression changed slightly and asked, "After dinner, can you go with me for a little while?" When Nanxi's gentle, picturesque eyes shimmered softly and replied, "Sure." This was the first time she asked to go into the forest, and he promised to protect her. Su Muyao looked at Wen Nanxi, who was still holding his spoon without eating, and urged, "Hurry and eat while it's hot. I can't eat so much, or it will be wasted. Also, try my cooking." Wen Nanxi didn't move. Suddenly, Su Muyao remembered that yesterday she had drugged the food she gave Xiao Jihan, hoping the medicine would make them develop a close relationship. No wonder Wen Nanxi was now hesitant to eat her food. Her lips stiffened slightly as she said, "Don't worry. I have no feelings for you or them now, and there's no medicine in the food." After hearing this, Wen Nanxi replied, "Okay." Originally, Wen Nanxi thought these foods should be saved for Su Muyao to eat. When there wasn't enough food before, they would leave some for Su Muyao to fill up first, and only eat the leftovers. When Wen Nanxi gracefully picked up the spoon and tasted the soup, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Seeing his reaction, Su Muyao asked, "How does it taste?" Wen Nanxi's clear and gentle eyes shimmered with a soft glow, and his entire aura became gentle, adding a touch of artistic elegance. He softly said, "It's very tasty." Su Muyao smiled lightly and said, "Then you should drink it all. When we find more food in the mountains, we can make more delicious meals." Now, she had 5 beast husbands around her. 2 of them often went out hunting for food but frequently disappeared. Only 3 of them often appeared in front of her. Among these 3, only Wen Nanxi treated her kindly and didn't reject her closeness. Of course, they had no intimate relationship. At most, if she asked for help with something, he would assist. So, if she needed protection in the mountains, she could only call Wen Nanxi. She also understood a simple truth. To make the horse run, it must be fed well. Seeing the smile on Su Muyao's face and her clear, pure eyes, Wen Nanxi's beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he added, "I've never eaten food like this before." Su Muyao knew that the food culture in their beast world was quite backward, and people could recognize only a few types of food. Some foods are so special that even when everyone is around, they don't know about them. She just happened to go up the mountain to look for some. One good thing about the animal world is that the environment and climate are free from pollution, with many primitive forests and abundant resources. To others, this place is cold and harsh, a place of exile. But for her, it is the place with the most resources. If you like to eat something, just find the ingredients, and I will often cook for you. Although her strength will recover enough in 3 months to end her relationship with them, she can't let them dislike her so much. If their relationship ends, they might be the first to want to harm her. Hearing this, Wen Nanxi's face changed. Wife, you don't need to work so hard. Listening to his words, Su Muyao knew that no matter what she did, they might not believe her and might think she was hiding some other trick. She didn't bother to explain further. Over time, they would understand. Time reveals people's true nature. After breakfast, when Nanxi tidied up the table, chairs, and dishes. Even when doing these chores, he exuded an elegant and noble aura. When he went out, when Nanxi transformed into his true form, a snake. Please, wife, come up. Su Muyao knew when Nanxi was going to carry her into the forest. She simply sat on his snake body. When Nanxi then led them into the woods. Passing through the tribe, she saw many caves and stone houses. Some female beasts sat at the door, sunbathing and chatting lazily. Most male beasts had gone hunting in the forest. Everyone was surprised to see Su Muyao sitting on the snake. Really? Su Muyao actually went out? Isn't she the one who hates snake beasts the most? She never lets her beast husband turn into his true form. I heard that her snake beast husband was about to die yesterday, but she used her special power to save him. Is that true? Female beasts can't have special powers unless they have medical skills, but medical skills are usually only male beasts. Everyone saw Wen Nanxi's injuries yesterday. Even the shaman couldn't do anything. Many female beasts gathered and discussed excitedly after seeing Su Muyao sitting on the snake. Su Muyao listened to their chatter, but didn't pay much attention. After leaving the tribe, when Nanxi sped up, the snake body suddenly leapt into the air, as if flying. Su Muyao could only hold tightly to Wen Nanxi. She could feel that the moment she hugged Wen Nanxi, his snake body stiffened. Wen Nanxi almost fell from the air. His speed increased. When he reached the place with the red fruits, he quickly put down Su Muyao and transformed into a human form. He still looked gentle and elegant, but his ears were slightly red. These are the red fruits. Su Muyao's eyes lit up when she saw so many tomatoes. However, she had no tools at the moment and couldn't carry so many fruits. She had space in the apocalypse, but now she didn't feel it, and she wasn't sure if it disappeared because of crossing over. Maybe she needed a special time or opportunity to awaken it. She looked around and found some vine branches. Wen Nanxi, can you help me bring some vines? Okay. After Wen Nanxi brought some vines, Su Muyao sat down to weave baskets and containers. She was very skilled and worked quickly. Before the apocalypse, it was the age of technology. She grew up in a village and learned to weave these things with her grandparents, gaining many traditional skills. When Nanxi watched her work, his beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer like moonlight and lake reflections, becoming deep and mysterious. He asked softly, "Is my wife weaving something?" "Yes, weaving baskets to hold these red fruits. If you're bored, you can walk around. But if I encounter danger, I might need you to come and protect me." This implied that he shouldn't go too far, and if she called out, he could come quickly. When Nanxi nodded, there was no food at home, so he looked around, hoping to hunt some wild animals for food. After when Nanxi left, Su Muyao picked tomatoes and put them into her baskets and containers. While busy, she suddenly sensed danger. She looked back and saw a huge beast, very large and covered in thorns, charging at her. She shouted, "Wen Nanxi." At the same time, she leapt up and quickly climbed a nearby tree. When Nanxi arrived, he saw her actions and was surprised, his beautiful eyes showing astonishment. He remembered that Su Muyao had never climbed a tree before. Wen Nanxi's clear, beautiful eyes darkened slightly, and he quickly fought the huge beast. Although he usually looked gentle and refined, when fighting, he radiated a cold, icy aura like frost and snow. His presence was full of pressure. The bone knife in his hand spun quickly, like a wind blade, shooting toward the beast. The beast seemed quite strong, reacting swiftly and avoiding the deadly strike. But the bone knife kept spinning and fell back into Wen Nanxi's hand. He leapt down from the air, and the bone knife pierced through the beast's neck. When he pulled out the knife, blood splattered. Yet he easily dodged, not getting a drop of blood on himself.
Boom!
The beast fell with a loud crash, shaking the ground. Su Muyao watched this scene, her eyes wide with surprise. She could tell that Wen Nanxi hadn't used much strength and easily defeated the beast. It showed that his gentle and elegant appearance was just a front. He was actually very powerful. Her past self had no special abilities or powers, so how could she dare to provoke these beast husbands? And they were all so crazy in their abuse. Was she afraid they'd kill her if she fought back? Even though she was the wife, if they killed her, they'd all die together. But there must be secret ways to make people die quietly without anyone knowing. Thinking of her past memories, the 5 beast husbands who had broken ties with her all looked at her with hatred, as if they wanted to kill her. Su Muyao felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. Madam? Wen Nanxi saw that Su Muyao hadn't responded and leapt onto a tree. Hearing the sound, Su Muyao snapped back to her senses and saw Wen Nanxi's clear, beautiful face. It was so sudden.
Ah!
Su Muyao instinctively wanted to dodge, backing away. But she was on the branches of a tree. As she retreated, she fell from the tree. Wen Nanxi jumped down and caught her midair. Madam, are you all right? At that moment, Su Muyao was in Wen Nanxi's arms, and she could smell his elegant, pleasant scent, which seemed to easily confuse her mind. Thinking about how he had just killed the beast and how her past self had mistreated him, her body stiffened involuntarily.
I'm fine.
Just let me go, that's all. Yes, put me down. Su Muyao said this without daring to touch Wen Nanxi. Everyone disliked being touched, and it was better not to provoke trouble. In this apocalyptic world, there was too much killing, so she instinctively protected herself. Wen Nanxi looked down at Su Muyao in his arms. This was the first time he held her. She showed no surprise, her face pale, her expression guarded, and her body stiff. Her long eyelashes fluttered like feathers. Unlike her usual paranoid and crazy-eyed look, now her eyes are clear and pure. She really is different from before. Wen Nanxi's expression darkened for a moment, then quickly lit up with a shimmering glow. He softly and hoarsely whispered in her ear, "Wife, are you afraid of me?" Su Muyao bit her lip lightly and whispered, "No, why would I be?" But after she spoke, she froze. She looked up at Wen Nanxi, only to meet his eyes filled with a dark, shimmering light, like a black whirlpool ready to swallow her. Suddenly, Su Muyao felt she might not really understand her snake beast husband, Wen Nanxi. At this moment, he looked very dangerous, different from his usual gentle appearance. Could that be his fake protective disguise? But she wanted to step back, yet Wen Nanxi was still holding her tightly. Su Muyao struggled, but couldn't move. Her current supernatural power was too weak to resist Wen Nanxi's strength. In the past, wife, you liked me holding you like this. Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered. She used to like it, but she wasn't her past self anymore. She smiled faintly and awkwardly said, "I just want to change for the better now." Su Muyao instinctively felt that Wen Nanxi was suspicious of her. She wanted to say more, but at that moment, a soft, cute voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Host, I've finally woken up."
Too happy.
The host is still here. Hearing the voice of the space system in her mind, Su Muyao communicated mentally, "You're okay, right? And is the stuff stored in my space still there?" Since she was born, the space system had been with her. During the apocalypse, she could easily store supplies and awaken her supernatural powers to survive, all thanks to the space system. And it protected her a lot. Although it was a space system, they also had feelings. The space system softly explained, Host, during the apocalypse, after your supernatural power upgraded and you crossed over, I was also injured. Now, the space's authority is limited to a half-acre area. Those supplies can only be accessed after further upgrades. During the apocalypse, she stored countless supplies in her space villa. Her space was originally very large, but now she couldn't use the supplies. Su Muyao was anxious, but had no way to fix it. What is the trigger for the upgrade? The space system replied, it's when the host has close contact with the beast husband, which releases different levels of authority. This time, the host just needs to have a close hug with the beast husband for me to wake up. Su Muyao sighed, surprised that the opportunity for the space to appear was so unusual. And to unlock certain permissions in space, she would need close contact with the beast husband? The space system seemed to think and said, Host, if you develop a real relationship with the beast husband, like that jam-making thing, the space upgrade will happen faster, and you'll be able to access supplies more quickly.
Su Muyao touched her lips.
If you want me to stay alive, stop talking about this. It seemed she needed to find food on her own for now. When Nanxi looked down at Su Muyao's expression, noticing her face was quite animated, with a mischievous look in her eyes.
It was more interesting that way.
Su Muyao communicated briefly with the space system, then snapped back to reality. At this moment, Wen Nanxi lowered her down. Su Muyao quickly moved away from Wen Nanxi and approached the beast. She asked, Can this beast's meat be eaten? No, this beast is a mutated animal, Wen Nanxi replied. Su Muyao knew there were many wild animals in this forest, but also mutated ones. Mutated animals are poisonous and cannot be eaten. Similar to mushrooms, some are toxic and some are safe to eat. She decided not to worry about the dead beast anymore and focused on carefully picking tomatoes. Wen Nanxi didn't say anything else and went ahead to help. At this moment, she looked very cold and her aura was very strong. It was as if she had returned to her fighting mode during the apocalypse. In life-and-death battles, Su Muyao would never show weakness or back down. She had no weapons in her hands, so she had put the kitchen knife into her space early in the morning. She never thought of relying on anyone around her to protect her. These 4 killers were all level 4 abilities. Level 4 strength was rare even on the Beast World continent. To come here and try to kill me, your master really will do anything.
You deserve to die.
The 4 charged forward. With sweet potatoes, I won't go hungry today. Su Muyao didn't expect the 2 beast husbands to hunt and bring her food. The space system excitedly said, Host, walk forward a bit. I can help detect food around you. Within 100 miles, I can scan everything. Su Muyao smiled and said, Okay. But first, let's dig up the sweet potatoes. She arrived at the spot the system mentioned, parted the grass, and saw the sweet potato leaves. She quickly picked some leaves. Wen Nanxi didn't go far but stayed nearby to protect her. Seeing her gather some grass from the ground, Wen Nanxi was momentarily stunned. What are these? Su Muyao explained, These are sweet potato leaves. You can make many kinds of food with them. After a moment, thinking about the world's understanding of food, she said, Trust me, these are not just grass. Based on her previous memories, people in this beast world don't know about sweet potatoes as food. Even in the most prosperous part of Beast King City, no one knows that food can grow underground. Most people eat food that grows on the surface. After a pause, Su Muyao looked at Wen Nanxi with clear, cute eyes and said, Wen Nanxi, can you help me dig underground? Wen Nanxi looked into her soft, adorable eyes. Hearing her gentle tone, he hesitated slightly. In the past, she always ordered them to do things and never spoke kindly to them, especially not in such a gentle tone. Wen Nanxi softly said, Okay. Then he infused his special ability into the bone knife and started digging downward. He used force, and a large whirlpool-like hole appeared in the ground. Some sweet potatoes were exposed, but because of the force, they broke into several pieces. Su Muyao quickly said, No, don't use so much force. Those are food. Wen Nanxi paused for a moment, then carefully dug around the red chunks of food underground. It will be charged at the regular customization price. If they want 2 dolls of different styles, of course, they need to pay 2 design fees. Rest assured, we do honest business. We value integrity, and we won't cheat or overcharge our customers. She asked, so, young sir, what kind of doll would you like to have made? The young gentleman blushed and shook his head quickly. No, it's all right. I'll think about it some more. He no longer had the confident tone he used earlier when he said, this young master is quite wealthy. His family has a little money. Buying some marinated meat and a couple of dolls is easy for him. Nanxi with clear, cute. Fortunately, Su Muyao had a space ability. She directly stored the sweet potatoes into her space. When Nanxi watched as many things on the ground disappeared into nothingness, he seemed to realize something. Even the calmest person would show a look of amazement at this moment. He whispered, space? Su Muyao nodded. Yes, I also have a space ability. To live well in the Exiled tribe, space is very important. When going out hunting or gathering food, she can store things in her space. It's very convenient to use. So she didn't plan to hide this ability. Showing her ability also made the beast husbands cautious and wary, so they wouldn't always be thinking about how to hurt or revenge her. Hearing Su Muyao's confident words, Wen Nanxi's heart was filled with waves of shock. She not only has healing abilities but also possesses space powers. Space can store food and items, and very few beast men on the beast world continent can awaken space abilities. Healing powers are even rarer. He has never heard of someone having dual abilities before. The wife has indeed changed from before. At this moment, she seemed to be covered in layers of mysterious veils, each layer revealing more secrets. I said I want to turn over a new leaf and live well. After 3 months, I will set you all free. So, there's no need to rush to deal with or kill her. After 3 months, they will be free. When Nanxi didn't say anything more, Su Muyao stored many sweet potatoes in the space. There's also mushrooms and black fungus nearby. Let's pick some to take back. These are poisonous. When they were in the Beast King City, everyone knew that mushrooms and black fungus could be toxic. Su Muyao explained, some mushrooms are poisonous, some are not, and if the black fungus is properly processed, it's safe. Anyway, if they didn't trust or eat them, she would eat them herself. No matter what Wen Nanxi thought, Su Muyao continued to pick mushrooms and black fungus. After walking a bit further, the space system spoke again. Host, there are and scallions 100 meters to the left. Su Muyao hurried to dig them up. Within scallions, she could make many dishes and also use them to cover up the smell of meat. Having these foods meant they wouldn't go hungry for at least a few days. Probably because she had killed a beast, there were no more nearby animals for now. As the sky grew darker, they decided to head back first. On the way back, Wen Nanxi transformed into a snake again. Su Muyao sat properly on top, not daring to move or hold on tightly. But when Nanxi sped up, the wind rushing past her ears, Su Muyao almost fell off because she couldn't sit steadily. When Nanxi gently supported her with his tail and said, Wife, you can hold on tight to me. Hold on. Tightly? Doesn't he dislike her getting close or being held? At noon, she remembered the moment she hugged him, and his snake body stiffened as if he wanted to shake her off. Although it was very subtle, she could feel it.
No.
Su Muyao was about to refuse, but the space system suddenly shouted, Host, hold him tight. Even just hugging him will help. Over time, the space will lose a little of its control. Reluctantly, Su Muyao hugged Wen Nanxi. The moment she held him, he seemed to slow down a bit. Now, Su Muyao could look down at the mountain forest scenery. I saw a clear river in the valley, and I also saw fish inside it. The fish were quite large, many weighing 5 or 6 jin, and some around 10 jin. Compared to them, 2 or 3 jin fish seemed small. Warm Nanxi, let's go to the river and catch some fish. Warm Nanxi arrived at the riverbank. This time, he transformed into a human form, gently hugged Su Muyao, then carefully set her down on the ground. Su Muyao felt that his attitude toward her had changed a little. Madam wants to catch fish to play? No, I want to eat fish meat. Warm Nanxi smiled gracefully and said, Okay. She used to dislike eating fish with strong fishy smell, especially because they had many bones. In the past, some tribe members, starving and unable to resist, tried to catch fish but got stuck by the bones and died. So, the tribe rarely ate fish. Wen Nanxi used his wind ability to sweep across the water surface, and more than 10 fish landed on the shore. He then picked some grass and threaded each fish onto it. Even while doing these things, his movements remained elegant and noble. Su Muliao thought that if there were too many fish, she could make fish balls. On their way back, Su Muliao also found river snails and river shrimp in the grass by the river. Her eyes lit up. Life in the beast world was much better than in the apocalypse, with abundant resources and plenty of food ingredients everywhere. Wen Nanxi asked softly, "Do you still need more?" If needed, he continued to catch fish. Su Muliao shook her head and said, "No, this is enough." But she also found many good things by the river. When they needed food later, they could come here to gather supplies. Su Muliao stored all these foods into her space, and Wen Nanxi carried her home. When they returned to the stone house, the sun had not yet set. Su Muliao guessed the time based on the position of the sun, around 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, Shiao, Jihan, and Hua Linyue had not yet returned. Wen Nanxi explained proactively. Shiao, Jihan, and Hua Linyue went hunting in the forest, and might be gone quite far. They should be back when it gets dark. Su Muliao replied calmly, "It's okay. They can come back whenever they want." Actually, she also wanted to say that it didn't matter if they didn't come back. If these two disappeared like the other 2 beast husbands, that would be fine. The food they gathered today was enough for her and Wen Nanxi to eat. Wen Nanxi carefully observed Su Muliao's expression and noticed she didn't seem concerned. If it had been before, she would have scolded a few words. He softly said, "Madam, you've been tired all day. Rest first, I will cook." Su Muliao spoke, "You don't know how to cook these foods. Let me do it." Originally, Su Muliao planned to make steamed fish, but she changed her mind. The fish weighed about 5 or 6 jin, some even over 10 jin, perfect for making fish noodles. Since there is no flour now, she can't make fish noodles with flour, but she can make pure fish noodles using fish meat. She looked at the fish she caught and found several suitable for making pure fish noodles. Wen Nanxi was curious about what she was going to do. In Beast King City, he had also tasted many delicacies, but he had never heard of sweet potatoes, sweet potato leaves, or things like scallions. After washing his hands, Wen Nanxi stepped forward to help voluntarily. "Can I help you with something?" he asked. Su Muliao said, "Help me wash the mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and sweet potatoes and their leaves." Okay. Wen Nanxi took a wooden basin and went to the yard to wash these items. Su Muliao also took a wooden basin, filled it with water from the water tank, and then started cleaning each fish. Next, she used a bone knife to cut the fish in half, making it easier to remove the fish head and bones in one piece. The fish head and bones can be used to make broth. The fish meat can be used to make pure fish noodles. The most important step is to scrape the fish meat into fish paste with a knife. Su Muliao's knife skills were very fast. The space system said, "You can see the host cooking again." The food the host makes smells so good, but unfortunately, the system can't taste it. "You're just a system. How can you smell the aroma?" The space system replied, "Since I follow the host, I have developed feelings. The host is very, very good. I like the host the most." Hearing this, Su Muliao's heart softened. "I also want you to taste the food I make." But unfortunately, the space system has no physical form. The space system said, "But I can enjoy the smell, and that makes me very happy." At this moment, there was a sound outside the door. It was Hua Linyue returning. He carried back a wild boar directly. Seeing the things in the yard, Hua Linyue's beautiful eyes darkened immediately. "Did you bring these back?" he asked. "You're so badly injured, and she didn't let you rest, but made you do the cooking?" Wen Nanxi said, "No, these are all foods picked by the wife." Hua Linyue's lips curled into a faint smile, and his fox-like eyes took on a cold look. "Wen Nanxi, aren't you also tired of her? Just because she used her abilities to heal your wounds once, you start defending her?" No female beast would want to work in the kitchen, let alone our wife. When he said this, Hua Linyue's tone grew heavier. Also, don't forget what she has done to you before.
Who knows what tricks she is up to this time?
Hua Linyue does not believe that Su Muyao has suddenly changed for the better. In the past, to gain their trust, Su Muyao did everything possible, even pretending to forget and act better to make them relax and trust her. The Shin family wouldn't even give them leftovers, only pig feed. Compared to that, today was like a dream. Shin Bauer didn't dare blink, afraid that if she blinked, the dream would end. Because of old Shin's stinginess, Shun Jimling couldn't even move a broken-legged table. Their rented house was empty, with no place to eat, so everyone could only huddle around the stove in the kitchen to get by. They would buy other things in town tomorrow. Shun Jimling scooped a big bowl of plain rice from the pot and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan instinctively reached out to take it, but realized there was too much. Rest, but made you do the cooking? Wen Nanxi said, she almost died several times, suffering physical and emotional pain. Because of her, they couldn't see her as their wife. They felt disgusted inside and wanted to stay away from her. Hua Linyue has special abilities and excellent eyesight, able to see her quick knife skills clearly. She was cutting fish. What is she doing?
Cooking.
Eating fish? Doesn't she dislike the fishy smell and the bones? Su Muyao is very particular about food. Even now, after being exiled here and working hard to hunt, she still complains about the prey they catch. Being scolded and whipped is considered mild. Sometimes she even gets violent and uses a knife. Some wild animals, like wild boar, have strong smells and she refuses to eat them, but she's not so picky about wild pig meat. Wen Nanxi knows Hua Linyue is full of resentment. He softly said, "You weren't here this morning, but she made breakfast. That sour red fruit, she can turn it into a delicious soup." Hua Linyue clearly doesn't believe it. He quietly went to the side and took a bone knife to cut off the pig's skin and meat. Su Muyao heard the noise and looked toward the yard, seeing Hua Linyue working silently. She remembered that her previous self once lost her mind because of Hua Linyue, and during his serious injury, she even tried to his fox skin to make a beast hide. The red fox fur on Hua Linyue's body was indeed noble and beautiful, very striking. Thinking of these memories, Su Muyao felt a headache coming on. Without a doubt, if she wrote a breakup letter now, after ending their relationship, they could turn around and kill her. Su Muyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the wild pig. Pig skin can be used to make pig gelatin, and pig fat can be rendered into oil. Pig fat oil can also be used for cooking, though it doesn't produce as much oil as pig fat. It can be used to make crispy fried foods. It can be eaten as a snack. She knows that in this beast world, the beasts eat a lot, especially powerful ones like Wen Nanxi. But they often go hungry. Hua Linyue finished cutting the wild boar meat and packed it into wooden bowls. Seeing the water in the tank was running low, she carried 2 buckets to fetch water. Anyway, once they return home, they can't just sit around. Hua Linyue seemed to think of something, her eyes dull and her chest tight, making it hard to breathe. Jihan happened to see Hua Linyue carrying water buckets. Seeing her strange expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Did she do something to you again?" Hua Linyue's face darkened and said, "Not really. I was cooking in the kitchen, but she's never cooked there before." In the end, only about 10 people went to see her off. Sunjing also got on a cart himself and personally went to Linghu village to see her off. Throughout this process, the main family of the Gu household never appeared. After the 3 carts left the village, and it was confirmed that Gu Yuan had gone, the main family's door finally opened. Zhang Jinhua called Gu Hai and quickly headed to Gu Yuan's house. She wanted to take advantage of the villagers not noticing and move all the belongings from Gu Yuan's house. After all, Gu Yuan only said she donated her house and land to the village, not that she was. "Yesterday was my fault. If I hadn't fought back, she might not have become so obsessed." Hua Linyue looked at Jihan and said, "I know, with your personality, you'd rather die than let her touch you. I feel the same way, so you don't need to worry. If she were to disappear for a long time like Mei Qingchen and Shin Xian, and we ignored her, it might be easier. Mei Qingchen and Shin Xian are two other beast husbands of Su Muyao. They still have ties to Su Muyao but have disappeared without a trace. Su Muyao can't do anything about it. She can only vent her anger on them. Jihan composed himself, hiding the sadness and loneliness in his eyes, and said clearly, they both have powerful backing and backgrounds. Their families also have secret methods to control beast husband contracts. Even if Su Muyao dies, they will still live well. But we can't. He and Hua Linyue both have their own helpless situations. If they fail to protect Su Muyao and she dies, they will have to share her fate. Hua Linyue looked confused and asked, since they have such strength, they could have broken the contract when they were in Beast Emperor City. Why did they still get exiled and come here? Hua Linyue couldn't understand it. Jihan looked cold and said calmly, maybe they have a reason to come here. After talking for a while, they decided not to have dinner. They weren't afraid of death, but they weren't living for themselves, so they couldn't die. When Jihan returned, he carried a small bucket of bird eggs and a wild rabbit, placing them aside. He didn't even glance toward the kitchen. It seemed looking at Su Muyao was even too dirty for his eyes. He said to Wen Nanxi, neither Hua Linyue nor I will eat dinner tonight. Wen Nanxi sighed inwardly and said, the wife has changed from before. Let's eat together. All three of them were Su Muyao's beast husbands, originally rivals. Other female beasts' husbands often fought for her affection, but they never fought among themselves, probably because they didn't have feelings for Su Muyao. Plus, they shared the same misfortune. Moreover, many forces tried to assassinate Su Muyao on the way to exile, including those of her previous 5 husbands. They fought together to protect her, so they weren't enemies. Jihan didn't trust that Su Muyao had truly changed, and he didn't argue with Wen Nanxi's words. Instead, he shook his head and said, we're not hungry, so we won't eat. Wen Nanxi went to the kitchen and told Su Muyao this. Su Muyao looked at a big bowl of fish paste and said, I've prepared dinner for the 4 of us. Although she wanted to ignore them, her past actions were too extreme. If she didn't improve their impression, her life might be in danger. If she were stronger, she wouldn't care about them. But right now, she had no power at all. And those 2 really brought back food. Even if she disliked them, they brought back food, so she accepted it. Wen Nanxi said, I'll deliver it to their room tonight. Okay. The space system said, host, they might be worried you'll drug them. Su Muyao's mouth twitched. No wonder. She cooked quickly, melting pig fat to make oil, then stir-fried a pot of tomato scrambled eggs. She also made fish soup and plain fish noodle soup. Additionally, she roasted sweet potatoes. She arranged 2 plates of tomato scrambled eggs, some roasted sweet potatoes, 2 large bowls of fish noodles, and a big bowl of fish soup. The fish noodles and fish soup she made had no fishy smell at all, and they tasted especially fresh and delicious. To ensure she hadn't drugged anyone, she ate food and drank soup in front of Wen Nanxi. I didn't drug or poison anyone. After a pause, she added, I was hoping you would protect me and find food for me. It's impossible for me to harm you. Wen Nanxi's eyes were gentle and kind. Yes, I understand. They will eat it. Wen Nanxi took the food to Jihan's room and then called Hu Linyue over to eat. Hu Linyue's injuries hadn't fully healed. Today, he went hunting for wild boar and encountered a mutated beast, which caused more injuries. He endured the pain silently, not letting anyone know. He initially didn't want to eat, but for some reason, he smelled a strong aroma. Plus, when Nanxi's words made Hu Linyue feel something was off. Would she really cook for us kindly? When Nanxi said, the lady of the house has tasted it in front of me, and she used clean and used utensils. Don't worry, she didn't drug it. Moreover, the lady is right. She still needs your help to find food and protect her. She wouldn't harm you. If it were Su Muyao, they wouldn't believe it, but they trusted Wen Nanxi. Hu Linyue and Jihan hadn't eaten much all day, and now they were hungry. After some hesitation, Hu Linyue finally picked up the utensils and ate. These foods are strange. In the Beast King City restaurant, They used egg-fried vegetables, but I've never seen fried fruit before. This is fish soup.
Can you drink it?
Hu Linhua was a bit suspicious. But since it smelled normal, he took a spoonful and tasted the soup. He froze in surprise. This fish soup has no fishy smell at all. The soup was clear and white, with a rich, fresh taste. Wen Nanxi smiled and said, next to it is noodles made from fish meat. Shiao, Jihan, and Hu Linhua had never heard of noodles before. After tasting, they realized how delicious it was. Not to mention sweet potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Each dish was wonderful. Later, they didn't speak, just ate quietly. They had to admit, the food was truly delicious. They couldn't believe that in such a remote exile village, they could eat food better than in the Beast King city. If they hadn't tasted it themselves, they wouldn't believe it. At the same time, they were filled with strong doubts and a sense of wonder. Could Su Muyao really identify food and cook? Seeing that they had eaten and understood what each dish was and how to eat it, Wen Nanxi returned to the kitchen. At that moment, Su Muyao was sitting at the kitchen table, watching him return. She smiled and said, "You're back. Come, let's eat together." While speaking, Su Muyao held her chopsticks and waited for Wen Nanxi. Wen Nanxi thought that Su Muyao had already started eating. He was momentarily surprised and wondered, "Is my wife waiting for me?" "Yes, we cooked the meal together, so I naturally want to eat with you." In the past, she only ate alone, but to Su Muyao, they are now a small team. To live well in this tribe, everyone needs to be full. Eating enough helps us quickly improve our special abilities, face dangers, and hunt for food. She is very clear-headed. Although each of them is stunningly beautiful, they are also dangerous. They can be deadly. She won't foolishly fall into any emotional attachment. When Nanxi looked into Su Muyao's eyes and thought they were so beautiful and lively, her smile made her eyes seem like holding a pool of moonlight, clear and pure, delicate and exquisite, like layers of sunshine spreading out, easily touching people's hearts. When Nanxi's gaze flickered slightly, Gu Yuanyuan smiled and said, "We'll earn more money afterward." Money is a complicated topic, and Xinjingzi couldn't keep up, so he scratched his head shyly and looked at Gu Yuanyuan. His big sister-in-law is really very kind. Until he and Shinbear returned to their room, Xinjingzi was still very excited. He said to Shinbear, "Sister, we can go to the town tomorrow." "I'm so happy." "Sister, is the town fun? I've never been there. Are there lots of delicious foods?" Xinjingzi paused and then continued. Xinjingli said his brother took him to the town to eat candied hawthorn. "Sister, what is candied hawthorn?" They are now a small team. There wasn't even a hint of fishy smell, and she ate so quietly and elegantly. Every dish amazed Wen Nanxi. After Su Muyao finished eating, she suddenly thought of something. She looked up at Wen Nanxi. She noticed that every move he made while eating was graceful and noble, like a noble young master from a wealthy family. Actually, she didn't know much about Wen Nanxi's background or origins. She only remembered that her previous father once brought someone home and told her to treat him well. "Is the food to your liking?" Wen Nanxi replied softly, "Yes, very delicious. If my wife wants to eat anything, just tell me the steps and I will do it. You don't have to trouble yourself." Su Muyao smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm free anyway. Besides, I enjoy cooking delicious food." In this post-apocalyptic world, ingredients are limited and very precious, sometimes even requiring nutrient drinks. When they arrived in the beast world, although the culture and food were quite primitive, the air was pure and free of pollution. Resources were abundant, and all the ingredients were organic. She could cook all kinds of delicious dishes, which made her very happy. She also could light a fire and cook rice with firewood. In the end-of-the-world scenario, it was no longer possible to cook rice with firewood. Seeing Su Muyao's bright and charming expression, Wen Nanxi knew she was telling the truth. "From now on, I will help you." "Okay." Su Muyao didn't refuse. Wen Nanxi had special abilities, so many tasks were easier for her. After eating, Wen Nanxi naturally cleaned up the dishes. This was the first satisfying meal Wen Nanxi had after being exiled. Su Muyao went to the yard to burn some grass and ash. She wanted to wash the pig's intestines with ash. Currently, according to the old calendar, it was the beginning of the 7th lunar month. During the day, the weather was still warm. If the pork wasn't handled properly, it could spoil easily. Hunting for food in the forest was not easy and was dangerous. So, she didn't want to waste any food she had. Although there were no spices, if she had some, she could make marinated dishes. It was said that nearby towns had various shops and pharmacies. Some people from the tribe hunted and then exchanged their game for salt, clay jars, and other daily necessities in the nearest town. The pharmacy might have spices, but exchanging for spices probably required a lot of meat and animal skins. She planned to dry all the wild mushrooms she collected and grind them into mushroom powder to use as seasoning later. The dried wood ear mushrooms could be stored and rehydrated when eaten. Meanwhile, Xiao Jihan and Hualinhua finished their meal and looked at the empty bowls and plates, both silent. They hadn't expected the food to be so delicious. Hualinhua said, "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe she made this meal. It's so tasty. I've never had such good food in my family before." Xiao Jihan whispered, "According to the rules, we should be the ones taking care of her, not her cooking for us." Although Su Muyao insulted, scolded, and treated them harshly, making them dislike her, they had a deep-rooted belief since childhood. They thought they should be the ones cooking for their wife or master. Hualinhua sighed. "Is it that we don't want to cook for her? Or is it because she always complains about our cooking? She gets angry and throws the table, even tossing away the food we worked hard to prepare, just to prevent us from eating. Besides, the 3 of us take turns cooking. Even if the 3 of them go out hunting, they still need to leave one person at home to protect and care for Su Muyao, while the other 2 go out to find food. Although this is safer inside the tribe than outside, some aggressive and crazy mutated beasts might break into the tribe and cause harm. So everyone is very cautious. Today, it's as if the sun rose from the west. At this moment, Hualinhua feels unreal. She pauses and doubts. Wen Nanxi said she's different today. Could it really be true? Xiao Jihan's cold eyes show a flicker of emotion. He hadn't thought much before, but now he remembers that after she hit the wall and woke up, her eyes changed. At that time, he thought she was planning something new to deal with them. Could it be? Realizing this suspicion in his heart, Xiao Jihan's expression changes. But he isn't sure. Let's wait and see. Don't fall into her trap. Hualinhua suddenly feels discouraged. Yeah, let's clean up the dishes first. Xiao Jihan and Hualinhua tidy up and take the dishes to the kitchen. When they come out of the house, they see Su Muyao sitting in the yard, busy with her work. They both think they are imagining things. Hualinhua even uses her abilities to look, but even with her powers, it's still Su Muyao. Hearing the sounds behind her, Su Muyao doesn't turn around. Wen Nanxi finishes cleaning the dishes and wiping the table and floor, then comes out of the kitchen. Xiao Jihan and Hualinhua go inside to wash the dishes. Seeing Su Muyao in the yard, Wen Nanxi also shows a surprised expression and walks over softly, saying, "Madam, if you need anything, I'll do it." "Nothing urgent right now, just need to clean these." Wen Nanxi notices what Su Muyao is washing in the basin and pauses. Usually, the wild animals brought back from hunting are discarded. They're not edible. But after eating the food Su Muyao made today, Wen Nanxi realizes she has a way of turning waste into treasure. Su Muyao patiently explains, "These are actually good things. As long as you wash them with ash and prepare the food properly, they can be eaten. From now on, we can keep the offal from the beasts. Wen Nanxi, I won't let you go hungry in the future." Hearing this, Wen Nanxi looks at her serious eyes and feels soft inside. His expression becomes gentle. I believe in Madam. Not letting Madam go hungry is our duty. Is there anything I can do to help?" Muyao said, "Those sweet potatoes, I plan to cut them all into small pieces. This way, she can use a small part to make sweet potato syrup for cooking in the future. Most of the sweet potatoes will be used to make sweet potato starch, which can be used to make delicious food later. At night, she will plant more sweet potatoes in the spaces field, where crops grow quickly and yield high." "Okay, I will do these tasks." Meanwhile, Xiao Jihan and Hua Linhua finished tidying up the dishes. They both stayed in the kitchen without moving, seeming to want to do something. She used to like taking a bath after eating. Then let's boil some water first. Xiao Jihan and Hua Linhua remember all of Mu Yao's habits. She grew up in Beast King City and was the beloved daughter of the Su family with a noble status and much admiration. She has always been very clean. Every day, she would boil water for a bath. As for them, they usually washed in the river every day. After washing their beast bodies, they would dry quickly in the sun. Inside the house, they boiled water, while Wen Nanxi was outside in the yard peeling sweet potatoes. After peeling, he went inside to get a knife to cut them into small pieces. He looked at Xiao Jihan and Hua Linhua inside and said, "Today, I will take care of the wife master." The three of them took turns. Hua Linhua felt a little awkward and said, "Since we ate her food, we should do something." Otherwise, they felt uneasy. Xiao Jihan replied, "Yes, that's right." After all, Mu Yao was officially their wife master. They couldn't just be idle while she was busy working. When Nanxi explained, "Today, I dug up a lot of sweet potatoes. The wife master wants to cut all of them into small pieces." Hua Linhua said, "Let's help together, so it will be faster." Xiao Jihan also looked at Wen Nanxi, showing a willingness to help. Wen Nanxi nodded, and the three of them quickly started working together. They cut some of the sweet potatoes and put them into a pot filled with clear water. They began boiling on high heat. Once the sweet potatoes softened and cooked thoroughly, Mu Yao came in after washing and saw Wen Nanxi boiling the sweet potatoes, while Xiao Jihan and Hua Linhua mashed the sweet potato slices into puree. They had special abilities, so they worked very quickly. Mu Yao was slightly surprised, not expecting that even though they disliked her, they still worked diligently. "It's good that they are working." Mu Yao's eyes moved, and she approached the pot, saying to Wen Nanxi, "This is enough. First, scoop these out and filter them." Then she went to find a clean cloth and a large wooden basin. Following Su Muyao's instructions, Wen Nanjing poured everything out and into the container. "Now, it's a bit hot. Let it cool down for a while before we can shape the gauze." Xiao Jihan heard this, and, with a flick of his finger, a cold aura enveloped the wooden bucket and the gauze. The temperature immediately dropped. Su Muyao was amazed when she saw this scene. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Jihan with bright, shining eyes. She almost forgot that Xiao Jihan's special power was ice-based. This was like a natural refrigerator. She wanted Xiao Jihan to help her make an ice cellar to store food. But she thought Xiao Jihan might refuse, so she held back and didn't speak. She turned her head away. Xiao Jihan was momentarily distracted by her bright gaze, thinking she was about to say something. But after hesitating, her eyes dimmed, and she turned her head away again. Xiao Jihan's calm, cold features slightly furrowed his brows. He lowered his voice and asked, "Mistress, do you need me to do something?" Su Muyao was surprised. She didn't expect Xiao Jihan to ask her proactively. His voice was still clear and cold, with a chill in it, but it didn't feel bone-chilling this time. It was a bit different from when she first crossed over yesterday. Su Muyao looked at Xiao Jihan with a puzzled expression, confirming that his eyes were calm and free of extra emotions. Then she asked, "Can you help me dig an ice cellar in the corner of the yard? That way, I can store these meats, and the food won't spoil easily. Otherwise, if we can't eat it all, it will just go to waste." Having developed habits in the apocalypse, she disliked wasting ingredients. Hearing this, not only Xiao Jihan's expression changed, but Hua Linhua was also surprised. Wasn't he the one who liked wasting food the most? He disliked the food being not fresh the next day, or the taste being off. When the weather was hot, they ate the food on the same day, and any leftovers were thrown away. Xiao Jihan composed himself and softly said, "All right." Then, he went straight to the yard to build the ice cellar. Su Muyao didn't expect him to be so efficient. Hua Linhua seemed eager to show off, directly using his powers to set fire to the firewood. He has fire-based powers. This power is very useful, especially in winter. Of course, he didn't need to ignite the firewood manually. Su Muyao suddenly had an idea and her eyes sparkled. Looking at Hua Linhua, she felt more satisfied. Hualinia noticed her expression and saw that her gaze was only on his fire powers, not on him at all. But liking fire powers was also fine. Su Miao helped Wen Nanxi filter the sweet potato liquid, then continued to boil the juice in the pot. Hualinia asked, "Madam, what should we do next?" He had already mashed the peeled and chopped sweet potatoes into a paste with effort. Su Miao explained, "First wash, then filter, and then squeeze out the starch water." She guided Hualinia through these steps. Let the starch water sit in the jar overnight. Tomorrow morning, the starch will settle at the bottom. Pour out the water, keep the starch, and add water to filter again. This makes the starch finer. After 2 rounds of settling, the starch can be placed in a cloth bag to dry in a ventilated place. Based on the timing, they could get sweet potato starch by tomorrow night. Maybe they could make sweet potato noodles tomorrow night. When everything was almost done, Su Miao took a bath with the hot water she had prepared. Fortunately, her previous body was clean, and they had built a special bathhouse for the beast men. Inside, there was also a stone-built bathing pool. After washing, Su Miao dressed and was about to come out when she heard noises outside. Her face changed, and she hurried out of the house. At the door, she saw many strange creatures emerging outside. The male orcs in the tribe were fighting. Are these mutated beasts? Seeing the mutated beasts, Su Miao's pupils shrank. They looked even stranger than the ones she saw during the day. Wen Nanxi, Hualinia, and Xiao Jihan were also fighting them. The beasts moved very fast, and their abilities could transform into various weapons. Be careful. Xiao Jihan moved quickly, and a blade of ice formed from her ice ability pierced through the head of one mutated beast. Just then, that beast suddenly attacked her. Their blood was strangely black. Xiao Jihan froze the black blood with her ice ability. Otherwise, the black blood might have scared her when it flowed out. It seemed these mutated beasts were attacking her. Hualinia released flames that could burn these beasts directly.
Yeah.
The sounds these beasts made were very strange and terrifying, with sharp howls. Wen Nanxi moved incredibly fast, almost like teleporting, killing one mutated beast after another. Soon, the male orcs of the tribe worked together and killed all the mutated beasts. Wen Nanxi quickly came to Su Miao's side and looked at her carefully. "Are you all right, wife?" He was worried. She might have been frightened. But Su Miao looked calm, not showing any signs of fear. Xiao Jihan and Hualinia watched her quietly, their expressions changing slightly. Previously, whenever she heard the sound of mutated beasts, she would be scared and hide inside the house. If she saw a mutated beast, she would panic and tremble, only able to shake and avoid. So, they didn't expect her to come out. Su Miao was just startled, not afraid. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She was just thinking suddenly that before she regained her strength, she really needed their protection. But she had promised a 3-month deadline, so she had to quickly improve her strength. Wen Nanxi sighed softly and gently brushed her hair to make it neat. "That's good to hear. Leaving with wet hair can cause you to catch a cold. Let's go back inside." Wen Nanxi reached out and gently picked her up to go inside. Su Miao didn't expect Wen Nanxi to hug her willingly at this moment. She was caught off guard and reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck. At this moment, Wen Nanxi, holding Su Miao, could smell her faint, pleasant fragrance. Xiao Jihan and Hualinia looked at Wen Nanxi, who surprisingly hugged Su Miao for the first time, and both showed surprised expressions. Wen Nanxi seemed gentle and refined, but he was not someone easy to get along with. Before, when Su Miao tried to get close to Wen Nanxi, she never succeeded. Now, Wen Nanxi had taken the initiative to hug her. Xiao Jihan and Hualinia's expressions became complicated, then they followed into the courtyard and closed the door tightly. At this moment, the space system in Su Miao's mind happily shouted, "Host, quickly let him hold you more." Since the host is holding him tightly and kissing him, maybe it can unlock some permissions or drop some supplies. The space system knew that the host needed supplies from the space now. Su Muyao communicated with the space system mentally. If I do that, he might just push me away. Host, Wen Nanxi taking the initiative to hug you means he doesn't dislike you. So, for the supplies, be bold and go for it. Think about all the supplies you've stored up, so much of it. Su Muyao was indeed tempted, but she wouldn't actively go to make a move. However, since Wen Nanxi had taken the initiative to hug her, she thought she could hold on a little longer without letting go. Wen Nanxi naturally didn't know Su Muyao's thoughts. He carried Su Muyao into the room and placed her on the bed. Su Muyao didn't let go, just held on to Wen Nanxi like that, thinking, open some permissions in the space already. Wen Nanxi looked at Su Muyao, who wasn't letting go, and gently asked, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Su Muyao bit her lip, closed her eyes, and with a hard breath, said, I'm a little scared. No one knows, after saying this. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. When Nanxi heard this and felt her heart soften, he held her a little tighter and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let the supernatural beast hurt you. When Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue entered the room, they saw this scene. For some reason, both of them felt a strange emotion in their hearts. They couldn't help but focus their eyes on Su Muyao. At this moment, Su Muyao's half-damaged face was covered by Wen Nanxi's embrace, only revealing half of her cheek. Under the light in the room, her skin looked as smooth as snow. Maybe because she had just finished bathing, she seemed to have an elegant, otherworldly aura. Xiao Jihan and Hua Linyue's eyes moved slightly. They had never carefully looked at her before. At this moment, the space system excitedly said, Host, some seasoning packets have been released into the space. Now you can let go of Wen Nanxi. Hearing this, Su Muyao hurriedly stepped out of Wen Nanxi's arms. I'm fine now. She didn't dare look at Wen Nanxi's expression, afraid he would see that she only used him as a tool. Wen Nanxi smiled gently. The wife hasn't dried her hair yet. You'll catch a cold. He then took out a clean cloth to help her dry her hair. Hua Linyue hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward and said, Let me do it. He released his supernatural power, and his palm emitted a warm heat, drying Su Muyao's hair. Su Muyao was surprised. This was much more effective than a hairdryer. But what surprised her even more was that Hua Linyue, who usually disliked her, was willingly helping her dry her hair. According to her previous memories, he had never done such a thing before. As he got closer, Hua Linyue smelled a faint, pleasant scent, like warm pheromones. It was completely different from her previous scent. He was a fox beast, with a very keen sense of smell for everyone. He showed a doubtful expression, not quite believing it. But as he carefully sensed, he realized the pheromones' scent had changed. Before, her scent was dark and cold, making people dislike her. Now, her scent was as warm as sunlight. He couldn't help but want to get closer, indulging in it. Hua Linyue's fox eyes now looked almost intoxicated. He almost couldn't control the fiery breath he was about to release, and a small flame flickered from his finger. Be careful. Xiao Jihan immediately used a burst of ice energy to extinguish the tiny flame. Hua Linyue snapped back to himself and quickly apologized. Sorry. Su Muyao waved her hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. She thought Hua Linyue might hate her so much that he wanted to burn her alive. Anyway, thank you for protecting me tonight. She still needed their help, so she tried to keep good relations. Wen Nanxi spoke softly, Protecting you is our duty. But Su Muyao didn't believe such words. In the past, there were times when mutated beasts appeared at night. They didn't have time to kill them, and the mutated beasts would run into the yard. Back then, her predecessor was so scared that she fell ill. Even if they didn't want her to die, there were many ways to trouble her. This time, they decisively dealt with the mutated beast, and she felt she should show her appreciation. To thank you, I will cook something delicious for you tomorrow. I will make breakfast. Hua Linyue spoke up. Tomorrow I will take care of the lady. Indeed, tomorrow Hua Linyue should stay at home to look after Su Muyao, as Wen Nanxi and Xiao Jihan needed to go hunting. Su Muyao actually wanted Wen Nanxi to stay at home with her. But she also felt that wouldn't be fair. Hunting was quite dangerous. Su Mo Yao suddenly thought of something and asked, "What's going on with these mutated beasts?" It turned out that staying in the tribe could also be unsafe. Whenever something happened, her predecessor would only hide in fear and had no understanding of the mutated beasts. But she wasn't a clingy flower. She wasn't used to relying on others. Right now, her strength was weak, so she needed their help. Once her strength improved, she would kill these mutated beasts herself. When Nanxi explained, beasts become mutated after being affected by a strange black aura. Once they turn into mutated beasts, their strength increases mysteriously, and they habitually attack other beastmen. Usually, they only move around in the mountains and forests, not near where beastmen gather. But during the full moon, they will recklessly break into the tribe to attack beastmen. The meat of mutated beasts is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Eating it can be deadly. When Nanxi briefly explained the situation of the mutated beasts, Su Mo Yao's expression grew serious. Was she being invaded by a dark aura? Do you know what kind of dark aura it is? Wen Nanxi whispered, "No one knows. The colder the northern areas, the more mutated beasts there are. So most beastmen who commit crimes are exiled to the Bei Luo tribe here. The mutated beasts are numerous here, and exiled beastmen find it easier to hunt them. It also allows them to fend for themselves. The Bei Luo tribe has many beastmen, but each year, many beastmen are injured or killed." When Nanxi explained some things and Su Muyao gained a better understanding of the mutated beasts. She then realized that being exiled to the Bei Luo tribe in the Beast Emperor city was, in the eyes of those people, essentially a death sentence. The climate here is cold and harsh. Mutated beasts are common, and food is scarce. When the snow season arrives, many tribespeople die from cold or hunger because their food stores are not enough. During the snow season, mutated beasts disappear, and everyone can stay safely in the tribe. But without enough food and animal skins, people can still freeze or starve to death. The continent of Beast World has 4 seasons, but the cold northern area calls winter the snow season. Currently, it is roughly the 7th month of the lunar calendar. By around November lunar calendar, the snow season begins. So, she still has about 4 months to prepare and store food. If her space upgrades and her authority is unlocked within these 4 months, she can release her stored supplies, and she won't have to worry anymore. For now, she needs to prepare more food. Su Muyao's expression moved slightly. After digesting this information, she said, "Thank you all. I'm fine now. I'll rest first. You should go back and rest early too." Although her tone was gentle, they could see a distant, detached look in her expression, like she was pushing people away. It was as if she was refusing to let anyone get close. In the past, when she called them to come near, they wished they could hide far away. But now that their opinion of her has slightly improved, she was actually pushing them away, which felt a bit strange to them. Su Muyao's hair was already dry. When Nanxi took out a comb and gently brushed her hair, then helped her lie down and tucked her into bed. "Rest well, lady wife. I'll be right next door. If you need anything, just call me anytime." Su Muyao nodded. She just wanted to quickly enter her space to check on things. She nodded again, watched them leave, and then disappeared into her space. The space system excitedly offered its treasures. "Host, these are all I have." Then, Su Muyao saw some seasonings had appeared on the space farm: vinegar, soybean paste, soy sauce, and packets of spices. Her eyes brightened at the sight of these. "With these, I can make many delicious dishes. I was also thinking about how to cook those pig offal. Just using salt alone doesn't add flavor. With these spices, I can make marinated dishes." Feeling happy for Su Muyao, the space system also felt pleased. It looked at the pile of sweet potatoes in the space and said, "Host, these sweet potatoes are twice as large as the ones you stored before." Su Muyao realized this was true. Food in this beast world is bigger than in the apocalypse. The green onions and sweet potatoes are almost twice as large. She explained, although they are bigger than those in the apocalypse, the taste is almost the same, and the sweet potatoes are very sweet. And these are organic ingredients, grown without any pesticides or added chemicals. The food cooked over fire smells especially good. This beast world continent is a bit different, but the land in the forest is fertile, so there should be many ingredients. Despite some mutated beasts, she liked this place better than the apocalypse. As long as there are enough supplies, she can create all kinds of delicious food. Plant these sweet potatoes in the space first, Su Muyao said, using her mind to plant them. But she needed to use her supernatural power to sprout them first. After sprouting, she would plant them in the space's fields. She hoped that when the space upgraded, the fields could also expand. It's amazing. Boss Su, I wonder if I can buy some more herbal packs this time. I want to buy more. Old customers who had bought herbal packs before looked at Su Muyao with bright eyes, as if they saw life-saving medicine. For these fierce orcs who often go hunting, injuries and bleeding are common. They are used to it. For small wounds, they go to the shaman to get some hemostatic ointment, which is not deadly. But the hemostatic ointment takes a while to work. And if the wound is serious, it can be deadly. The herbal packs they buy are simply not enough. Heavy bleeding can cost them their lives. The taste is almost the same, and the sweet potatoes are very sweet. Are you saying her scent has completely changed into another kind? Is there a difference? Sensing pheromones is a special ability of the nine-tailed red fox. It's also a way they protect themselves. Hualinia looked serious and said, her scent used to be very cold and even had a strange smell, which was quite unpleasant. Just getting close made me want to stay away. But now, her scent is pure and warm, like a gentle floral fragrance or warm sunlight after a bath. It makes people want to get closer. It's a fascinating contrast, two completely different feelings. That's why Hualinia was very confused. He just couldn't understand what was happening. It is impossible for a person to undergo a complete change. Jihan seemed to think of something and slightly frowned. After they returned, neither of them could sleep well, both looking worried. Soon, there was urgent knocking at the door. Big sister, are you at home? While busy in her space, Su Muyao heard the sound outside. Is that Sister Lin from next door? Su Muyao quickly came out of her space. Her previous self was a very mean and wicked person. Since coming to the tribe, she had been very reckless. She didn't get along well with the tribe members, and no one wanted to talk to her. Only Sister Lin Linqin from next door was very friendly, seemingly unaware of her cold face from her past self, calling her big sister warmly. She picked some things and was willing to let her past self try them. She was a cheerful and generous person. Just as Su Muyao came out of the inner room, she saw Wen Nanxi. Did the noise at the door disturb the lady of the house? Su Muyao shook her head and said, "It's nothing. It's Sister Lin. It's late at night. Maybe she has something urgent. I'll go see." When Nanxi worried she might be scared and said, "I'll stay with the lady of the house." At this moment, Xiao Jihan and Hualinia also appeared in the yard without anyone noticing when. And Gu Yuan was giving her as much as Jingzi, 100 won a month. Another surprise was that her family's pocket money would be the same as Jingzi's. In the village, most families favored boys over girls. Many families treated their boys as treasures, giving them the best food, clothes, and toys first. The girl was often looked down upon, unable to eat enough or stay warm, forced to do dirty and tiring work, and endured harsh treatment. In the end, she might even be sold for money or given as a bride price to her brother or younger brother to marry someone. Even in families with slightly better conditions, the wound is badly infected, and even the shaman can't treat it. I'm here to humbly ask Miss Su to help heal her. If Miss Su is willing to save my daughter, we will do anything. The leader's wife also looked at Su Muyao with pleading eyes. The leader and his wife were very respected and powerful in the Bei Luo tribe. They had never begged anyone before, but now, for their daughter, they had no choice. They also heard during the day that Su Muyao had awakened healing abilities. At first, they were somewhat skeptical, but now, with Ning Ning bitten by the mutated beast, they desperately hoped her healing power was real. The leader and his wife of the Gu Luo tribe were influential and respected locally. They say they have one son and one daughter. The son married into a wealthy family in the city. The daughter is young and weak. She is usually timid and rarely goes out. This time, for some reason, she was bitten by a mutated beast. Lin Qin wanted to say something, but felt it wasn't appropriate. She just thought that Gu Ningning was so small and timid, and it was quite sad that she was hurt again. Su Muyao's mind flashed with an image of a very cute little girl. When her previous self was scolded, she was so scared she didn't dare speak, trembling and quickly running away. Su Muyao's expression softened. Before they could say more, she spoke, "Let's go, I'll go take a look."
Huh.
When they heard Su Muyao suddenly agree, the leader and his wife were stunned. They widened their eyes, hardly believing it. When did Su Muyao become so easy to talk to? When they couldn't come and ask her directly, they had already thought about kneeling and begging Su Muyao. They would agree to any conditions she set. They didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. They hadn't even finished saying many things they had prepared. The lady of the tribe excitedly said, "Thank you so much, Miss Su. As long as you can heal Ningning's injury, Miss Su will be our benefactor. We will definitely thank her properly." Su Muyao knew that the tribe leader and his wife were people of their word. Since they said so, she planned to do as they asked. Having the tribe leader's favor would make her life in the Gu Luo tribe easier in the future. The other tribe members also wouldn't dare cause trouble. Of course, when her previous self acted wildly before, others in the tribe also disliked it but didn't dare to cause trouble because her beast husband was very strong. Su Muyao said, "Let's first check the injury and treat it before deciding." When they arrived at the stone house where the leader lived, Su Muyao saw a young girl inside. The girl looked about 12 or 13 years old, with a round face and big round eyes, quite adorable. But she looked very thin, almost like skin and bones, malnourished. At this moment, her leg was bleeding black blood, and she was silently crying from the pain. The lady of the tribe stepped forward and said, "Ningning, don't be afraid. Miss Su has healing powers. Let her help you." The little girl named Gu Ningning shivered instinctively when she saw Su Muyao. Su Muyao stepped forward gently and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." For some reason, Gu Ningning felt very warm when she saw the smile on Su Muyao's face. She also sensed the gentle breeze and warm aura around her, and she was momentarily stunned. Su Muyao briefly checked Gu Ningning and then used her wood-based healing ability on her wound. Soon, Gu Ningning's infected wound stopped rotting. The black energy was removed, and the blood in her wound turned red. The leader and others were all stunned by what they saw. Su Muyao said, "She's fine now. Rest well for a few days, and her wound will heal." The reason her wound was so badly infected is because her body is weak. The leader and his wife were very grateful to Su Muyao. Honestly, Miss Su, Ningning can't eat much. She easily vomits after eating, and in winter, she's more prone to catching colds. If it weren't for the medicine from the witch doctor, Ningning wouldn't have lasted until now. When talking about this, the leader's eyes turned red. When Su Muyao checked Gu Ningning's pulse earlier, she also saw that her weak constitution was mainly due to a weak stomach and poor digestion of meat. Poor nutrition made her often sick and weak. She also stays indoors all the time, which isn't good without sunlight. Su Muyao said, "The reason she can't eat well is because meat is hard to digest, especially if eaten raw, which isn't good for her stomach. So, meat should be cut very finely and cooked in hot water before eating. Drinking water should be the same. And she shouldn't stay indoors all the time. When the sun is out, she should get some sunlight." The leader and his wife were worried that Gu Ningning might catch a cold or fever, so they kept her bundled up tightly inside, even thickening the animal pelts they dressed her in. That made her even weaker. Su Muyao gave some instructions, and the leader and his wife remembered them all. They were very grateful. The leader's wife took out a bag of crystal coins and handed it to Su Muyao. "Thank you, Miss Su, for saving Ningning. This is 100 copper-colored crystal coins. I hope you don't mind. Usually, the people in the tribe don't have many crystal coins. They mostly trade goods. They only use crystal coins when trading at the city market. The coins they have are from exchanging animal pelts before." Su Muyao thought that, compared to food, she might prefer the crystal coins. Seeing the coins, Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. Here, copper-colored crystal coins are the most common currency, followed by silver-colored ones. Silver coins are worth about 1,000 copper coins. But even 100 copper coins can buy a lot. Su Muyao knew this was a payment for her treatment. She didn't mind and accepted it directly. As she was leaving, the leader's wife gave her some meat and corn flour. Su Muyao didn't want much, just the corn flour, but the leader's wife was very kind, so she accepted it. Based on past memories, Su Muyao knows that the Beast World continent has some level of civilization, and some places produce a lot of corn. Fertile land and good environments also grow other crops, but the variety is very limited. Even where corn is grown, people usually cook it directly, dry it, peel the kernels, grind them into flour, and then soak it in water to drink. They find it too spicy and are not very willing to eat it. The tribe mainly prefers meat as food. Corn flour is easy to store, so they keep some just in case of winter hunger. But Su Muyao knows this is a good thing. Tomorrow morning, she can cook corn flour soup. She can also add some eggs and sweet potatoes to make a corn, egg, and sweet potato stew. Thinking of this, Su Muyao's eyes sparkle with excitement. This trip has been quite rewarding. After some thought, she says, "Madam, this corn flour is actually very good. Miss Gu, who has a weak stomach, can drink some corn flour soup tomorrow morning." Lady Lin sighs and says, "I used to soak it in water for her to drink, but she didn't like it. When I boiled it in the pot, I didn't know what was wrong and it didn't taste good. Ningning doesn't like to eat it." Hearing her words, Su Muyao realizes that the chief's wife probably doesn't cook much or isn't skilled at it. Maybe she can prepare some tomorrow morning and bring it over. Maintaining good relations with the tribe leader will also make her life easier in the tribe. After 3 months of distancing herself from her beast partner, she might still need to stay in the tribe. She can't offend so many people like her past self did, so building good relationships early is necessary. Wen Nanxi, Shiao Jihan, and Hua Linue are waiting in the yard, also to protect Su Muyao. Hearing her speak so smoothly with the tribe leader's wife, everyone is again surprised. In the past, she was very sharp-tongued when she spoke. She has never spoken so gently and softly before. While talking to Su Muyao, the tribe leader's wife has completely changed her impression of her, holding her hand and talking happily, looking very fond of her. When Su Muyao was about to leave, the tribe leader's wife held her hand reluctantly and said, "Miss Su, if you have time, please come to visit us." Su Muyao smiled and nodded, "Okay." After Su Muyao left, the tribe leader looked at the tribe leader's wife and said, "It's rare to see you like someone so much." He had never seen his wife so enthusiastic about anyone before. The tribe leader's wife said, "I don't know why, but I just feel very fond of this girl. Perhaps in the past, we misunderstood Miss Muyao. I think she is very kind and she even saved Ningning, who is also our benefactor. As the leader of the Beiluo tribe, you should take good care of them in the future. Leaders are also grateful and repay kindness." He said seriously, "Of course. They have helped us, so we must return the favor. Later, hunt more prey and send some over." At this moment, Gu Ningning quietly said, "Mom and Dad, I really like Sister Su." Hearing Ningning's words, the lady of the tribe became excited. "Ningning, what did you just say?" Ningning has been weak and shy since childhood, rarely expressing her preferences, and has no friends. She is also afraid to get close to anyone. Gu Ningning lowered her head and said, "Sister Su is so warm and smells so nice." She thinks Sister Su is good. She also wants to thank Sister Su. The lady of the tribe was happy. Sister Su said you should get more sunlight in the future. When you feel better, you can also play with Sister Su. It's good to have hobbies. And she also thinks Sister Su Muyao is good, so she naturally wants Ningning to spend more time with her. If they can become good friends, that would be even better. Su Muyao used some wood-based powers and was indeed tired. She went straight to bed after returning home. The weather was still somewhat hot at night. Lying on animal pelts, Su Muyao felt a bit warm. There were also mosquitoes and insects at midnight. Su Muyao sighed and said, "Looks like I need to go into the forest during the day to find some insect-repelling herbs." There was no mosquito net, so she had to make some insect repellent ointment. She also planned to weave some grass mats. Sleeping comfortably when it's hot is important. Thinking of these things, Su Muyao quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, just before dawn, Su Muyao woke up. It was a habit she developed in the apocalypse, staying up late and waking early. She got out of bed and opened the door to the inner room and saw Hualinia in the yard. He heard the noise, and his fox-like eyes showed a hint of surprise. She used to sleep until late morning before waking up, but she never got up this early. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "Wife has woken up?" Su Muyao was a bit surprised. "You're up so early too?" "Yes." They were both used to waking early to practice and improve their strength. Living in such a harsh environment in the north, the stronger they are, the safer they will be. And today, it was his turn to take care of his wife. He had been waiting in the yard early. Hualinia brought a basin of water and toiletries to Su Muyao, making it convenient for her to wash up. Su Muyao was not used to this at all. "From now on, you can focus on your own tasks. There's no need to take care of me so much," Hualinia awkwardly said. "As a beast husband, it's our duty to do this." Although she wasn't allowed to touch him, they still needed to do other things. Su Muyao calmly said, "You are only my nominal beast husbands now. In 3 months, I will leave, so there's no need for this." Mostly, she just wasn't used to it. From waking up to going to bed, she was served all the time, and she felt strange. It was like being watched all the time. She preferred to be more free. Hualinia felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart after hearing this, but he didn't understand why. "There's still 3 months. During this time, we should take care of you," Su Muyao said. "Actually, you don't have to force yourselves," she added. "Without you, I can take care of myself. I won't starve." Hualinia's heart sank. No, that's not it. Even though she didn't curse, hearing these words made him feel heavy and a bit oppressed. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Indeed, it was them who wanted to leave. But why, after hearing this, did he not feel as happy as he imagined? Su Muyao thought about her past self's bad behavior, and she understood why they didn't trust her. She seriously said, "Don't worry, I will do what I promised." After saying that, she ignored Hualinia and started washing up. There were many things to do soon. The Beast World continent here wasn't so backward. People brushed their teeth with willow leaves dipped in salt. Salt was expensive, but her past self didn't care about that. She just wanted to be comfortable. After a simple wash, Su Muyao prepared to make breakfast. She used last night's spices that appeared from her space to stew pig offal. Hualinia watched her busy figure, small and thin, as if abandoned by them. Seeing her like that was quite pitiful. When she wasn't arrogant or cursing, she was actually quite easy to get along with. "Can I help with something?" Su Muyao turned to look at Hualinia. His expression seemed sincere, not pretending. She said, "The sweet potato starch we made last night has settled. You need to pour out the water on top and add fresh water to stir and let it settle again." They had special abilities that made these tasks faster. And she wasn't just cooking for herself. Everyone ate together and worked together, which was fine.
Okay.
Hualinia went to do that. While Su Muyao was making breakfast, Shiao, Jihan, and Wen Nanxi also came over to help. They woke up early as well. Just now, Hanlingye and Su Muyao's conversation was clearly heard by everyone. It seems she is truly planning to end their relationship this time. This made their feelings become complicated. Wen Nanxi didn't say anything and naturally went forward to help with the fire. Shiao Jihan went to chop wood, even though he radiated a cold, sharp aura while doing so. Su Muyao thought back to her first day crossing over and felt a bit resistant, not wanting to have too much contact with him. However, last night, he indeed protected her responsibly. She convinced herself that it would only be 3 more months. After sleeping through the night, she could feel her supernatural power slightly stronger. Having so many villagers present, if they made her pay for a chicken, wouldn't that confirm his wife stole it? Wouldn't that shame their third family? Where would they put their faces in the future? Shun Chongfu said, "It's just one wild chicken. If she ate it, so what? It's no big deal. Why should she compensate?" Shun Zhengling, "I'm not trying to scold you. What's wrong with your third aunt eating one of your chickens? As soon as Shun Chongfu spoke, Shun Chuanfu and Shin Chuanshou knew things were about to get worse. Shun Chuanfu hurriedly said, Zhengling, don't listen to your third uncle's nonsense. They woke up early as well. Just now, Hanling Ye. Then she scooped the braised meat into a basin for everyone to pick with chopsticks.
Done, it's ready. We can eat soon.
Actually, eating braised meat with bread or rice is the most filling. Unfortunately, there was no flour or rice here. Based on her previous memory, she knew that the Beast World continent had crops like rice and millet. In the northern mountain forests, there were corn, sorghum, and soybeans, but no wheat. In her memory from the past, the corn, sorghum, and soybeans were 2 or 3 times larger than the grains seen in the apocalypse. The rice grains were also 2 or 3 times bigger than normal rice grains. Su Muyao went to see Wen Nanxi and the others. The 3 of them had cleaned the stove area and the yard very thoroughly. They had chopped firewood and stacked it in the corner, and the cornstarch had been stirred again and set aside to rest. She also noticed a small opening in the corner. Her expression changed, and she walked over to that corner. Her eyes brightened. Is this a cold storage cellar? Xiao Jihan whispered, Yes, it's the ice cellar we built last night. My wife thought something was wrong with it, so I'll fix it again. Su Muyao crouched down to look inside, noticing there was a step. She planned to go down the steps to take a closer look. Be careful, wife. Xiao Jihan saw her slipping and instinctively stepped forward to hold her. Just as she was about to fall onto Xiao Jihan, she thought about how much he disliked her. She turned to the other side and fell there instead. Xiao Jihan looked at his empty hand, his fingers trembling slightly. His cold, clear features seemed to be shrouded in a faint mist. Su Muyao didn't notice Xiao Jihan's unusual expression. She slid down the steps and was very pleased to see that the ice cellar was covered with ice blocks. Xiao Jihan, thank you. With this, the leftover pork and pork skin from yesterday can be stored here. It's like a natural refrigerator.
So, Su Muyao sincerely appreciated Xiao Jian.
When she looked up at him from below, her eyes and face carried a genuine smile. She seemed truly happy, smiling with her eyes clear and pure like flowing water. No longer the obsessive, crazy, or even malicious smile from before. Xiao Jihan's mind was stirred. She seemed genuinely different. No matter how much a person tries to hide or pretend, their eyes won't change so completely. He couldn't help but think of Hua Linia's words. He composed himself and said softly, If my wife needs anything else, just tell me. Su Muyao waved her hand. No need, let's eat breakfast first. After witnessing their fighting last night, she didn't dare to provoke them easily. Once everyone entered the kitchen, Su Muyao placed a large bowl of corn egg custard into a basket and said, You eat first. I'll take this to Gu Ningning. She's weak and can't eat other foods. This should be easy for her to drink. When Nanxi stood up and said, Wife, you eat first. I'll go. No need, I'll go myself and check on her condition. Last night she thought about it. If she could improve Gu Ningning's health, the villagers would know she has medical skills comparable to a healer. Her status in the tribe would also rise. After leaving those beast husbands, she should be able to live a good life. At least, those who offended her before wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Because no one can guarantee they won't get sick or hurt in the tribe, right? Wen Nanxi still felt uneasy. She didn't bother to eat breakfast and disappeared like a gust of wind. She secretly followed and protected her, afraid someone might bump into her on the way. It was just dawn and there were few people on the tribe's path. The adults automatically avoided Su Muyao. Only some young beast cubs looked at her and said, Ugly monster. Bad and ugly monster. Don't say that about her. She might hit you. If she hits us, we'll run. My mother says she has special powers. We shouldn't offend her. Wen Nanxi listened to these young cubs and worried that Su Muyao might get angry. But Su Muyao, basking in the morning sun, had a sweet smile on her face. She seemed completely unfazed. She heard their words, looked in their direction, and smiled at them as if she wasn't angry at all. Su Muyao smiled at the young cubs, and they were so scared they ran away in a flash. Su Muyao was even amused. They're quite cute. These beast cubs still had weak abilities. Some hadn't fully transformed, some showed adorable ears, some had cute horns, and others were entirely beast forms. Most of the local wolf cubs were fluffy and very cute. When Nanxi watched her, seeing her bright, radiant smile, and her heart was moved. Is this her true, genuine smile? In front of them, even when she smiled, she seemed a bit reserved. When Nanxi silently kept watch from the shadows, not showing herself. At the chief's house, the chief's wife was surprised to see Su Muyao personally bring corn pudding. Oh, you shouldn't have. Su Muyao said, Madam, you can let Ningning try it. She has a weak stomach, so she should start with something easy to digest. After nourishing her stomach, she'll get better gradually. The chief's wife was both touched and a little shy. This is made from corn flour, with some bird egg liquid. It's nothing special. Su Muyao checked Gu Ningning's health by taking her pulse. The bite marks from the mutated beast had completely healed, and there was no problem. When Su Muyao was about to leave, Gu Ningning boldly reached out and tugged on her sleeve. She blinked her big eyes at her, looking pitiful. Su Muyao felt soft inside and gently patted her hand. She said kindly, try the corn egg custard first, drink more, go outside to get some sun, and your body will get better. Gu Ningning smelled the lovely, fragrant scent on her and thought Sister Su was very kind. She nodded obediently and used a spoon to taste it. After taking a sip, her eyes sparkled, and she took another sip. It smells so good. The lady of the leader was amazed. Miss Muyao, how did you make this? I used to give Ningning cornmeal, but she would spit it out. Su Muyao explained the method is simple. First, soak the cornmeal in cold water and stir it.
Then,
she shared the recipe with the beast leader's wife, who nodded and suddenly understood. So that's how it's done. Next time, she would know how to make it. The leader's family was very grateful to Su Muyao. When Su Muyao returned home, she saw Wen Nanxi and the others still standing and waiting for her. Why are you just standing there? Haven't you had breakfast? Is it not tasty? Hua Linya's fox eyes glinted with a special meaning as he looked at Su Muyao and said, Wife, have you forgotten? You set a rule that if you don't eat, we can't eat either. Only leftover food from the wife before was ours to eat. Many times, she had even flipped the table to stop them from eating. So most of the time they went hunting hungry. Now that the wife has invited us to eat at the table, it's a big improvement. How can we eat first? When Hua Linya spoke, his enchanting eyes fixed steadily on Su Muyao. His fox-like eyes had a natural, captivating charm. When he focused on someone, it seemed as if he was full of affection, with a magic that could hearts. Su Muyao almost got lost in his gaze. Fortunately, she kept her calm and rational mind. She joked, Oh, that was in the past. I promised you 3 months. I was thinking we could get along peacefully first. After 3 months, when you gain freedom, don't cause trouble for me, right? She couldn't say she wasn't her previous self. They wouldn't believe her anyway. They might even think of burning her as a mutated beast. She felt they might have some doubts about her, but they definitely had no proof. When Nanxi's delicate, beautiful eyebrows moved. Rest assured, wife, Nanxi will not hurt you in the slightest. Because she was the current her, not the one from before. Hua Linya's fox eyes softened considerably and said, I hope my wife always stays like this, not returning to how she was before. Jihan remained silent, only a faint, cold glint passing through his eyes. Su Muyao felt she should say something. She thought for a moment and said, It was indeed my fault before. I apologize to you all here. I won't do that again in the future. I know you might not believe me, but time reveals a person's true heart. Please bear with me for now. Maybe I can even break the contract with you early. If she could become stronger sooner, she could also end the contract early, without waiting 3 months. Wen Nanxi looked at her with a gentle expression, feeling a slight pang in his heart. He softly said, It's not your fault. Don't go hungry, eat first. The temperature is just right. Wen Nanxi carefully kept Su Muyao's bowl of corn custard at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. She took a sip happily. Su Muyao smiled and said, "Yes, let's eat first. After we finish, I'll go hunting too." She mainly went to the forest to find food. "Okay, I'll accompany my wife." Hua Linya's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and he flirtatiously said, "Today, I should be the one accompanying my wife." As he spoke, he looked at Su Muyao with a pitiful, charming gaze. "Wherever my wife wants to go, Linyi will take her there. Is that all right?" His tone rose slightly at the end, carrying a tempting, alluring charm, as if releasing his enchantment. Su Muyao didn't dare meet his gaze. She knew foxes had the power to enchant. Deep down, she actually wanted to go into the forest with Wen Nanxi. She didn't trust any of these three people. If she had to choose just one to protect her, she would choose Wen Nanxi. But she could feel the underlying tension and rivalry between Hua Linyi and Wen Nanxi. She was worried that if she spoke up, they might fight. She lowered her head, using her spoon to stir the corn custard in her bowl, and softly said then, "Let's follow the rules." While everyone was eating, they suddenly realized how delicious each dish was. That pig offal. None of them wanted to eat it at first. But after standing in the kitchen and smelling the aroma for so long, they decided to try it. Since it was cooked by their wife, wasting it would be shameful. No female beast would willingly cook for her mate. Just for that reason, they knew they shouldn't waste it. Having made up their minds, they ate. Only when the food was in their mouths did they realize how tasty it was. Initially, they ate slowly and gracefully, in a very elegant manner. But now, they couldn't help speeding up. There was also corn soup, and they had never imagined that such spicy cornmeal could taste so delicious. It was so tasty. Everyone was eating and couldn't help but look at Su Muyao. Their eyes seemed full of curiosity and amazement, as if trying to see through her. Su Muyao lowered her head, quietly eating, only showing her face to everyone. She didn't want them to see her expression. This meal was almost unbearable because she could feel the pressure of their gazes. Finally, they finished eating. When she looked up, she saw their bowls and the large bowl of marinated meat were all empty, and she was stunned. "Are you still hungry?" Or maybe her cooking wasn't enough. Seeing her cute and innocent look, Wen Nanxi smiled gently and said, "We're full. The food made by the wife is very delicious. Before, we threw away these kinds of things. Now that I think about it, it was a waste and a bit sad. But back then, they didn't know how to handle or cook it. As for the marinated meat, he didn't know how she made it. He only knew she added some ingredients, probably for flavor. In the past, they might have suspected she put something harmful, but after last night, they no longer doubted her." Su Muyao nodded. Next time, she would make more. Beast people in this world have special physiques and need to eat a lot of food to maintain enough energy for hunting. Eating enough is important for better hunting. Without Su Muyao needing to do anything, the three of them hurried to clear the table and wash the dishes. The kitchen was spotless. Afterward, when Nanxi and Shiao Jihan went hunting, Hua Linyi took Su Muyao into the forest. Hua Linyi transformed directly into his true form. He was a huge red fox over 2 meters tall with 9 tails. Seeing Hua Linyi's true form in person, Su Muyao was amazed. He was truly beautiful, especially his striking red fur. Now she understood why her previous self had always wanted to make clothes from his fox fur. Clothes made from such noble red fox fur would look amazing. Hua Linyi, being a beast, was quite tall, so Su Muyao couldn't climb onto him. She jumped a few times but couldn't manage. Seeing her like this, Hua Linyi's tail curled around her and gently placed her on his back. He asked, "Wife, where do you want to go? Do you know where there are many medicinal herbs?" She wanted to pick some herbs to remove the toxins from her body. Also, when Nanxi and the others had serious internal and external injuries that affected their cultivation and suppressed their levels, they must be in a lot of pain. When her previous self mistreated them, it actually triggered their mental instability, making their body toxins and injuries worse. She is responsible for helping them heal, so that they are no longer owed anything. Hua Linyi said, I understand. I will take the wife master there. Hua Linyi knows where many medicinal herbs are, but because herbs are diverse and complicated, only a shaman or healer can usually identify them. Plus, it's easy to accidentally get poisoned. Hua Linyi didn't worry about these things and simply carried Su Muyao toward that direction. Hua Linyi ran very fast, and Su Muyao reflexively hugged him. She realized that holding onto fox fur felt very different from holding a snake's body. This fur was so soft and comfortable. It was beautiful, soft, and had a faint pleasant smell, clean and nice. Su Muyao felt as if she was bewitched, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Hua Linyi trembled slightly, stopped in the forest, and softly asked, Wife master, what are you touching? Su Muyao suddenly snapped out of her daze, her scalp tingling. And no, it's nothing. Don't misunderstand, I just accidentally touched the fox fur. This was a forest with no one around. If Hua Linyi wanted to hurt her, no one could save her. No, with the Beast Master contract, he couldn't kill her, but he could torment and abuse her. Just like her previous self abused him. Could she take revenge? Su Muyao dared not move recklessly or put her hand on Hua Linyi's fox fur again. Gu Yuan says to Xin Zhengling, hurry and bring back a few radishes. Tonight, we'll have bone and radish soup. She initially wanted to buy a few carrots at the market. Xin Zhengling said that such everyday vegetables are grown by everyone in the village. Li Fuxing's family grows quite a lot. They usually buy vegetables from Li Fuxing's house, which is fresh and convenient. Gu Yuan thought to herself, and I can also build a good relationship with the village head. It's a win-win. When Xin Zhengling went to buy carrots from Li Fuxing's house, their furniture was delivered. At this time, it was getting dark, just after the work in the fields was finished. And Su Muyao looked at her toes and whispered, I didn't mean to grab your fox fur. It's just that you ran so fast, if I didn't hold on, I'd fall. She didn't admit she touched his fox fur. If winter came and it was freezing cold, holding the fur while sleeping would be very warm and comfortable. The moment she thought of this, Su Muyao was shocked. Oh my, how could she have such thoughts? Su Muyao vigorously shook her head, trying to push the thought out of her mind. Hua Linyi looked down at her, rarely seeing her like this, soft and a little cute.
¿Qué?
Realizing this word, Hua Linyi was surprised. At this moment, his heartstrings were unexpectedly moved, and he felt a bit soft. He used to dislike her very much. But his pheromones clearly told him she was different now. Hua Linyi almost couldn't resist touching her hair, but his body's previous reluctance to get close still lingered, so he held back. His beautiful lips moved slightly as he softly said, It's okay. Do whatever you want. Su Muyao was stunned and looked up at Hua Linyi. Their eyes met. His stunning, captivating gaze shimmered with a gentle, enchanting light. He wasn't planning to punish her here. Su Muyao slowly let out a breath of relief. Okay. It seemed that the beast husband contract was restraining him. He wouldn't do anything to her. But she also needed to control herself. She didn't want to wait until the contract was lifted and they turned against her again. Su Muyao didn't believe they truly cared for her. Her past self had done so many terrible things. If they were those beast husbands, they might have wanted to tear her apart in revenge. So she understood their feelings deep down. Hua Linyi transformed back into his beast form, then carefully wrapped Su Muyao in his fox tail and placed her on his back again. Just as he was about to move, Su Muyao suddenly saw something nearby and hurriedly said, Wait a moment. What's wrong? Put me down first. Hua Linyi obeyed. After Su Muyao got off his back, she went to stand beside a tree a little further away. Is this a wheat tree? It looked thicker and taller than the wheat stalks she saw in the apocalypse, and it was full of golden, large wheat grains. She initially doubted her eyes. But upon closer inspection, those grains really were wheat. Such large wheat grains, much bigger than those in her previous world, about 3 or 4 times larger. Hua Linyi came over and looked down at her. What's wrong? This is food. This is called wheat. Su Muyao was very happy and excited, eager to share her discovery with Hua Linyi. But Hua Linhua had no idea what wheat was. He only looked at the grains and guessed they might be similar to rice or other grains, thinking it was a kind of food. The key point was, with wheat, they could make noodles or bread. Hua Linhua understood Su Muyao's meaning and asked, "Does the wife need to harvest these crops?" Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, you can cut the whole stalk. Straw can be used for burning or making hats, fans, and mats. The straw is a bit coarse, but can also be used to make ash for farming." Since they harvested wheat, Su Muyao found Hua Linhua much more pleasing to look at. If he hadn't led her along this path, she wouldn't have discovered the wheat at all. Later, we can make flour-based food. Hua Linhua didn't know what flour-based food was, only that Su Muyao looked very happy now. Although half of her face was blackened, her smile was sincere, and her bright eyes seemed to hold a clear pool of water, pure and bright. Hua Linhua quickly helped cut down a wheat stalk. Su Muyao directly stored it in her space. Seeing the wheat suddenly disappear, Hua Linhua was momentarily stunned. Space ability?
Su Muyao nodded.
Hua Linhua's heart was stirred like waves, dual abilities, especially rare space and healing abilities. It was incredible. And she was their wife. Back in the Beast Emperor city, she was called a useless, clumsy, and venomous female beast. There were many rumors about her. She endured much disdain and scorn. If those people knew she had dual abilities, they wouldn't know what to think. Or perhaps her abilities caused her to change entirely. Anyway, it was a good change. In the past 2 days, seeing her behave like a normal female beast, they were both shocked and afraid that she might revert to her old self when they woke up. Of course, because they were her beast husbands, they were also mocked and ridiculed in the Beast Emperor city. Their wife couldn't even calm her aggressive, frenzied mental state, something basic for female beasts. But her healing ability was much stronger than calming her mental state. Su Muyao looked at Hua Linhua, whose fox eyes were deep and complex. "What's wrong?" Hua Linhua replied calmly, "It's nothing. Does the wife need anything else?" As long as she remained normal, he would do anything she needed. Su Muyao looked around and said, "Let's see if there's more wheat nearby." But after searching around, she found nothing. "Space system, did you find anything?" The space system replied, "Host, no wheat found within 100 meters. Seeing Su Muyao's disappointed expression, Hua Linhua transformed into his true form and jumped onto a tall tree to look into the distance. Old Madame Shin proudly said, "They ate the food and still want to accuse me of stealing money. That's really unreasonable." Shun Chuanfu sincerely said, "Zhengling, since this matter is now clear, there's no need to hold on to it. Let's stick to the facts. Don't be so extreme. I know what happened back then. We didn't handle it well and made you two feel wronged. But so many years have passed, and we're willing to make good compensation for you 3 children. Why do you have to keep fighting with us elders? Zhengling, in my opinion, just let it go." By this time, Bauer and Jingza are hungry too. State, something basic for female beasts. She quickly looked in that direction and saw a field of cabbage, many cabbages, all normal-sized. That was enough. With these cabbages, she could make dumplings, buns, and other foods. This time, Su Muyao brought a bone knife and excitedly dug up the cabbage. Hua Linhua watched her and silently went over to help. "Let me do it. The wife can rest nearby." He looked at the plants, which seemed like grass, but seeing Su Muyao so excited, it was clear it wasn't just grass. Could this also be food? Su Muyao's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and she said happily, "No problem. Let's dig together. This is cabbage. With wheat and cabbage, we can make cabbage and meat dumplings or cabbage and meat buns. Cabbage can also be stir-fried." Su Muyao looked at the large cabbage, full of thoughts of delicious food. "Plus, we can use cabbage to make pickled vegetables, which last longer. When the snow season comes and the mountains are closed, making it impossible to go hunting, we can stir-fry preserved meat with the pickled vegetables. Preserved meat also needs to be smoked in advance, so it lasts longer." Since winter made hunting impossible, she had ways to prepare various foods so they wouldn't go hungry. The space's fields also grew sweet potatoes and some green onions and transplanted from yesterday's forest vines. The cabbage was also transplanted into the space. Hualinya's expression changed, so it was really food. People naturally thought such things were just grass. Hualinyi quickly helped dig out the cabbages. With his help, the entire cabbage patch was soon cleared. Su Muyao stored everything in her space.
Thank you.
I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Hualinya's eyes sparkled charmingly. No need to thank me, wife. Being able to eat food made by you is my honor. In the past, she never used to be so polite. She would always give commands and be bossy. Su Muyao didn't take Han Linya's words seriously. This guy was very good at charming people and saying nice things. Su Muyao said, let's go to a place with medicinal herbs next. Okay. Han Linya naturally transformed back into his fox form and continued carrying Su Muyao deeper into the forest. About an hour later, they arrived at a valley. On Han Linya's fox body, Su Muyao smelled a strong scent of medicinal herbs. She happily said, it's herbs, I can smell many different kinds. Once Han Linya leapt over there, her view widened. Su Muyao saw that the valley was full of various medicinal plants. Han Linya sensed that Su Muyao was very happy but had to remind her, some herbs here are toxic and can't be touched casually. Once, a wild beast accidentally entered and was poisoned to death. Su Muyao nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, I have a plan. Most of the herbs she recognized, but some she had never seen before, and they weren't in ancient medical books from the end of the world. However, she had a space system that could help her identify whether unfamiliar herbs were poisonous. When Su Muyao got off Han Linya's fox body and he transformed back into a human, she carefully used a bone knife to dig up some herbs, especially a few key herbs that could help detoxify her body, so her appearance could be restored later. There were also herbs for stopping bleeding, repelling insects, and treating cold winds. Seeing these, a bright, radiant smile appeared in Su Muyao's eyes. She carefully collected some herbs into her space. Han Linya watched her closely, worried she might suddenly get poisoned. When Su Muyao turned her head, she caught Han Linya's worried frown. She looked at the sky. Midday, the sun was right overhead, so it was noon. Wanting to show her gratitude, she said, Han Linya, let's have lunch. I brought sweet potatoes in my space. We can roast some to eat. Han Linya lowered his head, looked into Su Muyao's bright, charming eyes, and his expression changed. Wait here, and don't move around. I'll hunt some wild animals nearby.
Su Muyao nodded and said, okay.
Not fully trusting, Han Linya transformed into his fox form and scattered some fox fur around. I've spread my scent around. If there's danger, I'll come quickly.
Su Muyao was a bit surprised.
Although they disliked her, they still tried to protect her. Not long after Han Linya left, a cold, mocking laugh suddenly echoed in the air. Hearing this voice, Su Muyao instinctively became alert. She looked around but saw nothing. Space system, have you found anything?
Host, I haven't found anything.
The medicinal herb at your feet is poisonous and should not be touched. Su Muyao concentrated and said, I heard a cold, sinister voice with killing intent. It made me instinctively feel danger. The space system was surprised and said, host, my current ability is limited. I can't detect the source of the danger. Su Muyao replied, it's okay. We will get stronger eventually. I suspect it's the 5 beast men from my past who want to kill me. The space system asked, are they sending someone to kill the host? Don't worry, I am the space system. I have energy, and I can protect you. It liked the host very much. Even if it sacrificed itself, it would protect her when she was in danger. Since crossing into this world, it was still weak and hadn't leveled up yet. Once it leveled up, it would be able to protect the host better.
Su Muyao said, it's okay.
If necessary, I will quickly increase my strength using that method. The space system understood what she wanted to do. Host, if you forcibly swallow the energy of plants within 100 miles to boost your powers, your body might not handle it and could explode. Even if you could handle it, there would be aftereffects. Your body would become very weak, and it would take a long time to recover. Su Muliao replied, "So, I won't do it unless I have no choice." The space system comforted her. "Don't worry, host. I just sensed that your nine-tailed red fox beastman has placed fox hair around you, which contains his spiritual power. If you're in danger, he will come back." Su Muliao said calmly, "They probably want me dead. I don't expect them to come back and protect me. They hate me to death." Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from the sky as a black, pointed-beaked giant bird attacked Su Muliao. The first attack was blocked by a red light surrounding Su Muliao. She was surprised. Her fox hair really had power, like a shield that could block danger. Did Hua Linua really not want her to get hurt? After the attack was blocked, the bird spun and dove again. Su Muliao activated her powers, holding a bone knife in one hand to defend herself, while her other hand quickly absorbed the energy from nearby plants. Her energy and blood were surging intensely. Just then, an arrow with flames shot straight into the attacking bird. Meanwhile, Han Linya fell in front of her, blocking her behind him. At the same time, his 9 tails appeared, surrounding her in the middle in a protective stance, shielding her from all attacks. Seeing Han Linya's figure, Su Muliao was stunned. He really came back. Han Linya didn't say much and immediately engaged in battle. Suddenly, 2 large black birds with sharp beaks appeared in the sky, attacking wildly. Han Linya protected Su Muliao while drawing his bow and shooting arrows. One of the giant birds transformed into a human shape and sharply said, "Han Linya, your body is poisoned with fire, and forcing yourself to fight with magic tools will cause your mind to go wild and possibly harm you. It's not worth protecting such a malicious beast. Our master has a secret method to control beast contracts. If she dies, you won't die either. As long as you cooperate with us, our master will teach you this secret." Hearing this, Su Muliao's face changed. She quickly absorbed natural energy into her palm, trying to boost her powers, but it took time. She couldn't rely on others for her safety. Even if Han Linya wanted to kill her, she could stop him. Han Linya, with a charming smile, said, "She is my wife and mistress. I will never allow anyone to hurt her." Then, he forcibly activated his magic tool and mobilized his inner energy. Su Muliao watched from behind him, feeling the intense fiery aura on him, a red glow that seemed to envelop him. Even just his silhouette was dazzlingly beautiful. Shusho. Arrows shot directly at the 3 sharp-beaked giant birds. One arrow hit one of the birds, but suddenly changed direction and struck the talking bird beast.
Ugh.
He spat out blood, staring at Han Linya in disbelief.
You're
courting death." He didn't expect Han Linya to risk his life to shoot him. The man's eyes widened as he fell from above, burned by flames. The other 2 giant birds were also shot and killed, turning into dust. Han Linya then turned to look at Su Muliao, carefully checking her and asking, "Are you hurt? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Su Muliao shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She looked at Han Linya, whose fox eyes were now glowing red. "Han Linya, what's wrong with you?" She heard what the sharp-beaked bird had just said. At this moment, Han Linya was desperately trying to control himself from going wild. But he was suffering from sharp, intense pain, and his body was trembling. The fire poison surged up directly, and blood flowed from the corner of Hua Linua's mouth. At this moment, he almost couldn't maintain his human form. His whole body had turned into a beast's body, and he collapsed to the ground.
Don't
come near me. I might hurt you."
run. Quickly.
He originally wanted to stay away from here himself to avoid hurting her after turning into a wild beast. But he forced himself to use a magic tool, exhausting his supernatural energy, leaving him very weak and unable to move. Su Muliao looked at Hua Linua like this and probably understood what was happening to him. At this moment, she felt a bit moved and touched inside. "I'm not running, and I won't leave. It's because you're trying to save me like this. I won't let anything happen to you." Although she wasn't a good person, she valued kindness from others. If someone was kind to her, she would return it twice or even several times more. Especially since he risked himself to save her. She couldn't just ignore him. At this time, while Linhua still had a bit of rationality left. Hearing her words, his fox-like eyes flickered. Did he hear her correctly? In a blurry moment, he looked into her serious expression. Then Su Muyao stepped forward, tentatively placing her hand on his head and releasing her healing supernatural energy into him. She poured her energy into his body. Eventually, while Linhua fainted, Su Muyao entered his spiritual consciousness. Inside his mind, she saw a small red fox beast, about 5 or 6 years old.
Kill him.
He and his father deserve to die. Stop making medicine. What medicine? Your father is a scoundrel, and so are you. Your father used fox charm tricks to scheme against the clan leader. Both of you deserve to die. Such a lowly red fox fur, shameful and disgraceful. Many people were punching and kicking him, but he said nothing. He was just carefully protecting what he held in his arms. Finally, when those people got tired of scolding and beating him, he got up with a limp and staggered back to a dilapidated courtyard. He arrived at the door of a broken yard, gasping in pain. Then he struggled to transform back into his human form, wiped the dust off his face, and went inside to light a fire, boil water, and make medicine. After boiling the medicine, he went to the bedside. "Dad, it's time to get up and take your medicine." The figure on the bed seemed shrouded in a fog, making it hard to see clearly. Cough cough, Linhua, did they hit you again? Little while Linhua tried to make his voice sound normal. "Dad, I'm really fine." "Dad, drink the medicine first. Once you take it, you'll get better." "Linhua, if one day Dad isn't here anymore, you must live well."
Dad, please don't say that.
"Rinya can't live without you." At this moment he is still a child. Hearing such words, he feels scared, his voice trembling and choked with tears. The person on the bed gently strokes Rinya's hair and sighs deeply. Suddenly, the scene changes again. The dilapidated courtyard becomes even more broken. Rinya's father is seriously ill in the snow. Rinya goes to ask the clan leader, kneeling and begging. "Please, clan leader, send a healer to save my father. Please, I beg you." That was his mother. He dared not call her mother, only the clan leader. But when he went to ask his mother, he didn't see her. He was kicked out by the guards. He knelt for a long time, covered in injuries, but it was useless. His father still died on that snowy day. When he returned to the courtyard where he and his father lived, he cried in despair. But he was harshly scolded and beaten. "Good for nothing. You and your father both deserve to die." "Useless. Good for nothing. The clan leader hates your father, and you the most." "No, the clan leader doesn't acknowledge your existence at all." Seeing these scenes, Su Muyao's heart ached. He realized what he had gone through. He was so young. Su Muyao entered his mental world, trying to pull him out. She wanted to protect him, but a barrier seemed to block her outside. No matter how much she tried, it was useless. Finally, Su Muyao broke through the barrier and reached Rinya. She crouched down carefully and gently picked him up. "It's okay. Everything will be fine from now on." As she spoke, all her wood element abilities surged into him. After Rinya fell into a frenzy of rage and violence, his mind seemed to be trapped again in a memory from his youth. His whole body hurt, and he still couldn't save his father. He kept wanting to die with his father. But he remembered his father's words, telling him to live well. When he was hopeless and thought he would die in the snowstorm, suddenly, a light appeared in the yard. From the light, a woman came. She seemed to embody the purity of nature, like a rare orchid in a quiet valley, beautiful and ethereal. She smiled at him, like sunlight. Her aura was so pleasant and warm that he couldn't help but want to get closer. "You're very good. Don't listen to what others say." It turned out he was so handsome when he was young, with fox-like eyes as clear as the sky after rain. Warm rays of light poured into him, wrapping him up. His mental world gradually began to heal. It was as if the snow and wind had disappeared, and his mind was surrounded by the warmth of sunlight. Then, the consciousness in his mind transformed into the adult version of himself. He looked at her, and his spiritual nine-tailed red fox couldn't help but wrap her up. He held her tightly, and his fox tail seemed to curl from her legs upward. His fox eyes carried a tempting, alluring look, making Su Muyao feel a strong tingling all over her body. No, don't. This tingling, trembling sensation in her body made her unable to resist. Hua Linyue's fox eyes slightly curved, showing a deep desire. It was an instinctive craving to get closer. Her body seemed out of control. Not enough, not enough. He wanted to get even closer to her. His spiritual 9 tails wrapped around her, but he controlled himself so as not to hurt her. So fragrant. Hua Linyue, wake up. Aren't you disgusted with me? Do you see who I am? Su Muyao quickly dodged, but it was useless. Don't bite. His head was resting on her neck, as if he wanted to bite her. At this moment, he was still a fox spirit, seemingly about to bite her neck.
Sumo's eyelashes fluttered lightly.
But the imagined pain didn't come. She only felt a warm breath on her neck. Su Muyao had never experienced this before, and her whole body suddenly went soft.
Hua Linyue.
Su Muyao didn't expect to call his name at this moment, her voice soft and almost coquettish. No, this wasn't her voice at all. She refused to admit it.
Su Muyao instantly fell silent.
She felt that if this continued, he might swallow her entirely in his spiritual mind. She knew he was still trapped inside, in a frantic state, and she didn't know if he had calmed down. She used her wood element energy again to soothe him. Until his eyes became calm, Su Muyao quickly withdrew from his spiritual mind. But she had used too much wood energy, and after leaving his mind, her legs went weak and she couldn't stand steadily. At this moment, Hua Linyue woke up, his body restored to human form, and immediately embraced her. Su Muyao sighed in her heart and said, "Mei Qingchen, my beast husband. It's not about being useful to me. Beast husbands are not meant to be used for others. You may not understand now, but maybe you will in the future." Mei Qingchen said, "I just feel that everyone has their own use. I am not strong enough now, so I have no value." He felt that he himself was very useless. Shen Qian was very powerful, and Xie and Wen Nanxi didn't need to be mentioned. Now, even Hua Linyue has the sun true fire. He felt useless. Even the sword spirit inside his main sword seemed to be sleeping. Her scent was as fragrant as flowers and as warm as sunlight. This made his subconscious instinctively cling to her tightly in his chaotic mind.
He even wanted to.
Hua Linyue's eyes carried a restrained aura. He was reluctant to let go of her, even when holding her. Su Muyao gently pushed against his chest, feeling the solid touch, her hands sensing his strong abdominal muscles. Her palm felt as if it was burning. She quickly pulled back. "Please, let me go first." At this moment, the space system spoke. "Host, let him hold you. I upgraded a bit. The space field has doubled in size. Now 1 mu of land. A small pond of well water has also appeared, and it's spiritual spring water. Although not much, it's still spiritual spring water." Hearing spiritual spring water, Su Muyao became excited. This water can strengthen the body, help detoxify, refine the body, and even restore special abilities. It has many benefits. Su Muyao used her mind to scan the space and saw the spring water well. However, the water in the well was limited. Understanding what Su Muyao was thinking, the space system said, "As long as the host and beast husband stay close, the spiritual spring water will increase." Hua Linyue was holding Su Muyao when he heard her ask him to let go. Deep inside, he was reluctant to do so. He didn't know what was happening. Maybe it was because this was his first time being soothed in his chaotic mental sea, making his spiritual body depend on her. Hua Linyue slowly released her. When he looked down at her, his eyes still carried a hint of obsession. After Hua Linyue let go, Su Muyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at him and asked, "How do you feel now? Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine now." "What's going on with the fire poison in your body?" When she had just infused her wood-type ability into him, she could feel the domineering fire poison inside him. Hua Linyue's expression darkened, and a bitter look appeared on his face as he said, "It's the fire poison they put in me when I was a child." You mean the Su family? Su Mu Yao knew Hua Linyi came from the noble Su family in Beast Emperor City. He was the son of the head of the Su family, but he didn't carry the Su surname. He followed his father and used the Hua surname. Yes, to make it easier to control me. Su Mu Yao suddenly thought of something and said, "Sorry, because of me, you had to marry me and become my beast husband. You've worked hard." Previously, her predecessor mistreated them, but they endured it all. Not only did they face ridicule and contempt from everyone because of her, but they also followed her into exile. On the way, they were chased by countless killers and wild beasts, all trying to protect her fiercely. Several times, they almost lost their lives. Her predecessor once saw Su Hejing, the noble heir of the Su family, at the Beast King banquet. At that time, relying on her father's influence and background, she tried to force Su Hejing to marry her as a beast husband. The Su family had to agree to this. However, in the end, it was replaced by a different arrangement, and the less favored Su family son, Hua Linyue, married her instead. She was furious but had no choice. Because at that time, the head of the Su family promised to marry their son to her as a beast husband, and Hua Linyue was that son. This matter was fair to the Su family. Moreover, the Su family wouldn't marry both sons to her, so she had to accept it. She vented all her anger on Hua Linyue, who silently endured it all. Thinking of her predecessor's memories, Su Muyao sighed inwardly. She was truly a sad figure. Hua Linyue gently brushed her hair, which was blown loose by the wind, with tender and delicate movements. "It's not your fault," he said softly. "Leaving the Su family was the right choice for me at the time. The fire poison was placed on me a long time ago, just to make it easier to control me." When Hua Linyue sensed the fire poison now, his expression suddenly changed. The fire poison has been suppressed, and some of it has been lifted. This surprised Hua Linyue greatly. He looked at Su Muyao in shock. Could her healing abilities really remove the fire poison? How was that possible? The Su family members had sworn that the fire poison was a secret medicine exclusive to their family, and no one could cure it. He had secretly consulted many powerful witch doctors, but none could find a cure. Su Muyao said seriously, "Don't worry." Master Mei Qingchen thought he was being kind, but he was not appreciated. Although he complained and seemed displeased, he still went along to pick the fruit. Su Muyao ignored him. This trip to the forest was quite successful. However, when they returned home, they saw a beautiful carriage at the door. Seeing the emblem on the carriage, Wen Nanxi's gentle expression turned serious. He said, "This is the Yun family's carriage." The cloud pattern was unique and no one dared to use it. It was a special mark of the Yun family. Xiao Jihan also looked serious. It felt as if he wanted to press her into his heart. "Madam wife, thank you, thank you." Besides saying thank you, Hua Linyue didn't know what else to say. His heart was filled with many strong feelings and emotions. Because he was so excited, a faint hint of charm and seduction appeared in his fox-like eyes, and a slight movement at the corner of his eye made him look even more captivating. He softly and hoarsely said, "In the past, whenever the fire poison flared up, it was never so easy to suppress. Not to mention, I managed to relieve some of it. That's already very good." This gave him hope. He used to think he might die from the fire poison someday. It's not that he was afraid of death, but he hadn't avenged his father's revenge, so he couldn't die. He also wanted to find his grandparents. Hearing the trembling in Hua Linyue's voice, Su Muyao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. His past self had indeed done many evil things, and was unkind to a few beast husbands. The three of them, Hua Linyue and the others, could still stay by her side, each for their own difficult reasons and hardships. She would help them heal their bodies and then set them free. One day, the fire poison will be completely cured. As long as her wood element abilities improved, curing the fire poison would become an easy task for her. Su Muyao felt Hua Linyue kept holding her tightly without letting go, which wasn't a good way to go on. Plus, an intimate hug would increase her space level, and after leveling up, holding her like this wouldn't have much effect anymore. She softly said, It's getting late. Let's eat something first, then pick some herbs in the afternoon so we can go home early. She also wanted to go home early to grind wheat into flour. There was a special stone mill in the tribe, with large and small stones made by the tribe. It was mainly used to grind corn and beans. She could also use it to grind wheat. Normally, wheat grains needed to be dried and cleaned, then soaked before being ground into flour with a stone mill. But with her abilities, she could speed up the process. Hearing this, Lin Yue reluctantly released Su Muyao. Okay, let's eat something first. He was still worried that his wife would go hungry. His wife must be starving after working all morning. Madam Wife, wait a moment. I caught 2 wild chickens. When he sensed danger from his wife earlier, he quickly dropped the chickens and rushed back. Su Muyao's eyes lit up when she heard about the chickens. Then we'll eat the chickens later. Seeing her eyes brighten, Lin Yue's eyes flickered with a charming, seductive smile. He slightly lifted his lips and said, "All right, I'll go with my wife." At this moment, Lin Yue was not willing to leave Su Muyao alone here. So Lin Yue quickly carried Su Muyao over, holding the 2 wild chickens they had just hunted. These 2. Wow, these wild chickens are quite big. They were 1.5 times the size of the chickens raised in the apocalypse base. Plus, wild chicken meat is firmer and more flavorful. During the apocalypse, people couldn't eat wild animals, so she didn't know what wild chickens tasted like. Lin Yue was a bit surprised. Wild chickens have always been this size. My wife used to dislike wild chickens because they were too small and not tasty. Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered, and she awkwardly said, "That was before. Now I think chicken meat tastes very good." Lin Yue's eyes softened with tenderness as he said, "If my wife likes to eat it, I will often hunt wild chickens and bring them back for you." Su Muyao replied, "We can all eat together. From now on, any wild animals you hunt, I will turn into delicious food for everyone." Having plenty of ingredients is great. Looking at the wild chickens, Su Muyao felt hungry too. She looked around and asked, "Did you catch these nearby?" "Yes." "Then there might be eggs around here. If wild chicken eggs are safe, they could hatch little chicks. Later, they could build a chicken coop in the yard to raise some chickens. That way, they could always have chicken meat and eggs." Seeing Su Muyao interested in eggs, Lin Yue said, "I'll look for some." Su Muyao suggested, "Let's look together." She turned around again, thinking her space system could help find wild chicken eggs. Sure enough, after a quick search, the space system suddenly excitedly said, "Host, walk forward another 100 meters. There are wild chicken eggs in the grass under that tree." Su Muyao quickly headed in that direction. Sure enough, she found wild chicken eggs in the grass. Lin Yue's expression changed as he said, "There really are wild chicken eggs." Su Muyao smiled happily and said, "There are 15 of them. Do you want to eat them, wife? I'll roast them for you later." Without a pot in the wild, if the wife wanted to eat wild chicken eggs, she could only roast them first. Su Muyao carefully observed and found that these eggs could hatch chicks. "Let's take these back first. We can hatch little chicks at home with these eggs." Lin Yue knew there were merchants who specialized in raising chickens, and they would sell the eggs at the market. But those eggs were laid by hens that incubated them. Understanding Lin Yue's doubt, Su Muyao explained, "As long as the temperature is right, eggs can hatch chicks." She carefully placed the eggs into her space. Then, Su Muyao and Lin Yue found a stream to rest by. Su Muyao prepared to handle the wild chicken herself. Lin Yue took the task willingly and said, "Let me do it. Madam can wait nearby. It will only take a moment." Lin Yue worked quickly and skillfully to prepare the chicken. After finishing, he planned to roast the chicken over a fire. But Su Muyao said, "Let's make a special dish called beggar's chicken." She took some mushrooms and green onions from her space and stuffed them inside the chicken. Then she used seasonings from her space to rub on the chicken, wrapped it in a clean lotus leaf, and covered it with mud. Lin Yue had never seen this method before. Su Muyao explained, "Once it's prepared, we dig a hole, light a fire, and roast it until it's cooked." Lin Yue found it very interesting, but seeing Su Muyao so excited, he followed her instructions. Afterward, Hua Linhua used his fire element abilities to roast the food. As it cooked, a rich aroma spread out. Hua Linhua wasn't hungry usually since he was used to skipping lunch, but the smell made his appetite grow. When it was ready, Hua Linhua carefully removed the mud from the chicken. The chicken was still very hot. Su Muyao, smelling the delicious scent, felt very hungry. She eagerly watched the beggar's chicken. Seeing her like that, Hua Linhua thought his wife was very adorable at this moment. His heart softened instantly. He looked at her tenderly and softly said, "It will be ready soon." Hua Linhua ignored the heat and used a clean small knife to cut the chicken into pieces, placing them on a clean lotus leaf. Using his abilities to control the temperature, he wrapped the pieces and handed them to Su Muyao, saying, "The temperature is just right. You can eat now." He is a fire element ability user and can control fire to heat things. But to make the food just the right temperature, he used his ability in reverse to control the food's temperature. This way, the chicken wouldn't be too hot, and his wife could eat directly. Hua Linhua now looked at Su Muyao with gentle, tender eyes. He carefully took care of her during the meal. It seemed that caring for his wife was a happy thing for him. At this moment, he completely forgot his previous plan to leave Su Muyao. Su Muyao took a bite of the chicken wrapped in lotus leaf and found it very delicious. The natural ingredients made the food tasty, with a hint of lotus leaf aroma. The wild chicken meat was also very tender and flavorful. At this moment, Su Muyao's eyes curved into a bright smile, full of sunshine, clear and warm. She also had a delicate, transparent beauty. Hua Linhua focused more on cutting the chicken into pieces, making it easier for Su Muyao to eat. After taking a few bites, Su Muyao looked at Hua Linhua and said, "You should eat too." "It's okay, I'm not hungry." "You eat first, wife." Seeing how much she liked to eat, Hua Linhua was worried that 2 chickens wouldn't be enough for her, so he didn't eat yet. If it wasn't enough, he would go hunt more game. Su Muyao was happier eating than he was. Little did she know, she couldn't really eat that much. "Let's eat together." "I can't eat too much." "If you don't eat, it will be wasted." They had roasted 2 chickens. Hua Linhua looked down at Su Muyao and saw a bit of chicken meat on her bright red lips. Su Muyao felt Hua Linhua's gaze and looked up at him, only to meet his enchanting, fox-like eyes. They were lazy and deep, like a whirlpool ready to swallow her. "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Su Muyao touched her cheek, feeling nothing unusual. Then she lightly licked her lips with her tongue, still feeling nothing. Unknowingly, this action darkened Hua Linhua's eyes. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and a romantic glow appeared in his voice. "Nothing, don't move." At this moment, Hua Linhua's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a teasing tone, and he leaned in closer. He extended his slender, jade-like fingers, delicate and well-defined, gently wiping the chicken crumbs from her lips. His fingertips brushed her lips, making Su Muyao feel a tingling sensation. The tingling and a spark of electricity seemed to pass from her lips to her heart. Su Muyao's heart skipped a beat. The feeling from his fingertips also darkened Hua Linhua's fox-like eyes. His gaze was intoxicating, almost drunken. His Adam's apple moved again, and his voice was suppressed. "That's enough." His fingers hesitated, reluctant to pull back. Perhaps because she was calming his restless mind, he found himself unable to stay calm around her. Su Muyao steadied her mind and told herself that he was only being kind because of his fiery poison. They still disliked her deep down. Thinking this, the ripples in her heart immediately calmed, returning to peace. Eat quickly too. Eating only twice a day makes you weak. Especially since they still needed to hunt, skipping lunch was tough. In the future, when their conditions improved, they should ensure 3 meals a day for proper nutrition. Hua Linhua looked at Su Muyao with a complicated expression and softly said in a hoarse voice, "Actually, I am quite strong and capable."
Su Muyao blinked, confused.
Hua Linhua's ears slightly reddened, unsure how to explain. Su Muyao insisted that Hua Linhua eat some chicken, and only then did Hua Linhua start eating. "How is it? Is it tasty?" Su Muyao smiled, her expression pure and sweet, giving off a cute and gentle feeling that made people want to reach out and gently pat her. Realizing the wild thoughts in his mind, Hualinue quickly suppressed them. He felt like he wasn't himself anymore. Yes, it's very delicious. It's the most delicious food I've ever had. Perhaps it was just a psychological effect. He felt it was very beautiful and sweet. Su Muyao smiled and said, "If you like it, that's good. Next time you go hunting and catch wild chickens, you can prepare them this way. It's very simple. If you catch other wild animals, you can also roast and eat them." Hua Linua shook his head and said, "That won't do. The hunted animals must be brought back for the wife to eat." This was a belief they had held since childhood. Every male beast man learned the virtues of being a good husband from a young age and grew up studying how to be a proper beast husband. Su Muyao also knew that their way of thinking was hard to change quickly. After eating, Hualinua used a clean cloth dipped in water to carefully wipe each of Su Muyao's fingers. He was very attentive and considerate. Su Muyao felt a little uncomfortable and said, "I'll wash my hands by the river." Hualinua paused his actions and replied, "Okay." After Su Muyao washed her hands, Hualinua took out a clean cloth again to wipe her hands dry. Su Muyao had to admit that all the rules in the beast world were very good for females. It seemed that caring for the wife was deeply ingrained in their nature. After tidying up, Su Muyao started collecting medicinal herbs. Hualinua wanted to help but was politely refused by Su Muyao, who said, "You don't know which herbs are poisonous, so it's better not to touch them. I know how to pick herbs and which ones to pick. Let's gather some necessary herbs first." Hualinua listened to her and could only stand by and watch. When they finished collecting herbs, it was getting late, and they decided to head home. Hualinua transformed into a fox and carefully curled his tail around Su Muyao to carry her on his back. After walking for a while, he noticed Su Muyao sitting properly and not touching him. He softly said, "Wife, you can hold me tight. Otherwise, I need to control my speed, worried that you might fall. If I go too fast, it might be a bit late when we get back." Hearing Hualinua speak like that, Su Muyao finally reached out and hugged him. The moment she embraced him, Su Muyao couldn't help but think how soft his fox fur was. She also smelled a light, refreshing fragrance from him. Based on her previous memories, she knew that beast husbands were very clean and each had their own gentle scent. She really wanted to touch his ears and foxtail. She has a bit of a soft spot for fluffy things. But thinking about how beast husbands disliked her, she held back. Unknowingly, the moment Su Muyao hugged Hualinua, he almost lost his balance. For some reason at this moment he could feel every inch of her body clearly. A hot sensation surged from within him, and a longing grew in his body. He had to restrain himself, causing his body to tremble slightly. His fox eyes lifted into a seductive, enchanting red, looking mesmerizing. He longed to get closer to her, so he moved faster. Su Muyao didn't notice any of this. She was afraid of falling, so she held him tightly. Unknowingly, the sensation of her touch made Hualinua's whole body turn red. But his red fox fur covered the heat, hiding it from view. When they arrived home, Wen Nanxi and Shiao Jihan had already brought back their hunted food. However, when Wen Nanxi saw Su Muyao holding Hualinua tightly, a strange, heavy feeling rose in his heart. Especially when he looked at Hualinua's eyes, they seemed to be filled with desire. Wen Nanxi's expression darkened. He quickly stepped forward and naturally but swiftly pulled Su Muyao away from Hualinua. "Madam has returned." Su Muyao felt the cool touch on her skin, which was very comfortable. Just moments ago, she almost got burned by Hualinua's hot temperature. "Is my wife tired?" Wen Nanxi gently brushed her hair, looking worried that she was exhausted. But his eyes held a hint of restraint. Su Muyao snapped back to reality and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. This little thing doesn't tire me out." As she spoke, she slightly moved back, avoiding Wen Nanxi's touch. Wen Nanxi looked at her retreating action. A hint of sadness and loss appeared in his eyes. A strange, sour feeling arose in his heart. Su Muyao didn't want to get lost in their tenderness. She wanted to stay calm and rational at all times. I pick some herbs and will let them dry in the yard first. Later, I can prepare medicinal pouches. She could also detoxify herself and suppress the fire poison in Hualinyi. As for the wheat grains, she probably couldn't make noodles tonight. But she saw that the sweet potato starch had settled again. Wen Nanxi walked over and asked, "Wife, do you need anything?" Su Muyao replied, "I need to remove the water on top, leaving only the sweet potato starch at the bottom." Wen Nanxi nodded and used his special ability to absorb all the water from the jar, leaving only the clean sweet potato starch at the bottom. Normally, sweet potato starch needs to be dried in the sun before use. Su Muyao thought about Hualinya's fire ability. He had used his power to dry her hair before. She turned to look at him. Unexpectedly, Hualinyi was already looking at her. When she turned her head, she immediately met Hualinya's charming gaze. He quickly came over and whispered, "Wife, do you need me to help with anything? Can you gently dry the starch, like sun-drying?" Hualinyi smiled and said, "Sure." This was very easy. He controlled his fire ability and quickly dried the sweet potato starch. "Wife, is this okay?" Su Muyao reached out and touched the dried sweet potato powder, smiling. "Yes, this is perfect. Tonight, I will make sweet potato noodles for you." Su Muyao kept some of the dried sweet potato powder for making noodles that night and stored the rest for future use. It was easier to store that way. Jihan watched Wen Nanxi and Hualinyi surrounding Su Muyao, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. That night, Su Muyao prepared pork rib fishball soup, a plate of braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and sweet potato noodles. The sweet potato noodles served as the main dish, with 3 other dishes, enough for the 4 of them to eat. As everyone sat down to eat, Hualinyi and the others found each dish very delicious. It shows that Annie is really good at counting, better than most people. Zheng Jinji. Gu Yuan didn't continue arguing with her, but instead asked Shen Xuanshou, "Village Sheng, if Shen's family still owes 45 taels of silver, do you think that's too much?" Shen Xuanshou glanced at Shen Xuanfu. Shen Xuanfu turned his face aside, pretending to be dead. Angrily, Shen Xuanshou's face turned pale, and he decided not to discuss with Shen Xuanfu anymore. He directly declared, "Fine. The Shen family will pay 45 taels of silver to Shen Zhengling. Let's consider this matter settled today." While cooking, Su Muyao's fingers got splashed with hot oil and hurt a little. Su Muyao felt that it was nothing, but when Nanxi's gaze toward her was filled with pity and tenderness, as if she had suffered a serious injury. Su Muyao didn't think much of it. During the apocalypse, her abilities were weak at first, and getting injured and bleeding during fights was common. She had become numb to pain. A simple bandage was enough to heal her. There was no need to be overly delicate. In the Beast World continent, everyone protected the female beasts well, so they might be a bit more delicate. It's fine. This small burn doesn't hurt at all. Besides, everyone helped out when cooking. She wasn't used to relying on others or waiting on others for everything. Perhaps this habit was formed during the apocalypse. She was used to relying on herself because only she could truly depend on herself. Relying too much on others could be dangerous in the apocalypse. When Wen Nanxi spoke, his eyes stayed on Su Muyao. Seeing her momentary dazed expression, then her calm and indifferent look, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest for no clear reason. Just now, her expression was lonely and sad, as if a hard barrier had risen around her, blocking everyone out. Even Hualinyi and Jihan could sense the subtle change in Su Muyao's aura. Her expression softened slightly, with a hint of distance. Everyone had thought the food was especially delicious, but when they noticed Su Muyao looked a bit unhappy, they stopped commenting. After everyone finished eating, they hurried to clean up the dishes. Su Muyao went to the yard to gather medicinal herbs. After tidying up, Wen Nanxi immediately went to her side. "Madam, what do you need me to do?" "It's okay, I can handle it myself." Wen Nanxi looked at her small figure, feeling a surge of pity in his heart. He carefully apologized, saying, "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that during dinner." Su Muyao shook her head and said, "It's none of your business." "Is my wife angry?" Su Muyao replied, "No, I'm not angry." Wen Nanxi softly asked, but her responses were normal. Still, Wen Nanxi felt as if a barrier surrounded her, keeping everyone away. He wanted to get close but couldn't. He could only silently stay by her side, not knowing what to say. Jihan looked on for a while before going back to his room, while Linua started looking for work in the yard. Since there was nothing to do, she took out a cloth and started wiping the door frames. Su Muyao worked for a while and made 4 insect-repelling pouches. Here are the corrected and simplified versions of your texts. These 3 are for you. This is an insect repellent pack. Just put it by your bed at night, and you won't get bitten by mosquitoes. When Nanxi looked at the insect repellent pack she handed over, feeling a bit complicated inside. Since the incident 2 days ago, her personality had changed. She had been busy taking care of them these days. Even when eating, she ate very little herself. Why does she treat them so well? But he couldn't understand her thoughts. She was no longer like before. Her malice and stubbornness were no longer obvious, and her feelings were easier to guess. When Nanxi composed herself and said softly, "Thank you, wife. You're welcome. You all take good care of me every day and even risk hunting. Doing this much is nothing." Anyway, she also needed to make insect repellent packs for herself, so she made a few extra. It was not a trouble at all. As beast masters, we should take good care of the wife. Su Muyao showed a slight smile and said, "You treat me well, and I also want to treat you well as the wife. Taking care of each other is mutual. There's no right or wrong. I just hope you remember the little things I do for you in the future, so that they won't turn around and hurt her later." A dark, quiet look flashed in Wen Nanxi's eyes. She knew she was worried they might hurt her. But how could that be? He knew she wouldn't believe what he said, so he could only show her through actions to earn her trust. Hua Linya, listening nearby, felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. At night, when she was sleeping, Su Muyao suddenly smelled a familiar, faint fragrance. She opened her eyes quickly and saw the fiery red fox by her bed. "Hua Linya, why are you here?" At night, weren't they all avoiding her? She really didn't expect anyone from them to appear in her room so late. Hua Linya lifted his fox eyes and looked seriously at Su Muyao. The moment she saw him, she instinctively sat up and moved back into the bed, retreating all the way to the wall. There was a large distance between her and him. Seeing her actions, Hua Linya felt a strange hurt inside. His fox eyes showed a hint of grievance as he said, "Does the wife treat me like a flood or a beast?" He hadn't even approached her yet. In the past, without them doing anything, she could have quickly and directly come to him.
But now,
Of course, he knew she was not the same as before. So things were different. Now, he was actually hoping Su Muyao would come closer. Hua Linya's fox eyes glinted with a lazy, seductive look, and he softly and hoarsely said, "I am the beast husband of the wife master. I worry about her and want to keep watch for her." He didn't know why, but when he lay down at night, he just couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of her image. He even saw her appear in his mind's sea. That close feeling made his body feel hot. Su Muyao looked at Hua Linya with a strange expression. According to her previous memories, this had never happened before. So she suspected that Hua Linya was acting strangely. "Aren't you afraid I might do something to you tonight? Or, even if you have strong willpower, what if I give you a love potion?" Her previous self had given Jihan such a potion before. That potion was quite strong. But Jihan also had good willpower. If the potion didn't work, it might even harm his health. However, Jihan seemed normal and nothing unusual. Su Muyao thought this would scare Hua Linya, but instead, his fox eyes gleamed with a teasing, alluring look, shining like waves and captivating the soul. He slowly moved closer to Su Muyao, looked down at her, and she seductively said, "Actually, wife master, you don't need to take medicine. I can be yours." Hearing this, Su Muyao was shocked and widened her eyes. She quickly grabbed a beast hide nearby and wrapped herself up, no longer caring about feeling hot. She didn't expect this fox beast husband to act completely out of the ordinary. Had his mind gone wrong? "I'm not feeling well right now. I can't do that," she said, totally unprepared. She was afraid Hualinia might come directly at her. According to her previous memories, beast husbands and wife masters normally wanted to be together every day. It seemed that male beast men had stronger desires in that area than normal men. Hualinia looked at her reaction and saw her blushing. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he also found it funny inside. The current wife master was really quite innocent.
He even wanted to.
But Hualinia was worried about scaring his little wife, so he cleared his throat, suppressed his desire, and moved closer to her. He lowered his head and whispered seductively in her ear, "Wife master, don't be afraid. Without your permission, I won't do anything. I'm just worried that a mutated beast might appear, so I decided to stay in the room to guard you. This way, wife master can sleep peacefully." Su Muyao looked up at Hualinia's expression, feeling that he was serious. Based on his recent behavior, he was probably teasing her on purpose. Or maybe he was trying to suppress his fiery temper. Actually, Su Muyao feels that even if there are crystal coins at home, there should be a business to manage and earn a living. Only by constantly earning crystal coins does she feel safe.
Mei Qingshan was confused.
By the time everything was prepared, it was a bit late. Su Muyao finished washing up and went back to her room to sleep. But she still locked the door, as usual. Mei Qingshan had many doubts and naturally wanted to follow her into the room to ask. When he pushed the door, he found he couldn't open it at all. "What's going on?" Hualinia sneered and said, "You just noticed? The wife master locked the door to keep you out." The current wife master was really quite innocent. Moonlight outside shone into the room, casting a beautiful glow on her. Especially since she was lying on her side, revealing her perfect profile, with skin as white as snow, stunning and charming. Her beauty was so captivating that no one could look away. Without realizing it, Hualinue's fox tail moved forward, gently wrapping around her, wanting to hold her tightly. His fox eyes showed a strong sense of possessiveness. Suddenly, a cool breeze filled the room. Hualinue quickly set up a barrier around Su Muyao to block out noise and prevent her from waking up, then instinctively attacked. But he immediately faced Wen Nanxi. Hualinue's attack didn't stop. Instead, his fox eyes lifted with a raised brow. "Wen Nanxi, what are you doing here?" Wen Nanxi looked at the sleeping Su Muyao on the bed and lowered his voice. "That's a question I should be asking you. What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Wen Nanxi usually gave off a gentle, luminous, jade-like aura, elegant and refined. But at this moment, he was surrounded by a cold aura, even with a hint of sharpness, as if ready to fight at any time. He looked prepared for battle. Hualinue's fox eyes narrowed, and he smiled lazily. He flicked his smooth hair and said casually, "As a beast husband, I naturally came to keep my wife company. According to the rules, today my wife also belongs to me, doesn't she?" When Nanxi's gentle gaze darkened, full of danger. "What are you planning to do?" Hualinue smiled lazily, exuding a relaxed vibe. "Nothing much, just wanting to give myself to my wife." Too bad. Just now, the wife looked very resistant and unwilling. When Nanxi studied Hualinue carefully, he wasn't like this earlier this morning. "What happened in the forest today? What did you force her to do?" For some reason, when Nanxi thought that maybe something had happened that he didn't know about. Perhaps Hualinue had done something to her, and his fingers trembled. His heart felt a sharp pain. Hualinue's fox-like eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "When Nanxi, she is my wife. What I do with her doesn't need your report." A cold, sharp aura suddenly filled Wen Nanxi's body. "Don't disturb the wife. Come out." Hualinue looked at Su Muyao, who was sleeping peacefully, then reluctantly stepped out. When Nanxi moved his finger, and suddenly countless bamboo thorns appeared in front of him, ready to attack Hualinue at any moment. "Hualinue, if you don't love her, don't bother her. And don't even think about hurting her in any way. The nine-tailed red fox beast man naturally has charm magic. Also, we will recruit some apprentices and teach them, so after some time, they can handle things on their own. Taking apprentices is also for future preparation." She plans to open medical halls all over the Beast World continent. With this decision made, Su Muyao simply went ahead and decided accordingly. In a mansion somewhere in Yunshao City, Wei Dong informs the young master of his family about the news he received. Wei Jinma is reading messages from Beast Emperor City. Although he has temporarily bought a house to live in, many matters from Beast Emperor City are still being relayed to him daily. And his fox eyes lifted, with a hint of anger in his charming gaze. Wen Nanxi, what are you talking about? How could I possibly hurt my wife? While speaking, Lingyue released many flames from his hands, floating in the air, ready to fight Wen Nanxi. But he thought he shouldn't make too much noise so as not to wake his wife. She was tired today and needed good rest. Although he had set up a barrier to protect them, he was still worried if the noise was too loud. Wen Nanxi directly used his powers to add another protective barrier around Su Muyao's room, ensuring she could sleep peacefully. So, what were you planning to do while she was asleep? Lingyue's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, I just wanted to hold her. I didn't mean to do anything else. Although he had uncontrollable desires for his wife, he truly didn't intend to do anything while she was sleeping. Just hold her and nuzzle her. Was that really so wrong? Lingyue suddenly realized, wait, Wen Nanxi, you're acting strange. In the past, when we did things with the wife, you never reacted like this. Why are you upset now that I am close to my wife? Aren't you also tired of her? Wen Nanxi slightly changed his expression. She is different now. Lingyue's expression flickered and said, you also know she is not the same as before. Wen Nanxi carefully looked at Lingyue's face. The smell of fire poison on you has become much weaker. So did the wife master help you calm your restless mind? Lingyue knew Wen Nanxi was clever. His background was a mystery, and even they couldn't be sure of his abilities. He used to be lazy and didn't bother with many things, hiding his strength. Now he is showing his sharp edge. Lingyue nodded and said, yes, the wife master was able to suppress my fire poison and even help me remove some of it. I find it hard to believe. So, she is so good. How could I hurt her even a little? Wen Nanxi, the current wife master, is not just your wife. I will also protect her well. And when Su Muyao helped him clear his mental energy, he saw her in her spiritual sea and was sure she was not the same as before. But he wouldn't say this out loud. Wen Nanxi listened to Lingyue's words and then withdrew his special power. The two of them did not fight. Lingyue looked at Wen Nanxi, studying him carefully, and asked, Wen Nanxi, do you know something else? Lingyue remembered that Wen Nanxi was the Beast King's son-in-law, brought back by Su Muyao's father from the Beast Emperor City. He became Su Muyao's beast husband. No one knew what Su Muyao's father, the head of the Su family, told him back then. No one knew where he came from. Wen Nanxi didn't answer, Lingyue but focused and said, Mei Qingchen and Shun Xian haven't come back yet. They have secret methods to control the beast husband contract, and there are people from the Beast Emperor City. They might do something to the wife master. We need to be fully prepared. Hearing this, Lingyue's fox-like eyes showed a serious expression. He said, today, 3 assassins came into the forest trying to attack the wife master. Those people are under Jiang Machuan. Wen Nanxi's expression turned cold, and a fierce killing intent appeared instantly.
Jiang Machuan.
Lingyue's lips curled into a cold smile. He said sharply, Jiang Machuan is the heir of the Jiang family and one of the most famous figures in the Beast Emperor City. Back then, the wife master did many reckless things for him. They say a day of marriage brings 100 days of kindness, but I didn't expect him to send killers to attack the wife master. Such a cruel heart. Speaking, Lingyue suddenly smiled and said, that's fine. From now on, the wife master has nothing to do with him. He suddenly remembered something. The day before yesterday, when he entered the room and asked the wife master to write a resignation letter, she agreed. He also mentioned that the wife master had a special person in Beast Emperor City. But the wife master looked indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. That's good. Wen Nanxi gracefully said, on the way to exile, some of the assassins are also his people. It's not strange. He can't reach here from Beast Emperor City. Those assassins are also easy to deal with. Hualinya listened to Wen Nanxi's incomplete words and asked, "Are you worried about Mei Qingchen and Xinxian? These two are still officially the wife master's beast husbands. They followed her to the tribe, and although they are now missing, they are definitely nearby. So if they harbor killing intent, it won't be easy to handle." "Exactly," Hualinya said. "Then we should be cautious, and let the wife master be cautious too." After a pause, Hualinya chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's normal for beast husbands to approach the wife master. It's hard for the wife master to be cautious. He actually hopes there are fewer beast husbands around the wife master. That possessiveness is uncontrollable. Xiao Jihan sat inside the house meditating and practicing to enhance his supernatural abilities. He could have closed off his senses, but couldn't help listening to the noises outside. He remembered all the moments they shared here and thought they were very beautiful. Su Muyao stepped forward and gently touched the names on the ginkgo tree. At that time, they knelt under the tree, worshipped the heavenly way, and after the ceremony, they carved their names on the tree. Seeing their names side by side on her return made her feel warm inside. While Su Muyao was touching the ginkgo tree and feeling emotional, Xie had already woven a flower crown with fresh flowers. "This flower crown is for you. I hope you like it." Xie voice was soft, like gentle spring rain in the south. They followed her to the tribe, and although they are now missing, but she was willing to cook in the kitchen. The delicious food they ate these days was unlike anything they had ever tasted. Her cooking in the kitchen was completely different from her previous bad attitude. He wondered if it was a new trick she thought of. Xiao Jihan closed his eyes and sighed. Since eating that delicious food, his mind felt restless, and he couldn't focus on practicing. Su Muyao naturally didn't know all this. She slept very well that night. Early the next morning, Xiao Jihan was waiting at the door to take care of her washing and grooming. Su Muyao felt a bit helpless and could only call Wen Nanxi and Hualinya over together, saying, "From now on, I can pour water and wash myself. You don't need to take care of me like this." Xiao Jihan's beautiful face turned slightly pale, and he habitually lowered his head, saying, "Sorry, I didn't take good care of my wife. It's my fault. Please punish me, wife." Usually, if Su Muyao was unhappy, she would bother all of them. She looked at him, whose figure was elegant and noble, with a pure and cold aura like snow, should have been refined and untouched by worldly dust, yet now he looked worn out and had no temper. She felt a bit sad inside. She thought the misunderstanding was too big and hurriedly explained, "No, you don't need to do this. You don't need to apologize either. I won't punish you." Such a picture-perfect person, abused by her past self and still needing to apologize. What a waste. She softly continued, "Actually, I'm not used to it. You all just your own things. There's no need to keep watching over her. Having her watch while she washes her face and brushes her teeth feels so uncomfortable." Xiao Jihan and the other two stood nearby, feeling a bit stunned. They didn't need to do anything at all, but instead felt useless. After Su Muyao finished washing up, she started preparing breakfast. Xiao Jihan and the others helped out together. After breakfast, Hualinya and Wen Nanxi went hunting. Xiao Jihan stayed at home to take care of Su Muyao. Hualinya looked at Su Muyao and said, "If the wife goes into the forest, she must be careful." He actually wanted to stay with her. But she wasn't just his mate. He had to follow the original rules. Initially, the rule was made because no one wanted to take care of Su Muyao. But they couldn't let her fend for herself, so they took turns. Now, he felt a bit uncomfortable about it. Su Muyao shook her head and said, "I'm not going into the forest today. There are many things to do at home, so I'll stay in the tribe." Hearing this, Wen Nanxi and Hualinya felt more at ease. It would be safer in the tribe. Xiao Jihan's expression moved slightly, and he silently glanced at Su Muyao but said nothing. "Oh, by the way, Hualinya, I prepared medicine. Drink it later before you go hunting. It's medicine to suppress fire poison. If you drink it every morning and evening, in a month, half of the fire poison can be cured. The herbs they picked yesterday in the valley happened to be for dealing with fire poison. And she used space spiritual spring water to make the medicine this time, so the effect would be even better. Flower Lin Ye's expression flickered, and his fox-like eyes shimmered with light. My wife, you are so kind to me. He thought that yesterday Su Muyao only mentioned it casually, that finding medicine to suppress the fire poison wouldn't be easy. But unexpectedly, she had already prepared it early this morning. Su Muyao couldn't stand Flower Lin Ye's gaze. On the way to exile, you do your best to protect me. It's only right that I treat you well. Your bodies are fine, and in these 3 months you can better protect me. Flower Lin Ye composed himself, no longer wanting to hear the words 3 months. If his wife always behaved like this, he wouldn't want to leave after 3 months. Su Muyao was boiling medicine in a clay pot, controlling the fire with her fire element ability. Wen Nanxi went hunting first. Jihan began tidying up the house, boiling water, chopping firewood. He was a person full of energy, never idle. Even though he carried an elegant, noble aura, he was very careful and efficient when doing things. He moved gracefully, as if creating an art piece. While Flower Lin Yi controlled the fire to brew medicine, he couldn't help but look at Su Muyao. At this moment, Su Muyao was building a nest for eggs with grass. She made the nest warmer and placed wild eggs inside, so they could hatch chicks. Flower Lin Yi watched the busy Su Muyao. The morning sun shone on her, giving her a warm, gentle aura, almost like she was about to ascend. Suddenly, Flower Lin Yi felt a strange moment of panic. He softly said, "The insect repellent pouch your wife gave us last night was really effective. Hang the insect repellent pouch by the bedside, and there were no mosquitoes all night." He had an ability, and his hearing was especially sharp. Many nights, he couldn't sleep because he could hear the insects. But last night, after returning to the house, he slept very well. No sounds at all. That medicine pouch was truly magical. Before, someone from the tribe bought insect repellent pouches at the city market, but they didn't work. Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression changed. She looked at Flower Lin Yi and asked, "City market?" Flower Lin Yi explained gently, "Yes, the nearest city to our tribe is Jihan City. Jihan City holds a market once a month. Many tribespeople bring goods to trade at the market. Some use crystal coins to buy things, others exchange items. But using crystal coins is more convenient." Hearing this, Su Muyao looked thoughtful. "How much does a pack of insect repellent pouches cost at the market?" Flower Lin Yi replied, "I heard one pack costs 100 copper-colored crystal coins." Su Muyao's expression changed. 100 copper-colored crystal coins? Is it that expensive? It is said that during the market, a pound of wild beast meat costs only 20 copper-colored crystals. A wild chicken egg costs just 1 copper-colored crystal. That's 100 copper-colored crystals. Hualinia nodded and said, "Yes, that's the price. The herbs are quite expensive. If an orc is badly hurt and needs medicine or visits the town's clinic, the prices are even higher. Even a small box of hemostatic medicine costs 500 copper-colored crystals." Listening to this, Su Muyao's eyes lit up. Could she sell some insect repellent packs and hemostatic packs at the market? That way, she could earn more crystals. She could use the crystals to buy more things. From her previous memories, North Han City has many shops and many goods. She wants to buy more daily supplies, as well as some clay jars and pots for storing things. Yesterday, she dug so many cabbages and wanted to make pickled vegetables, but there were no large jars or pots available. She also doesn't have enough salt. She plans to find a blacksmith to make iron pots and kettles for boiling water. In the past, she didn't dare to think about it because iron pots and similar items were too expensive. If she had enough crystals, she could have these items made. When is the next market? In half a month. So, Su Muyao knew she had about 2 weeks to prepare. During this time, she could get ready for many things. At the market, do they also sell food? Yes, when the orcs from different tribes go to the city for the market, they usually stay all day, and some larger tribes might stay overnight. So, people eat locally and there are food vendors at the market. Whenever the market is open, the orcs inside the city also come to browse and buy things. Because for everyone, the market has the most variety and the lowest prices. Su Muyao nodded. Usually, orcs from different tribes might sell their goods at lower prices. It depends on the sales. Su Muyao asked a few more questions, and Hualinia answered carefully. Now she had a clearer plan. She decided to sell insect repellent packs and hemostatic packs first. After earning enough crystals, she would find a blacksmith to make some items. She also wants to make a baking stove, which can be used to roast sweet potatoes. A flat iron pan could be used to make pancakes. Right now, she has little wheat, so she's reluctant to use white flour to make food for sale. But she can use cornmeal instead. It's said that cornmeal is cheap, but people don't like to eat it. That's because they don't know how to cook with it. She can make cornmeal dishes using pure corn flour, just season well, and fry them. They will taste just as good. In the future, she can sell these foods at the market. After Hualinia finishes boiling the medicine, Su Muyao wants to help pour it out. Hualinia quickly says, "Wife, be careful of the hot liquid. I'm not afraid of burns. I can do it myself." He has fire element abilities. Xiao Jihan watches the two of them interact happily and feels a strange sensation in his heart. But thinking about what she has done before, he still can't fully trust her. Hualinia pours out the boiled medicine. The soup is still hot, so he waits a moment before drinking. Then Hualinia goes to clean the medicine residue and wash the pot. After everything is cleaned, he comes back to drink the medicine. He drinks calmly and directly, finishing it all without pause. Su Muyao watches his expression, calm and numb, and guesses he has endured a lot of bitterness before. She made this medicine herself and knows how bitter and unpleasant it is. Yet he doesn't even frown. Thinking for a moment, Su Muyao takes out a few pieces of rock sugar from her space and says, "Hold out your hand." Hualinia instinctively extends his hand. Su Muyao places the sugar in his palm and says, "This is sugar. Keep it in your mouth to melt. It will help remove the medicine's taste." Although Hualinia has never seen this kind of sugar before, he doesn't think much and puts it in his mouth. Not long after, he feels an indescribable sweetness spreading in his mouth. This sweetness seems to flow into his heart. Very sweet. Su Muyao smiles and says, "Now the medicine won't be bitter anymore." Hearing this, Hualinia's mind stirs. Growing up, he was tortured and controlled by fire poison, and no one ever cared whether the medicine was bitter or not. No one had ever given him sugar to eat. Hualinia's heart is moved. His usually fierce fox eyes soften for the first time, and a layer of tears forms. With a gentle, shimmering expression, he says, "Wife is so kind." Looking into Hualinia's eyes, Su Muyao wonders if he's truly moved. If so, after 3 months of regaining his freedom, he probably won't hurt her anymore. This reassures Su Muyao. Hualinia, who appears rebellious and unruly, but is actually someone who has never experienced warmth since childhood, she believes that showing him kindness and warmth might help turn their conflict into peace. Hualinia, of course, doesn't know what Su Muyao is thinking. At this moment, he looked at her with fox-like eyes, the corners slightly raised, a gentle charm shimmering, as if ripples were spreading softly. He softly and hoarsely said, "Is it okay if my wife always stays like this from now on? Like this? Yes, I hope my wife doesn't go back to how she was before." For a moment, Su Muyao didn't know how to answer. She herself didn't understand why she had traveled to this beast world continent. She asked the space system, "Is the soul of my previous self still there?" Host, the soul of your previous self has a problem. It has already vanished into nothingness. This body was meant to belong to the host from the start. But now, since it has returned to its original path, it will always be the host's. You don't need to worry about any accidents happening. Listening to this, Su Muyao felt something was off. Before she could think more, she felt a bit of pain in her palm. It was Hualinia gripping her hand tightly. His eyes carried a hint of panic. "Wife, you'll stay with me forever, right?" He was genuinely anxious because he hadn't heard Su Muyao respond. He really didn't want to face the wife from before. Su Muyao smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I won't go back to how I was before." I will always be like this. Now, she was truly herself. Hearing her words, Hualinia felt a little sweet in his heart. He wasn't sure if it was the sweetness of sugar or something else. He had taken many medicines to fight the fire poison, and the bitter taste had numbed him. This was the first time he felt that taking medicine wasn't so bitter, and he didn't resist this feeling anymore. Because his wife had sugar. After drinking the medicine, Hualinia reluctantly left. He needed to go hunting and gather more food. Shin Fufu didn't want a strong-willed granddaughter-in-law like Gu Yuanyuan, especially one who could be supported by the villagers of Qingshan village, because it would make her harder to manage in the future. He glanced at the people from Qingshan village and said calmly, I didn't know about this marriage beforehand. Su village chief was furious and said, What do you mean? Shin family wants to break off the engagement and is making excuses? Shin Fufu shook his head and said, It's not an excuse.
I really didn't know about this.
Everyone in Linghu village also doesn't know that the Shin family is holding a wedding today. Without the consent of my parents or approval from me as the head of the family, I consider this marriage arrangement invalid. As the head of the family, Shun Chuanfu refuses to recognize this marriage. In a way, this makes the marriage between the Shun and Gu families invalid. Even if Gu Yuanyuan is forced to stay in Linghu village with the Shin family, her future life will be very difficult. However, if Linghu village simply sends Gu Yuanyuan back to Qingshan village, the girls from Qingshan village who marry outside may face problems in the future. The village chief and villagers of Qingshan village look very upset because his wife had sugar. After drinking the medicine, Please give me instructions, wife. Xiao Jihan, with a noble and elegant appearance, maintained a humble attitude. As long as his wife didn't think about giving him medicine to make him sleep or scold him, he could get used to handling it. Su Miao looked up at Xiao Jihan and saw that although his expression was cold and stern, he looked serious and not unwilling. She pursed her lips and said, "Well, these wheat grains need to be husked. Then they can be dried and turned into food. Okay, I'll do that." Su Miao showed him what she thought was a kind smile and said, "That's very kind of you. Thank you." When facing Xiao Jihan, Su Miao still felt naturally distant and a bit reserved. Xiao Jihan could naturally sense this too. "It's not a problem." He stepped forward, and Su Miao naturally moved aside to keep her distance from him, to avoid him thinking she was deliberately trying to get close. According to her previous memories, this was how it was. Her previous self most wanted to win Xiao Jihan over, because Xiao Jihan's pure and cold aura was similar to Jiang Machuan, whom she liked. Unfortunately, her previous self tried many ways but failed. She didn't even want to remember those times. Although she didn't do them herself, it was her body now. Thinking about those things made her feel deeply ashamed. Xiao Jihan used his supernatural ability to quickly husk the wheat grains. He gathered his fingers, and all the grains fell into a nearby wooden bucket. Su Miao watched this scene in surprise. She didn't know that supernatural powers could be used this way. It was much faster than using her hands. "Thank you." Xiao Jihan's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Su Miao with a meaningful gaze. She had never said thank you before. This is what I should do. So there was no need to say thank you. This was much easier. Su Miao poured the wheat grains onto a mat in the yard to dry. The weather was sunny, and after drying for a noon, she could go to the mill to grind flour in the afternoon. In the evening, she could make noodles or bread. Su Miao's eyes showed anticipation. She no longer needed to deal with the wheat. She could now prepare cured and smoked meat. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway, as clear and sharp as snow falling in a quiet valley. Pleasant to hear, but with a cold, sharp chill. Su Miao felt that this laughter sounded somewhat mocking, yet familiar. She looked up toward the door and saw a stunning man in black clothes standing there. He looked so beautiful it seemed unreal, like a dark night blooming with roses. He wore a black brocade robe with dark patterns embroidered on the edges and a white jade belt. His long black hair was loose behind his back, giving a painting-like, elegant look. His presence was noble and graceful, but his narrow, deep phoenix eyes looked like an ancient pond, hiding mystery and trickery. He was stunningly cold and magnificent, with a strange black-red pendant on his forehead, decorated with complex patterns. He also seemed to release some kind of special aura, with black mist swirling around him, making the air feel very heavy. Seeing him, Su Muyao's face changed color. Through her past memories, she knew this was one of her current 5 beast husbands, Mei Qingchen. His true form was a black shadow panther beast, and he was the next heir of the noble Mei family. The Mei family was an ancient clan with very mysterious influence. Her previous self had only seen Mei Qingchen once at the palace banquet and was struck by his beauty, determined to have him. She even went on a hunger strike to get him. She didn't know how her father in this body managed to persuade the Mei family to agree to marry her to Mei Qingchen as her beast husband. In any case, Mei Qingchen carried a strange power. Every time her previous self tried to get close to him, she felt physically unwell. So far, she hadn't even touched his sleeve. Now, like Hualinia, Wen Nanxi, and Shiao Jihan, they all wore beast fur. But Mei Qingchen wore an extremely noble brocade robe that shimmered faintly, with embroidered patterns at the hem, family totem symbols. Only noble families with deep roots had such unique marks.
Mei Qingchen.
Su Muyao's eyes trembled slightly. This person gave her a feeling of great strength and an even more oppressive aura. Even when he looked at her with his phoenix eyes, there was a trace of extreme dislike, which then turned to indifference. Host, you must be careful. Host, her previous self wanted to sleep with this beast husband but failed every time, not even touching his clothes. She was angry and wanted revenge, so she threw Mei Qingchen's most important sword into the deadly cliff on the Exile Road. On the way to Exile, Mei Qingchen was injured while protecting his predecessor from countless mutated beasts. His predecessor took advantage of his deep coma to attack him. This time, he definitely wants to kill you. Su Muyao knew that her original sword was a spiritual weapon that had accompanied her ancestor since childhood. It was intelligent. When she heard the system say this, her face changed instantly. She twitched her lips, thinking her predecessor was really risking everything. She quickly tried to absorb the surrounding wood element energy to boost her strength. No, system, the natural plants here are so lush, and the spiritual energy is so strong. Why hasn't my wood element energy improved much? It's still below the first level. The space system replied, Host, maybe because the rules of the beast world are different. Most female beasts here don't have special abilities, only mental power, which is used to calm the fierce mental sea of their mates. The Shun family members quickly reacted. Shun Chuanshou, the village chief, was the fastest. Afraid that Gu Yuanyuan would change her mind after hearing Su Cunjing's words, he quickly said, since neither side has this intention, let's just forget about this marriage. People in Qingshan village would never agree to cancel the marriage. Su Cunjing wanted to oppose, but Shun Chuanshou didn't give him a chance. He smiled and said, it's rare for all of you from Qingshan village to come to Linghu village. Let's have a simple meal here today. I have some wine I bought from the town. It's perfect for a few drinks with the older brothers, her ancestors since childhood. This sword must be familiar to the wife, he said. Su Muyao looked at the sword and shrank her pupils. She knew from her memory that this sword had once been very good. Now it looked badly damaged, as if it had been seriously injured and invaded by black energy. Logically, this sword was useless now. Su Muyao felt very regretful. The space system exclaimed, oh my god, host, what a good sword, now ruined like this. The spiritual sword can sense its owner, and Mei Qingchen must be very angry right now. Host, you should hide quickly. Seeing Su Muyao's expression, Mei Qingchen's eyes darkened with a bloodthirsty look. It seems the wife still remembers, so let's settle our old scores together, he said, ready to attack. Su Muyao really wanted to hide or enter her space. Why can't I enter the space now? The space system replied helplessly, Host, Mei Qingchen is very strong. He has sealed this place so you cannot hide. However, the host can rest assured that there is a contract binding between the Beast Master and the Wife Master, so he cannot kill the wife master. Su Muyao said his name is Mei Qingchen. Didn't he say before that they have a way to break the control contract? At this moment, Xiao Jihan stepped in front of Su Muyao. Mei Qingchen, stay calm. She is our wife master. Seeing Xiao Jihan blocking her way, Su Muyao's expression slightly changed. She almost forgot about Xiao Jihan just now. Or rather, subconsciously, she didn't think Xiao Jihan would protect her. She didn't expect him to stand in front of her. Su Muyao comforted herself. He must be afraid she will die and cause trouble for him. Mei Qingchen paused his movements, looked at Xiao Jihan with a strange expression, and said, "It's just a name, without real meaning. I do not acknowledge her as my wife master." Xiao Jihan, are you really going to stop me? Xiao Jihan refused to back down. His icy powers surged around him, forming an ice blade aimed at Mei Qingchen. Mei Qingchen, if you want to hurt her, you have to kill me first. There was no real conflict between Mei Qingchen and Xiao Jihan. On their exile journey, they had fought side by side. Darkness in Mei Qingchen's eyes grew thicker. Xiao Jihan, don't forget what she did to all of us before. On the exile road, we protected her with all our strength, but what did she do while we were injured? Don't you remember? Keeping her is a disaster. Su Muyao looked at the standoff between Xiao Jihan and Mei Qingchen, wanting to say something. Mei Qingchen, stay calm. As long as you don't attack or kill me, I can dissolve the relationship with you, so you won't be my beast master anymore. Hearing this, Mei Qingchen's eyes were sharp like swords. Ha, you said that before too. Do you think I will believe you again? Su Muyao was stunned when she heard this, and saw his eyes filled with a killing intent, as if it had become real. Suddenly, a memory flooded her mind. To deceive the 5 beast masters during the exile journey, she promised to end the relationship once they reached the tribe. She pretended to be good at first, gaining their trust, but when they relaxed their guard, she did many unforgivable things. Oh, dear. She almost wanted to cover her face and find a place to hide. Su Muyao recalled her past actions and felt like crying. Her previous self also said similar words but never followed through. Once they reached the exiled tribe, she changed her mind and said she would never free them. She became even more cruel, mistreating the 5 beast husbands and trying to sleep with them, hoping to make them her true beast husbands. Unfortunately, her predecessor failed. No wonder she didn't trust her. Su Muyao looked at him with cold, sharp eyes, sensing he truly had murderous intent. His gaze and expression made her feel uncomfortable, as if he found her irritating just by looking at her. If not for his concern for Xiao Jihan, he might have already attacked her. Xiao Jihan stood firmly in front of Su Muyao. Mei Qingchen, no matter what, I won't let you hurt the lady. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Although Mei Qingchen was very strong, Xiao Jihan was also prepared for battle. His icy aura spread around him. Su Muyao knew she had to stop Mei Qingchen. She quickly said, Mei Qingchen, what I say now is different from before. Killing me won't benefit you. Before she finished, a sharp sword energy shot toward her with fierce power. Maybe Mei Qingchen didn't want to hear her anymore or trust her promises. Xiao Jihan immediately used an ice blade to block the attack. The ice blade clashed with the sword, making a loud clang sound. The powerful collision caused the air around to shake as if it was tearing apart. Dust rose from the ground. Xiao Jihan's ice abilities spread instantly. As the sword and ice blade collided, cold air flowed toward the sword, trying to freeze it. Mei Qingchen focused his energy on the sword, turning it and launching a continuous series of attacks. His speed was so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Xiao Jihan's ice powers transformed into countless ice blades shining with cold light, blocking Mei Qingchen's attacks from all directions. The two quickly engaged in battle. Clang, clang. Su Muyao watched their moves, feeling the speed was too fast to follow. She could only see flashes of shadows. The sound of swords clashing echoed, and the walls were damaged by the energy. Her face changed as she realized how strong they were. She hadn't expected Xiao Jihan to protect her so well. The space system was amazed and said, Host, these two are so powerful. Host, both of them have strong talent, physical ability, and looks. You can solidify your relationship with them, just sleep with them, and your strength will increase quickly. Su Muyao's mouth twitched sharply and said, "Don't say such things. Do you think with this appearance, I can do anything to them? I haven't even done much and they want to kill me." The space system said, "Host can strategize against them. My host is the best. With her beauty and ability, she can definitely impress them." Su Muyao touched her half-damaged face and said, "I don't have beauty right now." The space system replied, "The host is naturally very beautiful. Once this half of her face heals, she will surely amaze everyone. And also, the host's inner beauty is very great." Su Muyao's forehead veins bulged. "That's just her opinion. Maybe you're just biased." Perhaps because her system had been with her since she was very young and had developed some feelings for her, it always thought she was very good. Many times, it spoke words of praise and encouragement without regard for danger. But she remained very rational. "System, think of a way quickly. If there's a way to quickly improve my supernatural powers, tell me. I need to stop them. If I keep fighting, this house might collapse." Su Muyao didn't expect Xiao Jihan to be so strong that he didn't let Mei Qingchen gain the upper hand. He firmly suppressed Mei Qingchen's deadly attack. The space system didn't know what to check, but after a while it spoke again. "Host, I understand now. Mei Qingchen's sword was damaged by dark energy, but your supernatural powers can heal that sword. So, the host can negotiate with Mei Qingchen. You heal the sword, and he won't kill you." Hearing this, Su Muyao breathed a sigh of relief. She shouted loudly, "Mei Qingchen, I can repair the sword. If I can't fix it, you can kill me anytime. Really, you can let me try right now." After saying this, Mei Qingchen paused his attack and looked at her with suspicious phoenix eyes. His delicate features seemed shadowed with a dark gloom. Mei Qingchen stopped attacking, and Xiao Jihan naturally withdrew his moves. Mei Qingchen's whole body radiated a commanding aura. His beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Su Muyao. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice turned cold as he said, "You just said you can fix this sword?" Seeing Mei Qingchen listen carefully, Su Muyao's heart gradually relaxed. "Yes, I can fix it. Let me try first. If I can't do it, you can kill me later." Su Muyao looked around the yard. Sigh, half of the yard was already destroyed. Fortunately, the danger was stopped in time. Mei Qingchen didn't believe in Su Muyao at all. No matter how she acted, he wouldn't trust her. But this sword was his main sword, with spiritual awareness, and very important to him. He had survived many dangers to retrieve it from the Death Valley, trying countless methods, but couldn't repair it. He didn't believe Su Muyao could fix it. When they were in Beast Emperor City, she was known as a useless fool, even lacking mental strength, so how could she repair such a treasure? Xiao Jihan also looked at Su Muyao, observing her serious and confident expression, with his eyes slightly narrowing. "Mei Qingchen, you can let the wife try." Mei Qingchen sneered. "Xiao Jihan, it's been a while since we last met, and now you're starting to defend her and speak for her? Su Muyao, you do have some skills." At this moment, Mei Qingchen looked at the sword in his hand, then at him emitting dark, broken aura. His phoenix eyes carried a hint of pain. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll let you try. I want to see what tricks you'll play." Even if there was a slight chance, he had to try. Even now, he didn't fully believe in Su Muyao. But he still stepped toward her, one step at a time. Xiao Jihan had been standing beside Su Muyao, seemingly to prevent Mei Qingchen from making a move. But he also knew that Mei Qingchen acted according to his principles. If he said Su Muyao could try, he wouldn't suddenly attack, unless Su Muyao intentionally provoked him. Although Mei Qingchen was walking towards Su Muyao now, his expression was guarded, as if afraid she would rush at him. He was wary of her touching him, even avoiding her clothes. Su Muyao was naturally not her previous self and wouldn't do such shameless things. Mei Qingchen stopped in front of Su Muyao, maintaining a safe distance, with his sword ready in front of her.
"Try it."
Su Muyao actually wished she could stay far away from Mei Qingchen at this moment. Although he had an extraordinary, stunning beauty that was very impactful, she knew this handsome man was dangerous. She needed to keep her distance, especially now that he was standing in front of her, with his exquisite phoenix eyes looking at her like a sharp blade, deep and cold. Su Muyao felt his gaze was too intense. His aura pressed down on her like a cold wind, as if a chilling aura was seeping into her bones. She trembled slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Jihan keenly sensed her discomfort and reached out to block her. He directly stopped Mei Qingchen's imposing presence. This was the first time Su Muyao felt her body become a little more comfortable. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she quietly and boldly said, "If I can repair it, you can't hurt me again or kill me. Of course, I promise. In 3 months, I will set you free and let you leave." Mei Qingchen's phoenix eyes looked at Su Muyao carefully, paying close attention to her subtle expressions. Then, he showed a hint of doubt. His eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "All right, if you can't repair it, I will kill you." Jihan looked down at her and softly said, "Don't be afraid, it will be fine." For some reason, hearing Jihan say this made Su Muyao suddenly feel a bit safer. She looked up at Jihan and realized that her previous prejudice against him was wrong. He was still very reliable when it mattered. His eyes now were clear and gentle, and the morning sunlight shone on him, making him look even more refined and extraordinary in the sunlight. She looked at him with gratitude and softly said, "Jihan, thank you. I want to stay alive and cook something delicious for you tonight." Mei Qingchen lazily smiled and said, "The sun really rose from the west today. For survival, I can really pretend well." In the past, Su Muyao used all kinds of tricks, constantly trying to hide her true intentions. Although she seemed to be getting better, she was actually hiding even bigger plans. But considering Su Muyao's father's abilities and some secret rumors about the Su family, his expression darkened. He said, "All right, I agree.
Hope you can keep your promise this time."
Mei Qingchen didn't have much hope. If Su Muyao couldn't do it, he would have a reason to act. When Su Muyao heard Mei Qingchen agree, she let out a sigh of relief. Although Mei Qingchen's personality was now somewhat unpredictable, he was still a man of his word. As long as he promised, that was enough. Su Muyao steadied her mind and stopped looking at Mei Qingchen, focusing instead on the sword. For some reason, when she approached the sword, she felt as if she could hear it crying in sadness and mourning. She sensed the sword's aura, and a feeling of oppression and heaviness filled her heart. She reached out her hand, gently moved closer to the blade, and released her wood elemental energy. She used her wood energy to repair the sword. A green glow covered the black energy on the sword's surface. The green light grew brighter and brighter, and the dark aura seemed to be afraid of something, gradually beginning to dissipate. Seeing this, Mei Qingchen's originally lazy expression suddenly became serious. Could she really do it? No, a useless fool who can't even calm their mind's energy. How could they repair their main sword? The sword has been heavily contaminated and invaded by dark energy. Everyone he asked said the sword was already ruined. Mei Qingchen stood straight, frowning as he looked at Su Muyao and at the sword. He even doubted if he was hallucinating. Jihan watched nearby, his clear, beautiful eyes showing surprise. Su Muyao focused completely, pouring all her wood element powers into the sword. Gradually, it seemed as if her mind entered the sword's spiritual sea. It was a place filled with thick black fog. As Su Muyao's wood energy flowed in, the black fog slowly dispersed. Green sprouts began to emerge on the black land, and flowers, grass, and trees started to grow. She moved forward slowly, bringing natural vitality into this place. Soon, the sword spirit no longer seemed to cry or mourn. She also saw a tall, graceful man's silhouette, though only a blurry back view, but his posture was very beautiful. Just as the man was about to turn around, Su Muyao suddenly ran out of her wood element energy and spat out blood. Her body wavered and nearly collapsed. Jihan immediately reached out and caught her. "Lady wife." Seeing Su Muyao's pale face and the fine sweat on her forehead, Xiao Jihan carefully took out a clean cloth to wipe her sweat. I'll take you to see a healer. He placed Su Muyao at home but was worried, fearing Mei Qing-chan might act. So, he had to carry her to find a healer. Su Muyao, weak and hoarse, said, Actually, I'm fine. She had only used all her wood energy, so she was very weak now. A rest would be enough. But Xiao Jihan was still worried. Let's have a healer check you. Mei Qing-chen's beautiful eyes looked deeply at Su Muyao, his expression complicated, and said, Don't let her move around. I'll bring the healer. Then, Mei Qing-chen, with his sword, disappeared like a gust of wind. When he returned, he brought the healer. After examining Su Muyao, the healer said, Overexerted your strength, causing internal heat, insufficient blood, and energy. He paused and added, And there's poison in your body. This poison can make a person irritable and quick to anger. Hearing about the poison in her body, Xiao Jihan and Mei Qing-chen's faces changed. Your half-face is caused by the poison in your body. The healer looked at Su Muyao calmly and said, You're quite composed, girl. It's clear you already knew all this. I can only prescribe some medicine to help you restore your energy and blood, but I cannot remove the poison. Su Muyao calmly said, Thank you, ancient shaman doctor. I already know that. The ancient shaman doctor doesn't need to prescribe medicine. I just need to rest and I'll be fine. The ancient shaman doctor sighed and said, All right then. After the shaman doctor left, Xiao Jihan and Mei Qing-chen remained silent. After a moment, Xiao Jihan whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't know my wife was poisoned. When they were in Beast King City, the royal doctor checked Su Muyao and said she was very healthy, with no problems. But after coming to the Exiled tribe, the ancient shaman doctor found issues with her health. They thought her face was disfigured, but it turned out she was poisoned, not disfigured. Su Muyao touched half of her face and said, It's okay. You don't need to blame yourself. I can cure this poison. Some herbs I gathered yesterday can help detoxify after being prepared. Poisons that are untreatable for others are no problem for her. Not only does she have wood element special abilities, but she can also detoxify just with herbs. Xiao Jihan quietly asked, The royal doctor has never found any health issues with you. Why is that? Su Muyao thought of her past memories and smiled faintly. Maybe I was too successful, overshadowing others. The royal family fears my Su family's power. If I die, everything belonging to the Su family can be taken over by the royal family. Xiao Jihan's expression changed. She was so clever, she understood everything. After a pause, Xiao Jihan asked, The poison makes people irritable and impulsive. So, was what my wife did earlier because of the poison? For some reason, he didn't want her to get into trouble at this moment. Su Muyao could easily blame all her problems on this poison. But her past actions towards the beast husbands were indeed too much. She couldn't feel at ease just saying that. Actually, being held by Xiao Jihan was a kind of close contact, and her wood element abilities had recovered somewhat. Even her space had an extra box now. She didn't know what was inside the box. But Su Muyao still answered Xiao Jihan's question first. She said, Not entirely. Sorry, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. You also suffered because of me being exiled here. I will change all those bad behaviors. In these 3 months, I will treat you well. She spoke sincerely. Xiao Jihan looked at her seriously, seeing the clear, honest expression in her eyes. At this moment, he could no longer doubt her. He thought he could try to believe her once. Xiao Jihan softly said, Yes, I will also protect my wife. Mei Qing-chen was currently watching the changes in his sword, noticing that it had been half repaired. The black energy invading the sword's spirit had disappeared. His heart was filled with waves of shock and amazement. He even felt an incredible sense of wonder. So, he looked at Su Muyao with a complicated expression, his eyes full of curiosity. Hearing Su Muyao say these words, his expression changed. It had only been a short time since he left, yet she could say such things. In the past, no matter how much she pretended, she wouldn't speak like this, nor would she apologize to them. She always thought everything she did was natural. If she attributed everything to being poisoned, that was understandable. But she didn't do that. Mei Qingqian's cold, dark eyes showed a strange glint. Su Muyao knew that Mei Qingqian wouldn't believe her words. She spoke softly, Mei Qingqian, this sword is only half repaired. Once I regain some of my abilities, I will fix it completely for you. Seeing her pale and weak appearance, Mei Qingqian whispered, even so, this sword now has a new life. I keep my promises and won't hurt you again. Hearing this confident promise, Su Muyao felt relieved. She showed a gentle, shallow smile and said, no matter what, it was wrong of me to throw your sword into the valley of death before. I apologize to you. Listening to her apology and seeing her relaxed smile, Mei Qingqian found it increasingly strange. Something felt off. She wasn't the type to apologize. Su Muyao didn't care what Mei Qingqian was thinking. As long as he wouldn't hurt her again, that was enough. She looked at Xiao Jihan and said, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll rest for a while. She was very weak now, and resting would make her feel better. Xiao Jihan softly said, all right, you sleep. I'll stay nearby. He would be responsible and watch over her, making sure nothing happened. Su Muyao nodded, lay down, and closed her eyes. Of course, she first went to her space to check the box that had fallen out. What is this? Host, this is the space reward you received after sharing an intimate embrace with Xiao Jihan. Open it and see for yourself. Hearing about the reward, Su Muyao's expression changed. Listening to the cheerful tone of the space system, she knew there must be good things inside. But when she opened the box, she only saw a dark, black object, like a piece of iron, but it shimmered faintly. Su Muyao's expression darkened. What is this? The space system explained, this is Xianling iron, used for forging magic weapons. It is also a treasure of this world. Mei Qingqian's sword is her soulmate sword. It was broken in several places. Although you can repair it with your wood element powers, that only makes the sword flexible again. To restore it to its original state, you need Xianling iron. This Xianling iron not only helps the sword return to its original form but also makes the sword better and more powerful than before. So, with this Xianling iron, Mei Qingqian can't do anything to you. Listening to the space system's explanation, Su Muyao understood. This Xianling iron came at just the right time. Thank you, system. The space system said seriously, host, don't worry. With me here, I won't let you be in danger. Although I can't upgrade for now, as long as you get close to the Beast Masters, I can help you get more benefits.
Su Muyao smiled.
If the space system could become real, she would want to hug it. Since her childhood, the space system has always protected and cared for her.
Yes.
But host, don't give the Xianling iron to Mei Qingqian all at once. Sharing it suddenly will cause a big stir.
Su Muyao nodded and said, I know.
I'll give it to him later. Let's see if he is trustworthy. If he promises not to act again, I won't give it to him. If he dares to hurt me, I won't hand over this Xianling iron. After talking with the space system for a while, Su Muyao went to sleep. By late afternoon, Su Muyao woke up. She felt refreshed and clear-headed. Her wood element power was halfway restored. It wasn't a full level, but she had regained some strength, and her body felt more energetic. Only by close contact with the Beast Masters could she quickly improve her wood element ability. Hugging was the simplest way, but the system told her to sleep, and she didn't dare to sleep. She opened the door and saw Xiao Jihan standing quietly at the entrance. He was calm and elegant, with a noble and pure aura, and his posture was very handsome. Su Muyao looked slightly moved and asked, have you been waiting at the door all this time?
Yes.
Is the host feeling better? Su Muyao nodded and said, yes, much better. I have regained my strength. She looked around the yard. Understanding her thoughts, Xiao Jihan spoke. Mei Qingqian has already left. Hearing this, Su Muyao relaxed. I'm glad he left. Mei Qingqian's powerful aura was really uncomfortable. She looked at the wheat in the yard. It was almost dried, with some moisture remaining, just right for grinding into flour. Put this wheat away first. I will take it to the mill to grind the flour, she said. Xiao Jihan softly replied, "My wife is not feeling well. It's better if I do these things." He didn't let Su Muyao do it himself, instead using his special ability to gather all the dried wheat into an animal hide bag. His speed was very fast. It shows how skillful they are at using their abilities. Su Muyao stepped forward, using her mind to collect the wheat into her space, then took out a clean animal hide bag. She looked at Xiao Jihan and asked, "Can you come with me to the mill?" She felt safer with Xiao Jihan nearby to protect her. After what happened with Mei Qingchen, she trusted Xiao Jihan more. "There's no need to say that, my wife. I should stay by your side and protect you," he said. He and Wen Nanxi and Hua Linhua took turns watching over her. It was his duty. Su Muyao sincerely said, "Even so, I still want to thank you. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight, better than anything you've had before." With flour, they could make many tasty foods. And based on her previous memories, she knew that on this beast world continent, no one knew about flour as a food. Xiao Jihan thought about the delicious food she made, and his mind was moved. His clear eyes rarely showed a gentle expression. "Thank you for your hard work, wife," he said. Su Muyao waved her hand and replied, "It's nothing, really." She loved making food. Especially when ingredients were plentiful, the process of cooking was also a kind of enjoyment. So, Xiao Jihan accompanied Su Muyao to the tribe's mill. The mill was at the easternmost part of the tribe. As they walked there, they naturally passed through the tribe. By early afternoon, many female beasts sat in groups at the entrance talking. Some sat under the big trees in the middle of the tribe to rest. When they saw Su Muyao and Xiao Jihan, everyone suddenly stopped talking. They looked at Su Muyao without hiding their surprise and curiosity, as if they had examined her from head to toe. Su Muyao felt that if her self-control had been weaker, she might have been flustered and unsure which foot to step with. Fortunately, she had once been a powerful wood element ability user in the end times, immune to the attention of crowds. So, she calmly walked past the tribe members' gazes. After Su Muyao and Xiao Jihan walked over, everyone turned to chat and gossip together. "It's already afternoon. Where's Su Muyao going?" "I don't know. She probably won't go into the forest. Her beast husband is staying with her. She used to never go into the forest, and even mistreated her beast husband. Rumor has it her beast husband disliked her." "That can't be true. The day before yesterday, early in the morning, her snake beast husband carried her into the forest. Yesterday, her fox beast husband also carried her into the forest. If she disliked them, they wouldn't do that. It must be because she has healing powers, so her beast husbands treat her differently." "Do you feel that Su Muyao is different from before? It seems she no longer mistreats her beast husbands or yells at people." "Yes, it seems so. The night before last, Su Muyao even saved the leader's daughter. Only the leader dares to ask her for help. We wouldn't dare approach her." "Exactly. If she insults people, it's not so bad, but if she harms someone seriously, what would happen? She doesn't treat her beast husbands well, so how could she treat others kindly? I heard she's very vicious in the Beast Emperor city. She used to have 5 beast husbands, but they all preferred to break ties with her even if it meant losing half their power. I heard that the 5 beast husbands who broke ties with her even wanted her dead. On her exiled journey, someone sent assassins after her. If she didn't have her 5 beast husbands protecting her, she might have died during the exile." The villagers kept talking excitedly. Everyone was both afraid of Su Muyao and couldn't help but gossip about her. Since there was nothing else to do in the tribe, they just discussed her out of boredom. These female beasts spoke loudly, not bothering to lower their voices. Xiao Jihan could hear everything clearly without using his powers. Of course, Su Muyao could hear it even better. Xiao Jihan looked down at Su Muyao beside him. He thought she would be very angry. But Su Muyao looked very calm, neither angry nor scolding. It was as if those people weren't talking about her at all. At this moment, she radiated a peaceful, gentle aura. No longer the fierce, quick-tempered person she used to be, but the poison in her. How does she suppress that quick-tempered, impulsive poison? He didn't know who gave her that poison. It was too cruel. Su Muyao could feel Xiao Jihan's gaze. She looked up and met his deep, probing eyes. She asked what's wrong. In her clear, beautiful eyes, a complex expression appeared. She softly said, "It's nothing. I just think my wife mainly needs to control the poison in her body, so it must be very hard." Su Muyao replied calmly, "It's okay." She seemed to understand Xiao Jihan's confusion and explained with a smile, "I said I would change. Even if the poison in my body makes me easily angered and impulsive, I am not a beast. I can control myself. So, you don't need to worry about me losing my temper and hurting you again." At this moment, Xiao Jihan saw her bright, cheerful smile and her optimistic, lively appearance. Her radiant smile dazzled his eyes, making him momentarily dazed. After a pause, Su Muyao said, "Of course, I won't do those things to you again, and I definitely won't drug you." When she said this, she lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red. Although she didn't do it herself, just talking about it made her feel shy. Seeing her ears turn red, Xiao Jihan thought she looked like a blooming flower, beautiful and charming. His expression slightly darkened. When they arrived at the mill, Su Muyao went inside. The mill was very clean, with 2 stone mills inside. She approached one of the stone mills, initially thinking she needed to wash it, but to her surprise, it was already thoroughly cleaned and ready to use. She took out some wheat from the space. Then, using a spoon, she scooped the wheat into the opening of the stone mill and started turning the millstone handle. Seeing how hard she was working to turn it, Xiao Jihan hurried forward and said, "Wife, let me do it." Su Muyao didn't argue and stepped aside, saying, "All right, then you do it." So, Xiao Jihan turned the millstone while Su Muyao scooped more wheat into it. The ground flour was collected in a leather bag at the outlet. After several rounds of grinding, she folded the leather bag and stored the flour in her space. On their way back, they passed the path where they had been earlier and saw Hualinyue anxiously asking something. "Big Sister Lin, excuse me, have you seen my wife?" Su Muyao was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped forward and called out, "Hualinyue, I am here." Hearing Su Muyao's voice, Hualinyue couldn't hold back anymore and immediately rushed forward, hugging Su Muyao tightly. "Wife, you scared me to death." Holding Su Muyao in her arms, Hualinyue finally felt at ease. He had been worried after seeing the fight marks in the yard and not seeing his wife's figure. He was afraid something had happened to her. He knew there were many people who wanted to harm her. At that moment, Hualinyue realized he didn't want anything to happen to her. Hualinyue, ignoring everything, hugged Su Muyao on the street, which surprised everyone in the tribe. "Oh my, isn't Su Muyao's beast husband very against her? Doesn't even let her touch him, yet he's so worried and nervous about her?" "Exactly, he's holding her tightly, clearly caring a lot." "Yes, he rushed over just now to ask if he saw his wife. He's clearly afraid she'll run away. I heard that her wife used medicine to try to win him over, but it didn't work. Looking at him now, there's no need for medicine. It seems Su Muyao and her beast husband are very close." Su Muyao heard everyone's words and felt a little embarrassed. She gently pushed Hualinyue. "People are watching us." Hualinyue didn't let go at all. His fox-like eyes flickered, and he looked around, then softly said, "If the wife feels it's not convenient here, let's go home first." When they returned home, Hualinyue looked at the battle marks in the yard. He turned to Xiao Jihan, his fox eyes showing a cold expression. "What happened here before?" Xiao Jihan calmly explained, "Mei Qingchen came back." Just these words made Hualinyue's face change. His fox eyes carried a chilling aura. Did he do something to the wife? Hualinyue remembered what Wen Nanxi had said last night. Their biggest worry was Mei Qingchen and Shin Qianan. If they had a way to control the contract and they suddenly turned hostile towards the wife, it would be very difficult to handle. Hualinyue didn't wait for Xiao Jihan to explain. He went directly to Su Muyao, looked at her carefully, checking her from head to toe, front and back, left and right, making sure she was unharmed. His expression slightly eased. But he still asked worriedly, "Is the wife hurt? Is she uncomfortable anywhere?"
Su Muyao shook her head. "I'm fine."
Hualinia said seriously, "Don't worry, wife. I saw the sword marks on the wall. They were caused by Mei Qingchen's sword." Did Mei Qingchen do something to the wife? At this moment, Hualinia's killing intent toward Mei Qingchen was clear. Su Muyao briefly explained, "I made an agreement with Mei Qingchen. I help him repair his main sword, and he won't do anything to me anymore." After speaking, she comforted Hualinia's emotions. "Really, I'm fine. It's getting late. I'll start making dinner." Some parts of the courtyard wall were damaged and needed repair. Hualinua immediately said, "I'll fix it." Xiao, Jihan, and Hualinua helped repair the wall together. Su Muyao then started preparing for making dumplings. She first chopped meat and cabbage, then took seasonings from her space to make the filling, adding oil and green onions adding green onions and makes the dumplings tastier. Next, she kneaded the dough. After the dough was ready, she began wrapping the dumplings. Su Muyao was very fast at wrapping dumplings. Her hands were skillful, and soon, full dumplings were placed on a rack. Xiao, Jihan, and Hualinua finished repairing the wall and leveling the ground in the yard before helping in the kitchen. When they saw how quickly Su Muyao was wrapping dumplings, they were all surprised. They had never seen such food before. They also didn't know this way of making it. Especially, they wondered what that white thing was. Xiao Jihan remembered the wheat flour ground in the afternoon and guessed what it might be, but he was still very shocked. It turned out to be another kind of food. Hualinua was surprised and asked, "Wife, what kind of food is this?" Su Muyao explained, "This is called dumplings. The dough is made from ground wheat flour. The filling is made from cabbage, pork, green onions, and after boiling you can taste how it tastes." Even in the end times, when ingredients were scarce, people still liked to make and eat dumplings during festivals. For many, eating dumplings meant more than just food. She also liked eating dumplings. It reminded her of the times before the end times, when she lived in the countryside with her grandfather and grandmother. Grandma was a great cook. Back then, their family had a vegetable garden and they bought fresh pork at the village market, even when they ate pork. The pork was fresh and cheap. When she was young, she looked forward to eating dumplings during festivals. It felt like a special tradition. Hualinua listened to Su Muyao's explanation and looked at her. At that moment, she felt that Su Muyao radiated a gentle, bright, and warm aura. It was a pure, soft, and beautiful feeling. That was a kind of inner glow that made others hesitant to disturb her. Hualinua and Xiao Jihan wanted to help with making dumplings, but didn't know how to join in. They didn't know how to get involved. Su Muyao said, "You don't know how to fold or roll the dough, so I'll do it myself." Knowing how much they ate, Su Muyao planned to make more dumplings, or they wouldn't have enough to eat. Hualinia spoke softly, "Today I hunted 3 wild boars and left them in the yard. Should I prepare them now?" Knowing that his wife liked to eat wild boar meat, Hualinia specifically went into the forest to hunt wild boars that day. Fortunately, he managed to hunt 3 large wild boars. Su Muyao's expression changed. 3 wild boars? Where are they? Seeing her bright eyes, Hualinia knew he had made the right choice. They are in the corner of the yard. Knowing she liked cleanliness, he placed the wild boars in the corner, waiting for her to come back and decide how to handle them. Su Muyao put down the dumplings she was holding and went to the yard. She saw the 3 large wild boars in the corner. They each looked to weigh over 400 jin. But Su Muyao found it strange. She remembered that hunting beasts used to be very hard for them. Sometimes they would go out hunting all day and come back empty-handed. At this moment, the space system said host in the past when they went hunting, they were just relaxing. So they often came back empty-handed, only occasionally catching a beast, just to make sure they wouldn't starve. Hearing this, Su Muyao understood. It wasn't that they couldn't hunt beasts, but they simply didn't want to get food for her previous self. She said, "With so much wild boar meat, some can be used for making oil and some for smoking and curing. After curing, the meat can be stored for a long time, even through the snow season. They could also make meatballs, steamed meat, braised meat, and other dishes." Su Muyao discussed with Hualinia and Xiao Jihan how to handle the meat, and they started processing it. Of course, they couldn't throw away the pigskin. It could be used to make pigskin jelly. But at this moment, Su Muyao noticed that Wen Nanxi hadn't returned yet. It was almost dark, and the sun was setting. Why hasn't Wen Nanxi come back? Could something have happened? Although Wen Nanxi was very strong, Su Muyao had seen her abilities. But in the forest there were not only wild animals, but also many mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts had high levels. If she encountered a beast stronger than Wen Nanxi, she could be in danger. Hua Linya listened to her words, feeling a bitter taste in his heart. Is the wife so concerned about Wen Nanxi? Su Muyao said, I don't want any of you to get into trouble. Hua Linya thought about Wen Nanxi's mysterious abilities and background, then said, with her abilities, she should be fine. After saying this, he saw Su Muyao's furrowed brow and reluctantly admitted, if the wife is really worried about him, I will go look for him. While they were talking, Wen Nanxi returned. He carried a wind element magic scroll with 2 wild beasts falling into the yard. Wen Nanxi still looked gentle and elegant, but Su Muyao could smell a strong scent of blood on him. It seemed as if he had just been through a fierce fight. Su Muyao has a wood element magic ability, so she is very sensitive to smells. Wen Nanxi, are you hurt? Su Muyao stepped forward and gently asked, with worry in her eyes. For Su Muyao, Wen Nanxi's presence means a lot. Maybe he is the first person who crossed over and gently protected her. He didn't show disgust like others. Wen Nanxi usually looked calm and refined, with a distant and indifferent expression, as if nothing could upset him. But when he saw Su Muyao, his aura softened, and his eyes became tender and gentle. He spoke softly, it's nothing, just encountered a mutated beast, and came back a bit late. Wen Nanxi didn't want to say what he had been through, afraid it would scare Su Muyao. Su Muyao looked into his gentle, comforting eyes and said, then you should rest now. I made water dumplings for dinner tonight. Seeing her sweet and lovely expression, Wen Nanxi gently touched her forehead and eyes. Although he had already washed thoroughly before returning, removing the bloodstains on him, his wife's keen senses might still notice something. It's okay, I'll help cook. Although he didn't know what water dumplings were, Wen Nanxi didn't want Su Muyao to do all the work alone. When Wen Nanxi washed his hands and went to the kitchen to help, he watched Su Muyao making water dumplings. He only looked for a moment before starting to help. Wen Nanxi's movements were as elegant and gentle as ever. Even when making dumplings, they looked like a painting. And he made them very beautifully. Su Muyao thought he made better dumplings than she did. Is this a talent? She blinked and looked at Wen Nanxi, saying, wow, you're so amazing. You can tell how to make them just by looking. Running away and letting others sacrifice themselves for her was not her style. Moreover, judging by the killer's tactics, they had set a trap to kill her. Running would be useless and just as deadly. She and Xie fought with all their might, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. While Xie used all his strength to block, he was covered in cuts, blood continuously flowing from his body. Su Muyao urged herself to move faster. This process took time. When the cracks on her neck and body turned red, her supernatural power instantly advanced from level 5 to level 7. Su Muyao, with her 7th level ability, stepped in. Hua Linya knew that Jihan wouldn't lie easily, so he said, I hope you always stay like this. Having feelings makes you less yourself. Jihan looked at him with a worried expression, seeming to understand something. He was slightly surprised and asked, do you like the wife master? Remember, they used to strongly dislike the wife master. Even if the wife master had changed a few days ago, it was unlikely that they would go from dislike to liking her so quickly. Seeing Hua Linya silent, Jihan softly reminded him, didn't you say before that your father died because he fell for your mother, and that's why he died in her backyard? Walking outside the old Shin family's yard, you could smell the aroma of chicken soup. Gu Yuanyuan sniffed and made a sound, saying, oh, mushroom chicken stew. I smell the mushroom aroma. It smells so good. She muttered, the people in the old Shin family really know how to eat. Shun Zhengling looked at her and remembered how she wanted to pick wild mushrooms when she went up the mountain, even seeing some poisonous ones she wanted to bring back to eat. He decided to go up the mountain sometime, a bit farther away, to pick some mushrooms for her. Things that grow naturally on the mountain shouldn't be left uneaten by his wife. Instantly advanced from level 5 to level 7. That moment she appeared in his spiritual sea, saving him from childhood nightmares, was different. Otherwise, do you think Wen Nanxi is protecting the wife master now because she comforted his spiritual sea? That's why he feels differently about her. Before, Wen Nanxi was gentle but distant. If he didn't allow it, the wife master couldn't get close to him either. So now he could feel that Wen Nanxi not only allowed the wife master to approach him but also actively approached her and even protected her. Otherwise, that night, he wouldn't have warned him not to provoke the wife master. He was afraid he might deepen their relationship. Hearing this, Jihan understood why Hualinue's attitude towards the wife master was different after he returned yesterday. It was because he was helping to soothe Wen Nanxi's agitated spiritual sea. In the past, when their spiritual seas were disturbed, Su Muyao wouldn't help soothe them. She didn't have the spiritual power to do so. Even if she wanted to help, they would all refuse. Probably because at that time, I didn't want to be involved with her at all. Everyone was thinking about leaving in the future. Hearing this, Jihan's expression changed slightly. Su Muyao naturally didn't know what Jihan and Hualinua were talking about. She was focused on wrapping dumplings. Thanks to Wen Nanxi's help, she wrapped dumplings quickly. After wrapping all the dough, there was still some filling left. Su Muyao kneaded a bit more dough and continued wrapping. Wen Nanxi watched her knead the dough and realized how flour turns into dough. Next time, he could do these things so his wife could rest. After wrapping the dumplings, it was time to cook them. Wen Nanxi went to the yard to fetch firewood and start the fire. When the water boiled, Su Muyao put in the dumplings. At that moment, Mei Qingchen returned. Seeing Mei Qingchen's figure, Su Muyao's body instinctively tensed up. Facing Mei Qingchen, she really couldn't relax. She was naturally on guard. Feeling Su Muyao's tension, Wen Nanxi softly said, "Don't be afraid. I won't let him hurt you." People who know Wen Nanxi well would know that although he looks gentle and refined, he is naturally cold in temperament. But once he decides to protect someone, he would never allow others to hurt her. Su Muyao believed Wen Nanxi and nodded, saying, "I know. Actually, he also promised not to hurt me anymore." But deep down, she still couldn't fully trust Mei Qingchen. Mei Qingchen's presence was like a ticking bomb. But she couldn't let him leave either. So after the dumplings were cooked, Su Muyao silently served 5 large plates, including one for Mei Qingchen. Then she poured a small bowl of vinegar for dipping. She also served each person a bowl of dumpling soup. Su Muyao called out to Hualinue and Jihan in the yard, dinner time. Hualinue and Jihan washed their hands and sat down in the kitchen. They wouldn't let their wife wait for them to eat. However, Mei Qingchen had not moved at all. Su Muyao stepped out of the kitchen and said, Mei Qingchen, dinner is ready." Mei Qingchen moved some stones and was repairing a part of the courtyard wall. Hearing her words, he didn't turn around and said with dislike, "Su Muyao, do you still want to drug my food?" Su Muyao was stunned for a moment. Thinking of her past memories again, she helplessly explained, "No, I won't drug the food anymore." Mei Qingchen sneered coldly, "I don't believe it, so I won't eat what you cook." He only stayed here because his sword still needed her to repair it. Su Muyao looked calm and said, "All right, if you don't want to eat, then don't." She couldn't force others to eat if they didn't want to. Currently, there isn't much wheat, only a little flour was ground. If one person doesn't eat, it can save some. She slowly turned her head and saw Wen Nanxi rushing toward her from nearby, moving so quickly. "Lady wife." Wen Nanxi was shocked but also nearly furious. His calm expression broke, and a fierce killing anger burst out, releasing all his level 5 abilities. He knew many of these killers were at peak level 6, and his abilities couldn't handle them, so Wen Nanxi activated the bloodline power of the ancient heavenly snake. An illusion of the ancient heavenly snake appeared in the sky and attacked the killers. In an instant, 2 peak level 6 experts were killed instantly. Ancient heavenly snake. Mei Qingchen. For Su Muyao, as long as Mei Qingchen didn't hurt her, she was willing to do whatever. Not eating her food was actually good. It saved her effort. Su Muyao didn't pick up her chopsticks, and everyone else also stayed still. She came back to herself and said, "Everyone, eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when cold." Then she used her chopsticks to pick up a dumpling and put it in her mouth. Inside, she nodded slightly, taste was just right and the salt was perfect. Seeing her eat, everyone gradually started to eat. When they tasted the dumplings, they realized how delicious they were. Huali Nue's fox-like eyes showed amazement. So delicious. I've never had such tasty food. Wife, you're amazing. You can make such delicious dishes. Hearing Huali Nue's words, Su Muyao smiled. Good to hear that. Then she looked at Wen Nanxi and Xiao Jihan. Xiao Jihan's expression also changed slightly, and he praised sincerely. Indeed delicious. Even the royal chefs in Beast King City can't make such food. Most importantly, no one noticed the wheat-based food. Wen Nanxi's eyes also showed gentle warmth. He looked at Su Muyao with a soft smile and said softly, "It's very tasty, but it must have been hard for you, wife." Su Muyao felt proud that her cooking was appreciated, giving her a sense of achievement. Actually, the main ingredient is flour. With flour, you can make many delicious foods. Not just dumplings, but also noodles, buns, wontons, pancakes, and more. I will cook them for you all later. She also planted some wheat in the space's field, so they would have flour to use. Of course, they could also clear a piece of land near the tribe to plant some wheat in the future. The crops in the space grow quickly and can be harvested sooner. While speaking, Su Muyao ate dumplings one by one, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Wen Nanxi watched her and found her very adorable. Let me know if you need help with anything in the future. I'll be with you. It's hard for her to cook for so many people alone. These are things they should do themselves. Okay, I understand. Hualinua couldn't say anything else now and focused on eating the dumplings on his plate. They were really delicious. Xiao Jihan ate slowly and calmly, occasionally glancing at Su Muyao with increasingly deep eyes. He couldn't quite understand her anymore. Wen Nanxi ate as gracefully as always, occasionally looking at Su Muyao. Seeing her peaceful smile, his expression softened even more. Mei Qingchen was in the yard carefully repairing the wall with stones. Because the wall was damaged in a fight, he was responsible for fixing it. But he couldn't believe in Su Muyao. He has special abilities and excellent hearing, so he naturally heard what Hualin Yue and others said in the kitchen. He smiled coldly, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. To flatter such a vicious wife master, was he really going to lie? In Beast Emperor City, Su Muyao was known as a fool, not even recognizing vegetables and couldn't cook at all. He didn't know that when Nanxi helped her prepare dinner. He even suspected those words were deliberately spoken for him to hear. He wouldn't believe it and he wouldn't eat it. That meal, Hualin Yue and the others ate very well and felt full. After finishing, Hualin Yue looked at Su Muyao, his fox-like eyes flickering, with a gaze that was both intoxicating and captivating. Su Muyao couldn't ignore his intense stare and asked, "Are you still hungry? If I weren't full, there would be another plate." Hualin Yue shook his head and said, "I'm very full. I just think the wife master is very good." Su Muyao's lips moved slightly. "Are you trying to say my dumplings are delicious?" Hualin Yue's eyes shimmered like water. "The wife master is also very good." As he spoke, he sighed softly. "If I get used to eating the meals made by the wife master, what if I don't want to leave in the future?" Su Muyao seriously thought for a moment and said, "Maybe you should do like Mei Qingchen and stop eating what I make for a while. Then in 3 months, you won't have to worry about these things." Hualin Yue was just joking, but Su Muyao took it seriously. He deliberately showed a sad expression and said, "Wife master is really ruthless. I cannot provide assistance with this request." Wen Nanxi had been staying with Su Muyao while she worked. After tidying up the kitchen, Wen Nanxi helped Su Muyao cure some cured meat. Watching Wen Nanxi, Su Muyao thought he was very patient and gentle. Such a person probably never argues with anyone. He also gives off a very comfortable and warm feeling. Even if he didn't know what she was doing, he would quietly do it when she told him to. Su Muyao explained, "Once the cured meat is ready, we smoke it. Usually, we keep it on the stove, and when cooking, we also smoke it. This way, it lasts longer. During the snowy season, if you want to eat meat, you can just slice the smoked meat directly." Wen Nanxi paused in her action of salting the pork. "Smoked meat?" she asked. She knew how to roast meat, make oil, cook meat, and even cure some meat, but she had never heard of smoking meat with smoke. Her way of preparing food was quite unique. Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, smoked meat is tender but not dry, and the fatty parts are fragrant and tasty. You can use it to make fried rice, braised rice, or smoked meat patties. I have so many ideas for delicious food. I can make different dishes every day." She always thought that dumplings cooked with firewood tasted especially good, better than those high-tech gas ones from the end times. As she spoke, Su Muyao's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, shining brightly. Wen Nanxi looked at her with gentle patience, quietly listening to her talk. While Su Muyao was speaking, she was also watching the medicinal herbs boiling in the clay pot. Once it was ready, she used a cloth to pour out the medicine and let it sit for a while. When the temperature was just right, she turned to Hualinya, who was busy in the corner, and said, "Hualinya, it's time to take your medicine." She initially wanted to hand it to him directly, but seeing Mei Qingchen nearby, she instinctively hesitated. So, she called Hualinya over to drink the medicine. Hualinya silently continued working, lost in memories of his father. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the sound and saw Su Muyao under the moonlight. Her eyes seemed filled with moonlight, and her voice was soft, sweet, and gentle. His heart trembled instinctively, and an inexplicable feeling welled up inside him. He put down the stone in his hand and quickly walked over. "My wife just made medicine for me?" he asked. Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, the medicine for heat toxin. You need to drink it twice a day, morning and evening. If you take it regularly, you'll recover quickly. The temperature is just right. You should drink it now." Hanrenyi looked into her clear eyes and unconsciously moved his fingers as he took the medicine bowl. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "Did I burn your hand just now?" "No, go ahead and drink it quickly." Hanrenyi gulped down the medicine rapidly. After finishing, he looked at her with a hopeful gaze. Su Muyao was momentarily stunned by his expression. "What's wrong?" Hanrenyi raised his fox-like eyes and pressed his lips, saying, "My wife hasn't given me any candy yet." Su Muyao was surprised.
She almost forgot about that.
Hanrenyi looked sad and a little wronged, using a lazy, husky voice. "Since I was young, only my wife would give me candy." Seeing his pitiful expression and recalling how he looked as a child in her mind, Su Muyao's heart softened a little. She took some candy from her space and handed it to him. Old Lady Shin loudly said, "Go ahead. Go find them if you dare." "All right, we'll go now." Gu Yuanyuan tugged at Xinjingling's sleeve and said, "Husband, let's go. Let's find the village chief and the officer." As soon as they turned around, the old Shin family's gate slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. Zhao Shuixian's worried voice came from inside the yard. "Mother, are we really going to the office tomorrow? Ordinary people are always afraid of officials. Villagers usually try to avoid seeing officials, and they definitely don't have the courage to report grievances at the county office." Old Lady Shin confidently said, "Do you really believe what that little brat said?" "No, go ahead and drink it." Using so many arrows means they received a mission, a level 1 mission called the Juesha Order. Once a Juesha Order is issued, the sect will keep hunting the target, sending wave after wave of killers. They never stop until the target is dead. It's said that anyone they kill with the Juesha Order never escapes alive. Shin Qian has been in the martial world, and naturally knows these things. His father also comes from the martial world. He said lazily and fiercely, "Since they dared to attack my wife, I will destroy them all. No matter what it takes, I will wipe out the Juesha sect." Wen Nanxi said, "Together," and handed it to him. Old Lady Shin loudly said, "Go ahead, like stone mortars and pestles. I want to make some medicine packs for deworming and stopping bleeding to sell at the market. That way, I can earn some crystals. Hanrenyi looked confused and asked, Wife, why do you want to earn crystals? Aren't there enough food and supplies every day? What more do you need? Su Muyao said, with crystal coins, I can buy some everyday items. There's nothing wrong with sharing this. Anyway, in a few days, when I go to the city for trading, I will still need to spend on protection from Lin Yi and others. The road from the tribe to the nearest city is not safe. Danger is always present. And I can't rely on them forever. Besides wanting to improve my supernatural abilities, I also need to earn enough crystal coins. Hua Linia was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered. They each have their own dowry. But each person's dowry was kept separately, not intended for Su Muyao. It's because she was really harsh to them before. While stacking stones, Mei Qingchen overheard this conversation and saw this scene. His expression froze for a moment, then showed an incredible look. Poison from fire? Hualinia's fire poison is untreatable, yet Su Muyao actually has a way to deal with it. During the day, she said she could detoxify her own poison, but he didn't believe her. Could it be true? No, that's impossible. But thinking about how she can repair her own sword, maybe she also has the ability of a shaman doctor. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao under the moonlight, his eyes darkening. But then he seemed to think of something. His magnificent phoenix eyes dimmed slightly, and his long eyelashes fluttered slightly, hiding the coldness in his eyes. No matter what, he would stay alert to her. Wen Nanxi and the others really dare to eat her food. When they let their guard down, they still don't know when she might drug them again. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he said to Xiao Jihan, Su Muyao is thinking of a new trick, asking everyone for dowry and crystal coins again. Earlier, she wanted them to hand over all their dowry and wealth. The money and treasures they initially took out were all spent by her to please others. Xiao Jihan thought about what Su Muyao did in Beast Emperor City. His expression darkened, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Mei Qingchen thought about Su Muyao's vicious and foolish actions, and he couldn't forgive or forget. Our dowries were spent a lot back then. If we hadn't reacted in time, we probably wouldn't have a single crystal coin left. Shun Xian still felt a strong sense of reluctance inside. He reached out to gently touch Su Muyao, but then carefully withdrew his hand. She was unconscious now, and he couldn't help feeling heartache. He knew he should respect her and not touch her face while she was asleep, in case his wife was unhappy. He understood she didn't like others to approach her without respect. His earlier actions of forcibly pulling her back when he returned were all wrong. If he was lucky enough to come back alive, he would pursue his wife properly, in a way she liked and with respect. No one knew how deeply he was shaken when he saw his wife's condition the moment he arrived in the forest at midnight. Don't know when she might drug them again. And you still believe her? No wonder your attitude towards her has changed. It turns out it's all about the 3 months. I want to see if she will really set us free after 3 months, as she claims. Mei Qingchen would not believe what Su Muyao said. Xiao Jihan couldn't say much for Su Muyao either, because he wasn't sure she would truly let them go. Although she had changed, they feared it was just her old tricks. Hualina listened to Su Muyao talk about earning crystals to buy daily supplies. It seemed he thought of something. When his fox-like eyes sparkled, a layer seemed to cover the depths of his gaze. I'll help my wife make the tools for crushing herbs. He took some stones and started using his supernatural ability to craft them. Everyone had their own tasks, so things stayed peaceful. After brewing her medicine, Su Muyao waited until it cooled to the right temperature before drinking it. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable after drinking the medicine. Although she felt unwell, she didn't tell anyone. She knew that even if she did, no one would believe her. They might think she was just playing tricks again. She wouldn't even be cared for. So she bravely washed up and told everyone should rest early. I'm going to rest now. Then she lay down on her bed. Even lying down, she still felt very uncomfortable. She checked her pulse and found it was the side effect of the antidote she had taken. System, are you sure I didn't take the wrong medicine? Or maybe the herbs here are different from the ones I know. They looked exactly the same, and gathering and preparing them was fine. The space system checked Su Muyao's body. Host, your antidote is correct. It's just that your body has had long-term chronic poisoning, so taking the antidote triggered some issues. Also, host, you were previously given a love potion, which still has some residue. Madame Mei coldly said, it turns out the people behind everything are from the Lu family, probably related to Lu Mengyan. That woman is not an easy person to deal with. Because of her, Mu Yao's reputation was ruined, and she was exiled. The head of the Mei family smiled mysteriously and said, she stays in the background, not involved in anything. It's her people helping her, so we can't find any evidence. But we can't just leave it like this. Let our people attack the Lu family's business. We must vent our anger. And we must also help our son. If Su Muyao is driven out, he won't even have a place to cry. Be cared for. So she bravely. The love potion was made from a special flower from the beast world, and there was no antidote. The only way to relieve it was through that method. But no one was willing to help her, so she soaked in ice water all night. Although it seemed like the potion was gone, some of its effects still remained in her body. The space system said, yes, that's right. The host probably remembers some of it now. As long as the host sleeps with the beast husband for a long time, the residual effects will naturally fade. Shumuyao. System, you really go all out to make me have relations with the beast husband. If there's nothing else, go back now. Do what you need to do. In the future, don't be so easily startled when things happen. However, Gu Yuanyuan refused to leave this time. Gu Yuanyuan said, Grandpa, your words are a bit unfair. Today's matter is not us being reckless. Grandma and Annie took advantage of my husband and me being away to back a wild chicken that my husband found this morning from Zhengze and Bauer. The chicken from the children isn't enough. They even say we are disobedient and unfilial and want to report us to the government. Grandpa, what do you think we should do? Lu family's business. We must vent our anger, but sometimes unexpected situations happen and mutated beasts do appear. So it's better to stay cautious. Wife, what's wrong? Wen Nanxi came in with something and saw that Su Muyao on the bed looked very strange. At this moment, Su Muyao was lying on the bed, her long black hair spread on the pillow, her skin icy and snow-white. Her eyebrows like willow branches tinged with rouge, with a shy, intoxicated look at the tips. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, bright and alluring. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of mist, giving her a delicate, pitiful appearance. She bit her lips tightly, seeming to endure something. This made her lips look even more red and tempting, like a freshly picked flower, beautiful and dripping with charm. Ignoring her half-black, disfigured face, she looked truly stunning at this moment. But the redness on her face was abnormal and carried a sense of weakness. Hearing Wen Nanxi's voice, Su Muyao looked at her in a daze, trying to make her voice sound normal. I'm fine. But as soon as she spoke, her voice still carried a faint, breathy gasp. Muyao Su doesn't look like she's fine. Are you running a fever? Wen Nanxi frowned and reached out to touch her forehead to check her temperature. Unexpectedly, Muyao Su, who could usually resist, felt a cool sensation when touched and instinctively moved closer to him. Her body trembled slightly. Wen Nanxi checked her again and thought she wasn't feverish. But under the moonlight, seeing Muyao Su like this, Wen Nanxi seemed to remember something. His gentle, beautiful eyes darkened with swirling emotions. He continued softly, my wife, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Muyao Su's body trembled gently. Though her mind was still clear, the rising heat made her want to get closer to Wen Nanxi. His body felt cool and refreshing. Muyao Su clenched her teeth and whispered, I'm fine, just a little hot. Is something wrong? He came to see her late at night, so he must have a reason. Seeing her eyes wet and full of helplessness, Wen Nanxi felt pity. He softened and sighed gently, holding her in his arms. Then his legs turned into a snake tail, gently wrapping Muyao Su inside. The snake tail's natural coolness made her feel more comfortable. Muyao Su couldn't control her trembling anymore. She reached out instinctively to hug Wen Nanxi, but forced herself to hold back. She was afraid that if she touched him, he might push her away. She promised herself she wouldn't act like she did before, so she didn't dare to make the first move, even though her hand trembled slightly. Wen Nanxi only wrapped her with his snake tail. Even if the tail didn't move, it felt her every hot breath. In the cool, faint fragrance, Muyao Su felt her body was enveloped by his aura. Right now, when Nanxi's gentle, beautiful features seemed to darken with a hint of deep, ink-colored water. His voice was soft but with a husky tone. "My wife, are you still hot? Do you feel better now?" As he spoke, he gently tidied her messy hair with his delicate, jade-like fingers. He carefully tucked her hair behind her ear with gentle touch. But his fingers touching her ear made her very sensitive. Muyao Su shivered all over and couldn't bear it. She restrained the tingling sensation spreading through her body, her dreamy eyes looking at him. "I'm feeling better."
Better now.
In fact, she wasn't really better. Her body felt even hotter, and the tingling sensation was more intense. It was becoming uncomfortable, and tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Seeing her like this, Wen Nanxi sighed softly with a sense of helplessness and gently wiped away the tears from her face. "Madam, if you're uncomfortable, you can tell me." He was afraid that if his entire form transformed, it might scare her. So he only used his snake tail to help cool her down. Compared to her current state, with her breath uneven and her body tingling, Wen Nanxi still maintained his gentle, refined appearance. But his eyes had grown darker and more intense. I'm really fine." Actually, at this moment, her body did feel much better. His snake tail, naturally cool, wrapped around her, gradually calming her heat. But when his tail moved lightly, the tingling sensation was very obvious. It made her whole body feel like it was being struck by an electric shock. She had no experience with this kind of thing, so her eyes were a little hazy now. After a long while, the heat inside her body subsided, and she opened her clear eyes. A bit shy, she said, "Thank you for tonight. I'm fine now. Is there anything you need or anything I can do for you? You helped me, and I will repay you." When Nanxi's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, and his voice became low, warm, and husky. "Madam, there's no need to be so formal with me." As he spoke, he retracted his snake tail, transforming back into his legs, and took out a clean cloth to wipe the fine sweat from her face. His movements were gentle, and Su Muyao couldn't refuse. His voice had a clear, smooth quality, like the sound of a guqin or a mountain spring. Very pleasant. She had just clenched her teeth tightly, biting her lips with effort, which caused a small cut, revealing a faint red color like blush on her lips. It looked as if her lips were stained with rouge. Of course, Su Muyao didn't realize this at the moment. But when Nanxi's deep, dark eyes fixed on her lips, holding her gaze, his slender fingers gently touched her lips, softly caressing them. A delicate tingling spread from her lips to her heart, making her tremble intensely. Su Muyao was stunned, her tongue involuntarily curling out to touch Wen Nanxi's fingers. She suddenly realized that his gaze and the aura around him had changed. Her whole body stiffened, tears almost falling, and she hurriedly said, I didn't mean to do that." Wen Nanxi wondered if she was deliberately trying to him. Honestly, she really wasn't. Thanks to Mei Qingchen's appearance, she was reminded of the evil things her predecessor had done with cold words. So she didn't dare to act overly confident. When Nanxi looked at her with eyes that seemed to be reddening, as if he was wary of something. He helplessly pinched his brow and softly said, "I know. In the future, don't bite your lips. You've bitten them until they bleed. If you're uncomfortable, next time you can bite my finger." For some reason, Su Muyao felt her face heat up when she heard this. She wondered why the air suddenly felt thick with a strange, intimate feeling. She thought it must be her imagination. Okay. When Nanxi gently wiped the small amount of blood from her lips and then handed her a bag that looked like a beast hide pouch. "What's this?" Su Muyao paused. "A space bag?" Based on her predecessor's memories, she knew that in this beast world, There were some special tools and unique items, including space bags. Space bags come in different sizes. Only noble beast families could own such things. If bought, they would be very expensive. Yes, there are 2,000 golden crystals inside. You can keep it and use it to buy whatever you want. No need to trouble yourself selling things at the market. This obvious flattery finally pleased Fang's mother. She said to her 3 daughters-in-law, "Today, I want to make this clear. Our Fang family doesn't believe in divorce. If any of you dare to think about leaving, go back to your parents' house. We will write a formal separation letter. There's no way we're getting divorced." The 3 daughters-in-law quickly replied, "Of course not. We really don't have such thoughts." The eldest and second daughters-in-law secretly thought that the third daughter-in-law was bad at speaking, while she inwardly cursed Fang's mother for being meddlesome. In public, everyone appeared harmonious, and nothing seemed wrong. Intimate feeling. She thought it must be her imagination. It turned out that her beast husband was so wealthy. From what he said, this was only a small part of his silver wealth. It seemed her beast husband was from a very noble background. Thinking of this, Su Muyao suddenly remembered a past memory. It was her predecessor casually spending the bride price and crystals given by her beast husband. Some were used to please her favorite beast husband, Jiang Machuan. Unfortunately, Jiang Machuan was too stingy to even give her a glance. Some were tricked into doing other things. Not only that, but they also humiliated her with her beast husband's crystals. "Don't go." But Shun Jingling didn't listen. He went inside a few steps and headed to the backyard. Seeing she couldn't stop him, old lady Shun's eyes rolled, and she started to throw a tantrum. She sat on the ground, pounding the floor with her fists, closed her eyes, and loudly wailed, "Help! Someone is robbing us in broad daylight. Coming to Grandma's house to steal things. This is clearly trying to force Grandma to death, leaving no way out for her. Oh heavens, I beg you, open your eyes and strike down these unfilial children." The old Shin family's house was in a densely populated area, with that soul was intentionally evil, so that when your original soul returned, you would die at the hands of the beast husbands. But that malicious soul has now completely vanished, and it can no longer influence this body. You can rest assured. Su Muyao's expression changes slightly, now she understands. After regaining her composure, she hands the space bag to Wen Nanxi and says, "I can't take this. A gentleman loves wealth but takes it in the right way. Besides, there's no problem now, and she definitely can't use their crystals. Since this body originally belonged to her, she will live here in the future. So, she needs to improve her relationship with them, to avoid always being in conflict. And this way, it will be easier to distance herself from them later. She will also return the crystals she has spent extravagantly." Su Muyao's eyes are pure and clear. When she says she doesn't want it, she truly means it. When Nanxi's expression flickers with confusion, "Why don't you want it? She doesn't need the crystals. Isn't she going to buy some things?" At this moment, when Nanxi looks at Su Muyao with a gentle, captivating gaze, as if trying to coax her into speaking her true feelings. Su Muyao's eyelashes flutter lightly, and she softly says, "These crystals are yours. I want to earn my own crystals. What belongs to them is theirs. What belongs to me is mine. They are different and cannot be mixed up." When Nanxi suddenly understands her meaning, "Mistress, I am your beast husband, and I should provide crystals to take care of you." No beast husband would let the mistress go out to earn money herself. The beast husbands keep female beasts, and female beasts rarely go out to work. Su Muyao knows this is the rule of the beast world continent. But she and the beast husbands are just nominally together. She smiles and says, "Wen Nanxi, thank you anyway. I only said that in 3 months I will set you free. When that time comes, I will give you the freedom letter, so I can't accept your crystals." Not only Wen Nanxi, but she wouldn't want anyone's crystals. However, Wen Nanxi was willing to give her so many crystal coins. She didn't want to accept them, but she still felt grateful to him. She appreciated his trust in her at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her so many coins. Although it was quite a lot, she believed she would earn that much someday. Listening to her words, a faint dark color appeared in Wen Nanxi's gentle eyes. His deep, ink-like gaze fell on her face as he softly and hoarsely said, "Mistress, I have never said I would leave after 3 months. That is what they want, not what I want. I will not leave. All my things are also yours, mistress. I want to give everything to you." After a pause, Wen Nanxi gently moved closer to her, his warm breath firmly locking her in place. Then, he looked at her with tender, water-like eyes and said in a soft, charming voice, "Mistress, please don't refuse, okay?" Su Muyao really didn't want to accept. But when she looked up into Wen Nanxi's bright, moonlit eyes, her voice became more alluring, making it hard for her to find words to refuse. "Did he not think about leaving? I treated you badly before. Why don't you want to leave?"
Such a good opportunity.
Perhaps Xiao Jihan and Hua Linhua still doubted her promises. They were probably afraid she couldn't leave. Why was Wen Nanxi different? Wen Nanxi smiled gracefully, his gentle gaze lingering on her. He said softly, "That was in the past. Now the current mistress is different. So I won't leave. And I promised your father to protect you." Su Muyao couldn't resist his gaze and quietly said, "Aren't you afraid that once you give me everything, I might spend it all?" When Wen Nanxi heard this, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "That's not something the mistress needs to worry about. If the coins run out, I will earn more for you. As long as you're happy." Su Muyao was stunned. She looked at Wen Nanxi's expression and knew he was serious. "Are you really not going to leave?" Seeing her disbelief, Wen Nanxi sighed softly and gently said, "Yes, I won't leave." Su Muyao smiled happily, her eyebrows forming a crescent shape. When she smiled, her eyes seemed to fill with sunshine, warm and bright. "Then I will keep them for you first. If 3 months pass and you want to leave, you can do so." When Nanxi knew she might not believe him now, he softly said, "You will see then." No matter what, this conversation made Su Muyao trust Wen Nanxi more. In her heart, he was different from others. She knew that someone like Wen Nanxi would not bother to lie. After chatting, Su Muyao felt a bit sleepy. Seeing her tired eyes and drowsiness, Wen Nanxi softly said, "Be good. Go to sleep first." Su Muyao nodded and lay down. She looked at Wen Nanxi still sitting by the bed and asked with a puzzled look, "Aren't you going back to sleep?" "You sleep first and I'll go back after you do." Wen Nanxi was worried she might feel uncomfortable, so he stayed to keep her company for a while. Su Muyao nodded again. For some reason, having Wen Nanxi nearby made her feel very safe. Maybe because he had a gentle, warm aura, like spring rain, quietly nourishing everything. Su Muyao relaxed completely and soon fell asleep. At this moment, Wen Nanxi looked like a beautiful, noble tree standing quietly in the room, pure as snow on a mountain, bright as the moon in the sky. He looked down at her peaceful sleeping face, his expression softening even more, like a graceful bamboo, full of poetic beauty. He didn't know how much time passed before Wen Nanxi quietly left without a sound. They slept well through the night. When Su Muyao woke up early the next morning, she found that the beast husbands had already woken up. Because of her previous insistence, they no longer insisted on helping her wash up in the morning. This gave Su Muyao a feeling of more freedom. For breakfast, Su Muyao made a vegetable and meat soup, and she also fried the leftover dumplings from last night in a pan. Frying them in oil was very different from boiling. The aroma spread out immediately. Mei Qingchen got up and continued repairing the wall in the yard. He had OCD and needed to make everything as neat as before. While busy with that, he suddenly smelled the delicious breakfast. It was so tempting that Mei Qingchen felt a bit hungry. He couldn't understand how food could smell so good. Hua Linhua, with his sparkling fox eyes, smiled and said, "Mei Qingchen, it's good you said you wouldn't eat the wife's cooking. Last night, the dumplings she made were so delicious. We've never had such tasty food before. Not even the royal chefs in the Beast Emperor City could make it. Originally, the wife's cooking was perfect, and we each had a big plate. But you didn't eat, so there was one left, and the wife said to fry it in oil for breakfast. Who knew fried dumplings would smell so good? Hualinia, smelling the aroma, also felt hungry. In the past, food was just to fill the stomach and keep energy for hunting and fighting mutated beasts. But now, he had started to look forward to food. Mei Qingchen, attracted by the smell, felt his appetite rise. Listening to Hualinia's words felt like a sharp knife stabbing into him. Mei Qingchen's expression darkened slightly, and his eyes grew deeper and blacker. She is always ready to drug you. Just a little food can tempt you and make you lose your caution. Hualinia felt uncomfortable hearing Mei Qingchen speak about his wife in this way. He looked at Mei Qingchen with a kind of knowing gaze and said, "You're just stubborn. When you taste the delicious food made by your wife, you'll see how good it is." "Oh, I forgot. You said you don't eat, so you probably won't get to taste it. Don't forget that in the future." Mei Qingchen felt so angry at these words that he almost wanted to blood. He still kept a cold, icy expression and said sharply, "I will do what I say. But you," he added, "when you get drugged, there will be no antidote for you." Hualinia's fox-like eyes twinkled. The wife is different now. She won't drug anyone. Even if she does, it's okay. He was not opposed to it anymore. Mei Qingchen thought Hualinia was hopeless. She hesitated, set down her bowl, and came out, only to be dragged by Xin Jiao toward the main house, walking while she asked, "Xinjar, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking so slowly? Are you waiting for Grandma?" As soon as she finished speaking, they entered the main house, which immediately sparked old Madame Xin's anger. She scolded, "This girl, when did you start looking down on me?" Xinjar lowered her head, afraid to speak. Old Madame Xin snapped, "What? Are you mute now? Can't even call me Grandma? If you don't want to acknowledge me, I'll have someone sell you to." Every day it smells so good. We even feel like the food has no taste. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. Yes, and she keeps changing how she cooks, so the aroma is always different. Lin Qin also agreed. "I think the girl next door, Sue, has changed a lot. It seems she's really getting better." "Can a person really change?" Lin Qin said, "Of course. After experiencing some things, people often change significantly. It's normal. I used to be different too. But after 3 people died, I saw through many things. I became more open and cheerful. You know, you shouldn't be too petty about everything, or it just makes you uncomfortable." Lin Qin sighed and continued eating. Mei Qingchen, passing by, happened to overhear their conversation. He showed a thoughtful expression. He couldn't bring himself to believe in Su Muyao because of her past bad behavior. A cold smile appeared on his face, and his gaze grew colder, as if trying to convince himself not to listen or believe. Su Muyao made tomato and dumpling soup for breakfast, using flour, tomatoes, and eggs. She usually pairs her food with soup for breakfast. Even if she doesn't make soup, she still likes to cook porridge. However, rice is expensive and hard for most people to afford. Making soup is much easier. Now, with noodles, her dumpling soup tastes even better. Noodles also help fill the stomach. Fried dumplings smell especially good. While Lin Yue and the others ate the dumpling soup and fried dumplings. Although they were full, they still felt the fried dumplings were so delicious they wanted more. Su Muyao smiled and said, "If you want to eat more, I'll make extra in a few days and keep some for fried dumplings. I'll make noodles for everyone tonight." Not only did everyone eat well and feel full, but she also enjoyed her meal very much. While cooking, she could smell the strong aroma of firewood, and she watched the fire crackle in the stove. She felt a sense of peace and happiness inside. This feeling is very healing for the heart. After breakfast, while Linhua took her medicine and went out, Wen Nanxi stayed at home with Su Muyao. Knowing Su Muyao needed medicine, Wen Nanxi personally prepared it. Su Muyao was busy curing cured meat. While working in the morning, she discovered that Wen Nanxi had hunted a wild ox and a wild goat last night. Beef, lamb. Su Muyao's eyes lit up. Yes, with so much meat, she could grill skewers in the yard. In the modern era, and in the post-apocalyptic homes, yards are rare. Grilling skewers at home is inconvenient. But here it's different. Without restrictions on fire, she can grill as much as she wants in the yard. Seeing Su Muyao's bright eyes, like stars shining, Wen Nanxi knew she liked beef and lamb. Next time, I'll hunt more of these wild animals. Yesterday, something delayed her. There are always people in the Beast Emperor city who are eager to kill her. She had already dealt with that group in advance to prevent trouble in front of her wife and to avoid frightening her. Thinking of this, Wen Nanxi's gentle eyes turned cold with a hint of chill. Su Muyao smiled and said, "These foods will last us for several days. So no need to work so hard." But in the beast world, the male beasts tend to have bigger appetites than ordinary people. So when cooking, Su Muyao often makes extra. But everyone eats a lot and doesn't gain weight, probably because her special ability consumes a lot of energy. Wen Nanxi's eyes are gentle and smiling. It's not hard work. Wen Nanxi, shall we have skewers for lunch? Usually, only she and Wen Nanxi are at home at noon, so she plans to make skewers. And maybe because she had some close contact with Wen Nanxi last night, their space has a few more things. There are more seasoning packets and some vegetable seeds, like chive seeds and loofah seeds. Wen Nanxi, gentle and calm, says, "Okay, whatever you want to eat, just make it. Tell me what to prepare or do, and I'll handle it." To her, making skewers probably just means grilling meat. Su Muyao says, "We need to make many wooden skewers to hold the meat. There are no metal sticks at home, so she needs to make some wooden skewers." All right. When Nanxi finds some sticks and starts carving them into skewers as Su Muyao described. "Is this the right length and thickness?" Su Muyao gestures and says, "This long, a bit thinner, with a sharper tip for easier skewering." Once she explains, Wen Nanxi understands. All lazy and dishonest. Why is my old lady's life so bitter? After scolding Zhao Shuixian, old lady Shen wasn't done. She shouted into the house, "Are all the people inside dead?" Hiding inside pretending to be saints, letting others bully our family and not coming out to fight back? What's the use of raising you all in our old Shen family? All you do is eat all day. What else do you know besides eating? When trouble comes, none of you are useful. Inside the house, Zheng Jinji, Shen Jiao, and Shen Jinju pretended to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to old lady Shen's words. What a joke. Chive seeds and loofah. No, it's fine. When Nanxi looks at her, puts down the skewer he's carving, and takes her finger. Su Muyao tries to dodge. When Nanxi gently comforts her, "Be good, let me see." Under Wen Nanxi's gentle voice, Su Muyao can't resist, and shows him her finger. He sees her fingertip turning red from the. He sighs helplessly. "Does it hurt a lot?" "It's okay, I'm not that delicate." But her body is too fragile, used to being pampered, never needing to do anything herself, so her fingers are very delicate. A small causes pain. It almost bleeds. Seeing her pitiful look, Wen Nanxi gently blows on her finger near his lips. Would this be better? Su Muyao's fingers seemed to be gently brushed by a spring breeze, as if her heartstrings were softly plucked by a feather, causing a slight tremor. It felt as if she was being gently cared for and pampered. Su Muyao blinked, thinking it must be a mistake. Did he treat her like a little girl to comfort her? Or perhaps he was naturally gentle with everyone. Su Muyao quickly steadied her mind, refusing to let herself get lost in his gentle aura. She suddenly withdrew her hand and said, This should be fine now." When Nanxi softly said, "I'll handle the next part. You can go play nearby for a while." Su Muyao felt a bit guilty. "I'd like to help a little more." It made sense for her not to work alongside others, as she was just playing nearby. Besides, she had already eaten grilled skewers at noon. Be good, it'll be done soon. Seeing Wen Nanxi's gentle yet serious eyes, Su Muyao stopped her hands. Although she didn't help, she sat nearby and watched Wen Nanxi work. Wen Nanxi used his supernatural power, so he didn't need to touch the meat. The skewers automatically assembled on the sticks. And he did it very quickly. Even while doing these tasks, his movements exuded a graceful and noble aura. Su Muyao didn't just sit idly. She gathered some stones to build a rectangular grill. Inside, she placed firewood, and on top, the meat skewers, making it easy to cook. When they returned to the city and earned spirit stones, she planned to find a blacksmith to make a wire mesh. That way, it would be easier to cook things at home. Later, Su Muliao checked on the sheep intestines she had soaked in white wine and clear water. They had finished soaking. She then prepared some mincemeat, stuffed it into the sheep intestines, and tied them with cotton thread, poking small holes with a wooden skewer. While Su Muliao was busy with this, Wen Nanxi had already skewered all the meat. He watched in slight surprise as Su Muliao used sheep intestines to make this kind of food. He had never seen such a method before. In the past, when hunting wild animals, they would throw away all the offal. But Su Muliao's skillful hands always turned these into clean, tasty food. When Su Muliao was about to light a fire to cook the sausages, Wen Nanxi had already finished skewering everything. All done. Let me light the fire, he said. Oh, okay. Wen Nanxi didn't ask what she was making and just sat quietly to start the fire. Su Muliao explained proactively, this kind of food is called ham sausage. The grilled ham sausage also smells very good. Such sheep intestines are good ingredients. They can be stuffed with fish or chicken meat to make different flavors of ham sausage. They can make fish sausage and starch sausage. After cooking, Su Muliao took them out of the pot. She couldn't eat so much. She took some, cut both ends into decorative patterns, and skewered them with wooden sticks for easy grilling. The rest she left to dry and stored in the ice cellar, to be eaten later. Her space now had more complete seasonings and yeast powder. She planned to make steamed buns at night, and it was perfect to stir-fry a dish with ham sausage. After everything was prepared, Su Muliao and Wen Nanxi sat in the yard roasting skewers. While grilling, she sprinkled barbecue seasoning over the skewers. Wen Nanxi watched Su Muliao skillfully flipping the skewers, his eyes seeming to swirl with something thoughtful. After 6 skewers were grilled, Su Muliao handed one to Wen Nanxi and said, "They're ready. Try the taste. But be careful, it might be a bit hot." Wen Nanxi held a skewer in his hand and used his supernatural ability to lower the temperature, making it just right and not so hot. He took one skewer and handed the others to Su Muliao, saying, "You eat too.
I'll grill the rest."
Seeing how she grilled, he understood how to operate. Su Muliao said, "It's okay. We can eat while grilling." She took a bite of the grilled meat and thought the seasoning was just right. It was very tasty. She smiled happily. Seeing her smiling face, Wen Nanxi knew she was very happy. Su Muliao thought to herself that food made from natural ingredients always tastes better. She felt that good food really could heal the mood. Wen Nanxi also ate gracefully. When he took a bite, he was also amazed. Su Muliao couldn't help but look at Wen Nanxi and ask, "How does it taste? Is it delicious?" Wen Nanxi came back to himself, smiling warmly at her. His beautiful eyes were as gentle as flowing moonlight, and he said softly, "Yes, very delicious. It's completely different from how we used to grill meat. Before, they just roasted meat over fire with a little salt, which tasted very different from these skewers. Many skewers. If it's tasty, you should eat more." She prepared many skewers, and given their appetite, they probably couldn't finish them all. But she thought, since there was no rush, they could eat slowly. Before the apocalypse, the pace of the technological age was very fast, and it became even faster after the end of the world. So, staying in the small courtyard, eating slowly and peacefully, feels like a rare moment of relaxation for both body and mind. The space system spoke. "Host, this place is better than the apocalypse." Su Muliao communicated mentally with the system. "Yes, the food here is abundant, surrounded by forests and plants. The air is fresh, and the sky is very blue. Such natural surroundings are wonderful. The pace is slow, and the mind and body can relax. During the apocalypse, I was busy from morning till night, rushing everywhere with very little rest. Also, all the ingredients here are natural, without technology or harsh methods." The space system said, "Exactly, food supplies in the apocalypse are scarce. Everyone has to drink unappetizing nutritional liquids. Even when there are vegetables and fruits, they often have many chemical residues from farming tech, and they're expensive. Even medicinal herbs can be fake or inferior. The system kept talking, and Su Muyao nodded repeatedly. It was true. When Nanxi watched Su Muyao eating skewers and gazing at the sky, looking a bit lost in thought, as if she was hiding many worries. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Excuse me, is Miss Su at home?" It was a bright, clear voice of a young boy. Su Muyao was surprised. Someone looking for her? She stood up to open the door. When Nanxi gently grabbed her wrist and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go out and check first." He was worried, so he went out to see what was happening. Although nothing serious usually happened in the tribe during the day, Wen Nanxi remained cautious.
Sumuyao narid.
Her current supernatural power was not yet at level 1, so she decided to see what was going on first. When Wen Nanxi opened the courtyard door, Su Muyao immediately saw two people standing at the door. One was a young boy in black with a sword, about 14 or 15 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a sword aura. The other was a man in white wearing a hood, whose face was not clearly visible, but he was tall and elegant, like a jade tree. His presence was as cold and noble as snow, like a celestial being with a pure heart. When Nanxi sensed the icy aura from the man in the hood, despite his strength, he couldn't see the true form of the other person or gauge his power. He could only tell that the other's strength was several levels above his. He was cautious and asked coldly, "Who are you? Do you have something to discuss with my wife?" Next to them, the young boy in black explained, "Sir, my master's surname is Xie. I am Xie. My young master was seriously injured in the nearby mountains and sought an ancient shaman doctor for treatment. However, the shaman doctor couldn't help and told us to find Miss Su to try." Hearing this, Su Muyao looked curiously at the man in white wearing a hood. Was he badly hurt? From his appearance, he had a graceful aura like a crane and looked like a beautiful painting. Unfortunately, he seemed fragile and delicate. He looked uncomfortable and coughed softly. Cough. Cough. The young man called Xie hurried to support his young master and then said to Su Muyao, "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Su. If you can heal his body, we will agree to any conditions." When Nanxi looked at Su Muyao, he couldn't make decisions for his wife. He respected whatever she decided. Hearing his cough, Su Muyao felt as if his lungs were about to come out. It was like he could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Su Muyao thought that if she didn't help him, he might soon be in serious trouble.
She said, "Come inside first."
The young man in black happily replied, "Thank you, Miss Su." Then he helped the young Xie into the courtyard. Su Muyao poured 2 cups of water for them and asked them to sit down first. She felt that just sitting here, the young master Xie seemed out of place. His aura was too noble. When close, he radiated a cold, snow-like chill, refreshing and icy. Through the hood, she couldn't see his face clearly, but she felt his cold, calm gaze on her. It was peaceful, with no malice. Su Muyao softly said, "Young Master Xie, please extend your hand. I need to check your pulse and see how your body is doing." Xie Guishue gently extended his hand and placed it in front of her.
Su Muyao was stunned by his hands.
His fingers were long and jade-like, with knuckles as delicate as plum bones, whiter than jade, perfect and refined. Just one look made her want to reach out and touch them. Xie Guishue looked at her without moving and softly said, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Su." His voice was clear and deep, cool and faint, like snow falling in a quiet valley. It was so pleasant that it seemed to gently touch people's hearts. Listening to his voice, he sounded young, about 20 years old. Su Muyao became even more curious about his appearance. But since he was wearing a hood, she couldn't see his face clearly. However, with such hands and voice, he must be very handsome. Su Muyao steadied her mind and carefully placed her fingers on his wrist without looking away. As soon as she touched him, she was surprised by the coolness of his fingertips. As a village master, I naturally feel happy about this. It shows that the girls from Qingshan village are popular, and in the future, people won't say that girls from Qingshan marry without gifts or that they give away large dowries for free. If that were true, it wouldn't be a good thing. Su village master stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Oh, This is a happy event. Of course, we want to see it. Where are the betrothal gifts? Since so many guests are here, let's display them so everyone can see. Gu Yuan said to Shen Jingling, husband, go bring out the gifts so everyone can take a look out and touch them. Just as Su Muyao was about to say something, suddenly her wood element ability seemed to automatically wrap around Mr. Xie's wrist. A green glow, like vines, entered his body naturally. The cool aura on Mr. Xie also seemed to flow into her body all at once, calming her burning sensation inside. Su Muyao was stunned by the change in her body. Perhaps it was her illusion, but she felt Mr. Xie's wrist tremble slightly. When her wood ability moved through his meridians, it was like a fish swimming freely in the sea, smooth and unblocked. The wood ability was automatically repairing his internal injuries. Seeing this, Xie looked worried and nervous as he said, Miss Su, is our young master all right? Hearing Xie's voice, Su Muyao snapped back to her senses and withdrew her hand. From her recent examination, she had a rough idea of his health issues. Mr. Xie, his body is okay for now, but he needs good rest and care. Do not use your special ability again, or his body might not withstand the energy and could burst. He was seriously injured because he used his ability, which his body couldn't handle. Also, he is naturally an ice soul physique and needs to stay in cold environments. Try to avoid emotional fluctuations. Su Muyao explained some precautions and gave them some medicine. Xie was happy and said, Thank you, Miss Su. You really have a way. After she explained the prescription, Xie asked, Miss Su, how much is the consultation fee? Or is there anything we can do to help? Just let us know. Su Muyao thought for a moment and said, 2 silver crystals will do. She only checked the pulse briefly, used a bit of wood element magic, and then wrote a prescription. Buying medicine was also Mr. Xie's own matter, so according to the market rate, 2 silver crystal coins would suffice. She wouldn't ask for too much. I didn't care that Shen Jingling has a bad reputation with a rough temper and always shouting and fighting. A nearby person sneered, the chubby, dark-skinned girl hasn't changed much, but look at Shen Jingling's wife. Think about your cousin from your mother's side. Do you really believe Shen Jingling is blind or something? Why would he like your cousin? Maybe he's just blind, someone replied. Gu Yuan's generous dowry shocked many people. Shen Chuanfu looked very upset. Shen Jingling's words were like a heavy slap to the Shen family. Not only did it embarrass them in front of the villagers, but it also made it harder for the family to arrange marriages. Try to avoid. This is a gift for Miss Su. Thank you, Miss Su, he said. Su Muyao replied, 2 silver crystal coins are enough. I can't accept anything else. Xie Guishua's voice was soft and misty, saying, This is what you deserve. He opened the box, revealing a shining, beautiful pendant necklace. Su Muyao looked at it and felt a little unable to refuse. The icy blue pendant was very pretty. The space system said, Host, take it. This is an ice crystal pendant. When worn in cold weather, it can prevent the cold from invading the body, and it can also speed up your magic ability improvement. Moreover, it seems to be a magic tool, faintly holding a protective power that can save your life in critical moments. The delicate bag beside it is a space bag. Just the space bag is worth a lot of money. You see the snowflake pattern on it. Mr. Xie's identity must be extraordinary. The space system continued, it should be extremely noble. Su Muyao communicated mentally with the space system. Do you know who he is? The space system replied, No, I don't know. Mr. Xie must be very mysterious and powerful. I can't find any information about him. But he means no harm to you. With this, Su Muyao understood. However, she truly felt shy about accepting such a valuable gift. It's too precious. Xie Guishua said, Miss Su, being able to save Mr. Xie is already a great reward, and these trivial things can't repay you. Please accept it, Miss Su. Su Muyao looked at the space bag, which was filled with many silver crystal coins. She thought for a moment and said, I won't take that, but I will accept this pendant. A magical tool that can save lives. Holding it can protect her. Although she now has a beast husband, once their relationship is broken, they won't protect her anymore. If they turn against her, it would be troublesome. So having more ways to protect herself is good. Su Muyao was very firm and only took 2 silver crystals along with the pendant. She gave everything else to young Master Xia. Xia Gui Shui didn't insist further. Thank you for your trouble today, Miss Su. I will take my leave now. Listening to Xia Gongzi's voice, Su Muyao thought it sounded very soothing. As Xia relaxed his focus, his attention was scattered. At that moment, he smelled a strong fragrance in the air.
Wow.
It smells so good. He couldn't help but whisper, mainly because the scent made his mouth water. The aroma also stimulated his appetite. He looked at the skewers emitting the delicious smell with surprise. His stomach was growling even louder now. Xia Gongzi had already stood up and taken a few steps outside, but seeing Xia Yi, he softly said, Xia Yi. Xia Yi looked longingly at the skewers. Thinking of the magical tool given by the other person, Su Muyao spoke up, I made some skewers. If you don't mind, stay and have a bite. Plus, help taste the flavor. Xia Yi grinned excitedly and said, Thank you, Miss Su. He showed no hesitation at all. The usually cold young man now smiled, becoming bright and adorable. Su Muyao looked at young Master Xia, who was wearing a hood, making his expression unclear. But the people around him could tell he was very indulgent toward his subordinates. He must be a very kind person. His voice was also very pleasant. Thinking of the magical tool given by young Master Xia, Su Muyao felt much warmer and said, Young Master Xia, please sit down and eat with us. Try the flavor of the skewers. Xia Yi hurried forward, pulling on his young master's sleeve. Young master, you haven't eaten all day. I smell something so delicious. Sit down and have a bite. Xia Gui Shui sighed helplessly. Hearing his sigh, Su Muyao felt it was as cool and gentle as snow falling in a quiet valley. Just a soft sigh could easily touch a person's heartstrings. There was a sense of helplessness mixed with indulgence. Xia Gui Shui softly said, Sorry to trouble Miss Su. Su Muyao replied, No trouble at all. Come, sit down and eat with us.
All right.
Only then did Xia Gui Shui sit down nearby. All the actions are very elegant and graceful. Wen Nanxi's gentle, painting-like eyes seem to darken slightly. He looks at this young Master Xia, always remaining cautious. But Su Muyao doesn't seem to be guarded or rejecting them. Su Muyao finishes grilling the meat skewers and first offers one to Wen Nanxi, then to young Master Xia. Eat freely. There's no poison, just some added spices. Young Master Xia softly says, Miss Su, there's no need to explain. I trust you. He then extends his delicate, refined hand to take the skewer from Su Muyao. Hearing his words, Su Muyao feels a little touched. It's so nice to be trusted by someone. This is the first person in the Beast World continent to trust her. At this moment, Xia Yi no longer cares about the heat and begins to eat. After taking a bite, Xia Yi is very excited. Wow, this is so delicious. Young master, I've never had such tasty meat before. I didn't know meat could be so fragrant. Wow, it's really delicious. The meat I grilled before, what was it called? It can't compare to this. Xia Yi eats happily, his mouth full. Seeing him so joyful, Su Muyao can't help but feel happy inside. Having someone support her with food is like gaining emotional value. Her smile becomes even brighter. If it's delicious, eat more. There's more meat at home and I can make more. Anyway, pickling and grilling are quick. But be careful of the heat. Xia Yi, with his mouth full, mumbles clearly, it's not hot. This temperature is just right. It's so fragrant. Xia Yi eats quickly, skewers one after another, as if starving. He looks at his young master and notices he hasn't touched his skewer. He urges, young master, eat well. Hurry up and eat. Such delicious food should be shared with the young master. Really, young master, trust me this time. Xia Yi looks at his young master with some worry. His young master is quite picky about eating, with a weak appetite, sometimes unable to eat. Because of that, his health is often not very good. Su Muyao looks at Xia Gui Shui and notices he hasn't eaten yet. Seeing his fragile, broken-like appearance as if the wind could him over. Su Muyao recalls her pulse diagnosis and says, "Young Master Xie, you can taste the flavor." And since he trusts her so much, she hopes he can eat more food. Xie Guishue gently pushes aside the curtain and lightly bites into the skewer. Even when eating, he appeared so elegant and refined, as if raised with good manners and discipline from a young age. At this moment, he slightly parted the curtain, revealing his chin. His skin was as white as jade, smooth and icy like snow. His chin was so delicate and perfect, like a beautiful ink painting. It also seemed to gather the essence of mountains and rivers, carrying a gentle, hazy beauty. Su Muyao was momentarily stunned. Realizing that staring at him might be impolite, she quickly looked away. But her curiosity grew even more. This young Master Xie was simply too mysterious. While Su Muyao continued roasting skewers, Xie Guishue softly spoke like a gentle mist. "The taste is very good." "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Muyao turned to look at him and said, "If you like it, then enjoy more. Don't hesitate to eat more, if you're not tired of it." Although she couldn't see his expressions clearly, his voice was soft and gentle at this moment, and she felt a hint of warmth in it. It was no longer as cold as before. After a pause, Su Muyao added, "Eat more. There's plenty of meat at home. I'll prepare some more skewers later." This was the first time she interacted with a beast man as herself in this world. Since it had nothing to do with her previous life, she couldn't help but relax. Watching Su Muyao talk with this young Master Xie, and seeing her bright, radiant smile, Wen Nanxi suddenly felt an inexplicable, strange feeling. He had never seen Su Muyao smile like that at anyone before. It was an unreserved smile, without any sense of distance. Facing this unfamiliar young Master Xie, she seemed to show her true nature. Even if he felt uncomfortable inside, he would still respect Su Muyao's wishes. Then Wen Nanxi stood up and walked over to Su Muyao, saying, "Wife, let me do it." He picked up a knife nearby and started cutting meat. He cut the meat into pieces the same size as Su Muyao had previously done. Using his special ability, he worked very quickly. Soon, the bowl was filled with small pieces of pork of similar size. Next, he cut some lamb, filling another bowl with lamb pieces. Su Muyao watched Wen Nanxi's movements with surprise. She was a bit amazed and said, "Your cutting skills are really impressive." Wen Nanxi looked down at Su Muyao, his gentle eyes softening, and said, "Yes, from now on, just leave everything to me." Su Muyao nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your help." When Nanxi spoke softly, "It's no trouble. I'm happy to do this." He noticed a few strands of hair near her face and reached out his clean finger to gently tuck them behind her ear. When his finger touched her ear, she trembled slightly. Her ears were quite sensitive. All done. Su Muyao finally moved and started marinating the meat. Xie naturally didn't pay attention to these details. He was eating skewers and watching the young master. He noticed that the young master wasn't moving or eating anything. Although the young master was wearing a hood now, he felt that the young master was watching Miss Su and her beast companion. He didn't understand what was so interesting. He thought for a moment and realized, oh, if Miss Su makes more skewers, they can all eat more. If there isn't enough, he would feel embarrassed to eat himself. The skewers were so delicious he couldn't help but want to eat more. After a while, Xie was surprised. This female beast really took good care of her beast companion. Normally, female beasts would be free, and the beast companions would handle all the chores. Su Muyao didn't know what others were thinking. After marinating the meat, Wen Nanxi used his ability to thread the meat onto skewers. He had prepared many wooden skewers earlier, and now he could continue using them. Once everything was ready, Su Muyao sat back down to start grilling the skewers. Wen Nanxi didn't want Su Muyao to do the grilling himself. But Su Muyao insisted, "It's okay, doing some work won't tire me out. You've been busy for a while. Rest now, I'll grill the skewers for you all." Xie listened to these words and was once again stunned. He couldn't help but feel grateful to the young master. However, since it was someone else's family, he didn't feel it was appropriate to speak. "Thank you, Miss Su." Maybe I can help with the roasting. Let a beast do all the work. It's fine. I enjoy cooking. Being a beast doesn't matter. I'm not that delicate and can handle work. She wasn't used to being idle. While roasting meat skewers, Su Muyao handed them first to Wen Nanxi, then to Xia Yi and the young master. Wen Nanxi felt sorry for her and said, "You should eat too." Su Muyao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'll eat when I have time." Everyone enjoyed this lunch very much. Xia Yi and the young master wanted to help clean up, but Su Muyao didn't insist. After eating, since there was no reason to stay longer, they said goodbye and left. Outside the tribe, Xia Yi held back for a while before finally sighing to his young master, "Young master, that Miss Su is really kind to her beast husband. She has a good temper, cooks well, and is considerate of her beast husband. I've never seen such a beast. If she were the young master's partner, that would be perfect." Xie Guishua, with a gentle voice, said, "Don't talk nonsense." Xia Yi was not afraid of being scolded. The young master was very kind and treated his subordinates well, so he felt he could say anything. "I'm not talking nonsense. The young master is cold and distant, not close to beasts, and doesn't like talking to them. But since the young master spoke to Miss Su, it shows she's special. If the young master didn't want to, he wouldn't have spoken at all. Anyway, he could express the young master's thoughts for him. Moreover, I think Miss Su isn't very close to her beast husband. I noticed the red sand on his arm, which suggests they are not truly together." When young master was cutting meat, he pulled up his sleeve slightly, revealing a bit of red sand on his arm, a symbol of chastity. If they had a real relationship, the red sand would disappear. Hearing this, the young master's steps paused, and a subtle change seemed to flicker in his aura. But Xia Yi didn't notice. "Also, young master, that Miss Su's medical skills are better than ancient witch doctors. She can heal your body. Is she the one the high priestess said was your destined partner beast?"
Ji Gui spoke. Ji.
When Xia Yi heard his name called by the young master, he knew he was serious. "I found a little dog." He held up the dog to show them. "This little dog is so cute. I've never seen such a beautiful puppy in the village." Gu Yuanyuan looked up and thought, "What kind of little dog is this?"
This.
Clearly looks like the little wolf cub they brought home last time. The little wolf cub saw her and happily yipped loudly. Ignoring Xinzheng's arms, it struggled with its tiny legs and lunged toward her. Xinzheng, being small and gentle, didn't hold on tight, and the little wolf cub managed to slip out of his hands. Hey, little dog, don't run away." The little wolf cub had Su Muyao said, "I can't accept these." Thinking about how weak and close to death young Master Xia looked, she felt uneasy about accepting it. She muttered, "His body is very weak. He probably needs crystals to buy medicine ingredients." The prescription she gave included many expensive herbs. He needs to buy herbs to heal his body. But her prescription was only for temporary recovery, not a complete cure, unless she improves her special ability. At that moment, Su Muyao suddenly remembered when she took his pulse, her ability automatically entered his body and merged with his icy aura. In that instant, her body felt numb and uncontrollable. Su Muyao looked dazed for a moment, then quickly snapped back to focus. She reached out her hand again and released her wood-type ability, suddenly discovering she had advanced to level 1. Surprised, Su Muyao said, "My wood-type ability has suddenly improved to level 1. How is that possible?" When she checked young Master Xia's pulse, her ability was only at half a level. "Please support and follow more. Your support is my motivation." She had traveled to the Beast World continent for a few days. Despite the abundant plants and natural energy around her, her wood-type ability hadn't increased at all. Su Muyao couldn't pretend she wasn't worried. Only if her wood ability improved could she have the strength to fight and protect herself. Otherwise, in 3 months, her strength wouldn't improve at all. She promised to give the beast husband freedom, but if they turned around and harmed her, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. She thought that in 3 months, her strength would at least reach level 3 or 4. But she saw no signs of progress. So now, Feeling her wit ability had advanced to level 1, she was both confused and excited. It meant there was a quick way to improve her ability. She just didn't know what triggered it. The space system said, "Host, perhaps this is because your aura merged with that young Master Xia's. It shows that his aura is highly compatible with yours. Just merging your abilities can improve your strength." Upon hearing the system's words, Su Muyao was momentarily stunned. She looked surprised and said, "Is this because of young Master Xia?" It was only a short while. She and young Master Xia didn't even hug or have any close contact. She had hugged Wen Nanxi and Hua Linyue, but her abilities didn't improve. The space system, knowing Su Muyao's confusion, explained, "That's why I say your aura is very compatible with young Master Xia. Young Master Xia is the right person to be your beast husband. If he becomes your beast husband and you have close contact or a real relationship, your abilities will definitely improve quickly." Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression became complicated. Her eyes looked a bit dazed.
How can that be?
Young Master Xia is just here to treat my body. I can't have such thoughts about him. Young Master Xia might even already have a wife. The space system replied, "He doesn't have a wife, and there's no sign of any contract aura on him. The red sand on his arm is still there, and there are no female beasts around." Su Muyao's mouth twitched. Although that's true, people should know their limits. With my appearance, my current exile status, and my bad reputation, it's unlikely that young Master Xia would want to be my beast husband. You also said that young Master Xia seems to be a noble person, so he would match with a more noble and powerful female beast. Although Su Muyao wanted to quickly improve her abilities, she remained clear-headed and rational. She wouldn't be so narcissistic or reckless. Moreover, his subordinate, Xia Yi, looks easy to talk to but is actually formidable with sharp sword energy and strong strength. Not to mention, young Master Xia also has abilities. They could kill her and crush her like an ant easily. And young Master Xia had nothing to do with her. He wasn't bound by any beast husband contract, so he could do whatever he wanted. The space system hurriedly said, "Host, don't think like that. Young Master Xia has no ill will towards you. You helped him heal his body, and he's grateful. Besides, someone like young Master Xia has a very good personality. If he becomes your beast husband, he will definitely protect you. More reliable than your current beast husbands." Protect her? Su Muyao wanted to protect herself. She didn't want to depend on anyone. The space system knew Su Muyao was proud inside. During the apocalypse, she was indeed a powerful figure. But now, she was starting over in this beast world. It patiently advised, "Host, don't underestimate yourself. As long as young Master Xia spends enough time with you, he will surely see how good you are. Moreover, the host's disfigurement is temporary. After detoxification, the host's face will recover and surely impress everyone. Host, think about it. Young Master Xia even said he trusts you." This sentence made Su Muyao's eyelashes tremble. Yes, being trusted feels really good. Since crossing over, she's been doubted by Mei Qingchen and others. They say things, but no one believes them. Being mistrusted and doubted makes her feel uncomfortable inside. Even repeating certain words repeatedly feels tiring. But when young Master Xia said he trusted her, she felt something different in that moment. At that moment, she sensed a little warmth that was different. The space system said, "Yes, that young Master Xia doesn't seem like someone who talks much, so he probably wouldn't lie." Su Muyao said, "If I get to see him again, I will return these crystal coins to him." Young Master Xia looked weak, as if he might die at any moment. She couldn't feel at ease using those crystal coins. A gentleman loves wealth, but takes it in the right way. If she shouldn't take it, she wouldn't. The space system persisted. "Actually, as long as young Master Xia becomes your beast husband, it's normal for him to give you things. Then you wouldn't feel any psychological burden using them." Su Muyao's expression was firm.
Stop talking about this.
Don't ruin young Master Xia's reputation. In the beast world continent, the reputation of a male beast is also very important. An excellent male beast is more likely to marry a noble and good wife. I only talk to the host. Others can't hear us. The host just doesn't want to listen to my advice. Hey, if you get together with young Master Xie, the space system will definitely reward you a lot. No matter what the system said, Su Muyao wouldn't do it. If she had status, beauty, and a good reputation, maybe she would try. But now, with her current appearance, she knew her limits and wouldn't recklessly seek death. At this moment, a gentle, warm voice came from outside the door. Host, are you resting? Su Muyao replied, no, come in. Wen Nanxi carried a kettle and a cup of water and entered. The water just boiled, and it's at the perfect temperature. Host, have some water first. Su Muyao was taken aback. Wen Nanxi didn't say anything, but she realized she was actually thirsty. She hadn't noticed before. Especially after eating grilled skewers at noon and talking with the system for a while, she felt even thirstier. She looked at Wen Nanxi, her expression softening. Thank you. Wen Nanxi poured her a cup of water and handed it over. Su Muyao took a sip and found the temperature was just right, neither hot nor cold, warm water. She drank it all in one go and still wanted more. Wen Nanxi continued to pour water for her. After drinking 3 glasses in a row, Su Muyao finally felt her throat become more comfortable and less thirsty. Su Muyao also had to admit that Wen Nanxi was truly a gentle and attentive person. When taking care of her daily, she was very thoughtful. Wen Nanxi saw her drink the water and asked softly, Wife, you don't look well. Are you tired? Or are you feeling unwell? Su Muyao shook her head and said, It's nothing. It's just that the space bag left by Master Xie contains a lot of crystal coins. I think I shouldn't use it. I'll keep it for him. Next time I see him, I'll return it. Hearing Su Muyao say this, Wen Nanxi finally noticed a beautiful space bag beside her. A dark shadow flickered in Wen Nanxi's gentle, clear eyes. Her concern and sense of danger grew again. Su Muyao saw Wen Nanxi silent and looked up at him, meeting the dark whirlpool in his eyes. Is something wrong? Is there a problem? Wen Nanxi's expression softened slightly, and he spoke gently. Master Xie, it reminded me of the Xie family. Su Muyao's expression changed. The Xie family? Are they a noble clan? In her previous life, she was proud, arrogant, and looked down on others. She only knew about the noble aristocrats in Beast Emperor City and had little understanding of other forces. So when she traveled here, she couldn't find much useful information. She also didn't know much about the surname Xie. When Nanxi explained softly, the Xie family is a noble clan with a history of over 1,000 years. The Xie family is at the top of the noble aristocrats. Most of their influence is in the northern region, so they are called the Xie family of Frost State. It's said that the current head of the Xie family, Master Xie, moved to a separate courtyard for health reasons when he was young and has not appeared in public since. The Xie family has almost retreated from the public eye. Some say Master Xie has already passed away. But those are just rumors. Su Muyao's expression changed. Is the young master who arrived today Master Xie? When Nanxi shook his head, I'm not sure. The Xie family has sealed all information. No one can find out about the young Master Xie, not even his name.
Su Muyao looked thoughtful.
If the young Master Xie really was the head of the Xie family, that would be impressive. Su Muyao dared not have any other thoughts. I understand. Thank you for telling me all this. If that is truly the case, then these crystal coins are nothing to Master Xie, and it's not something I can influence. Perhaps such a large amount of crystal coins is also just a small amount to Master Xie. Maybe he isn't the young master of the Xie family, but the surname Xie already suggests he's not ordinary. She decided not to think too much about it anymore. By late afternoon, Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan returned. Wen Nanxi and Su Muyao didn't mention what happened at noon. Su Muyao felt there was no need to explain or tell them about it. Anyway, Hua Linyue and Xiao Jihan would leave in 3 months. As for Mei Qingchen, he was just a marginal figure. The next day after breakfast, Su Muyao went with Hua Linyue to pick herbs in the medicinal mountain valley. She wanted to make more herbal packs, so she needed more herbs. On the 3rd day, Xiao Jihan stayed to protect Su Muyao. Su Muyao thought for a moment and then asked Xiao Jihan to take her for a walk in the forest. Hearing her words, Xiao Jihan was momentarily stunned. Madam, do you want to go into the forest? Xiao Jihan thought Su Muyao didn't trust him, so she didn't dare let him go alone. 2 days ago, she didn't leave the house when he asked. He assumed it was the same this time. Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, let's go for a walk in the forest. Maybe we'll find something." A few days later, it would be the trading fair, and she wanted to prepare early to earn more crystal coins. Seeing Xiao Jihan's strange expression, she asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to take me into the forest?" Xiao Jihan quickly explained, "No, it's just that I think you might not trust me to take you into the forest." When he said this, he slightly lowered his head, and his voice became very soft. Su Muyao smiled and said, "Last time, Mei Qingchen wanted to kill me, but you stopped him. I think I should trust you. You will protect me, right?" Su Muyao blinked her clear eyes at Xiao Jihan. She hadn't paid close attention to Xiao Jihan before. Maybe because she just crossed over that day, his cold appearance gave her an uncomfortable feeling. But over these days, she realized Xiao Jihan wasn't what she initially thought. He seemed cold, but his demeanor was noble, pure, and spotless. His every action showed good manners and grace. He was born noble and was a man of his word. When it was time to protect her, he did so wholeheartedly. That was enough. She didn't have many other demands. Xiao Jihan looked into Su Muyao's clear, water-like eyes, feeling a gentle, sweet, and tender sensation. Xiao Jihan's heart moved slightly, and his cold, frost-like features softened a bit. He spoke seriously, "Yes, I will protect you well, and won't let anyone hurt you." Su Muyao's smile grew brighter. Yes, that's enough. Actually, she only needed their protection temporarily. Let's go. Okay. Xiao Jihan instantly transformed into his true form, a majestic black wolf beast. Once in his true form, a fierce aura burst forth from him. He exuded a powerful presence. His body was sleek and long, with limbs that looked strong and capable of explosive force, and his claws were sharp like blades. He resembled a black wolf king, with undeniable dominance, inspiring awe in all living beings. His black fur shimmered like silk under the sunlight, pure, carrying the power of the night, elegant and mysterious. His height was quite tall, nearly 2 meters. Su Muyao had to look up at him. As she gazed into his beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but admire. His true form was so handsome, but he also carried a cool, distant aura. Xiao Jihan looked at the petite Su Muyao in front of him and slowly crouched down, bending his limbs to make it easier for her to climb on. Seeing his actions, Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She easily climbed onto him. Su Muyao thought his fur felt very nice. It also carried a faint, refreshing pine scent, clean, pleasant, and soothing. When Xiao Jihan got up, he moved slowly, seemingly afraid of startling her. As he carried Su Muyao into the forest, he didn't rush like Nanxi Wen and Hualinia. Instead, he slowed down, seemingly taking extra care of her feelings. Su Muyao felt that walking through the forest like this was quite nice, strolling and exploring, and she could see more of the surroundings. Suddenly, Su Muyao seemed to see something and said excitedly, "Xiao Jihan, over there. That's a sunflower." Su Muyao didn't expect to see sunflowers. Now she could roast sunflower seeds to eat. When she was free, she could snack on them. If she had a large bunch of sunflower seeds, she could even sell them at the market. Xiao Jihan looked at the sunflower in the distance. Although he didn't understand why his wife was so excited, he still walked over. Compared to Su Muyao's excitement, Xiao Jihan moved at a steady pace. When they reached the sunflower field, Su Muyao's heart was full of joy. "I'll get down first." "Okay." Xiao Jihan crouched down with his limbs bent, making it easier for Su Muyao to come down. After Su Muyao descended, she began to pick sunflowers. During the market, she could sell roasted sunflower seeds. She collected the flowers and stored them in her space. Xiao Jihan silently helped her by stepping forward. As she finished harvesting most of the flowers, Su Muyao suddenly heard a cold, beautiful, yet weak voice. It sounded like an injured animal. She also caught the smell of blood. Su Muyao looked toward the sound. Not far away, she saw a beautiful, snow-white beast lying on the ground, injured and bleeding from its leg. Its exquisite eyes looked at her, full of beauty. Such a beautiful beast. She couldn't tell what kind of animal it was, but it was so stunning that she had never seen anything like it before. Seeing it injured, her heart softened. Su Muyao had no resistance to such a beautiful, lovely little beast. Especially seeing it injured and bleeding, she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. She was about to walk toward it. Although Xiao Jihan was silently helping, he also kept part of his attention on Su Muyao. Today, he stayed by her side to ensure her safety. Seeing her approach a strange beast, he stepped in front of her, saying, "Mistress, be careful." He seemed worried that the unfamiliar, beautiful little beast might hurt Su Muyao. He blocked her path, ready to protect her if the beast suddenly attacked. Su Muyao tugged gently on Xiao Jihan's sleeve and softly said, "It's okay. I don't think it will hurt anyone. It's injured, so I want to check on it." "Mistress." Xiao Jihan wanted to persuade her again, but she didn't listen. She had never seen such a fluffy, beautiful little beast before. Most importantly, it was pure white, with no mixed colors or dirt, very clean and stunningly beautiful. She couldn't tell what kind of beast it was, but it had 2 horns on its head, like deer antlers, but not exactly. The horns were clear and transparent, like ice crystals. Its eyes shone with a faint blue glow. "It's okay. I just want to go and see." Su Muyao didn't listen to Xiao Jihan at all. She slowly walked over. Seeing her like this, Xiao Jihan could only sigh helplessly. He felt like there was nothing he could do about her. Su Muyao knelt down in front of the little beast. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I want to check your injury, okay?" She spoke softly, making her tone gentle. She gently smiled at the small animal, making herself look harmless. The beautiful little creature nodded. Su Muyao looked surprised, with bright light shining in her eyes. "Ah, you can understand me? That's great. Such a clever creature." Su Muyao took out some spiritual spring water from her space and used it to clean his injured leg. She initially wanted to apply some hemostatic ointment, but then she remembered her wood-type special ability had reached level 1, so she decided to try its healing effect. She used her wood element healing power to treat his injury. Soon, the wound on his leg healed completely. "All done. Your leg is fine now." While speaking, Su Muyao tentatively reached out to touch his fur. She wondered if she might scare him. If he tried to avoid her, she would pull her hand back. But surprisingly, the beautiful little creature didn't dodge. Instead, it allowed her to touch its fur. Su Muyao was amazed by how soft and nice the fur felt. His long, elegant fingers gently pushed aside his clothing, slowly. Su Muyao suddenly widened her eyes. What is he about to do? He was unbuttoning his clothes as if in slow motion. At this moment, Xiao Jihan's cold, deep eyes fixed on her a little chaotic, and his breathing seemed to become lighter. His coat slipped off, and the room's temperature seemed to rise. Su Muyao instinctively tried to turn away, but Xiao Jihan gently grabbed her hand. His movement was light, not making her uncomfortable, but also preventing her from pulling away. At this moment, Su Muyao didn't want. Unknowingly, while she was lost in thought, she didn't notice that the ears hidden in the fur had turned slightly red. But the little creature obediently allowed her to continue petting it. After a while, Su Muyao reluctantly said, "You're fine now. You can go home." The little animal in the forest probably wasn't a stray. Such a beautiful creature must have a family. It didn't move, but instead shifted closer to her. Looking at her with eyes as stunning as a painting, delicate and mysterious, it emitted a faint blue glow, like a clear sky. It was truly so beautiful that it touched Su Muyao's heart. Its eyes seemed to speak, so lively and expressive. Su Muyao looked at it and guessed, "Are you saying you have no family? No place to go back to?" It nodded at her. Su Muyao's face showed a gentle, caring expression. I live in the North Luo tribe. Would you like to come home with me? I can cook food, so you won't go hungry. She traveled to this world, and now only has a few beast companions around her. But they are still wary of her. She doesn't even have anyone she can truly speak honestly with. This small beast is so beautiful and cute. Having him by her side gives her some comfort. The small beast gently nodded. His slight movement seemed to carry a sense of elegance and nobility. Seeing his reaction, Su Muyao's eyes curved into a smile, and she happily asked, "You've agreed, right?" The small beast nodded again. Su Muyao's lips also curved into a smile. "Can I hug you?" He nodded. Then Su Muyao happily reached out and picked him up. She could smell a cool, snow-like scent on him, light but very pleasant and charming. She was momentarily stunned by this scent. It felt familiar, but she couldn't quite remember where she had smelled it before. Holding him, she gently rubbed her face against his white fur. "This is really wonderful. From now on, you will stay by my side, and I will take good care of you." At this moment, Su Muyao was truly happy. When she smiled, her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her clear, pure eyes looked soft yet lively. She looked like a flower blooming in spring, fragrant, charming, and bright, so pure that her smile naturally lifted everyone's spirits. But the small beast in her arms had his ears turn red, and his beautiful eyes seemed tinged with a faint blush. Jihan looked at Su Muyao's smiling face and expression, as if lost in thought, like a gentle spring breeze stirring the heart, causing a ripple. His cold, clear features now carried a hint of shadow and gloom. He understood that this was Su Muyao's true smile. So this was what she looked like when she was genuinely happy. "Does the wife want to take him home?" Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, from now on, he will stay with me." "Do you know what kind of beast he is?" She had never seen such a beast before. Based on her memory, she couldn't find any useful information either. Jihan, who had read many books since he was young, had never seen such a beast. "I don't know either," she replied. Jihan actually wanted to advise her. Because this beast clearly wasn't ordinary. The aura on him and his pure white fur indicated he was special. Plus, he suddenly appeared injured, which was strange. But seeing Su Muyao so happy, he didn't have the heart to spoil her mood with these words. Su Muyao acted as if she didn't care and said casually, "If you don't know, then forget it. Let's give him a name first." Su Muyao thought for a moment and said, "He is pure white all over, so let's call him Little Snow." The small beast in her arms heard the name and seemed to shimmer with a faint blue glow in its eyes, like moonlight rippling across the water, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. While they were talking, suddenly something leapt down from the tree, rushing straight toward Little Snow in her arms. In a moment of danger, Su Muyao's face changed. She instinctively hugged Little Snow tightly, protecting him. In that instant of danger, Su Muyao turned around with Little Snow in her arms, using her body to shield him. At the same time, she activated her supernatural power. But it was probably too late. The creature moved extremely fast, like a fleeting shadow, striking suddenly and catching them off guard. At this moment, Jihan moved. His figure was like lightning, and he had already formed an ice blade in his hand. When the green shadow moved, he swung the ice blade out, cutting a sharp streak of light.
Sure.
The green shadow was hit, emitting a sharp, strange cry. Su Muyao held Little Snow tightly and turned her head to see the green, unpleasant liquid spraying toward her. At this moment, Jihan quickly shielded her, dodging the green liquid. Su Muyao, leaning in Jihan's arms, still felt a lingering fear. But smelling Jihan's scent made her feel a little more at ease again. She had to admit that Jihan was doing his best to protect her. Looking at the sticky green liquid on the ground, she frowned and asked, "What is this?" It looked like just a green vine. But when the vine attacked earlier, it moved very fast, carrying a fierce killing intent. If she had reacted a moment slower, both Little Snow and she would have been in danger. Xiao Jihan's clear and cold eyes showed a sharp chill as he explained, "This is a blood-eating vine. It's good at camouflage but mainly feeds on the blood of beasts and wild animals. It was hiding among the leaves of that tree just now, but—" Su Muliao asked, "But what?" Xiao Jihan lowered his voice and said, "When we came here just now, I checked the surroundings and found no danger. I didn't notice this blood-eating vine either. It might have been targeting him." By him, Xiao Jihan naturally meant little Snow in Su Muliao's arms. Su Muliao was slightly surprised. "Are you saying this blood-devouring vine came here just to find Xiao Shui and then quietly hid in this tree?" Xiao Jihan looked at the mysterious little beast with a curious and cautious expression. "His blood is quite special. Didn't you notice a strange, fragrant smell just now?" At this moment, Xiao Jihan looked again at the little beast, a faint guess forming in his mind. But he was still unsure. If that was true, then Su Muliao couldn't keep this little beast with her. Su Muliao paused, then said, "There is a faint, nice smell. But is there something special about it?" She gently held Xiao Shui, not wanting anything to happen to him. Unnoticed by her, Xiao Shui's body was stiff, and a flicker of sparkling light seemed to pass through his beautiful eyes. His body shimmered like countless stars, pure and mysterious. His blood is different from normal beastman's blood. It can cause some wild animals and creatures to go crazy. If I'm right, he might be an ancient, lost ice and snow spirit beast. Only ice and snow spirit beasts, growing in icy environments, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to develop, and they have unique blood. His blood is like a divine pill. But such beasts have long been extinct. No records of them exist in the ancient books of major clans. Hearing this, Su Muliao's face changed.
No wonder.
She sensed Xiao Shui's unease in her arms. She gently stroked his fur and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. But I may not be able to protect you now." Realizing this, Su Muliao felt a bit disappointed. If she took him back, it might put him in danger. Because she herself was in danger now, let alone protecting such a spiritual beast. An innocent man is guilty if he possesses a treasure. She understood this principle very well. There are still many people in Beast Emperor City who want to kill her, who want her dead. If Xiao Shui were just an ordinary pretty beast, not so special, no one would pay attention. But he is too unique. At this moment, a roar of wild beasts sounded again. The ground seemed to shake. Xiao Jihan focused and said, "Many wild beasts are coming, and they are carrying killing intent." Su Muliao's face changed, ready for battle. Just then, Xiao Shui leapt out lively from her arms. He jumped to the ground. Su Muliao was startled and shouted, "Xiao Shui." Xiao Shui looked back at Su Muliao, who also seemed to see a hint of reluctance in his eyes. However, he only glanced at her briefly with a serious look and then quickly disappeared from sight. Su Muliao was anxious to chase after him. Xiao Jihan hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Madam, he has already vanished. You can't catch him." Now that Madam has run out, she might encounter a powerful mutated beast. Su Muliao's face showed deep worry, and she even blamed herself a little. During the end of the world, the cat she raised later died to protect her. Su Muliao was overwhelmed with guilt and sadness. Seeing her suddenly become so downcast, Xiao Jihan didn't know how to comfort her and felt helpless. He tried to speak gently. "Madam, don't be sad.
He'll be fine."
Snow spirit beasts are very intelligent. They are said to have many magic abilities to protect themselves. Look at how fast he ran just now. His strength must be quite good. Strangely, after Xiao Shui ran away, the commotion stopped, as if he had gone in the opposite direction. Su Muliao sensed this and felt an inexplicable emotion rise in her heart. She couldn't help but worry. Could he really be a snow spirit beast? The mysterious white beast arrived somewhere, leading the wild animals over. Suddenly, a white mist appeared around them. Before long, it transformed into a human form. With a flick of his finger, he defeated all the wild animals rushing at him. If Su Muliao were here, she would recognize that this person was actually young Master Xia. When he fought the animals, he looked so graceful and noble. Soon, Xiaoyi arrived and saw that all the attacking beasts had been killed. He asked nervously, "Young master, how is your body?" "Miss Su already said you shouldn't use your abilities anymore. Let me handle these insignificant creatures." Xiaogui Shui replied calmly, "It's fine." Since that day he saw her and her aura entered his body, he had felt much better. With some medicinal help, he wasn't as weak anymore. Xiaoyi looked a bit helpless. "Young master, you really are too much. To see Miss Su, you resorted to such methods. Your blood is so precious. How can you afford to bleed?" Thinking of something, Xia Dao asked, "But, young master, didn't you say you wanted to stay close to Miss Su? Why did you come back?" According to the plan, the young master didn't want him to follow. Xiaogui Shuichen said softly, "It might bring her danger." So, he couldn't stay by her side in beast form. Xiaoyi was stunned when he heard this. He quickly understood and sighed. Well, originally, when the young master stayed with Miss Su, the aura from her would nourish him, and his health would gradually improve. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree to the young master staying with Miss Su in this way. What if someone harmed the young master? But strangely, only Miss Su might be able to cure him. "Young master, the high priest said that the aura on Miss Su perfectly matches yours, which is good for your recovery. After all these years, only Miss Su has a way." Xiaoyi actually wanted to persuade the young master to stay with Miss Su. "But, young master, I also looked into Miss Su's background." Xiaogui Shui's icy eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi explained, "I heard she's both vicious and foolish, useless, disliked by others, and exiled. Oh, and by the way, young master, she previously had 10 beast husbands, all of noble status, with top-tier family backgrounds, looks, and abilities. But before her exile, 5 of them forcibly broke their contracts with her. Miss Su didn't agree, but they had ways, forcefully ending half of her supernatural abilities. TSK, that's pretty ruthless." Xiaoyi spoke with some emotion, shaking his head as he did. Hearing this, Xiaogui Shui's cold, clear eyebrows seemed to darken with a touch of ink, hiding a faint frost, making his emotions hard to read. Seeing that his young master didn't speak or stop him, Xiaoyi continued, "But, young master, I think Miss Su doesn't match the rumors at all. Are the rumors wrong? Or is Miss Su pretending?" Xiaoyi pondered and said, "But the rumors say Miss Su mistreated her beast husbands, yet in reality, she treats them very well, cooking for them herself. Which female beast would treat her beast husband like that? People say Miss Su is useless, but her cooking, like her skewers, can beat the royal chefs. I don't know what to believe anymore." Xiaogui Shui's icy, clear features seemed to be tinged with a layer of ink, with a faint frost hiding in his expression, making his emotions difficult to read. Seeing that his young master remained silent and didn't stop him, Xiaoyi continued, "But I believe what I see. Rumors are false." Xiaogui Shui nodded slightly and said, "Yes, seeing is believing. Rumors are not to be trusted." Xiaoyi agreed, "You're right. We shouldn't believe everything we hear. We need to see for ourselves. I think Miss Su is very good, friendly, and sincere." While talking, Xia suddenly looked at his young master and realized something. He widened his eyes and said, "Young master, you just used your ability, but your body seems fine?" "No, young master, I feel like your body has gotten better again. Is it just my imagination? Could it be that staying with Miss Su is good for your health?" Xia looked very confused. Xiaogui Shui also noticed this. Just now, a large amount of her supernatural energy flowed into his leg, and then through the wound into his body. It repaired some of his health problems. It's an incredible ability. At this moment, Su Muyao didn't know any of this. After she realized there was no danger, she continued collecting sunflowers with Xiao Jihan. But for some reason, Su Muyao felt a bit distracted. Still, she worked seriously. Her mind kept drifting to that beautiful ice spirit beast. Once she finished collecting the sunflowers, Xiao Jihan saw her face didn't look good and softly asked, "Wife, do you want to go home?" Su Muyao shook her head and said, "It's still early. Let's not go home yet." Let's take a walk first. During the walk, Su Muyao found something surprising: beetroot. Beetroot. Xiao Jihan whispered, is it food? Su Muyao smiled and nodded. Yes, it's food. Mainly, it can be used to make sugar. Currently, sugar is rare and expensive. In the south, there's sugarcane, but not in the north. But beetroot works too. If we can make sugar from these beets, we can sell red sugar during market days to earn crystal coins. That gave Su Muyao new motivation. She was no longer tired and listless. She started digging for beetroot seriously. Xiao Jihan also helped, saying, wife, let me do it. You can rest nearby. She had been working nonstop from collecting sunflowers to gathering beetroot. She had never been in the mountains before, let alone doing farm work. Su Muyao shook her head and said, it's okay. I have strength and can work. Xiao Jihan looked at her with concern but saw her persistence and didn't persuade her further. He continued working too. By late afternoon, they had finished digging. Su Muyao stored the beetroot in her space. Her hands were covered in dirt. Xiao Jihan took out a cloth to gently wipe her clean. His movements were very gentle. Su Muyao looked up at Xiao Jihan. At this moment, Xiao Jihan made her feel dreamy, as if he were her true beast husband caring for her. But her rational mind told her otherwise. This only shows that he is responsible. Also, he is naturally like this, always diligent in everything he does. No wonder he is the next heir carefully groomed by the noble Xiao family. Originally, he was also married through some means by his previous family. Xiao Jihan, do you hate me? When Xiao Jihan heard this, he paused in wiping Su Muyao's hand. He looked down at her with clear, cold eyes. When their gazes met, his eyes darkened with deep shadows. Madam, why do you say that? Su Muyao said, well, you are the carefully cultivated heir of the Xiao family, and you will become the head of the family in the future. As the heir, you can marry the madam or have a female beast as a concubine. But because of me, you had to marry here. And you were mocked for it. On this beast world continent, most female beasts marry male beasts. However, powerful noble families also marry female beasts, which is called a concubine marriage. It is usually lower-ranked female beasts marrying into high-status families. Back in the Beast Emperor city, Xiao Jihan was also a young noble pursued by many female beasts. It is said that back then, your family had already chosen a bride for you to marry into. Su Muyao was curious. A bride married into a family must listen to her beast husband. That way, Xiao Jihan would have the final say at home, without always having to follow his wife's lead or feel so wronged in caring for her. Su Muyao felt sorry for him. Xiao Jihan looked down at her full of curiosity, feeling a bit helpless. As the madam, she didn't seem to care about these things. Unlike before, when she mentioned these, she would go crazy. He had never explained before. But now, Xiao Jihan still explained, no, I haven't. I haven't seen any other female beasts, and my family didn't choose any for me. Actually, at that time, when his family learned that the infamous woman from Beast Emperor City was interested in him, they hurriedly arranged a marriage. They hadn't yet chosen a bride, and he hadn't seen any female beasts, but under pressure from all sides, he was forced to marry her for the family. His family raised him and gave him wealth and honor, pouring all their resources into him. By then, he was also supposed to contribute to the family. There was no hatred or resentment. Su Muyao felt a bit regretful. Sorry for what happened before. When you regain your freedom, you can return to the Xiao family. At that time, I will give you a marriage certificate, and you can do anything without restrictions. The divorce letter and the separation letter are completely different levels. A separation letter means a wife has ended her relationship with her husband, which can harm their reputation. A divorce letter, however, is not the same. It signifies the wife and husband are ending their relationship voluntarily, which is a kind gesture. When Xiao Jihan heard this, he was moved. He thought she had said they were free with a separation letter. But it was actually a divorce letter. To Su Muyao, Xiao Jihan is a talented person carefully cultivated by the family, and the Xiao family values him highly. He can return to the Xiao family. His situation with Hua Linyue is different. Even if Hua Linyue regains her freedom, she wouldn't go back to her mother and enemies in the Su family. Even if she did, it would probably be to seek revenge for her father. So, their previous situation was a bit too harsh. Both sides had their difficulties. Will the wife really treat us like this? Su Muyao nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry. I will keep my word. You have to trust me. Besides, if I need a husband, I can find one again. I understand well. Forced relationships aren't sweet. And after all, there are plenty of opportunities everywhere." At this moment, Su Muyao looked relaxed and free. She said these words to gain Xiao Jihan's trust. At the same time, she felt sympathy for him and hoped he could return to the Xiao family to continue as their heir, living freely and doing what he wanted. He wouldn't be tied down with her, like a fruit that was forcibly taken but still refused to fall. Anyway, they didn't have any real relationship. Xiao Jihan felt that he should be happy hearing this. But he didn't feel as excited as he expected. And she, once a fool, could say such wise words. Are there no other opportunities elsewhere? After chatting, they packed up and headed back. This time, they returned fully loaded. When they got home, Su Muyao didn't rest. She immediately started working. She took out beets and sunflowers from her space and placed them in the yard. Su Muyao looked at the size of the yard. If they gather more supplies in the future, the yard might not be enough. They didn't have a dedicated storage room for things. Right now, there were only 5 rooms. But after more than 2 months, they left, and the house had more rooms. Xiao Jihan also helped clean the beets and peel them. Su Muyao planned to boil these beets into brown sugar. Anyway, solidified brown sugar is easy to store. Selling brown sugar at the market could make more money. Brown sugar is rare, just like salt. It is said that poor quality candies on the market cost only 2 or 3 copper coins each. During festivals, the prices become even higher. Xiao Jihan peels the clean sugar beets quickly, cutting them into small pieces and placing them in a nearby basin. Using his special ability, he manipulates ice blades while working fast. Soon, the basin and buckets are filled with chopped sugar beets. Xiao Jihan never expected that after being exiled here, he mostly used his powers for tasks like this. But he keeps looking at Su Muyao. He notices she is carefully peeling the sugar beets head lowered. Even if she works slowly, she is focused and serious. Xiao Jihan's expression changes slightly. He notices that every time she does something, she is very concentrated, as if lost in her own world. While peeling, Su Muyao suddenly gets distracted and accidentally cuts her finger with a sharp blade. She feels pain so much that tears almost come out, but she doesn't make a sound. She quickly stands up to wash her hand. Xiao Jihan's face changes, and he quickly steps forward, using his ability to press on her finger to stop the bleeding. He then rinses her hand with clean water and carefully bandages her finger. If it hurts, why don't you make a sound? In the past, even if she was in pain, she would scream loudly. But now, she has lost a lot of blood, and the cut is quite deep. Su Muyao finds that her body is very sensitive to pain. Even small wounds hurt a lot. Tears uncontrollably well up in her eyes, and her voice is soft and gentle. It's okay. I was just careless. Screaming when in pain is useful for those who care about her. But now, for them, such behavior only makes people dislike her. That was how she was in her previous life. It gives people the impression that she's lying or pretending. So she doesn't want to make noise or cause a fuss, but unexpectedly, Xiao Jihan notices her. He presses his lips together, his expression darkening slightly, and carefully bandages her wound. At that moment, a sneer comes from the door. Another new trick. Su Muyao, you've changed your method now. It seems to be working well. Even Xiao Jihan personally bandaged your wound. You really have some skills. Hearing this cold, icy voice, Su Muyao recognizes it as Mei Qingchen. She looks up toward the door and sees Mei Qingchen has returned. He left that morning, and in the past few days, he hadn't come back. She actually hopes Mei Qingchen will disappear forever. Mei Qingchen stands at the door, arms crossed, with cold, beautiful phoenix eyes that seem covered with frost. His tone is sharp and contemptuous. Jihan's cold and calm brow furrowed as he explained, Mei Qingchen, things are not what you think. The wife did not use any tricks. He had noticed her sincere efforts and changes these days. Su Muyao was too lazy to explain or pay attention to Mei Qingchen. Right now, she just wanted to cut ties with him quickly. She said, "Bring me your sword." Mei Qingchen looked at her cautiously and asked, "What are you going to do?" Su Muyao replied coldly, "If you want your sword to be good again, just bring it over." Her supernatural power had reached level 1, enough to repair his sword. Mei Qingchen was silent for a moment, but still handed over the sword, carefully keeping it at a distance, afraid Su Muyao might take advantage. Su Muyao was amused by his cautiousness. "Mei Qingchen, you'd better not provoke me. I will help you fully repair the sword. If I'm in a bad mood, I might forget how to fix it." Hearing this, Mei Qingchen's expression froze for a moment. "Why you?" His eyes, sharp and cold, carried a sense of helplessness, as if he couldn't do anything about Su Muyao. He was still hoping she could repair his main sword. He could only endure it. Su Muyao didn't spoil him. After all, his words were so unpleasant. Anyway, once she repaired his sword, neither of them owed the other. Mei Qingchen, to fully repair and restore the sword's spiritual energy, you probably need Xianling iron, right? Mei Qingchen's eyes flashed, his gaze darkening and deepening like ink, as he said in a deep voice, "You actually know about Xianling iron?" He was also searching for Xianling iron, but such a rare item was extremely precious. Even the powerful noble families found it hard to get a small piece of Xianling iron. In Mei Qingchen's view, only strong beasts would care about such things. Female beasts only think about enjoying life every day and wouldn't know about Xianling iron. Moreover, most male beasts didn't even know about its existence. Not to mention Su Muyao, who was known as a fool. That's why he was so shocked. After speaking, Mei Qingchen showed a self-deprecating smile and said, "Well, it's not surprising. You're trying to deal with us, so it's normal to know more about these things. You deliberately mentioned Xianling iron to remind me that this sword can't be good without it, right?" At that moment, Mei Qingchen's eyes darkened suddenly. He looked at his sword with a sorrowful expression. Jihan knew Mei Qingchen was a person of deep loyalty and strong feelings. The main sword has been with him since childhood, like a close friend. If it gave him hope and then took it away, the pain in his heart can be imagined. Mei Qingchen, don't misunderstand the wife, master. Listen to what she has to say first. Mei Qingchen sneered and said, "It's only been a few days, and you're already defending her. Good tactics." Su Muyao looked at him with guilt and pain in her eyes and probably understood him, so she patiently explained, "Mei Qingchen, I know I made many mistakes in the past, but I've said I am changing. Also, you promised before that I would help repair the sword, and you wouldn't hurt me anymore. Then neither of us will owe the other." Mei Qingchen seemed to think of something. His eyebrows immediately turned cold as frost, and he said, "I said I wouldn't hurt you again. But neither of us owe the other. Do you think that's possible? Because of you, my mother was pressured and became very ill. Now she is said to be unconscious and not waking up. If something happens to my mother, how can I forgive you?" Mei Qingchen's hands by his side clenched tightly into fists. There was a feeling of anger mixed with helplessness. His eyes turned red as he glared hatefully at Su Muyao. His family indeed had a contract to restrain beast husbands. The reason he was exiled to the north was to find the legendary spiritual treasure called the 1,000-year frost flower. Only this could give him a chance to save his mother. But after searching for so long, he still hadn't found it. Hearing this, Su Muyao's eyes widened in shock.
She almost forgot about this.
In her previous life, she forced the Mei family to marry Mei Qingchen. The Mei family was powerful and respected, so normally they wouldn't be forced into marriage. But her previous self spread rumors that anyone who dared to marry Mei Qingchen would be killed. At that time, Mei Qingchen's mother needed a rare spiritual treasure medicine. The palace had such a medicine in stock. Her previous self entered the palace early and obtained it before Mei Qingchen could, but refused to give it to him. To save his mother's health, Mei Qingchen had no choice but to agree to marry her. Because Mei Qingchen didn't allow her to touch him, there was no real marriage. When she returned home after 3 days, her previous self caused a big scene at the Mei family, insulting and humiliating people and deliberately provoking Mei Qingchen's parents. Of course, the Mei family was led by the man, Mei Qingchen's father. Her mother was a concubine, gentle and weak by nature. She was so angry that she fainted from the shock. Her condition worsened, and it looked like she might die. Fortunately, her previous self was afraid of causing a death, so he gave Mei Qingchen the spiritual treasure medicine at that time. This was the condition that Mei Qingchen agreed to when she married her. Fortunately, Mei Qingchen's mother was safe and her life was saved. But now she is seriously ill again? Thinking about what her previous self did, Su Muyao sighed. No wonder Mei Qingchen hated her so much. If Mei Qingchen's mother really had died, they would be completely enemies. It's just too much. These thoughts gave Su Muyao a terrible headache. This matter is really complicated. Su Muyao thought for a moment and said to Mei Qingchen, "What symptoms does your mother have? Maybe I can find a way to help her." Mei Qingchen didn't believe her at all. When did a fool learn the skills of a healer? The day Su Muyao saved young Master Xia, neither Mei Qingchen nor Xiao Jihan was there. "I can detoxify Hualing Yi from fire poison and also detoxify myself. I naturally know some medical skills." Mei Qingchen didn't believe her. "Who knows if you're just pretending to fool Hualing Yi? He still believes you. I didn't see any signs that his fire poison was cured." Mei Qingchen could tell that Hualing Yi still had fire poison on him. The imperial doctors said it was impossible to cure, yet Su Muyao, who had learned nothing since childhood, managed to do it? That's as likely as the sun rising from the west. Su Muyao was getting tired of talking. However, her previous self owed Mei Qingchen a lot. She could ignore it, but if Mei Qingchen became her enemy completely, it would be difficult. The grudge of harming her mother was unforgivable. Plus, the Mei family was a powerful noble family with a deep background. They had been heroes fighting against mutated beasts and monsters for generations and held great prestige. Such a family was not to be offended by her weak current strength. Su Muyao thought for a moment and decided to take out the box from her space. She opened the box directly, revealing a large piece of mysterious spiritual iron inside. The glow from the mysterious spiritual iron immediately surprised Mei Qingchen. "Is this mysterious spiritual iron?" Even Xiao Jihan looked shocked. Xiao Jihan had seen a small piece of this iron before. Just a tiny piece was enough to be very precious and worth a lot. But Su Muyao suddenly produced so much? If others saw it, it would cause a big stir. Su Muyao said, "Yes, this piece of mysterious spiritual iron is enough to fully repair your natal sword and make it more spiritual and sharper than before." Mei Qingchen's voice trembled slightly. "How do you have so much mysterious spiritual iron? Even noble families usually only have a tiny piece, and most families don't have any at all. This item is very old and long lost." Su Muyao actually had such a large piece. Although Mei Qingchen found it unbelievable, she couldn't help but feel amazed. But he also knew that with such a large piece of mysterious spiritual iron, his innate sword could be saved. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. Su Muyao looked at Mei Qingchen, who now had a new sparkle in his eyes, and said, "There is nothing in this world that is impossible. You think that impossible things are the most likely to happen." Su Muyao said this to gain Mei Qingchen's trust in her medical skills. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao with a complex and shocked expression. "You want to give me this box of mysterious spiritual iron to repair my innate sword?"
Su Muyao nodded seriously.
"Yes, I always keep my promises." But the more she said this, the more doubts grew in Mei Qingchen's heart. He didn't believe she was so kind-hearted. Or, do you want something else? Just to be clear, I can't give you my heart and I definitely can't give you my person. Su Muyao suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. carrying a sharp edge. Mei Qingchen, you really think highly of yourself. Do you think you're some kind of rare gem that everyone likes? I don't want your heart, and I don't want your person. Mei Qingchen looked into Su Muyao's eyes and saw the indifference inside. Seeing her serious expression, he knew she was speaking sincerely. Realizing she wasn't asking for anything in return, Mei Qingchen relaxed slightly. But as he relaxed, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart, as if something had changed. He didn't investigate further. All right, these are your words personally spoken. I hope you will keep your promise. Su Muyao felt speechless, knowing he didn't believe her. Mei Qingchen, if you're unwilling, I can't force you. You don't need to go to such lengths. Mei Qingchen crossed his arms, his eyes deep and bright. That's not acceptable. Didn't you give us medicine to make us fall under your spell before? On the night he married Su Muyao, she had put medicine in his food. He soaked himself in cold water all night, but he was weak for days afterward. Su Muyao was ruthless. Not long ago, you also gave Xiao Jihan a love potion. Do you know that such behavior almost ruined his health? Su Muyao's eyes flickered with shock. She hadn't known about this before. But her previous self, in pursuit of her goals, didn't care about these things. She no longer wanted to speak. Her previous self was truly wicked and cruel. But now she had traveled back into this wicked body. It's truly heartbreaking. Fine, I won't waste more words. So you tell me your mother's symptoms, and I will try to help. Just like this mysterious spiritual iron, I might really have a way. Mei Qingchen thought for a moment and took out a letter. This is a family letter. It details my mother's symptoms. He didn't trust Su Muyao, thinking that if others couldn't help, she might be able to repair the sword spirit. And that mysterious spiritual iron he wanted to try. Maybe she had a way, but she might have conditions. Besides his physical and mental health, he could agree to other conditions. As long as it could save his mother. Su Muyao took the letter and looked at it. It was a letter from Mei Qingchen's father. The handwriting was very good, showing calmness and grandeur accumulated over the years, and even a touch of elegance. Shen Jingling said, "Tonight, you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. For now, this is how it will be. It's getting late. Rest early, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Gu Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Shen Jingling was more reasonable than she thought. Seeing him spread an old quilt on the floor, ready to lie down and sleep, she hurriedly stopped him. "Hey, wait a minute. You can't sleep like that. You'll catch a cold." Shen Jingling knew that with his tall stature, one quilt folded in half wouldn't be enough, but he had no choice. There were no extra quilts at home. His words showed wisdom. The letter mainly talked about Mei Qingchen's mother. The head of the Mei family was very worried about his wife. He detailed her symptoms and said he had sent people from the family to find the 1,000-year-old frost flower. Su Muyao's expression moved. 1,000-year-old frost flower? Su Muyao knew that Lady Mei came from a scholarly family, a middle-tier clan, not comparable to the ancient and mysterious Mei clan. Even among noble families, they couldn't compare to the Mei family. The Mei family was very powerful and had a long heritage. Lady Mei was weak since she was young and needed expensive herbs to survive. Some villagers were eating and holding bowls, ready to step outside and watch the scene. There were 2 children from nearby families studying at the village school. Shen Jingli saw them and brightened up, calling out to them. "Wang Li Xia Liu, tell me, did Xinjing yesterday take my little dog?" Li Yujian nodded in agreement and said, "Wang Li Xia is right. That little dog runs away when it sees you, but it willingly goes back with Xinjingza. How could it be your dog? If it were your dog, shouldn't it come home with you?" Shen Jingli felt very embarrassed. He didn't expect these 2 classmates to have no sense of politeness, and after some time, Lady Mei wanted to have a child for Master Mei. Lady Mei gave birth to Qingchen, who is the direct heir of the Mei family. However, after giving birth to Qingchen, Lady Mei's health became even weaker. It is said that Master Mei did not ask Lady Mei to do this. But Lady Mei was moved by his care and admired him, so she wanted to expand their family. If her health had not been so fragile, she would have wanted to have more children. While thinking about these things, the space system spoke. Host, Lady May's condition is caused by issues she inherited from her mother. So, her mother's serious illness isn't entirely her fault. The system sighed. According to the original owner's memories, Lady May was well cared for by Master May and didn't have further health problems, just some weakness. Both the witch doctor and the imperial doctor said that Lady May's condition requires avoiding stress and emotional upheaval. But the previous owner crossed boundaries and provoked her, insulting Lady May. Lady May is gentle and kind, and wouldn't argue or get angry with others. When she was overstimulated, her condition worsened. Master May and Lady May share a deep bond, as seen in this letter. If anything happened to Lady May, Master May might break down. The May family is very influential and respected, so Lady May must stay safe. Her father, the head of the Su family, sacrificed himself during a military campaign. The Su family had loved his daughter very much and worked hard to earn military merits so she could live freely. He had many injuries and was not as healthy as before, but he kept fighting to clear the border for monsters. Sadly, he died in battle. Because of her past, after the Su family had died, her reputation was tarnished instead of feared. She knows he was a good father. The May family head and Lady May are also good parents, and she doesn't want anything to happen to them. The space system said, Host, I have a prescription that can help stabilize Lady May's health. But to fully restore her to normal health, we need the Millennium Frost Flower. The Millennium Frost Flower grows in cold, snowy places and is very hard to find. It's said to be extinct. Su Muyao's expression changed. What should we do? The quick space system said, next time you see young Master Xie, you can ask him. Maybe he knows something. Su Muyao thought of young Master Xie, who was cold and clear like ice and snow. Should I ask him? We don't even know if you'll see him again. The system excitedly said, you and young Master Xie are destined to meet. You will see him. Besides, young Master Xie gave you that magic tool to protect you. He can sense when you need help.
Sumo's mouth twitched.
I pretend I don't understand your intentions. The system just wanted her to be with young Master Xie. Enough of this. Give me the prescription. Based on the letter, Su Muyao could guess Madame May's symptoms and prescribe the right medicine. But she hadn't seen her in person or taken her pulse, so she wasn't sure. She was afraid of making mistakes and Mei Qingchun wanted to kill her. However, the system knew Madame May's health perfectly. The prescription it gave was foolproof. After Su Muyao finished speaking, a prescription appeared in the space. Looking at the paper, Su Muyao felt confident. She communicated with the space system using her mind, so neither Mei Qingchun nor Xiao Jihan knew. Su Muyao then took out a piece of paper and wrote down the prescription. This is the prescription. The herbs listed are not rare and are easy to find. Follow the prescription and give it to your mother. She will wake up and feel better. But to fully recover, she needs the rare spiritual herb called Thousand-Year Frost Flower. Su Muyao looked serious and clear-eyed, making it impossible for Mei Qingchun to doubt her. Mei Qingchun took the prescription she wrote. When he saw her handwriting, his eyes flickered. It was her handwriting. She used to be clumsy, only recognizing simple characters, and her writing was very ugly, worse than that of a child who had learned to read. But now, her handwriting was fresh and elegant, like orchids blooming, with a free and flowing style, sharp yet graceful. Her writing was not only beautiful, but also full of spirit. This surprised Mei Qingchun deeply. Even if someone changes habits, it's hard to change their handwriting quickly. Su Muyao didn't know what Mei Qingchun was thinking. She only noticed his face looked a little pale, and she thought he was doubting her prescription again. If you're worried, you can ask your father to find a witch doctor or imperial doctor to examine her. After taking the medicine, your mother will wake up. As soon as Su Muyao finished speaking, she suddenly saw Mei Qingchun walking toward her with a prescription. Mei Qingchun is tall and straight, dressed in black, with a noble and pure aura. The dark pendant on his forehead adds a mysterious feeling around him. But his presence is too cold and intimidating. He approached her, looking down at her from above. Su Muyao didn't know what he was going to do, and instinctively stepped back. Mei Qingchen, don't you dislike me? Why are you so close? Su Muyao swallowed hard, feeling that Mei Qingchen suspected she wanted to harm his mother, which made him act hostile toward her. But why didn't Xiao Jihan step in to stop him this time? Xiao Jihan didn't intervene because he didn't sense any killing intent from Mei Qingchen, so he wouldn't hurt his wife. He also saw the prescription and, upon reading the writing, fell into thought. Mei Qingchen's clear and beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on her face, his gaze dark and observant of her subtle expressions. In the past, her expression was venomous and twisted, looking crazy and fierce, so Mei Qingchen didn't want to look at her. He had never carefully observed her before. Now Mei Qingchen finally noticed her subtle expressions. Is she afraid and cautious?
Ha!
Is she afraid too? Mei Qingchen's dangerous eyes narrowed, and his breath approached her. Have I suddenly changed my mind? Hearing this, Su Muyao's pupils widened in horror as she stared at Mei Qingchen. Would he force her? No, this can't happen, absolutely not. She came from the apocalypse, with no experience or mental preparation for such things. Old Madame Shen was surprised and angry that Gu Yuanyuan dared to speak back to her directly. She was both shocked and furious.
You! How dare you talk to me like that?
Gu Yuanyuan smiled coldly. Grandma, you said Shunjingzi is just like his parents, not good people. I want to ask, who are Shunjingzi's parents? If you're too old to remember their identities, I can remind you. They're your own son and daughter-in-law. If they are not good people, then what kind of person are you? Old Madame Shen was furious. Gu Yuanyuan, you little brat, shut up. I'm here today not to argue with you. We're here to take the puppy back. This medicine is fine. Take it home and show it to someone, then give it to your mother, and you'll see the results. I truly mean no harm. At this moment, Su Muyao felt like crying but had no tears, only feeling like thunder was crashing in her mind. Seeing her scared reaction and hearing her say these words all at once, Mei Qingchen's lips curled into a teasing smile. So, these are your true feelings. He lowered his head and whispered close to her ear. So, who are you really?
He was truly different now.
If it had been before, she wouldn't have avoided him when he got close. She might have even wanted to cling to him. Mei Qingchen's eyes looked at her with a captivating gaze. But his tone was gentle, with a tempting feel, like lovers whispering to each other. If she didn't know his personality, Su Muyao might have thought he was speaking softly and kindly to her, getting closer. But at this moment, Su Muyao's expression changed. Her eyes turned cold, and she was alert and cautious, trying to push him away. However, she found she couldn't use enough strength. The hard chest of Mei Qingchen was unmovable. Looking at his slim figure, she realized he was surprisingly strong. She couldn't shake him, even a little. Su Muyao finally understood how weak she was in front of them. It would be easy for them to crush her, kill her, or step on her like an ant. She could only hold back her anger and call out mentally to her space system. Host, it's okay. He won't hurt you. He's so handsome. Don't you think he's pleasing to look at? Listening to the system, Su Muyao felt speechless. Even if he's handsome, he's still dangerous. Mei Qingchen didn't realize that Su Muyao was communicating with her system mentally. He kept watching her and could clearly feel that when he said those words, her body instantly stiffened. Was she afraid of being discovered? Or was she swapped with someone else? Did this sentence hit her fear point? But if she was swapped, what was her purpose? Mei Qingchen's eyes narrowed dangerously. His finger touched her ear, then moved down, as if checking for a disguise. Until he reached her collarbone, he saw a small birthmark on her body, her true mark. It was her. It hadn't changed, nor was she replaced. Mei Qingchen's eyes narrowed further, showing some disbelief. Su Muyao thought he was going to keep checking further. In a flash, Su Muyao suddenly remembered something.
She tiptoed and 主动抱住梅清晨.
She deliberately showed a gentle smile and said, "You just want this. If you told me earlier, I would have been happy to do it." Although she had no experience, she had seen pigs run, so she still pretended to be unaware. Mei Qingchen snapped back to himself and forcefully pushed Su Muyao away. It's obviously your trick. After saying that, Mei Qingchen took out a clean cloth and wiped his hands vigorously, then threw it into the trash bin in the yard. He took another clean cloth, wiped his neck, and, seeming to dislike it, threw the cloth away. A look of disgust also flashed in his eyes. Su Muyao watched his actions and slowly let out a breath. This method still works. It's clear that Mei Qingchen has a natural aversion to this body. Look at how he despises it. Really, is it necessary? Xiao Jihan felt Su Muyao's body weaken and sway, so he gently stepped forward to support her, asking wife, "Are you okay?" Su Muyao looked at Xiao Jihan and didn't blame him. Since the beast husband had close contact with her, the other beast husbands had no reason to stop him. Moreover, even the system couldn't sense any murderous intent from Mei Qingchen toward her. So Xiao Jihan couldn't sense it either. Su Muyao shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She looked at Mei Qingchen, her brow slightly furrowed. So, was Mei Qingchen actually suspecting her and testing her? Suspecting she was replaced. And the mark on her collarbone. She looked down and saw a flower-shaped birthmark on it. So that's what Mei Qingchen was looking at just now. Seeing this, he knew she was still herself. Xiao Jihan reached out and gently tidied her clothes, covering the birthmark. His movements were very gentle, but when his fingers accidentally touched her skin, Su Muyao felt a tingling, electric shock run through her body. She also noticed that Xiao Jihan's fingers were long and beautiful. Mei Qingchen snorted coldly and left with his special sword. No one knew where he went, but once he left, Su Muyao felt the oppressive atmosphere in the yard disappear. She could breathe easily again. Still, she needed to quickly improve her strength. Strength was the key. The space system said, "So, host, it's best for you to have a relationship with the beast husband. If not, having a relationship with someone like Master Xie can also help improve your strength. Only a strong, handsome, capable beast husband can help speed up your progress." Su Muyao used to dislike hearing these words from the system. But now, she listened carefully. She looked at Xiao Jihan and thought about the day she crossed over. Her previous self had taken medicine but failed to succeed, and Xiao Jihan avoided her as if he was afraid of getting involved. She quickly shook her head, realizing it couldn't be Xiao Jihan. Wen Nanxi and Hua Linhua probably wouldn't be happy either. So she needed to quickly make her face look better. Maybe she could find a good beast husband outside. Or perhaps she didn't need to do that. After removing the body's poison, her ability to cultivate might speed up. Maybe she could also take some medicine to strengthen her body and improve her speed. Thinking about these things, Su Muyao looked serious. "Madam, do you need to rest? Let me handle this." Her finger had been injured earlier, but now it was bandaged up. Su Muyao shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. I'll keep working." She wanted to earn more crystal coins. Maybe once she had enough strength, she could buy some magic tools or spiritual herbs to help her improve her cultivation. Thinking of this, Su Muyao sat down and continued working with a determined look. Xiao Jihan watched her. His expression moved slightly. She seemed truly different now. He was momentarily stunned, but then continued helping with the work. He did more so she wouldn't have to strain herself. Xiao Jihan watched her carefully peel the sweet potatoes with a knife, worried she might accidentally hurt her finger again. But when she peeled again, Su Muyao was more careful and didn't hurt herself. However, her previously cut finger still hurt a little when she moved it. She wasn't actually delicate, but her body was fragile. She was too sensitive to pain. When she felt pain, she couldn't help but cry. Su Muyao held back her tears tightly. But she didn't work much. After a while, Xiao Jihan used his supernatural ability to finish everything. "Madam, it's all done." Su Muyao saw that all the sweet potatoes in the basins had been peeled and cut into small pieces. Then they just needed to be boiled and cooled to make sugar blocks. It was much simpler from here. Su Muyao looked at Xiao Jihan with bright, sparkling eyes, showing admiration. She thought Xiao Jihan was really capable, handsome, quiet, and hardworking. Actually, he was pretty good. But she didn't have any other thoughts. Xiao Jihan, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's not hard. It's the madam's hard work. Female beasts with beast husbands usually don't do chores, but she was doing everything herself. Xiao Jihan looked at her injured finger and felt a twinge of guilt. But she was clearly in pain, yet she still showed a bright, sunny smile. Xiao Jihan is increasingly unable to see through her. In the past, she was arrogant and domineering, but you could see through her at a glance. Now that's not the case. He couldn't help but think again of what Hua Linyue had said. Since their pheromones are different, do people also change completely? Even Mei Qingchen was beginning to doubt something, wasn't she? But her birthmark is still there, so she can't be someone else. She is still her. Xiao Jihan calmed his mind and asked, Wife, what should we do next? Su Muyao said, boil these in the pot until thick, then scoop them out. Once they solidify, they become candy blocks. Later, we can take them to the market to sell. Candy is expensive, so we should be able to earn a good amount of crystal coins. Thinking of this, Su Muyao's face lit up with a bright smile, her eyebrows curved, shining and clear. Seeing her like this, Xiao Jihan thought of blooming camellias, vivid, lively, and charming. No longer looking grotesque. Even the black marks on her half-face seemed to have faded quite a bit. Perhaps it's just an illusion. Su Muyao had been drinking medicine every day these days, using spiritual spring water and wood element abilities to heal her body, which helped remove much of the poison. So, the black marks on her half-face have lightened. Once all the poison is detoxified, the black marks will disappear completely, revealing her natural skin. But for now, she doesn't care about her appearance. After all, no one among the beast husbands likes her, so looks don't matter. Only when someone appreciates her does her appearance become important. Next, Xiao Jihan will boil red sugar, while Su Muyao continues preparing sunflower seeds. Later, they will roast some melon seeds to sell at the market. But it seems people still don't know about melon seeds as a snack. She also plans to gather more dried fruits from the mountain, so they could even set up a dried fruit stall. When night falls, Su Muyao murmured, It's time to make dinner. She thought about making noodles, which is simple. The noodles she previously rolled and dried in the inner room can be used directly, without kneading again when making noodles. She looked at the door. Why haven't Wen Nanxi and Hua Linyue returned yet? As she was thinking this, Wen Nanxi and Hua Linyue just arrived. However, Wen Nanxi was supporting Hua Linyue as they came back. They were both covered in bloodstains and had a bloody smell. Seeing this, Su Muyao's face changed. What happened? Hua Linyue, hearing Su Muyao's voice, weakly said, It's nothing, just a small injury. A little rest will do. He covered his waist with one hand, where it seemed bandaged, but was still bleeding. Wen Nanxi knew what Su Muyao was worried about, so she directly said, We were attacked by a wave of mutated beasts. Hearing this, Wen Nanxi looked serious. It felt strange. Those mutated beasts seemed to be coming for them. Moreover, among the mutated beasts, there were some high-level ones, making them difficult to handle. Hua Linyue was also affected by fire poison, so he was badly injured. When Su Muyao heard this, her face changed. It didn't seem right. Why would there be a wave of mutated beasts? Now isn't the time to talk about this. First, put him down. I will treat his wounds. Hua Linyue's face was pale and weak, looking like he might die at any moment. Su Muyao couldn't afford to delay. He also seemed extremely hot, indicating his fire poison was acting up. Wen Nanxi could only lay Hua Linyue down first. Hua Linyue looked into Su Muyao's eyes and weakly said, Mistress, if I die, I want to be buried nearby. Even in death, I want to see you. Hua Linyue's fox-like eyes shimmered with complex emotions, reflecting a broken beauty despite his current disheveled state. All his seductive aura had faded. He carried a sense of sadness. Su Muyao's expression slightly changed and said, You won't die. She first unwrapped Hua Linyue's wound. When she saw the injury on his waist, her face turned grim. The wound was deep, faintly emitting black energy. She didn't know when Mei Qingchen had just returned. He glanced at Hua Linyue, his expression darkening and becoming serious. This was caused by a high-level mutated beast's claw. The wound is so deep. Mei Qingchun was now damp, with slightly wet hair, clearly having just come back from washing. He had gone somewhere to bathe and just returned. While Linyue gave a sorrowful smile, his fox eyes losing their usual sparkle, now filled with gloom. He rasped, "Yes, so before I fully turn into a beast, you should have killed me." But he was somewhat unwilling. He hadn't avenged his father yet. Dying here like this, no one would care about his life or death. Over time, he would be completely forgotten by those around him. While cleaning his wound, Su Muyao paused at his words. She seemed to think of something, a flash of light crossing her mind. She suddenly remembered that an ordinary mutated beast had injured the orc, but the orc was treated promptly and was fine. However, if a high-level mutated beast injures an orc, and the wound is contaminated by a high-level mutated beast, it can easily be invaded by dark energy. If the orc's body is completely invaded by this dark energy, it will turn into a mindless beast. Usually, before fully turning into a beast, the orc will commit suicide. Even if he doesn't, others around him will prevent him from becoming an uncontrollable beast, and may even kill him. No wonder Hannah Rinya looks like that. Xiao Jihan couldn't believe it, and said, "How could they encounter a high-level mutated beast?" High-level mutated beasts are intelligent and usually do not appear in forests or hunt orcs themselves. They only control ordinary mutated beasts to fight. Wen Nanxi's gentle eyes turned cold as ice, and he said sharply, "There might be a conspiracy behind this. Someone is deliberately targeting them. But there is no evidence, so it's hard to judge." He suspects that the people from the Beast King City are involved. Before coming to the North Luo tribe, he researched information about this place. Even after arriving here, he gathered many reports, and no one had seen medium or high-level mutated beasts here. Even when mutated beasts were seen, they were just ordinary mutated wild animals. Ordinary mutated wild animals are not hard to deal with. Hannah Rinya's current state made Xiao Jihan and the others feel uneasy. Hearing this, Su Muyao's expression changed. She thought of her past memories, of the female beast Lu Mengyan, whom Jiang Machuan cared for deeply, and of some things in the Beast King City. Her gaze grew serious. She always felt this was a targeted assassination against her. Someone wanted to kill her. There was no doubt about that. On the Exile Road, those mutated beasts and assassins kept appearing. But at that time, Shen Qianan was there and Mei Qingchun was doing her best. 5 beast husbands fought with all their might to protect her, and they finally reached the North Luo tribe. Once they arrived at the tribe, those enemies stopped attacking. Now, those people plan to strike when Wen Nanxi and the others go out hunting for food, aiming to take them down one by one. Such cruelty. At this moment, as she realized this, Su Muyao's eyes burned with 2 flames of anger. She still firmly said, "You will be fine." After cleaning Hannah Rinya's wounds, Su Muyao used her wood element powers to quickly heal him. Everyone was surprised to see that the most serious wound on Hannah Rinya was healing visibly at a fast rate. Master Mei Qingchen was so shocked by what he saw that he couldn't speak. He had never seen a female beast with such special powers. Before, when she repaired the sword spirit, he was a bit skeptical. But her ability to make serious wounds caused by high-level mutant beasts heal quickly was beyond simple medical skills. She actually has such extraordinary powers. Xiao Jihan and Wen Nanxi also looked on in amazement. They felt her abilities went beyond their understanding. Or perhaps, they never truly knew her. Hua Linyue was ready to die, but unexpectedly, his wounds healed. He still had some minor injuries, which Su Muyao carefully soothed. There was still some black energy on him, left over from the high-level mutant beast. But Su Muyao had already helped him remove some of that black energy. Now, his life was no longer in danger, and he wouldn't quickly turn into a beast. Hua Linyue was excited and couldn't believe it. He now had strength again, and didn't feel so weak. He stood up and hugged Su Muyao tightly, saying excitedly, "My wife, you're amazing." I can survive, so from now on my life is yours. She had saved him twice. Her aura was so warm and pleasant. Su Muyao tried to push Hualinhua away, but Hualinhua said, "My wife, I just felt very uncomfortable earlier. I don't want to let go. Just let me hold you for a little while, just a little." Hearing his soft tone, Su Muyao's heart softened. "Hualinhua, you still have black energy on you. I can only be sure you're safe if I remove it completely," she said. "So, let me go first." Hualinhua paused, looking at Su Muyao with an even more incredible expression. "Can all of it be removed?" he asked. Being able to remove part of it was already unbelievable to him. Female beasts don't have special powers, only mental strength to calm the aggressive male beasts, mostly just calming their spirits. But Su Muyao's ability was too powerful. Master Mei Qingqian's face was serious as he stared at Su Muyao. Could she possibly have a purification power? He asked. As soon as he said this, Wen Nanxi and Shiao Jihan couldn't stay calm or composed anymore. Previously, she used her purification ability to treat Jianling. Now, Mei Qingqian has to believe in her power. He still holds the prescription that Su Muyao gave him, meant to heal his mother's illness. He once doubted her purpose and didn't trust the prescription. Now, he has no choice but to believe. At least, he plans to take it back so his father can have it checked. Maybe it will really help wake his mother up. Mei Qingqian's cold, beautiful phoenix eyes darkened with a swirling vortex, filled with complex emotions he couldn't quite understand. Hualinhua looked at Su Muyao with surprise and affection. He could feel the change in his body. It was almost lifeless before, and he felt himself being quickly overtaken by dark energy. But unexpectedly, a new hope appeared. She saved him again. He felt warmth and comfort in his body, no longer so weak or in pain. The scent on her was so fragrant and charming, it made him feel intoxicated. He wasn't sure if it was her scent or her presence that made him feel this way. No one knew what this moment meant to him. He had been ready to die and felt very unwilling. But suddenly, his most hated wife saved him. This feeling was very different. Her ability was truly incredible. His heart came back to life. Wife, maybe I'm not someone who doesn't care.
You still care about me. Su Muyao.
She was a bit speechless. But thinking about Hualinua's past when he was young, looking at his pitiful eyes, she felt his heart was fragile and vulnerable right now. She slowed her voice and said, "Yes, so no matter what, never give up on your life." To comfort him, she added, "I still need you to protect me." Hualinhua suddenly gained strength, feeling needed again. It was as if his confused heart found direction. "All right, wife. From now on, I will protect you with my life." With these words, Su Muyao felt reassured. At least, Hualinhua wouldn't hurt her anymore. As for protecting her with his life, she didn't fully believe it. As long as he was willing to protect her, that was enough. She couldn't do more now because her strength was still insufficient. Watching the two of them, Shiao Jihan and Wen Nanxi had strange expressions in their eyes. When Su Muyao nearly exhausted her supernatural energy and the dark energy on Hualinhua hadn't fully disappeared, she looked at her hands with frustration and said, "It's not enough. I didn't completely clear it for you. My strength isn't enough." At this moment, Su Muyao looked a bit downcast. At this moment, Han Linya didn't know why, but he felt a little reluctant about her emotional state. He stepped forward gently and embraced her, looking at her eyebrows, eyes, and lips. His heart seemed to be enchanted, and he leaned in softly, saying, "My wife has done enough, so don't be sad. She has already saved my life. So this is also my sincerity." Su Muyao was so surprised that her eyes widened, and she pushed him away quickly. "My first kiss." At this moment, she forgot everyone around her. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively said those words. It was truly her first kiss, and now it was gone. Wen Nanxi and the others were all shocked. Everyone's expressions changed. Wen Nanxi looked at Han Linya, and a dark color flashed in his gentle eyes. Han Linya naturally didn't notice these things. He smirked, showing a charming and alluring smile, and said lazily, "My wife can take revenge now." At the same time, Su Muyao's wood-type supernatural power suddenly surged. It felt like a rush of energy, immediately reaching a half-level. She didn't know what to say about this effect. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. "Come on, continue." Han Linya's fox-like eyes were enchanting and seductive. He lazily said, "Okay." Then he moved forward again. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Su Muyao's waist, leaning his head down. Su Muyao quickly dodged her face. "Isn't this what my wife wants?" Su Muyao took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, "Where are you thinking? I've regained some of my supernatural power and am purifying your body. It should be fully healed now." Han Linya's fox-like eyes glinted with a lazy smile. "Oh, I see." His tone was lazy, with a hint of disappointment. Su Muyao didn't want to think about these things now. She was focused on gathering her supernatural power. Then she placed her hand on Han Linya and used all her half-level wood-type power to purify his body. Han Linya was somewhat addicted to this feeling and found it very comfortable, and her pheromones became even more alluring. Soon, the last trace of black energy remaining on Han Linya disappeared. He was completely restored. His old injuries were gone. Su Muyao slowly relaxed and said, "All right." Probably because she used up all her supernatural power, her face looked a little pale. Her pale face appeared even weaker under the moonlight, and her breath was faint. Just speaking now carried a sense of exhaustion and fragility. Han Linya, at this moment, realized his body was fully healed and was still in shock and excitement. "Madam, you..." Hua Linyue was about to thank, but when Su Muyao tried to stand up, her body wobbled and she couldn't keep her balance. Hua Linyue quickly caught Su Muyao. "Madam, are you okay?" Su Muyao wanted to get out of Hua Linyue's arms, but she was too weak to move. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. A good rest will help." Hua Linyue looked at her, feeling anxious. Wen Nanxi stepped forward and said, "Let me carry Madam back to her room." Hua Linyue didn't let go. "I'll carry her. Madam became weak because she saved me. I should take care of her." Hua Linyue gently carried Su Muyao in a horizontal position. His movements were very gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. His mind was a bit confused at this moment, making it hard to think clearly. Mei Qingqin's beautiful eyes flashed with a dark light. This way of improving the special ability is quite unique. Kissing her once, Hua Linyue unexpectedly helped her ability to improve. Could it be that her ability enhancement method is through this? When Nanxi and Xiao Jihan heard this, and also fell silent. Obviously, they noticed these changes. They had been paying attention to Su Muyao and Hua Linyue just now, and the changes in Su Muyao's ability aura were not missed. So, indeed, there was something different. This was the first time they saw such a situation. However, Su Muyao, as a female beast, having an ability, especially a purification ability, is extremely rare and incredible. When Hua Linyue was walking into the room with Su Muyao, he paused at her words. When he kissed her just now, he felt a sudden surge of ability aura around her. His fox eyes looked thoughtful. After he carefully placed Su Muyao on the bed, he looked down at her, his fox eyes becoming more mysterious and enchanting. He lowered his voice seductively and said, "Madam, your body is weak now, and you've used too much ability. Maybe this way, your ability can recover a bit." As he spoke, Hua Linyue's breath enveloped Su Muyao, leaning down toward her. Su Muyao had just saved Hua Linyue and was now quite exhausted and weak. She just wanted to lie down and rest properly. But Hua Linyue was so direct, with his captivating fox eyes. Just as he was about to kiss her again, Su Muyao pushed him away. Hua Linyue, no, calm down. Although Su Muyao's face was pale, her expression showed strong resistance. This expression made Hua Linyue feel like she was losing control for a moment. "Madam, do you not like it?" Su Muyao was completely stunned, caught off guard. She had no mental preparation at all. Seeing Hua Linyue look disappointed and sad, Su Muyao didn't know how to explain. Faced with their dislike, rejection, and resistance, she could respond naturally. But suddenly, she didn't know how to react. Hua Linyue, you don't have to do this. I saved you, so just protect me well. No need to sacrifice like this. To Su Muyao, Hua Linyue's behavior was out of gratitude for her saving him. He had kissed her before, claiming it was his sincerity. So he was trying to thank her this way. She was speechless. It seemed she was very desperate for attention. But she knew that now, if she explained, they wouldn't believe her, because her previous self had been like that. Hua Linyue looked at Su Muyao's expression and reflected on himself. Then he directly unbuttoned his clothes, revealing a large expanse of his chest instantly. Su Muyao was stunned. Hua Linyue completely broke the usual rules. Could she really look at this? She hadn't expected Hua Linyue to have such a good figure, with his clothes off, so attractive. It created a stunning visual impact. She couldn't help but be amazed. Hua Linyue was not only beautiful but also had an excellent figure, posture, and aura. No wonder her previous self wanted to get close to him, at all costs. Seeing Hua Linyue about to fully remove his clothes, Su Muyao hurriedly covered her eyes with one hand and tried to stop him with the other. Stop, what are you doing? Hua Linyue's actions confused Su Muyao. He gently took her hand that was blocking him, held it in his palm, and then bent down to her ear, whispering in a teasing voice, Madam, isn't this what you wanted before? Earlier, it was my fault. Now, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Just leave everything to me this time. As he spoke, Hua Linyue's fingers lightly stroked Su Muyao's palm. Su Muyao's hand went numb, as if an electric current was passing from her palm to her heart. Her heart trembled intensely. She tried to pull her hand back, but Hua Linyue held it tightly. He didn't hurt her, just kept her hand in his grip, preventing her from pulling away. Then Hua Linyue placed her hand on his chest. Su Muyao could clearly feel the touch of his hand, and her hand trembled fiercely. She had never experienced anything like this before. What should she do now? This is temptation. Su Muyao's mind went blank, and she forgot how to react. Her palms suddenly felt hot, and her body trembled slightly. Hua Linyue's voice grew softer and more husky. Madam, do you like it? Madam saved my life. I will give everything to her, and I will protect her with my life. He reached to press Su Muyao's finger downward. Su Muyao couldn't bother to cover her eyes with one hand anymore. She quickly used that hand to stop Hua Linyue. Hua Linyue, stop, stop. I don't like this.
I don't want anything.
I saved your life. Just protect me, that's all. Really, there's no need for this. She was almost crying with frustration. She knew that in this beast world, such things, female beasts, wouldn't suffer unfair treatment. But she wasn't a native of this world. She was educated in a modern, technological era. She wasn't psychologically prepared and couldn't do this without feelings. Although it was beneficial for her, helping her upgrade her abilities and gaining space rewards, she felt resistance in her heart. Hua Linyue paused when he heard this, his face changing slightly, feeling uncomfortable inside. What does Madam mean? Madam, you don't like it? Hua Linyue looked carefully at Su Muyao's expression, seeming to doubt her words. Seizing the moment, Su Muyao quickly withdrew her hand, flipped herself around, and moved to the corner of the bed, hiding from Hua Linyue. She nodded and said, Yes, I don't like it. So, please stop. Seeing her behavior, Hua Linyue realized she was telling the truth, not just playing hard to get. That kind of game wasn't like this. Her face was pale and looked weak and sad, which made Hua Linyue feel guilty and regretful.
I am sorry.
I think I was wrong. I thought Madam liked it that she wanted this. For him, since Madam saved his life, wanting this was understandable. He would give it to her. After all, her life belonged to her now. And he didn't reject her feelings at this moment. Su Muyao steadied her mind and whispered, No, that's not it. Hua Linyue looked at her, with confusion.
But why?
Because we are bound by a contract. Once I become Madam's true beast husband, I won't leave. Seeing Hua Linyue's puzzled expression, she thought for a moment and explained, Hua Linyue, Such things require mutual feelings. There is no love between us. I don't want to force you to do anything. I have made many mistakes before, but I have corrected them. You can also see me from a new perspective. Moreover, you remain pure and intact. After gaining your freedom, you can still peacefully find a partner to be your wife. She still remembered their desire for freedom. Hearing this, Han Linixin's expression suddenly darkened. But the wife has saved me. My life belongs to her. I can't leave. Su Muyao comforted him, saying, I know you are responsible, but just protect me for now. Consider it as making up for the hurt I caused you before. When you leave, neither of us owes the other anything. Su Muyao looked at him encouragingly, trying to make him understand her words. Han Linixin thought for a moment. Then his fox-like eyes suddenly sparkled with a charming, seductive glow. He looked at Su Muyao and said, if the wife doesn't want me now, that's okay. I will wait until she is willing again. Su Muyao opened her mouth in surprise. Was this his response? Had she just spoken in vain? At this moment, the space system began to advise, Host, how can you push away your beast partner? They are talented and beautiful, and if the wife has a real relationship with them, there will be many rewards from the space. It was just that one kiss, and the space suddenly released a lot of things, food that the host had stored up before. Su Muyao's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit excited. She communicated mentally with the system. Has the stored food been released? During the apocalypse, Su Muyao had stored many supplies, with food being just part of it. But after crossing over, the space system reverted to its initial level, and all supplies were sealed. According to the system, this was because of space upgrades. Only then could the supplies gradually be released. The upgrade method was quite special. It required her to have intimate contact with her beast partner for the supplies to be released. She almost forgot about this just now. She had been busy stopping Han Linixin. The system said some have been released, including wheat, rice, and other crops. The host can eat for a while. With this progress, supplies will continue to be released gradually. Now, the fields have expanded to 2 acres, and many crops can be planted. Host, you should think carefully. The system kept advising her in her mind. When Su Muyao faced Han Linixin again, she suddenly felt that she could actually do it. It is truly impressive how beautiful Hualinia is, with such a good figure, and she is also his nominal beast husband. She doesn't lose out. But it was too sudden. She wasn't mentally prepared and couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart. Because she has no feelings for them. And they feel the same about her. At this moment, Hualinia is only grateful to her. She actually thought about finding a male beast she liked outside, to be her partner without any burdens, and to be together freely. No need to carry the past deeds of her previous self. No need to face Hualinia and the others, feeling guilty for what her former self did. It's all very complicated. She herself can't quite explain it clearly. Seeing Su Muyao lowering her head silently, Hualinia slowly approaches her on the bed. He tentatively reaches out and gently holds her in his arms. Su Muyao feels that the system's words make sense, so she doesn't push Hualinia away. Hualinia gently strokes her hair, his voice becoming tender. Mistress, I was also at fault before. I haven't been good to you, and it's understandable if you don't want this right now. But it will be different in the future. Although I don't understand your idea of mutual love or feelings, I will try to learn about them. But mistress, please don't push me away, okay? Su Muyao wants to say something, but Hualinia doesn't give her a chance to refuse. He looks pitiful and says, the Su family isn't my home. Once I leave here, I have no home. I will hunt for food. Whatever you want to eat, I will get it. I will feed you well and protect you. Is that okay? Listening to this and thinking about Hualinia's experience, Su Muyao's heart softens. Then you stay here for now, have a look around. When you're ready to leave, you can do so. After a moment, Su Muyao leans into Hualinia's arms and says, Hualinia, since you're being sincere now, I will tell you the truth. The reason I haven't let you and the others leave is because I am still too weak. If I let you go now, I might be harmed or even killed because of my strength. So I set a 3-month limit. Now there are just over 2 months left. During this time, I will work hard to become stronger and find ways to protect myself. If I say I want you to leave, I truly mean it. At this moment, Hualinia feels a strange, uncomfortable feeling in his heart. His throat moves slightly and he softly says, "Yes, I believe you. But now, the mistress is very good, so I don't want to leave. If I leave, what if people from the capital send someone to kill you again? What should I do then? I definitely don't want my wife to get into any trouble." He noticed that she was doing well. Although he couldn't understand the exact reason, he knew in his heart that he didn't want to leave anymore. Su Muyao thought, let's wait and see. We'll decide in a couple of months. Maybe by then, they would have changed their minds and wanted to stay. A moment's decision doesn't mean much. And he's right. Right now, she truly needs their protection. At this moment, Wen Nanxi was standing outside the door. He heard everything happening inside the room. He softly whispered, "Are you two in love?" Wen Nanxi was worried about his wife and wanted to check on her. He was also worried that Hualinia might do something inappropriate. But he didn't expect to hear such a conversation. Perhaps this was her true feelings. It gave him a better understanding of her. Wen Nanxi sighed softly, knowing Hualinia wouldn't do anything reckless, so he felt relieved. He turned and left. Su Muyao was tired and probably hungry now, so he decided to go to the kitchen to cook. At this moment, Mei Qingchen had already returned to his room. He wrote a secret letter using a special family communication method, so even others who found it wouldn't understand its contents. This was part of the Mei family's tradition. While writing the letter, Mei Qingchen looked serious. Su Muyao was definitely different from before. So, when she was in Beast Emperor City, was she deliberately hiding her true strength? But her previous cruelty didn't seem fake. He couldn't figure it out. Also, with the Mei family's background and resources, he could have ignored the Su family entirely. Even if the Su family asked for marriage, he could have refused. But his father opened a ritual altar and received some kind of revelation, which eventually led to him marrying her. His father also prepared a generous dowry. He was unhappy with Su Muyao, but his father kept urging him to take good care of his wife, saying people's hearts are soft. At first, he did try to care for her, protecting her on the way into exile. But what had she done? He had never seen such a malicious, arrogant, selfish, and cruel woman. Su Muyao was inherently evil, cold-hearted. Such people are hard to change. He asked why, but his father didn't say anything, only told him he would understand in time. So, his father knew from the start that Su Muyao was hiding abilities and secrets? Mei Qingchen was full of doubts. What he saw tonight truly shocked him. He wrote many things in the letter, and also included a medicinal formula. Then, Mei Qingchen took out an object and blew on it. Soon after, a bird flew over. If you look carefully, you can see that this is the legendary mechanical bird. Mei Qingchen tied something to its leg and then released it. The bird started flying toward the Mei family's territory in Beast King City. Wen Nanxi heard the sound and looked outside, seeing the bird. His expression slightly changed. This is a messenger mechanical bird. This kind of bird is different from ordinary birds. It has built-in defense abilities. It's very hard to shoot down or steal. If someone tries to forcibly take it, the bird will self-destruct. Only a powerful and mysterious family, like the Mei family, would have such a legendary creature, mainly used for sending messages. Clearly, Mei Qingchen trusted that medicinal formula. There are rumors that the Mei family actually has the ability of a priest, meaning they have divine communication power. This ability is related to the Mei family's bloodline. Wen Nanxi's expression was serious. The Mei family's mysterious abilities cannot be judged by normal means. A family like the Mei family should not become enemies of the wife's family. Thinking of this, Wen Nanxi's gentle eyes grew deep. In the kitchen, 2 pots were boiling, and Xiao Jihan was continuing to cook brown sugar. Once it thickened, Xiao Jihan scooped it out and placed it on a mold. This mold was also made according to Su Muyao's instructions. Using special abilities to make these tools is quite simple. When Nanxi smelled the sweet aroma and looked at everything, showing a puzzled expression. Is this sweet smell sugar? Xiao Jihan nodded and said, yes. Today, when I went to the forest with the wife, I found sugar beets. The wife said sugar beets can be used to make sugar. The sunflowers in the yard, the wife said, are used to make sunflower seeds. Xiao Jihan didn't know what sunflower seeds were, but since the wife said so, they must also be food. But the skill of making sugar is already extraordinary. Market sugar is expensive and rare. Both old and young like to eat it. Whoever masters the art of making sugar can become rich. He knew that many sugars came from the south, where beastmen are skilled at making sugar. There are fewer in the north. The wife can even make sugar now. This ability is truly astonishing. It turns out that making sugar isn't complicated, just find the right ingredients. Xiao Jihan was also shocked when he made it. The wife said she can also sell these during trade fairs to earn crystals. Wen Nanxi remembered giving her crystals. Even young master, Xie gave her crystals that day. But she didn't seem to want to use them. She was determined to earn her own crystals. Why does the wife refuse to use the crystal coins we give her and insist on earning her own? Although Wen Nanxi had a guess, he still wanted to hear Xiao Jihan's opinion. He hoped his guess was wrong. Xiao Jihan paused slightly with his spoon and softly said, maybe the wife thinks we might leave, so she believes the crystal coins she earns belong to her. When Wen Nanxi heard this, it confirmed his suspicion, and a strange, uncontrollable feeling of disappointment rose in his heart. It felt like his heart was pulled tight. Thinking of something, Wen Nanxi asked, are you safe going into the forest today? Xiao Jihan thought of the mysterious white beast and replied, today I saw a beast, something unusual. It suddenly appeared, and it might be the legendary ice snow beast, so I find it a bit strange. Wen Nanxi couldn't take the matter involving Su Muyao lightly. Ice snow beast? Wen Nanxi's mind was shaken, and he asked seriously, what does it look like? Seeing Wen Nanxi's expression, Xiao Jihan knew his abilities were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. He might know things others didn't. Xiao Jihan then told Wen Nanxi everything that happened during the day, including the appearance of the little beast. Su Muyao slept for a while and woke up again. Now it was midnight, and it was completely dark outside. Only the moonlight shone through the window lattice, casting a gentle glow inside the room. Is the wife awake?
How do you feel now?
Hearing the caring voice, Su Muyao turned her head and immediately saw Hua Linyue. She was still a bit confused and tried to sit up. Hua Linyue seemed to understand what Su Muyao wanted to do and quickly stepped forward to support her, helping her sit up. Then he let her lean against his chest, which made sitting more comfortable. Being treated like this suddenly was unfamiliar to Su Muyao. She felt it was really Hua Linyue. Even with her half-disfigured face, he could still be gentle. They had even kissed before.
She couldn't do that now.
Su Muyao checked her body. Her spiritual power had recovered a little, but now it was less than half a level. She was really too weak now. Fortunately, her body was fine, and she regained some strength. My body is fine, and I have regained some strength. How long have I been asleep? She had slept very deeply and was groggy, not knowing how much time had passed. Hua Linyue said, the wife has been asleep for about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours equal 5 hours. It should be around midnight now. Su Muyao blinked as she looked at Hua Linyue. When she met his charming, sparkling eyes, her gaze was very alluring. Her eyelashes fluttered as she asked, have you been here all along? Hua Linyue lazily and hoarsely replied, I was worried about my wife, so I stayed here. If my wife feels unwell, I can do something to help. When Hua Linyue spoke, his voice was soft and low, with a gentle tone that easily touched the heart. His scent still smelled so good, constantly tempting her. Her nose was filled with his enchanting fragrance. Su Muyao's heart beat faster. Truly, he's like a fox, able to easily captivate and charm.
Thank you.
I'm fine now. You should rest early too. Hua Linyue didn't want to go back. He thought he should take this chance to build what he called feelings, because that was what she needed. Su Muyao seemed to think of something and asked, are you also hungry? Are you hungry? No, I'm not. In the past, it was normal to eat irregularly, sometimes hungry, sometimes full. Not eating for a little while now was no big deal. After a moment, Hualinhua asked, "Is my wife hungry?" Su Muyao was indeed a bit hungry after waking up, mainly because she hadn't eaten lunch today. She only had breakfast, so now she was hungry. Seeing her nod, Hualinhua said, "Then I will bring the food in so you can eat comfortably."
Su Muyao replied, "No need."
I'll go to the kitchen to eat, and it's easier to clean up afterward. When Su Muyao tried to get out of bed, Hualinhua personally carried her over. Su Muyao showed a helpless expression and said, "Hualinhua, you don't need to do this. I'm not used to it." Actually, it wasn't that she wasn't used to it, but she was afraid to indulge herself. So she didn't allow herself to enjoy it or get used to it from the start. Hualinhua looked disappointed and regretful, saying, "All right, if my wife needs anything, just call me."
Su Muyao nodded and said yes.
She left the room to wash up and saw Wen Nanxi and Shiao Jihan still in the yard. They were peeling sunflower seeds. Seeing Su Muyao come out, Wen Nanxi stepped forward and asked, "Wife, are you awake? Is your body feeling better?" Wen Nanxi's aura was gentle and warm, and his eyes carried a kind, tolerant look. His calm and gentle presence made Su Muyao feel comfortable. "Yes, much better. Are you hungry, wife? I've already prepared the food and kept it warm in the pot. I'll bring it out for you to eat." Su Muyao was surprised. Had Wen Nanxi already prepared her meal? This feeling of being gently cared for is actually very nice. But she still doesn't dare to indulge or get used to it. No matter how they treat her, she remains calm and rational. She thinks maybe it's because she shows her healing ability to treat injuries that they are so caring. It's probably not because of feelings. Although Su Muyao understands this deep inside and always stays calm and rational, she appears peaceful when facing them. She won't let them see anything different. At least for now, she still needs their protection. "Thank you. It's a bother," she says. When Nanxi looks at her distant and composed face and can't help but sigh quietly. She still doesn't fully trust them. "It's no trouble," he says. He believes caring for her is just what he should do. But she remains so polite. He knows it's probably because they haven't done well enough before and haven't given her enough sense of safety. Maybe because they once thought about leaving. They used to see through everything easily, but now they can't see through her at all. She is wrapped in layers of mystery, unpredictable. Even her abilities they don't understand. And there has never been a precedent for a female beast with special powers, let alone a healing ability. When Nanxi thinks about this, and then goes to serve the rice from the pot, the lamb soup he made is still hot. While Su Muyao eats, Wen Nanxi and Hualinhua stand nearby watching. Xiao Jihan is boiling a pot of brown sugar, still cooking it carefully. Su Muyao's expression moves slightly and says, "You all eat together too. Madam is tired. She should eat first," Wen Nanxi says gently. Su Muyao looks at the lamb soup in the pot. It should be enough. But they probably think she won't eat enough. She says, "I'll make scallion pancakes for everyone. That way, the lamb soup with scallion pancakes will taste even better and more delicious. And it will smell even nicer." Eating the lamb soup plain might make the flavor seem a little bland. Hearing this, Wen Nanxi and Hualinhua both want to stop Su Muyao. "Madam is tired. Rest first. We're not hungry." "Yes, we're not hungry," they say. Su Muyao insists, "I want to eat scallion pancakes." Wen Nanxi softly says, "Tell me how to make them. I'll do it." Su Muyao refuses. "You don't know how to make them. I'll do it first. Next time, you'll know how to make them." Su Muyao starts making the scallion pancakes. She started peeling scallions, then chopped them into small pieces. After chopping, she added salt for seasoning. Actually, making scallion pancakes is easier. You don't need many seasonings, just a little salt. Then she began kneading the dough. The dough for scallion pancakes is softer. After kneading, she tore it into small pieces and rolled them out with a rolling pin. She rolled them very thin. Su Muyao's movements were quick and precise. Soon, each scallion pancake was ready. Watching her carefully make the pancakes, Hualinhua felt a little dazed. At that moment, he looked at her, almost ignoring her half face, and felt that she had a captivating magic about her, so focused and charming. Wen Nanxi saw her pale face while doing all this and couldn't help feeling a bit worried. But he knew she was determined, and no one could change her mind. She said she always took cooking and chores seriously. Sometimes, she didn't even ask for help. Jihan looked back and continued boiling the brown sugar. When lighting the fire, Wen Nanxi naturally started the fire himself. Hualinia wanted to help but couldn't. He felt a little annoyed. Then I'll go chop firewood in the yard. They often cooked and lit fires at home, so they needed a lot of firewood. Chopping extra firewood made it easier to start the fire later. Chopping firewood is actually quite easy. But in the past, to avoid contact with Su Muyao, they would find reasons to do chores whenever they were guarding her at home, mostly chopping firewood in the yard. They would chop firewood from morning till night to avoid her. Back then, Su Muyao was angry and would insult them in many ways. But no matter how she insulted, they persisted in chopping firewood in the yard. When the blades flashed, Su Muyao was afraid and wouldn't come close. So, chopping firewood was something they enjoyed doing. Now, chopping firewood again, Hualinia felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He thought if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted that way. But now his wife is completely different from before. It's because she changed that his feelings and mood toward her are different now. Soon, the aroma of scallion pancakes filled the house. Mei Qingchen was lying in his room resting but couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of the scene when Su Muyao saved Hualinia. Something's wrong. Why do I keep thinking about her? I'm going crazy. Mei Qingchen couldn't sleep and had to get up. When he stood up, suddenly he smelled the aroma of food again. He wasn't hungry before, but now, smelling the scent, his stomach started to growl. He forgot he hadn't eaten dinner yet. This smell was especially tempting to him. He initially thought Su Muyao had come up with a new trick to deal with Wen Nanxi and the others. He believed she was using food to tempt them, planning to drug them at any moment. But after so many days, Wen Nanxi and the others still seemed normal, with no signs of being drugged. Just now, Hualinia approached Su Muyao willingly, but she rejected and stopped him. This was unlike her. Just now, Hualinia carried Su Muyao into the house. Don't think he didn't know what Hualinia was trying to do. If it had been before, Su Muyao would have already clung to him. But it is said, she was just asleep. Ha! Asleep. Why am I so unwilling to believe that? Mei Qingchen rubbed his forehead in frustration, trying to calm himself down and not think about these things. Don't think about anything related to Su Muyao. After making scallion pancakes, Su Muyao reheated the mutton soup in the pot. Then everyone was served a bowl, along with a few pieces of scallion pancake. Everyone sit down and eat. Hearing Su Muyao call for dinner, Hualinia put down the firewood and hurried into the house. Madam is so amazing. This food smells really good. So, Madam, I don't want to leave. If I leave, I won't be able to enjoy such delicious food. Su Muyao smiled and said, next time I cook, you can learn by my side. When you learn it, you can cook whenever you want, without relying on others. There's no need to stay just for the food. Hearing this, Hualinia looked regretful. Why did he say such things, making his wife misunderstand him? No, even if I or others cook, it doesn't taste the same. I just like the taste of what Madam makes. Su Muyao knew very well that sometimes Hualinia would say sweet words, but he didn't mean them sincerely. He was just talking casually. She didn't take it seriously and said, come on, eat and see how it tastes. Hualinia couldn't wait to take a bite of the scallion pancake. It's so fragrant and delicious. So, scallions can taste this good. Previously, Madam had dug up some scallions. He thought they were vegetables, but she said they weren't. They were just used as seasoning when cooking, but he didn't expect they could be prepared this way. When Nanxi watched Su Muyao's calm expression and knew she was a cool-headed person who wouldn't be easily moved, everyone started eating the scallion pancakes with the mutton soup. Shiao, Jihan, and Wen Nanxi didn't expect that eating with scallion pancakes would make the mutton soup taste especially fresh and delicious. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, except Mei Qingchen, who was suffering. After eating, Wen Nanxi brought up the little beast from earlier in the day. Madam, that must be the legendary ice snow spirit beast. Su Muyao's expression changed slightly and she muttered, so that's the ice snow spirit beast. No wonder it looked unfamiliar to her, yet so beautiful. Its fur was pure white, but not an ordinary white. It looked very noble and high class. There was also a cold, icy aura around it. Are ice snow spirit beasts very rare? From her memory of her previous life, she knew nothing about them. It was only after Jihan said a few words that she understood a little. Right now, it seemed Wen Nanxi knew even more. Wen Nanxi explained softly, yes, to be precise, no one has seen an ice snow spirit beast in hundreds of years. Only ancient texts from hundreds of years ago mention them. Everyone has already assumed they are extinct and no longer exist. Listening to this, Su Muyao had a faint guess in her heart. She thought for a moment and asked, why are they so rare and precious? Is it because their blood is easy to make into spiritual pills? When Nanxi continued to explain, yes, because their blood can produce magical spiritual medicines. It's said these medicines can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh, so they are often hunted. Ancient records say that hundreds of years ago, they were hunted extensively and eventually became extinct. There are no more ice snow spirit beasts in the world. Hearing this, Su Muyao's heart sank, feeling a bit heavy. They should also be strong, right? Since they gather spiritual energy to grow, their strength should increase quickly. It wouldn't be easy to hunt them. Thinking about the little beast's family, perhaps it was the only surviving ice snow spirit beast, and her heart softened. In the beast world continent, strength rules everything. Hunting such a beautiful little beast was too cruel. When Nanxi knew Su Muyao had doubts, so he shared what ancient texts said. Ancient records mentioned that during their growth, ice snow spirit beasts gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into humanoid forms, all male beasts. They are naturally stunning and extraordinary, deeply emotional and true to their feelings. They only fall in love with one female in their lifetime, and once they do, they remain faithful until death. They are indeed very powerful and extremely intelligent, but they cannot escape love. According to legends from hundreds of years ago, many noble families used beautiful female beasts to approach ice snow spirit beasts and tempt them into falling in love, then hunted them. Hearing this, Su Muyao couldn't help but furrow her brows and felt a surge of anger in her heart. That's too cruel. How can someone use love to kill others? The icy, pure spirit beast remains deeply emotional and sincere. Such a devoted ice spirit beast should be treated with honesty and respect. Hua Linyue gently patted Su Muyao's back and said, wife, don't be angry. Getting upset isn't good for your health. Some forces don't hesitate to hunt down ice spirit beasts. For their own benefit, they even kill beast men without hesitation. Besides, the environment is somewhat better now. Hundreds of years ago, the beast world was often at war, causing many casualties among beast men and beasts. Listening to this, Su Muyao calmed down a little. When Nanxi gently touched her hair and said, wife, don't be sad. These are just ancient records, and they might not be true. Some ancient texts also say that certain ice spirit beasts willingly sacrifice themselves for female beasts. But no one can really know what happened hundreds of years ago. His wife is just kind-hearted. Su Muyao's expression moved, and she looked at them and said, can we all agree not to tell anyone about the ice spirit beast we saw today? Only we know. Please don't tell anyone. She looked at Wen Nanxi and the others with a pleading look. For some reason, she just didn't want that ice spirit beast to get into trouble. Wen Nanxi softly said, all right. Hua Linyue immediately agreed without hesitation, of course. If the wife doesn't want it to be shared, I definitely won't say anything. Su Muyao then looked at Jihan, who replied clearly, wife, don't worry. I won't tell anyone either. With that, Su Muyao felt relieved. She knew their identities were noble, and they wouldn't break their promise. She said seriously, rest assured, I will help you heal your bodies. There's no need to target the ice spirit beast. Everyone trusts her medical skills and strength. Wen Nanxi looked at her tenderly and said, "Don't worry. Ice spirit beasts are not easy to deal with. They are naturally powerful, surpassing all beastmen. If they don't fall in love, no one can control them." Hearing this, Su Muyao felt more at ease. She didn't know why, but she just felt that the ice spirit beast was so intelligent and good-hearted, it shouldn't be harmed. "Oh, and there's one more thing I want to tell everyone," she added seriously. When she spoke so earnestly, everyone became serious too. "Actually, I think it's too dangerous to go hunting in the mountains lately. It's better if we don't go hunting there for now." Hua Linue's fox-like eyes twinkled. "Wife, are you worried about us?" "Actually, it's nothing serious. Next time, I will be more careful. If my wife wants to eat some wild animal meat, I will prepare it for you." When Nanxi softly said, "My wife doesn't need to worry. Today's incident was our fault for not being cautious. I will be more careful in the future. Our family needs food. Without food, everyone will go hungry." Shiao Jihan gently said, "In a few months, the snow season will begin. During that time, at least 3 months, we can't hunt. We need to store enough food to get through the snow season safely. Food is very important. Without it, even the strongest people can die. Every year during the snow season, many people get hurt or die. And here, the environment is harsher than in the Beast King city." Su Muyao knew everyone had a good reason. In the Beast tribe, even though hunting in the mountains is dangerous, everyone still goes to find food. Like Lin Qin next door, she originally had 6 beast husbands, but 3 of them died while hunting. The other 3 have to take turns every day to gather food. Living in a remote tribe means doing these kinds of things. Of course, in the Beast King city, the nobles don't need to do such work. For most orcs, having enough stored food at home makes everyone feel safe. Su Muyao knew this was because people weren't used to relying on growing crops yet. Most crops are grown in warm southern areas. Many believe that the north isn't suitable for farming, and rice can't be grown there. So most people are used to hunting for their food. Su Muyao said, "I plan to clear a piece of land at the back to plant some vegetables and crops, so we can eat during the snow season. When they can't go outside, they can sprout beans indoors. As long as they have enough soybeans, they can grow bean sprouts and make tofu. They won't go hungry. A few days from now, the trade fair will be held. If we sell what we've prepared and earn crystal coins, we can buy food with them. You won't have to go hunting in the mountains so often. This will also be safer." She knew someone in the Beast King city wanted to kill her. And those 5 beast husbands who broke their contracts might also want to kill her for revenge. Once, Jiang Machuan, the top beast husband, was also the person she loved madly in her previous life. For Jiang Machuan, she did many crazy and obsessive things. Unfortunately, Jiang Machuan disliked her and was already committed to someone else. On her way into exile, Jiang Machuan's men tried to assassinate her. Previously, in the forest, the sharp-beaked bird beast was also under Jiang Machuan's command. This was an open assassination attempt. No one knew if others had secretly sent people to attack her. Thinking of this, Su Muyao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. So, she needed to prepare early. At least now, when Nanxi and the others were willing to protect her, so she would do her best to protect them. When Nanxi looked at Su Muyao with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Mistress, we are your beast husbands. We should take care of you and protect you. It's not right for you to earn crystals to support us. We can't feel at ease enjoying these things." Their upbringing had never taught them otherwise. Taking care of the mistress and guarding her was considered natural by them. But enjoying her protection felt wrong in their hearts. Hua Linua nodded and said, "Yes, mistress, we shouldn't rely on you to earn money for us. I will go get crystals later for you, mistress. You don't have to work so hard. Whatever you want to buy, you can." Shiao Jihan thought to himself that before leaving, he would do his duty to protect and care for her. As for the future, Su Muyao had her own plans, and he couldn't interfere. Su Muyao said, "It's not like that. Most of what I want to sell was helped by you guys. I just gave some ideas. So, it's also like we're doing business together." Su Muyao spoke softly, lowering her voice. If something really happens to you guys, no one will protect me. I am still very weak now. So can we not go deep into the forest for now? Let's take a break. After some time, when it's safe, we can go again. Okay? Su Muyao knew that being harsh wouldn't work on these people, so it was better to kindly discuss with everyone. After saying this, everyone couldn't refuse. When Nanxi softly said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Originally, Zhang Yushun, who was preparing to leave with his medical box, turned back and sneered at Grandma Shen, saying, "Since you say so, I will give your daughter-in-law a free checkup to see how serious her fall was yesterday." Zhang Jinji didn't expect that just speaking up would cause trouble for herself. Her face changed instantly, and she quickly stepped back, saying, No, I'm fine. No need for Dr. Zhang to bother." Grandma Shen, hearing that Zhang Yushun offered free treatment, felt she was getting a good deal and immediately said, "Changfu's wife, what are you hiding for? Hurry up and let him check you." Sure, Su Muyao had her own plans. "I will come immediately." "All right, I understand." Before Hualinia could say anything, Su Muyao quickly closed the door and locked it from inside. She hadn't locked it before because she thought even if the door was open, these beast husbands wouldn't come in. But now she wasn't so sure, so locking the door seemed safer. Hualinia heard the sound of the lock and looked surprised. Wait, they actually locked the door? She had never locked the door before. Of course, back then, he was always far away from her door. He was unwilling to enter her room. Now, if he wanted to come in, he couldn't. Wen Nanxi and Xiao Jihan, who had excellent hearing, also heard the sound. They both remained silent, each showing different expressions. After Su Muyao entered the room and locked the door, she got into bed and then entered the space. She wanted to see what supplies appeared inside. As soon as she entered the space, she noticed the land had expanded. It was now truly 2 acres. She remembered that when she first arrived, it was only half an acre. Recently, after an upgrade, it was about 1 acre. Now, with this extra acre, she could plant more wheat. The space system could feel Su Muyao's excitement, and its tone was as proud as showing off a treasure, saying, "Host, see? I told you I upgraded. This is the reward for the space upgrade. The land is bigger, and just these 2 acres mean more food. The crops grow quickly in our space, and the yield is high, so you won't have to worry about food." Su Muyao smiled and said, "That's true. We can grow more grains so we won't run out of noodles." The 2 small wheat plants she found earlier had grains larger than those developed by high-tech research in the apocalypse, and they were of high quality. She used some ground wheat to make flour and kept some as seeds. Before, the land wasn't enough, so she could only plant a little, as she also grew sweet potatoes, cabbages, onions, and... Now, with an extra acre, she could plant more wheat and sweet potatoes. She wished she had potatoes too, but she was already very happy. Who would have thought a kiss could have such effects? The space system said because this is your first kiss, it triggered so many rewards at once. Then it continued, "Host, look at the well, there's now a lot of spiritual spring water, not just a small pool anymore. Now, you don't have to be so careful with the spiritual spring water." The space system kept talking excitedly to Su Muyao. Su Muyao went to check the well water and found that the spiritual spring water had increased significantly. Previously, there was only a small amount at the bottom of the well. She was careful to use it sparingly. The space system continued to tempt Su Muyao, saying, "Once you have a good beast husband, someone famous and capable, the spiritual spring water will be endless and inexhaustible." The spiritual spring water is a good thing. It contains energy, strengthens the body, and drinking it regularly can help heal minor health issues. It can also cure old injuries and relieve fatigue. Now that there is more spring water, she can use it directly in cooking, substituting it for regular water when making dough, boiling water, or preparing soups. The food made this way will taste especially good. If we have even more spring water, and it's truly inexhaustible, maybe we can use it to water the fields. That would make crops grow faster, right? Previously, she watered her crops by bringing buckets of water from outside into the space to irrigate the fields. The space system replied, "Yes, that's possible." With faster crop growth, some plants could mature quickly, possibly 3 times a year. The advantage of the space field is that the climate and temperature inside are like spring all year round, with a constant temperature, making it perfect for growing crops. Host, are you no longer planting those tomatoes? Su Muyao saw 2 baskets of tomatoes nearby. These were the earliest harvests, and they couldn't be eaten all at once. She couldn't eat tomatoes every day, so now that she is sugar, she plans to make tomato sauce. If the tomato sauce sells well, I might plant more. It would be great if we had potatoes too. We could make fries. The space system excitedly said, Host, this time the space provided potatoes, inside the nearby house. As it spoke, the mist in the corner of the space cleared, revealing a wooden house. Su Muyao recognized the wooden house immediately. Previously, the space contained a large mansion where she stored various supplies. There used to be many rooms, but now only one house was visible. This made Su Muyao even more curious. She quickly walked over and entered the wooden house, discovering potatoes, flour, and vegetable seeds inside. There were several bags of each item. With these, I won't need to hunt for a while. Her family wouldn't go hungry eating these supplies. It would be great if I had some soybeans. If I had soybeans, I could make many different soybean dishes. She hasn't found any soybeans when she went to the forest. Su Muyao really wants to get some soybeans because they can be used to make many foods. During the snowy season, there's no need to worry about not having vegetables. She can grow bean sprouts at home. The space system said, Doesn't this world sell soybeans? When the host goes to the trading market, she can earn crystal coins to buy some. Buying soybeans also allows planting them in the space's fields. If the host thinks the fields are not enough, she can get close to Wen Nanxi and Jihan. The fields can probably be expanded. Su Muyao said, You really don't hold back in persuading me. Of course not. I'm just worried you might take it too seriously. In the Beast World continent, the rules are different from the technological age and the apocalypse. This is a world of beast men, and the host still needs to adapt to local customs. The system kept talking on and on. Su Muyao didn't follow his words and said, In a few days, when I go to the city, I'll try to buy some things. After saying that, she looked at the vegetable seeds nearby. It turned out to be chive seeds. Su Muyao's eyes lit up. Chives are good. They can be used for dumplings, stir-fries, and also to make chive pockets and eggplant pockets.
But there are no eggplants at home right now.
I can buy some when I go to the trading market. In the beast world, there is some civilization. Many vegetables are also grown in the south. However, they mainly grow obvious vegetables like loofah, eggplants, green peppers, and cauliflower, things that are clearly vegetables. Things like cabbage are not recognized as vegetables. People think they're just grass plants. After figuring this out, Su Muyao planted some chives and potatoes in the space, and then left the space. She then went to bed to sleep. Su Muyao slept very well this night. The next morning, after waking up and having breakfast with everyone, Su Muyao started to dig the ground slowly in the yard with a bone knife. There was no farming tool at home, so she could only do it this way for now. At this moment, Hualinue was inside tidying up dishes and wiping tables and chairs, while Jihan continued boiling red sugar. They had dug up a lot of beets yesterday. They had already boiled 2 pots, but there were still many left to process. Jihan was boiling all of them together. When Nanxi went to fetch water, everyone was busy with their own tasks and had no time to rest. Mei Qingchen was still being tempted by the smell of food in the morning. He hadn't eaten since night and morning, and he was already feeling hungry, so he had to go out.
He was just about to leave now.
I saw Su Muyao busy working in a corner of the yard. He habitually showed a look of disdain and mockery. But thinking about what happened last night, Mei Qingchen softened his expression, calming his demeanor, with deep, dark phoenix eyes. Su Muyao was focused on her task when she suddenly sensed a cold, eerie aura. She instinctively looked up and turned her gaze to the side. Then she saw Mei Qingchen. When their eyes met, especially his deep, shimmering phoenix eyes, Su Muyao's face instinctively changed color. Her face, which was originally bright with a smile, immediately lost its cheer. At this moment, Mei Qingchen still looked cold and stunningly beautiful, but his aura was too icy. His phoenix eyes carried shadows, as if he hadn't rested well all night. Su Muyao felt that some people who didn't rest well might wake up with bad temper. He probably didn't intend to do anything. Her expression instantly became guarded, and she held a bone knife in front of her, ready to defend herself. Seeing her stance, Mei Qingchen suddenly chuckled softly, like a blooming opal flower at midnight, beautiful and fragrant, yet full of dangerous allure. He slowly took a few steps towards Su Muyao and stopped a short distance in front of her. He didn't move closer, but lazily said, "Am I that scary? If I really wanted to do something, do you think your little ability could stop me? Your bone knife is quite fragile." Su Muyao's expression grew more cautious. "Mei Qingchen, you've taken the wrong medicine again." In the corner, the kitchen was on the other side. Hua Linya and Xiao Jihan inside the kitchen didn't see what was happening here. If she called out, they would come immediately. But they couldn't be sure what crazy things Mei Qingchen might do. "Mei Qingchen, I already gave you the prescription. I told you it could save your mother. If you don't believe it, that's your business." When she mentioned the prescription, Mei Qingchen's expression changed. "And the promise you made, are you going to go back on your word?" He had said he wouldn't make a move again, but she instinctively didn't trust Mei Qingchen. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao and handed her his loyal sword. "Since you still have the energy, help me repair my sword." Because of her, he hadn't rested well all night, his mind full of her image, sometimes her vicious look, sometimes her practicing her spiritual sword, sometimes her look from yesterday. He couldn't tell which one was truly her. It made his mind feel chaotic. "Once it's fixed, I'll give you this sword." He said this and then took out a small, sharp knife. "This knife is much better than the bone knife you hold. If you use this knife to stab me, you might even succeed." As she spoke, Mei Qingchen drew the knife from its sheath, revealing a sharp, finely crafted small blade that shimmered in the sunlight. Just a quick glance showed it was a good knife. Su Muyao's eyes brightened uncontrollably. She also liked good weapons. At this moment, the space system became excited. "Host, this knife is a magic tool. It is extremely sharp, invulnerable to weapons, and cuts through iron like mud. Plus, it has mechanisms inside that can hide many silver needles, which is very suitable for you, host." Hearing the space system, Su Muyao wanted it even more. Based on her past memories, she knew that mechanisms and magic tools were very precious. The Mei family seemed to be skilled in mechanism arts. She wanted it, but thinking about Mei Qingchen's relationship with her body, she worried he might use some tricks, so she asked, "Are you sure?
Did you tamper with it?"
Mei Qingchen leaned lazily against the wall nearby, exuding a calm and elegant aura. He replied softly, "If I wanted to do something, I wouldn't need to give you just a knife. I only hope my main sword can recover quickly. You purified all the invading dark energy on it, and only then can it be fully repaired with Xianling iron." Su Muyao carefully looked at Mei Qingchen. She felt that the morning sunlight blurred his eyes and brows, making it hard to see his expression clearly. But she believed what he said was probably true. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao and added, "Besides, you haven't repaired my main sword yet, and the recipe's effectiveness is uncertain. I can't let you die, right?" As he spoke, he played with the delicate, bone-like fingers holding the knife effortlessly. Su Muyao watched, thinking his hands were really beautiful, and the knife looked very useful. The space system said, "Host, taking this knife is definitely worth it." And he probably told the truth. He likely saw Hua Linya get injured yesterday and thought the nearby environment was unsafe, so he gave you this knife for self-defense.
He's also worried you might die.
If the medicine you gave really works and can save his mother, he definitely wouldn't want you to die. Listening to the space system's analysis, Su Muyao found it very reasonable. She was about to agree when Wen Nanxi suddenly returned. He rushed over like a gust of wind, hugged Su Muyao protectively, and looked at Mei Qingchen with a dangerous gaze. "What are you trying to do? If you dare to do anything to my wife, Wen Nanxi will never give in to you." Wen Nanxi usually has a gentle and elegant personality, but this time she seemed to become sharp and dangerous, with a cold, killing intent. Mei Qingchen raised an eyebrow, with a smile that was hard to read in her eyes, looking at Su Muyao. We're just talking. Is that so? My wife? This was the first time Mei Qingchen called her wife, and her tone was playful and teasing, like a whisper between lovers. But Su Muyao couldn't help but shiver. She was sure Mei Qingchen wanted to hurt her and had no feelings for her. She always felt that Mei Qingchen was plotting something. Wen Nanxi hugged Su Muyao, feeling her trembling, and held her tighter. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Her gentle words were warm and soothing, calming Su Muyao's heart. Su Muyao's guard grew, even more. But at this moment, she also regained her composure. I will help you repair your main sword. I don't want this dagger. No reward without effort. She didn't want the crystal coins Wen Nanxi gave her. It was unreasonable for her to want the dagger Mei Qingchen gave her. Even if it was a good item, she didn't trust this knife and wouldn't use it without worries. Moreover, taking his knife might mean she couldn't deny their connection. She didn't want to have any relationship with Mei Qingchen. Hearing her words, Mei Qingchen's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes flickered briefly, then became calm and cold. He could tell she liked that knife and wanted it very much, but she actually refused. Refused? Mei Qingchen was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. Wen Nanxi was also slightly surprised that Mei Qingchen wanted to give this magical dagger to Su Muyao. Su Muyao even refused it. This magical dagger was a treasure, and Mei Qingchen always carried it with him. It was said to be a birthday gift from his grandfather when he was young, and it meant a lot to him. Now, Mei Qingchen's grandfather was no longer alive. He was actually going to give this dagger to Su Muyao. Or was Mei Qingchen planning to use this dagger for something else? Wen Nanxi knew how deep the grudge between Mei Qingchen and Su Muyao was, so she didn't believe he could get along well with her. Mei Qingchen lazily smiled, took back the dagger, said nothing more, and left directly. He didn't even ask Su Muyao to continue repairing her main sword. Su Muyao frowned as she watched his back, feeling that he was acting strangely today. Wen Nanxi looked at Su Muyao with concern. How are you? Are you okay? Su Muyao shook her head and said, I'm fine. Wen Nanxi looked down at her, feeling confused but not asking further. He looked at the ground beneath her feet and softly said, Do you want me to turn the soil? I can do it. She had little strength, so doing these chores was tiring for her. Su Muyao explained, Yes, I want to plant some vegetables and potatoes here. When they grow, I can pick them and cook at home. There's also a large empty space behind our house. Maybe we can enclose it and plant some crops? Their home was in the northern part of the village, with open land behind it. Su Muyao thought that if they could use the space, it would be very helpful. Growing more crops would mean they wouldn't have to go to the forest every day. Listening to Su Muyao, Wen Nanxi understood she really planned to farm. It seemed she was serious about her words last night. Of course, I can build a wall with some stones from the back to make a backyard. Since she wanted to do these things, he supported her, as long as she was happy. Hearing this, Su Muyao smiled happily and asked, Can we make the enclosure bigger? I also plan to raise some chickens and ducks so we can have eggs anytime. She could also make salted eggs from the duck eggs or use them in cooking and baking. Seeing her happy, Wen Nanxi's gentle, beautiful eyes also lit up with a smile, and he said affectionately, Okay. Next, Wen Nanxi filled the water tank and started turning the soil, while Linya finished cleaning inside and came out to plant sunflower seeds in the yard. The sun came out, and he also dried some medicinal herbs. Jihan remained silent, just simmering brown sugar. It was a slow process, and he kept busy with it. In the following days, Wen Nanxi and the others followed Su Muyao's plans and didn't go into the forest. They all helped with chores at home. The brown sugar was made, and the sunflower seeds roasted. The wall at the back was built, enclosing a large backyard. They also tilled the land thoroughly. This made it easier for Su Muyao to plant things. Everything was progressing according to Su Muyao's plan. During these days, Mei Qingchen also hadn't come back. Meanwhile, in Beast King City, the Mei family. The mechanical bird returned to the Mei family, and the head of the Mei family immediately took down the letter carried by the bird. It was written in secret code by Mei Qingchen. Only the Mei family head could understand it. As he read the letter, the calm and composed face of the Mei family head showed a look of shock. At first, he was sitting and reading a letter, but as he continued, even the calmest head of the Mei family couldn't sit still. Wild beast, purify the abnormal energy. Treat the fire poison. The Mei family had looked carefully, his heart stirred like waves. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still very shocked. After a long while, he sighed in wonder. Truly extraordinary. The decision made back then was definitely right. Fortunately, he married his son to the right person. This was the insight gained from opening the Mei family altar. The prescription. Yes, the prescription. The Mei family head took the prescription and quickly called someone to bring the family's dedicated doctor. The doctor examined the prescription, and his hands trembled. Brilliant, brilliant. The doctor was so excited he exclaimed, then looked at the Mei family head with eager eyes and asked, "May I ask, sir, who is the expert that created this prescription?" The doctors used by the Mei family were all senior physicians, usually calm and steady, but they had never been so excited before. Of course, the Mei family doctor was a medical enthusiast. He only cared about medical skills and prescriptions. The Mei family head didn't answer the doctor's question directly but asked, "Dr. Zhao, is there any problem with this prescription?" Dr. Zhao replied seriously, "This prescription is excellent, very clever, with no issues at all. It can effectively treat the lady's illness. So, the most urgent thing now is to quickly prepare the medicine and give it to the lady. Maybe she can be saved. Although it doesn't contain the rare frost flower, this prescription can still nourish the body, giving us time to find the frost flower." Hearing Dr. Zhao's words, the Mei family head felt relieved. He hurriedly called the butler and asked him to fetch the medicine from the storeroom so they could prepare it for his wife. The lady had been unconscious for many days. Dr. Zhao checked her pulse, which was very weak. The Mei family head was worried beyond words. Because the lady was physically weak, the family had a special medicine room with many precious herbs, kept for emergencies. After reviewing the ingredients on the prescription, the Mei family head knew they had everything in the storeroom. This reassured him. If the prescription called for rare herbs that were hard to find, it would be a problem. Thinking of this, the Mei family head's expression changed. Could it be that Su Miao considered this situation and only prescribed herbs that could be found? If so, then Su Miao was not as rumored. Perhaps she had been hiding her true skills even back in Beast King City? Thinking about what Mei Qingchen wrote in the letter, the head of the Mei family increasingly believed that this girl was extraordinary. The court doctor persistently asked, "Head of the Mei family, which senior prepared the prescription? Look at the handwriting to judge the person." The writing of the prescription is very good, showing that this senior is open-minded and free-spirited, a person with broad ambitions and wisdom. The head of the Mei family looked at the calligraphy and naturally saw the good character and virtue of the person who wrote it. Su Miao was definitely different from the rumors. Such a good person must not be known by the Beast Emperor City people. If they found out, what if the 5 people who forced the annulment of the engagement regretted it? Then their son would have more rivals. So it must be kept secret. "Dr. Zhao, I don't mean to hide it, but this prescription was brought back by my son. He is now exiled and not allowed to speak of these things." Dr. Zhao understood and sighed. "Ah, your son is so talented, yet he was forcibly taken by someone like Miss Su. Now he has to go to the cold northern land in exile. It's really hard for him." The head of the Mei family said, "A brave beast should be exercised more." Dr. Zhao thought the Mei family head was just stubborn and unwilling to admit the helpless situation. He suddenly remembered something and pondered. In principle, with the Mei family status, refusing the marriage decree should be possible. Why didn't the Mei family head refuse at that time? If not, when they returned home, Miss Su wouldn't have insulted people so much that the lady fainted from anger. The head of the Mei family showed a mysterious expression. Something seemed bad, but who can know what their true nature is? If this prescription really works, and if Su Miao truly has the ability to purify abnormal powers as described in the letter, then the Mei family's original decision was correct. Seeing that the Mei family head didn't want to say more, Dr. Zhao stopped asking and just sighed, feeling sorry for Mei Qingchen. With the Mei family status, power, and Mei Qingchen's appearance, personality, and ability, many female beasts liked Mei Qingchen. He thought that any one of the Mei family's choices would be much better than Su Muyao. But the Mei family head didn't think so. After the steward found the herbs, the Mei family had personally boiled the medicine. Over the years, the head of the Mei family had taken care of his wife and was willing to prepare medicine himself. He also knew how to boil medicine. Dr. Zhao didn't leave, wanting to see the real effect of the prescription. After the medicine was ready, the Mei family had controlled the temperature, added sugar, and prepared honey dates before bringing it into the room. At this moment, Madame Mei was still unconscious. Master Mei carefully scooped a spoonful of medicine to feed Lady Mei. "Madam, this is the medicine prepared by the doctor based on the prescription sent by our son. It's his heartfelt gift. If you drink it, you'll get better." Although his wife was unconscious, Master Mei knew she was still aware. Especially since she was most worried about their son, when she thought of him, she would subconsciously drink the medicine. So, he fed her spoonful after spoonful. However, after drinking, Lady Mei was still in a deep sleep. "Dr. Zhao, I don't know when my wife will wake up. I will stay here to watch over her. If you're not in a hurry to leave, you can rest inside the residence." Dr. Zhao was the official doctor of the Mei household and sometimes stayed overnight. The Mei family had arranged a special guest room for him. Naturally, Dr. Zhao didn't want to leave. He wanted to see the effect of the medicine. "It's okay. Once the medicine takes effect, the lady might wake up. I'll stay here with the head of the household." Seeing Dr. Zhao looking energetic, Master Mei understood he wanted to observe the medicine's effect. Actually, he also wanted to know how effective the medicine was. Usually, it takes a few days of taking medicine to see results, right? No medicine works instantly. In the past, Master Mei didn't understand these things, but over the years caring for his wife, he learned a lot about medicine. Dr. Zhao said, "This prescription is very clever, so the medicine should be strong. Let's wait and see." Dr. Zhao was somewhat hopeful. Sure enough, after an hour, Lady Mei's fingers moved, her eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she was about to wake up. Seeing this, Master Mei was very excited. Dr. Zhao said, "She's about to wake." He quickly checked her pulse. After feeling her pulse, Dr. Zhao was excited. The lady's condition has improved a lot. Her body is regaining some vitality. Follow this prescription and continue taking the medicine for a few more days, and her health will gradually improve. Although it won't cure her completely, with proper care, there's no danger to her life. This medicine is powerful, which is why it works so well. This is the level of a great doctor. Master Mei's eyes turned slightly red. Good. Earlier, several other doctors had also checked her pulse and subtly suggested preparing her for the worst. Now, she was recovering. As Master Mei was feeling excited, Lady Mei slowly opened her eyes. "Husband." Seeing his wife awake, Master Mei was even more excited. Although Lady Mei was awake, she was still weak. However, after drinking medicine for several days, she was now able to move and do things like a normal person. Her body had regained strength, and she no longer felt dizzy or lightheaded. Mrs. Zhao said that Dr. Zhao's pulse diagnosis shows Madame Mei's health is improving and her vitality is increasing. Madame Mei can clearly feel the changes in her body. She is very grateful to Su Muyao and reminds the head of the Mei family, "Husband, we should thank Muyao properly. Write a letter to our son and tell him to treat Muyao well. Everyone is really kind." Madame Mei speaks warmly when talking about Su Muyao. The head of the Mei family looks at her and says, "When she returned with our son before, she even deliberately insulted and scolded us. Are you not upset or annoyed about that now? Before, you were very worried about our son." Madame Mei replies, "I was worried before, but after taking the medicine, I feel full of strength and a bit refreshed. I've never felt like this since I was young. It's as if all the restrictions on my body have disappeared." It shows that Muyao's medical skills are very impressive, just as Dr. Zhao said. "I also saw her handwriting on the prescriptions. We must have misunderstood her. She is probably a very good woman. Our son is proud, so I hope he treats his wife well and find his own happiness. Only with sincerity can he get sincerity. The head of the Mei family knows his wife is very clever. He asks, "You've probably noticed something too?" Madame Mei smiles gently and says, "Yes, Muyao is a very wise person. Maybe she has been hiding her talents while in Beast King City. Some people just can't see through her." The Mei family head sighs. Yes, great wisdom often appears simple, hiding strength and waiting for the right moment. Fortunately, I set up the altar back then, risking my ability to use a 2-rank supernatural power to ask whether Mei Qingchen should marry her. The result showed that Miss Su was extraordinary. For the sake of the Mei family and Mei Qingchen, she should marry Miss Su, and the marriage couldn't be refused. Our decision was right at that time. Madame Mei urges, "Then hurry up and write the letter. Also, send some things to the Bei Luo tribe for Muyao. Our son is proud and might have opinions about Muyao. Please advise him more in the letter. And I also need to tell him about my health. Even if they can't find the Millennium Frost Flower, her health won't have major problems." Now, the Mei family head and Madame Mei are not worried about much. The only concern they have is for Mei Qingchen. North Luo tribe Su Muyao has been busy at home these days. She roasted a large bag of sunflower seeds, made a lot of brown sugar, and used brown sugar and tomatoes to make some tomato sauce. Most importantly, she prepared many first aid packs and insect repellent packs. Recently, she doesn't know much about the market in the city. So, she prepared these items first and plans to set up a stall at the trading fair to see how it goes. After gaining some experience, she can make adjustments. In addition, the backyard has been repaired and enclosed. Wen Nanxi and others helped till the soil, and Su Muyao planted potatoes and chives. Potatoes and chives are suitable for the current climate and can grow well outside. Once the chives grow, they can be used to make many dishes.
Su Muyao carefully arranged everything.
Thanks to her persistence, when Nanxi, Hualinya, and Xiao Jihan didn't go hunting in the forest, they stayed at home, helping with chores. Because of the space rewards, they had plenty of potatoes, flour, and the meat from hunted wild animals. Recently, everyone has been eating well. Since everyone is at home, Su Muyao started preparing 3 meals a day, including lunch. Before, they only ate breakfast and dinner. Everyone was used to this, but after Su Muyao started making lunch, they realized they wouldn't be hungry all day. In the past, they often felt hungry in the afternoon. Orcs consume a lot of food. Even if they eat a full breakfast, it doesn't last until the evening. Su Muyao also asked Wen Nanxi and others to help build a bread oven in the corner of the backyard. With a bread oven, we can bake bread to eat. Tonight, I'll make bread for everyone. Just right to dip in the tomato sauce. Once the tomato sauce was ready, it was sealed in small wooden boxes. No one had tasted it yet. When Nanxi looked at Su Muyao's bright smile and couldn't help but show a gentle, warm smile himself. These days, Su Muyao has been coming up with all kinds of delicious foods. She always manages to turn simple ingredients into tasty dishes. When Nanxi stepped forward and gently wiped a bit of dust off her face with a cloth, his movements tender and careful. This is how Wen Nanxi has been caring for her lately, and Su Muyao has gradually gotten used to it. Your wife has been busy all day and still has to cook dinner. It must be tiring. Recently, Wen Nanxi has learned to steam buns, make noodles, and prepare dumplings. Sometimes, he cooks himself to help out, making things a little easier for Su Muyao. Su Muyao smiled and said, "It's okay. Everyone is helping me fix the backyard and prepare things for the market. I plan to make some good food to reward everyone. It's not hard." Getting everything ready before the market made her feel much more relaxed. Since everyone was helping her, she had no problem making some tasty dishes for them. Plus, cooking for 4 people isn't very difficult. Mei Qingchen hasn't come back and isn't eating her food, so she also saves 1 meal. Mei Qingchen hasn't returned these days, and she doesn't know where he's gone. But whatever he does has nothing to do with her. She just hopes Mei Qingchen will trust that medicinal recipe. She doesn't want him to blame her if his mother passes away, or to get angry and attack her again. Hualinia carried a basket of cobblestones back and just overheard this. His fox-like eyes flickered as he stepped forward and took down the basket. Wife, look at these cobblestones. Aren't they pretty? I specifically found them in the river. The backyard was a large enclosed yard, with the sides dug up and planted with vegetables and a small path in the middle. Su Muyao was worried that rain would make the path slippery and muddy, so she thought of making a path with cobblestones. It would look nice and stay clean. Knowing she liked pretty cobblestones, Hualinia went to the riverbank to find some. Su Muyao looked at the cobblestones in the basket. They are really beautiful.
Thank you.
As long as the wife likes them. Hualinia looked down at Su Muyao, his fox-like eyes flickering slightly, with a captivating gaze that seemed to be constantly tempting something. His voice was lazy and husky. Wife, you must not say thank you. During these days, you've been brewing medicine for me every day. After drinking it, I can feel that the residual fire poison is much less. His body felt lighter, and the feeling of being tormented by fire poison was so comfortable. He could sleep peacefully at night and wake up refreshed in the morning. Recently, he no longer had nightmares of being surrounded by fire, nor did he wake up in the middle of the night. He also didn't need to use part of his special abilities to suppress the fire poison. When Su Muyao met Hualinia's gaze, she felt like her heart was being teased by his enchanting fox eyes. She quickly looked away and steadied her mind. That's good. Hualinia carefully looked at Su Muyao. For some reason, he felt that the scar on her half-damaged face had faded a lot. Su Muyao felt Hualinia's gaze and reached up to touch her scarred face. Is it very scary? Although Su Muyao was calm and steady, she didn't care much about her appearance. But surviving with a disfigured face in the beast world is a bit problematic. Some children in the tribe call her a monster. Such words are uncomfortable to hear. Everyone likes beautiful things, so she thinks she should detoxify and restore her appearance. She looked at herself. Her face is actually quite beautiful, just half damaged. Su Muyao's expression was calm. She casually asked Hualinue. These beast husbands didn't care about her originally, so she didn't mind whether they cared about her looks. Hualinue gently touched Su Muyao's half-face with his long, delicate, and fair fingers. His voice was soft. I'm not frightening you. I just feel sorry for my wife. Before, I thought my wife was accidentally disfigured. Now I know she was poisoned. I don't know who would be so cruel to poison my wife. If I find out, I will avenge my wife. Su Muyao looked up into Hualinue's eyes and saw no disgust or dislike. Unlike when she first crossed over, when everyone looked at her with disdain. She thought, maybe their feelings changed after spending some time together. Hualinue, Wen Nanxi, and Shiao Jihan probably wouldn't kill her. Mei Qing Chun was hard to say. There was also Shen Xian, who hadn't appeared yet. Shen Xian's hatred and murderous intent towards her were probably worse than Mei Qing Chen's. So she couldn't let her guard down and needed to gather strength early and prepare in advance. She had some suspicious people in her heart, but all her enemies were in Beast King City. Talking about this now was pointless. She smiled and said, "It's okay. Take your medicine on time. After a while, the poison will be gone." Hualinue suddenly leaned close to Su Muyao's ear and whispered, "Hey, wife, what should we do? I hope the poison is cured, but I don't want your appearance to recover." Su Muyao felt Hualinue's breath brushing her ear, causing a slight tickling sensation, like feathers brushing her heartstrings. And when he got closer, he carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, mysterious and charming, easily enchanting the mind.
Su Muyau's eyelashes trembled fiercely.
She asked instinctively why. Hualinue's fox-like eyes smiled seductively. Of course, I don't want anyone to discover how good my wife is. He deliberately bent over, his clothes loosely hanging, revealing a delicate collarbone and even a glimpse of his attractive chest when she looked down. But Su Muyao kept her gaze straight and refused to look, determined not to be tempted. Hualinue felt a bit helpless, then slowly reached out to try to hug Su Muyao. Su Muyao felt overwhelmed and quickly pushed him away, saying, The cobblestones are pretty. I'll arrange the roadside first." Seeing how Su Muyao quickly dodged, Hualinia felt a sense of frustration. Was he not showing himself clearly enough? Why was his wife still unwilling to get close to him? Hualinia's finger, which had just touched Su Muyao's cheek, gently brushed as if savoring something. Xiao Jihan was nearby weaving a vine chair and naturally saw this scene. His clear eyes flickered, and for some reason, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Xiao Jihan couldn't figure out what was happening, so he suppressed his unusual emotions and continued weaving the vine chair. Su Muyao said she wanted to make a stone table and vine chairs in the yard, so she could eat or drink tea there on ordinary days. Next summer, she planned to build a grape trellis to enjoy wine under it. Grapes are a rare fruit only the royal family can enjoy. Since she mentioned it, he decided to make a stone table and weave some vine chairs. Xiao Jihan didn't usually know how to weave vine chairs. He learned this skill from the beast husband next door, Sister Lin's husband. His fingers were slender, elegant, and clear, like smooth, translucent white jade. He had never made a woven vine chair before, but as long as she wanted it, he would learn to do it. At first, his weaving was not very good and a bit unskilled, but now his fingers were becoming more proficient. He also made several baskets and wash basins. Su Muyao looked at the basket, ready to take out the cobblestones, and suddenly thought of Xiao Jihan. Gu Yuan felt Shen Jingling's tone sounded like coaxing a child. She grabbed his collar and said, "No. Shen Jingling, don't rush to leave. Let me finish what I want to say."
Huh?
Shen Jingling looked down, focused on her, with his eyes full of her figure. Gu Yuan slightly tilted her head, brought her mouth close to his ear, and whispered, "There seems to be something in the grass ahead." Shen Jingling paused in his steps. Just now, he was so focused on Gu Yuan that he overlooked the surroundings. Now, listening carefully, he indeed heard the sound of a small animal whimpering in the grass right in front of where Gu Yuan almost fell. "Since I'll do it." Su Muyao thought Xiao Jihan was too honest. She believed that if she said anything, he would definitely weave it. So she decided not to say anything and replied, "Nothing for now. These are enough. Actually, I only mentioned wanting a woven wooden rattan chair casually before. I didn't expect it to be made, but he went ahead and learned how to weave one. He's quite proactive. Since everyone is so capable, she also likes to try different ways to make delicious food for everyone." Next, Su Muyao picks up some cobblestones to pave the road. Wen Nanxi steps forward and says, "Madam, tell me what you want this small path to look like, and I will do it." Hualinia also steps in and says, "Madam, I want to help too." At this moment, Hualinia has toned down her charming aura, worried it might backfire. She is now ready to work seriously. Su Muyao says, "Just pave the whole path with cobblestones. That way, when it rains, you won't get your shoes wet." Okay. Hualinia and Wen Nanxi start working on this, while Su Muyao goes into the front yard kitchen to bake bread. She is busy with these tasks, her face gentle. The afternoon sunlight shines into the house, casting a warm, enchanting glow. Even Su Muyao seems to carry a soft, warm aura around her. After baking the bread and getting it ready to serve, suddenly, Su Muyao feels the sunlight in the kitchen is blocked. She looks up and immediately sees Mei Qingchen. Her instinctive reaction causes her smile to vanish, and she instinctively steps back several paces.
Mei Qingchen.
"It's me." "No. Why are you back?" Mei Qingchen's cold, charming eyes flicker with a dark light, shimmering with a flickering glow. "It seems the madam doesn't want me to come back." Su Muyao's eyelashes flutter slightly. She actually hoped Mei Qingchen wouldn't come back. Seeing her subtle expression, Mei Qingchen knows what she's thinking. Fourth sister-in-law, divorce is not something to be used as a threat. She looked at Fang Linyang with disapproval. She didn't believe Fang Linyang would really divorce. She thought it was just a way to scare people. The rest of Old Shen's family shared Zhao Shuixian's thoughts and also didn't believe it was true. Zheng Jinji cheered maliciously. "Fourth sister-in-law, you need to think before you speak. Divorce is not something to be said lightly. If Shin Changgue really divorces you, You'll regret it so much you'll wish you could disappear, and you might not even find a place to cry. Shun Chuanfu frowned with disgust and said coldly, Longue's wife, you're being reckless. The sword is long and slender, like a gentle stream of water, smooth as a mirror. The sword's blade and aura are sharp and cold, as if carrying endless power. Under the sunlight, it appears even more fierce, with strange symbols on the blade, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. It creates an invisible pressure that makes people feel respectful and cautious toward it. Looking at the sword, Su Muyao's expression slightly moved. If not for the faint black energy still on the sword, it would truly be a legendary treasure. No wonder Mei Qingchen treasures it so much. After a moment, Mei Qingchen said, Thank you for the Xianling iron. This sword still has some dark energy. Could you please help me repair it again? Hearing his words, Su Muyao felt something was strange. Did Mei Qingchen take the wrong medicine? Why was he speaking to her in such a tone? She looked up at Mei Qingchen and met his cold, charming phoenix eyes. The once cold and hateful look in his eyes was now much calmer, no longer filled with tense anger. Su Muyao examined him with suspicion, becoming more cautious. She thought that if something was off, there must be a problem. Mei Qingchen allowed her to look at him. Would you like me to get closer, so you can look more carefully? Then you can see if what I said is true. Su Muyao quickly grabbed the sword and took a few steps back, saying no need. I will repair the sword for you right away. Recently, her supernatural abilities had recovered a bit. She could fix the sword. Seeing how Su Muyao avoided him as if afraid, Mei Qingchen's eyes twitched slightly, showing a deep, charming look. He still remembered the shocked expression of the person when he used Xianling iron and his own sword to have it forged. But no matter what that person asked, he never told her.
Why?
He wasn't sure either. He had sent a letter to the Mei family, and his father should have received it by now. He didn't know if the medicine would work. When he took the sword, Su Muyao could clearly feel that it was different from before. The sword was very light, as if it had spiritual energy, almost alive, giving a lively and graceful feeling. She didn't know if it was because the sword had been repaired before or if it was because she took out the Xianling iron from her space. In any case, holding her own sword now, she felt a strange closeness. Su Muyao looked at Mei Qingchen and said, Just stay there and don't come closer.
Don't disturb my repair.
Mei Qingchen lazily crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. Of course. Do you really think I would do something to you? He spoke casually, with a relaxed attitude. But Su Muyao could hear the sarcasm in his tone. It sounded like he was joking. After a moment, Mei Qingchen added, If I didn't need you to repair the sword, do you think I would be standing here? Su Muyao's face changed, and she felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She really wanted to slap him and tell him to shut up. But thinking about her current strength, she clenched her teeth and said nothing. She knew that speaking further would only bring her humiliation. Su Muyao stopped hesitating and directly activated her wood element ability, then infused it into the spiritual sword. A green light continuously flowed into the sword. When her ability connected with the sword spirit, Su Muyao felt her mind enter the sword's spiritual world. At first, everything was foggy. When the fog cleared, she saw a lush green land filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. However, not far away, a dark aura spread, as if some power was calling her. Su Muyao walked toward the dark aura. As she approached, her natural aura emerged, and green light surrounded her, purifying all the black energy. In the corner, there was a tree, and beneath it, a masked man was unconscious. He was tall and slender, wearing a black brocade robe, with black hair as dark as ink, smooth like silk, loose rather than. A cold wind blew, lifting his robes and hair, giving him an ethereal, elegant appearance. But he was also surrounded by black energy, making him seem like a dark night rose, mysterious and strange. He was unconscious, wearing a mask, revealing only the lower half of his face. His features were likely exquisite and beautiful, like a carefully carved jade, with cold white skin. The contrast of black and white created a striking visual impact. As the black energy threatened to swallow him completely, Su Muyao used her ability to purify the black aura on him. Once all the black energy was gone, the air around them became fresh, and the sky turned blue. Even the nearby trees suddenly sprouted peach blossom petals. A gentle breeze made the petals fall softly, creating a beautiful scene. Su Muyao looked at the man on the ground, feeling curious, and reached out to gently touch his mask. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, they were a pair of peach blossom eyes, deep and dark like a bottomless pool, with a cold glint. But as soon as he saw Su Muyao, a gentle expression appeared in his eyes. "Miss, you saved me." Su Muyao didn't expect him to wake up so suddenly, and her eyes were so beautiful. His eyes are slightly curved, naturally full of emotion, easily captivating and enchanting. She was stunned by his beauty and asked, "Who are you?" She was just repairing Mei Qingchen's birth sword. While repairing it, her mind was connected to the spiritual sea, and suddenly she found herself here. She didn't know what kind of place this was. "I am the sword spirit." Su Muyao looked surprised, her eyelashes trembling sharply.
You
are the sword spirit? Can the sword spirit take human form?" Su Muyao found it hard to believe. Seeming to understand her doubt, he chuckled softly from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, I am the sword spirit. The young lady used Shenling iron and supernatural power to awaken me." As he spoke, he extended his hand.
Su Muyao's eyelashes fluttered, wanting to attack.
He whispered, "Don't move." For some reason, Su Muyao didn't move. Then he took the peach blossom petals that had fallen on her hair. He looked at the peach tree nearby, seeming to recall something, and said, "This tree hasn't bloomed for a long time. Now, it suddenly is full of peach blossoms. Would you like to drink peach blossom wine? I can brew some for you. Or perhaps you want to eat peach blossom pastries. I can make them for you." Su Muyao felt everything before her was hazy and a bit unreal. She wasn't sure if what she heard was true. Or peach blossom soup, peach blossom cake? His voice was gentle and ethereal, carrying a dreamy quality. It was like a breeze in spring, softly penetrating the heart, giving a very comfortable and reassuring feeling. It seemed he had a natural calm charm, making people trust and believe in him effortlessly. Su Muyao's expression moved, and she came back to herself, saying, "No, I don't eat." She wouldn't casually eat things from strangers. "If you don't like peach blossom food, I can make something else for you. Whatever you like to eat, I can prepare for you." His tender voice, with a subtle hint of temptation in the tone, made Su Muyao's heart beat faster. She forced herself not to be swayed and said, "It's okay, no trouble for you, young master. I should go back now." As she spoke, Su Muyao tried to stand up and leave. The man gently grabbed her wrist. "Young lady, you were just looking at my mask. Do you want to take it off and see?"
Su Muyao blinked.
This person's jaw and half of his face were so perfect and delicate, his appearance must be outstanding. She was just a little curious. She asked, "Can I take it off?" She wondered why she would wear a mask if she could take it off. He smiled gracefully, his eyes gentle like clouds, and with a hint of amusement in his voice, he said, "My true face can only be seen by my wife. If you become my wife, I can show it to you now." Suddenly, Su Muyao was frightened and quickly stopped him from removing his mask. "No, I'm not curious. I won't look.
Goodbye."
She hurriedly ran away. In the midst of the fog, Su Muyao suddenly regained her senses. She saw herself standing inside her kitchen. It was as if she had entered a sea of spirits within her mind. At this moment, she still heard a soft whisper in her ear, "Girl, we will meet again." Her heart started pounding faster. She looked down at her wrist. The hand that had just touched her was warm and moist, and the feeling was very clear, almost tingling. Mei Qingchen looked at Su Muyao's blushing face and found it strange. Su Muyao handed him the sword and said, "Your sword is fully repaired.
Take it."
Holding the sword felt like holding a hot potato, so she quickly handed it to Mei Qingchen. After receiving it, Mei Qingchen, Su Muyao, then slowly relaxed and went to the backyard to bake bread. She bypassed Mei Qingchen at the door as if fleeing and hurried away. Mei Qingchen looked at his own sword, which was indeed his special sword. He examined it carefully and found it was repaired and even better than before. But he felt an inexplicable strange feeling. He muttered to himself, "What just happened? Why did Su Muyao's expression suddenly change? And why did she blush? What was with the blush?" This sword had spiritual energy. It was his personal sword and a spiritual sword. Swords have spirits, but they are not humans or living beings. Su Muyao hurried to the backyard, but she was a bit distracted. As she walked, she stepped on a bump and almost twisted her ankle. At that moment, Wen Nanxi appeared like a gust of wind and gently caught her in his arms. He used his special ability to lift the bread that was falling, and with his power, the bread floated back onto the tray, then was carefully placed on a nearby stone table. All of this happened in an instant. Wen Nanxi held Su Muyao securely, worried and caring as he asked, "Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" His voice was very gentle, like smooth jade, warm and soothing. Listening to Wen Nanxi's voice, Su Muyao came back to herself and said, "I'm fine. I just walked a little too quickly earlier." Hua Linhua looked at Wen Nanxi, holding his wife, and felt a bit annoyed. Why didn't he notice right away? Hua Linhua saw the uneven stone by the back door threshold and said, It's all because of this stone. It almost hurt my wife." As he spoke, Hua Linhua activated his supernatural power, and the small stone turned into powder. Su Muyao didn't know what to say. She regained her composure and stepped out of Wen Nanxi's arms, saying, "I'm fine now. I'll go toast the bread." At this moment, Hua Linhua immediately moved closer, his fox-like eyes shimmering with affection, teasingly saying, "Wife, I'll help you." If he didn't find a chance to get closer, his wife would only remember Wen Nanxi's kindness. Su Muyao felt the alluring aura around him envelop her. "Is your wife tired? Let me help you carry it." Su Muyao's ears felt numb, almost unable to resist. "No, not tired. No need help." If Hua Linhua helped her with the bread, she wouldn't need to do it herself. Hua Linhua's fox eyes twinkled as he thought for a moment, realizing his previous approach might not work. Could it be because he wasn't close enough? Su Muyao prepared to toast the bread, glancing at Hua Linhua still nearby, and decided to find something to distract him. "Hua Linhua, the water in the tub is running low. Could you go fetch some more?" Hearing Su Muyao ask him to do something, Hua Linhua's eyes immediately sparkled with joy. "Okay, wife, whatever you need me to do, I will do it." He then left swiftly to fetch water. Su Muyao slowly let out a breath. If Hua Linhua kept acting like this, she was afraid she might soften her heart, or even develop feelings. Since she used her purification ability to save Hua Linhua last time, his attitude toward her changed. If it continued like this, she wasn't heartless, but she was worried she might not be able to resist. But what if, over time, she developed feelings? What if they started thinking about leaving again? They had wanted to leave strongly before. It was unlikely they'd change their minds completely in such a short time. At most, they might think her healing powers could help them. But she still carried memories of past abuse with these beastly husbands. With those memories present, would they truly fall for her? The kind of unwavering love. She wasn't sure she could believe it. It wasn't like she met male beasts from outside. She knew these males because of her own identity. Just like when she faced that sword spirit, she had no past emotional burden. When facing Wen Nanxi and others, because of what her predecessor did before, she couldn't fully let go of her guard. Su Muyao didn't allow herself to get hurt, so she wanted to protect her heart well. Also, Wen Nanxi and Hua Linhua didn't seem interested in her romantically. At most, they cared for her out of instinct and duty as beast husbands. Wen Nanxi brought some firewood and squatted down to look at Su Muyao, softly asking, "Is the wife worried about something? Or are you concerned about something?" Hearing Wen Nanxi's gentle voice, Su Muyao couldn't help but lower her guard. She thought for a moment and said, "Wen Nanxi, you said you wouldn't leave. I don't know why, but I don't want to force you into anything. But if one day you meet a female beast you like and want to leave, I will still let you go freely.
So,
When Nanxi's calm, beautiful eyes darkened, she didn't want to hear her say such words to cut ties. When Nanxi directly embraced her and took the initiative to kiss her lips. At this moment, when Nanxi just wanted to silence her words, not hear such cold-hearted talk, but she didn't expect her breath to be so sweet. She didn't expect Wen Nanxi, usually gentle and refined, to be so direct. Wen Nanxi originally just didn't want to hear her say such cold words, but in the end, she couldn't hold back. Su Muyao was dazed, feeling the faint, bamboo-like fragrance from Wen Nanxi's body, light and enchanting, making it hard to resist. Her mind went blank, and she found it hard to breathe. After a long while, Wen Nanxi gently released her. Her long, jade-like fingers softly stroked her lips and whispered, "Be good, don't say such cold words in the future. I am your beast husband, I won't leave." He couldn't bear to hear that. At this moment, when Nanxi looked down at her, her beautiful eyes deep and intense, carrying a sense of overwhelming pressure. Su Muyao wanted to hide, but her body was trapped between him and the wall, with nowhere to escape. "Wife, It seemed that if she didn't answer, he wouldn't let go. Su Muyao felt like she was going crazy. She didn't expect Wen Nanxi, usually gentle and refined, to be so assertive at times. Her voice was still low and gentle, but could easily stir her heart. She truly couldn't resist and could only say, "Yes, I understand. I won't say it anymore." She thought that after answering, Wen Nanxi would let her go, but Wen Nanxi kept holding her. Su Muyao could only blush and say, "I'm going to toast some bread." Seeing her blushing, Wen Nanxi reluctantly released her gently. "Okay, I'll help you." Only then did Su Muyao breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, she was caught off guard and didn't know how to face Wen Nanxi. When Wen Nanxi helped toast the bread, he seemed to return to his elegant, noble, and otherworldly appearance. His breath was so gentle, completely different from before. If not for what just happened, Su Muyao almost couldn't believe he had such a strong side. Su Muyao was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Su Muyao didn't notice Xiao Jihan, who was still weaving a vine chair in the yard. Usually, Xiao Jihan spoke little, and he had also toned down his cold, frost-like aura from before, so he didn't stand out much. But Xiao Jihan couldn't ignore what was happening in the yard. When he saw that scene, his hand trembled, accidentally cutting his finger on the sharp vine. However, Xiao Jihan didn't seem to feel any pain. He only felt that watching that scene, his heart was heavy as if a stone was pressing down on it, making him feel suffocated. After a long while, Xiao Jihan closed his eyes, rubbed his forehead, as if trying to suppress the strange emotions rising inside. Even after quite some time, he couldn't calm his mind. Images of Su Muyao's bright, spring-like eyes and her cheeks flushed with blush kept flashing through his mind. She looked so gentle and beautiful, making it impossible for him to ignore. So, while weaving the vine chair, Xiao Jihan kept daydreaming and seemed a bit distracted. His speed in weaving the chair slowed down. Gradually, the scent of toasted bread wafted through the yard. Su Muyao's bread was quite simple, with few ingredients. But even such bread was rare on the Beast World continent. So it seemed quite special. "Look, this is bread." Wen Nanxi was also a bit surprised. Many of the foods she made were things he had never seen before. Even the royal chefs couldn't make them. Quite unique. Su Muyao used a cloth to protect her hands as she took the bread out, and Wen Nanxi held her hand to stop her. "Be careful, it might be hot. Let me do it." Wen Nanxi smiled gracefully and said, "Are you worried about me, wife?" Perhaps because of their recent intimacy, when Wen Nanxi looked at her now, his gentle, painting-like eyes carried a faint, tender smile, making him even more charming and soft. Su Muyao looked into his watery eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she whispered, "I also don't want you to get burned." Wen Nanxi's gentle smile deepened a little. "Don't worry, I've wrapped my powers around my hand, so I won't get burned. From now on, you can leave things like this to me. There's no need to do everything yourself." When she said this, Wen Nanxi looked at her with a caring expression. He thought that perhaps the previous words about wanting to leave and break up had also made her feel uncomfortable. He wanted her to stop relying on them for everything. Okay, I understand. Although she said that, Su Muyao knew in her heart she wouldn't rely on anyone or put all her trust in others. Once the bread was baked and the temperature was just right, Su Muyao handed Wen Nanxi a piece. Try it and see how it tastes. Seeing her expectant look, Wen Nanxi didn't reach out to take it but instead bit directly from her hand, his lips just touching her finger. Su Muyao almost pulled her hand back. Wen Nanxi looked at her and said softly, It's very sweet. She wasn't sure if he was talking about the bread's sweetness or something else. Su Muyao felt that his words sounded a bit flirtatious, and she was a little overwhelmed. If it's sweet, you should eat more. Wen Nanxi looked into her bright eyes and gently patted her head. Yes, don't just focus on us. You should eat more too. Take a break first, I'll handle the rest of the baking. Wen Nanxi didn't want her to tire herself out. Su Muyao nodded and said, okay. Wen Nanxi had just learned how to bake properly, so he took over the next batch of bread. After a while, Su Muyao suddenly thought of Xiao Jihan. She took another piece and handed it to him. Xiao Jihan, this is freshly baked bread. Try it and see how it tastes. Xiao Jihan had been busy all day and hadn't eaten much at noon. He was probably hungry now. He looked at Su Muyao and immediately fell into her beautiful, bright, and sincere eyes. Her eyes were clear and shining like flowers blooming in winter, fresh and captivating, with a pure smile. She was truly different now, completely different from before. This was the first time Xiao Jihan carefully observed her expression and look. A person's eyes shouldn't deceive others. Watching Xiao Jihan's clear, frosty eyes turn deep and misty, Su Muyao felt a little confused. But then she seemed to think of something and ate a piece of bread directly to show her actions. She hadn't added anything to it. She guessed that because of what she had done before, Xiao Jihan might have some issues with food. So every time they ate, she would eagerly grab a bite first to show everyone the food was clean. Then she would hand a whole loaf of bread to Xiao Jihan and sincerely say, "You can eat without worry." Since he helped her so earnestly, she also treated him sincerely. Su Muyao knew that Xiao Jihan didn't talk much, but he always worked quietly. The ketchup, sunflower seeds, and medicine packets all owed a lot to him. He was also very efficient at doing chores, almost tireless. Without her needing to tell him, he would automatically do what was needed. Su Muyao sometimes felt that Xiao Jihan remembered even her casual words. The woven chair he made was just as she imagined. When the sun was shining brightly, leaning on the lounge chair and basking in the sun felt very comfortable. Xiao Jihan didn't expect that a moment of reflection would lead her to misunderstand him. He knew she wouldn't use medicine on him. He wanted to explain but wasn't good at explaining. His personality was naturally cold, and he was used to keeping his emotions inside. "Thank you." Xiao Jihan reached out to take the bread Su Muyao was holding. Her cooking was always delicious. Under her sincere gaze, he gently took a bite. Even eating was done silently, slowly, gracefully. "Is it good?" "Yes, very good. Sweet without being greasy, rich and fragrant." Watching him eat, Su Muyao also found it very pleasing. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed Xiao Jihan's finger. "What's wrong with your finger? Why is it bleeding?" Xiao Jihan looked down at his finger, appearing calm and indifferent. "It's nothing." Compared to past injuries, this was indeed nothing. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Su Muyao directly pulled his hand to check. Although it was a small wound, it was clear it was cut by a sharp vine, and the cut was a bit deep. It bled quite a lot. There was a clean cloth nearby, probably used to wipe the blood. The bleeding had slowed, but the wound was still there, with a few small blood beads. Su Muyao felt a slight sense of guilt. She thought that because he was helping her, Xiao Jihan was hurt like this. In the future, when Xiao Jihan left, he could return to the Beast Emperor city. Everything he had done for her would stay at home, belonging to her. "You got hurt, you can tell me. I have healing abilities and can help stop the bleeding." As she spoke, Su Muyao moved her finger, and her special energy flowed into Xiao Jihan's palm. Xiao Jihan felt a warm, comforting force, like sunlight. This feeling was so pleasant. It seemed as if the coldness inside him, which was sealed away, was slightly melting away. Su Muyao carefully used a small amount of her energy to help heal Xiao Jihan's wound. This tiny amount of energy was insignificant, but she didn't know how much it affected him. At this moment, Xiao Jihan's fingers trembled slightly, and his body stiffened a bit. It's done. Look, no more bleeding, and the wound is healing. You should rest for a bit. A complex and hard-to-define emotion filled Xiao Jihan's heart as he watched Su Muyao intently. He had just felt a warm, sunlight-like comfort, and he found himself somewhat reluctant to let it go. No need to rest. Su Muyao thought he was being stubborn, so she pulled him to stand up. Worried she might tire him out, Xiao Jihan followed her strength and got up to walk. They continued until they reached his door. She still remembered how Xiao Jihan used to be unwilling to let her into his house, guarding it like a wild beast. Although he had said those words to his previous self, she still remembered. I won't go in. You go rest inside, she said from outside the door, letting Xiao Jihan enter. Your face doesn't look good. You should rest more, she added. Somehow, she felt Xiao Jihan's face was unusually pale. Seeing him look unwell, she hadn't carefully checked his body before. She wondered if it was because the day she crossed over, Xiao Jihan had taken some medicine that hurt his body. That kind of medicine couldn't be undone, unless he used some special method. Or maybe Xiao Jihan was just tough enough to endure himself. Thinking about how he might have injured himself because of this, her face also looked a bit worried. Xiao Jihan watched her resist going inside and seemed to think of something. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to tell her she could come in. But some words were hard to say.
Come in. He wouldn't do anything.
At this moment, Su Muyao's thoughts were very different from Xiao Jihan's. She thought that after half a month, and with the upcoming city market, the medicine's effects should have mostly worn off. But she also understood. Her body still carried remnants of the medicine, which sometimes made her feel painfully hot. After some thought, Su Muyao said, Xiao Jihan, let me check your pulse and see how your body is doing. Maybe I can help prescribe some medicine if there are still issues. If there were leftover effects from the medicine, she wondered if she could cure them. Actually, if her wood-type energy improved several levels, her pulse diagnosis and healing abilities would be even stronger. We've already divorced you. Don't try to stay here. Old Shen's family always thought Fang Linyang was still weak and easy to bully, but they never expected that a woman who suddenly realized her strength would be so fierce and formidable. Fang Linyang looked at her coldly and said calmly, then let's go to the county office now and ask the magistrate to decide whether to divorce or to dismiss the wife. The Shen family members were stunned. Shen Xuanfu shouted sternly, nonsense. There's no need to go to the government office for such trivial matters. Shen Xuanshou tried to scare her, saying Longue's wife, the government office isn't so easy to get into. At first, she didn't notice any problems, but she felt that his pulse seemed a little off. Maybe her special abilities weren't strong enough to detect anything. Just then, the space system spoke. Host, he has had a cold illness since he was a child. Su Muyao was surprised and communicated mentally with the system. Cold illness? Is that just cold poison? The space system replied, almost. He has a natural ice soul body, which is an excellent cultivation physique. His cultivation speed is faster than normal, and his special ability is an ice element. If he cultivates too quickly over a long time, his body can't handle it and cold energy accumulates, forming a cold illness, which is like cold poison. Actually, he is suffering from cold energy himself. Being in Beast King City or in warmer southern places can ease his condition. But he was exiled to the colder northern areas, where his body can't handle the cold even more. If winter comes and the weather is very cold, his body will be invaded by cold energy, causing a sharp, stabbing pain. Right now, the weather is warmer, so he feels better. Plus, he has ice element abilities, which makes it harder to check his pulse. Su Muyao was shocked. I see now. Xiao Jihan is quite good at enduring. The space system continued. Actually, on the day you crossed over, his previous body gave him medicine that triggered his cold illness. He was really suffering that day, almost collapsing. But he endured it without saying anything. There are also whip marks on his body. When his previous body was angry, he used a whip. There's a whip in his room that his previous body left, and it's not allowed to be thrown away. Su Muliao remembered these details and widened her eyes in surprise. She felt as if her hand holding Xiao Jihan's wrist was being burned. She quickly let go and covered her face, feeling a bit ashamed in front of Xiao Jihan. Oh my, do they resist or fight back? The space system said, in the Beast World continent, the rules for beast husbands are very clear. They must never hit or scold their wives. The Xiao family values rules highly and has a good reputation, built over generations. Since childhood, he has been taught certain rules. Some things are ingrained in his bones. Even if his previous self made a move, he wouldn't retaliate against his former self. Su Muliao felt some sympathy for Xiao Jihan. Why did the previous self target Xiao Jihan so much, but not hurt Wen Nanxi and the others? The space system sighed and said, Host, Xiao Jihan's cold aura is very similar to Jiang Mo Chuan. But the previous self couldn't have Jiang Mo Chuan, and Jiang Mo Chuan was so cold and indifferent to her, so she vented her hatred for Jiang Mo Chuan onto Xiao Jihan. Su Muliao's memory isn't complete. Some feelings and harsh memories of her previous self are blurry. Listening to the space system, some memories suddenly became clear. She felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. No wonder they wanted to escape so badly. Such memories can't be erased. They will stay with them forever. So she must set them free. Yes, set them free. Let them all return to the Beast Emperor City. She decided to find another excellent beast husband here. Where in the world are there no fragrant grasses? Yes, that's right. Su Muliao's eyes suddenly became firm. Xiao Jihan looked at Su Muliao, who was lowering her head and appearing calm, and was momentarily stunned. Madam, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Jihan stepped forward and reached out to touch her forehead.
Su Muliao quickly died.
Xiao Jihan's hand missed. His fingers stiffened slightly. In that brief moment, his heart felt empty, as if something had gone out of control.
I'm fine.
Su Muliao looked up at him, her eyes gentle and soft, and whispered, Xiao Jihan, you have a cold illness. Are you feeling uncomfortable often? Did I cause this, forcing you into the cold northern environment? Xiao Jihan looked surprised. He didn't expect her to be able to diagnose his cold illness. Even the famous doctors in the Beast Emperor City couldn't tell. But he knew his own body best. Later, the clan elder found the Moon Tribe's high priest, and only then did they realize it was a cold illness. The high priest could only identify the problem but couldn't fix his health issues. He only pointed him in the right direction. I'm fine, really, Su Muliao said seriously. Your cultivation speed is too fast, and since you have an ice physique, your body can't handle the rapid growth of ice-type powers, so you're experiencing cold symptoms. That's impossible. I sometimes feel freezing pain, but you really can endure it. Xiao Jihan's expression changed. She could see his pulse and tell. He hadn't told anyone about these things before. Su Muliao asked the space system, Can I solve this kind of problem for him? The space system replied, Of course, the host can. As long as the host and Xiao Jihan have a genuine relationship with real feelings, it will be easier for him to get better. Su Muliao's mouth twitched. That's not the method I prefer. I can prescribe medicine, but it will be slow. He's leaving in just over 2 months. Taking medicine for 2 months isn't enough. Plus, my powers are still very weak now. Treating his cold symptoms with medicine is a gradual process. Since his cold symptoms have lasted so long, he can't recover instantly. If her wood-type powers were several levels higher, at least 2 levels, and with some help from medicine, she could cure him within 2 months. But she was not at that level yet. Most she had was half a level. Host, you just reached level 1 in your powers. Really, I've already reached level 1? Su Muliao reached out to feel and found it was true. The space system said, It's because you just had your first kiss with Wen Nanxi, so your powers upgraded quickly. The first time boosts the speed of upgrading. So, I've been advising you for your own good. The system thought its host was too honest and wanted to instill this idea more. Over time, the host would likely adapt to it. With level 1 powers, Su Muyao felt more confident. She looked at Xiao Jihan and said, "Don't worry, I will prescribe medicine and take care of you. Your body will gradually get better. Then you won't be troubled by cold symptoms. When your body is fine, you won't need to suppress your cultivation." Because of his cold symptoms, Xiao Jihan dared not cultivate too fast and had to suppress his realm. Actually, his strength could be much greater. His physique and talent were simply extraordinary. Listening to Su Muyao, Xiao Jihan showed an expression of disbelief and amazement. His face suddenly became distant. He suddenly remembered what the high priest of the Moon Clan had once said. He had almost forgotten it. It turns out that the opportunity the high priest mentioned is here, on Su Muyao.
Thank you, wife.
No need to thank me. I want to use my special ability to help you recover. You might need to sit down. How about we sit on the bench in the yard? I can help you adjust your condition first. Xiao Jihan looked at his room. Seeing Su Muyao's expression, she didn't seem eager to go inside. He remembered what he had said before, and his expression flickered. He said, "Let's go inside the room." It was getting a bit dark outside. Staying in the yard would make things difficult for her. Su Muyao smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I'm just here to treat you. I always keep my promises." Xiao Jihan looked at her with eyes that seemed pure and lively. She might not realize how clear and bright her eyes were. Her thoughts were all expressed through her eyes. Xiao Jihan understood what was bothering her. His clear eyes softened with a gentle light as he whispered, "Sorry, I shouldn't have said those things before. It was my fault for asking you to come inside. You don't need to worry about it. I also hope your cold condition can get better soon." Otherwise, he couldn't suppress his strength and become stronger. The environment in the north was too dangerous. Hearing Xiao Jihan say this, Su Muyao nodded and replied, "All right then."
Okay.
She followed him inside. But she moved slowly. If Xiao Jihan felt uncomfortable and wanted her to leave, she would turn around and leave at any time. However, Xiao Jihan didn't say anything. His room was as neat and clean as he was. Everything was well organized. But the room was a bit colder than her own. If it were summer, he would be like a natural ice block, probably more effective than air conditioning. Su Muyao looked up and saw a whip hanging on the wall. That whip brought back memories of her past life, and her face changed instantly. In her memory, her past self swung the whip and struck Xiao Jihan, with a voice full of anger and sharpness. "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you all. You dare to treat me like this." Although her past self didn't have much strength, she still caused Xiao Jihan to bleed from his back. Blood flowed heavily until she was tired and stopped. Xiao Jihan remained silent, without any resistance. Su Muyao's mind flooded with this memory, and she couldn't bear to look at the whip. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Jihan followed her gaze and saw the whip on the wall. His face turned even paler, clearly recalling something. He stepped forward and took the whip in his hand, looking at Su Muyao. He asked, "Does the wife want to use this whip?" Su Muyao quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. She was afraid. She hadn't made herself clear enough. She really didn't want to touch this whip. "Can you just get rid of this whip? I can't stand this thing anymore." Xiao Jihan's clear eyes fixed on Su Muyao, and he softly and hoarsely said, "Wife, are you sure? She used to like this whip a lot." Su Muyao's lips moved, but she didn't like it at all. She didn't like this whip at all. "I don't like it, I'm very sure. I want you to destroy this whip. Only if you get rid of this whip can I feel at ease to treat your cold illness." Seeing how much Su Muyao was resisting and nodding repeatedly, a flicker of bright light flashed in Xiao Jihan's eyes. Since the wife says so, Jihan will respectfully obey. As he spoke, Xiao Jihan moved his finger, and icy energy surged forth, directly shattering the whip into pieces. Seeing that the whip was indeed gone, Su Muyao let out a breath of relief. "Let's begin now." She wanted to quickly treat Xiao Jihan and then go back. She didn't want to stay in this room any longer. Xiao Jihan's finger rested on his waistband tie. Wife, do you need to undo your clothes? Undo. Undo my clothes? Su Muyao was stunned by his blunt words and stammered. Hearing her, Xiao Jihan thought she agreed and immediately untied his waistband. Su Muyao didn't expect Xiao Jihan to be so quick. She was caught off guard. She quickly and skillfully pressed her hand to his waist. No need.
Huh?
At this moment, Xiao Jihan's clear, frost-like eyes slightly lifted, and his voice became a bit hoarser, with a gentle, feminine tone that seemed to easily touch people's hearts. Looking into Xiao Jihan's eyes, Su Muyao suddenly felt a strange, captivating dark light inside. Xiao Jihan looked down. Then, wife, your hand. Su Muyao suddenly realized she had pressed in the wrong place and was pressing a bit lower.
Ah!
Su Muyao exclaimed and hurriedly pulled her hand back. But Xiao Jihan's clothes, for some reason, suddenly fell to the ground. At this moment, he was only wearing a thin inner garment. It had a faint visual impact. His figure was surprisingly good. Su Muyao's face instantly turned red, and a rush of heat surged up, nearly making her nose bleed. She quickly turned around to calm her rising heat. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and didn't make a fool of herself. She turned around but didn't see Xiao Jihan's complex and hard-to-read expression. Su Muyao didn't know where to put her hands and feet, only feeling her palms warm and her face hot. Quickly put on your clothes. Are you sure, wife? At this moment, Su Muyao heard Xiao Jihan's voice, which sounded less cold than usual. His voice carried a deep, tempting tone that was very alluring. Yes, I'm sure. Su Muyao's mind was buzzing and couldn't think clearly. After a while, she heard rustling sounds behind her. She guessed it was the sound of him dressing. He couldn't hide his excitement and happily followed Xinjingling to the village school, bouncing along the way. The old scholar who ran the village school was surnamed Li. He had taken the imperial exam many times, but never passed. Now old and retired, he opened the school to make a living. Although Mr. Li was a bit old-fashioned, he was fair and well-respected in the village. When he saw Shan Jingling bringing Xinjingzi to study, he was quite surprised, as he knew a little about Xinjingling's family situation. The Xin family had always taken advantage of the second wife, and Xinjingling's parents had passed away. She quickly turned around to calm her rising heat. Fortunately, his situation was different from others, so she had to be very careful. Okay. After speaking, Su Muyao began to trace her fingers over the acupuncture points on his back, injecting her wood element ability into them. In theory, acupuncture would be more effective, but it would require removing his clothes, which was inappropriate. So, she did it this way, slower, but the effect wouldn't be too bad. Fortunately, she now had a level 1 ability. Su Muyao's wood element ability was like warm sunlight, slowly spreading into Xiao Jihan's body. This warmth was like the gentle sunlight of spring, gradually melting his coldness inside. Even with his eyes closed, Xiao Jihan could feel his body changing little by little. It was as if a different sun appeared in the icy snowfield, bright and radiant. The warmth seeped in slowly, beginning to dispel the coldness. He felt a sense of comfort and relaxation. The piercing pain from the cold was eased, as if smoothed away. He seemed to be surrounded by the warmth of spring, no longer in a world of icy cold. Even someone as calm as Xiao Jihan trembled slightly at the sensation. The cold energy formed from the silent, oppressive chill seemed to become angry and began to fight back strongly. Waves of cold air rose upward. Xiao Jihan's body started to ache. But he was used to enduring pain. Even at its worst, he wouldn't speak or make a sound. However, Su Muyao's supernatural aura was moving through his meridians, and he could naturally feel the resistance caused by the cold energy fighting back. This made Su Muyao realize that the cold was too intense, more than she had expected. She continued to increase her wood element energy infusion. Xiao Jihan, don't resist my supernatural power. That will make the process slower. When Su Muyao used her powers to treat Xiao Jihan, she could sense that he didn't fully trust her. Otherwise, Once her energy entered his meridians, his body would automatically accept it, instead of passively letting her energy flow through him. It was a bit difficult. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Jihan said hoarsely. "Okay," she replied. At this moment, Su Muyao felt a bit relieved. Her first-level supernatural power suddenly became half a level higher, but she was still using her energy. She continued to pour more power in, quickly suppressing the cold energy. Su Muyao didn't expect the cold inside him to be so thick. No wonder it could form into a cold illness. It was more intense than she thought. She initially believed that a little wood element energy would be enough, but it turned out she needed much more. If she didn't suppress it, the backlash from the cold illness could be even worse, possibly endangering his life. Su Muyao's expression grew more serious. She disregarded conserving her energy and poured all her power into him. As a result, much of the cold was driven out of Jihan's body, weakening the cold illness and suppressing it. He felt much more comfortable. "All done," she said, about to stop, when suddenly she felt dizzy. She had overexerted herself. Her vision blurred, and she fainted immediately. Jihan sensed something was wrong. He turned his head quickly and hurriedly caught her waist, holding her in his arms so she wouldn't fall. "Madam." At this moment, Jihan called her madam with a tone that was no longer as calm and steady as before. At this moment, Jihan's heart was overwhelmed with panic, and his voice lost its usual calm and steadiness. His peaceful mind seemed to be disturbed like stones dropping into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. "Madam, madam." Jihan was naturally a cold person and was not used to any physical contact with others. At this moment, Jihan didn't notice that he was holding Su Muyao in his arms, and his usually cold expression had softened. He was a bit flustered for the first time. He called out to Su Muyao several times, but she didn't respond. Only then did Jihan realize what was happening. "Yes, we need to find a shaman. I'll take you to see an ancient shaman right away." As Jihan spoke, he was about to carry Su Muyao down to the ground. Hearing his voice, Su Muyao slowly opened her eyes. She saw herself being held in Jihan's arms. She could smell his pleasant scent. Each of them had a different scent, all very nice, clean, and elegant. It was a scent she liked, fitting her taste.
She had to admit this.
"Lady wife, you're awake. You just fainted. Don't worry, I'll take you to see an ancient shaman to check on you." Su Muyao struggled to free herself from Jihan's embrace and said, "I'm fine. I just overused my abilities and felt dizzy. Now I feel much better." Being held by Jihan, she regained some of her energy and her abilities. Jihan whispered, "Thank you, lady wife. It's nothing. Once I help you cure your cold illness, maybe we can put the past behind us?" Like the matter of him being drugged, she shouldn't hold a grudge forever. After saying this, Su Muyao looked up at him, meeting his clear yet dark eyes, which seemed to hide hidden currents, different from his usual look. Her face looked a bit displeased. She had helped him cure his cold illness, so why couldn't they move past the past? His cold illness was something most people couldn't cure. "If you disagree, I'll go back first." Jihan was just feeling complicated and didn't respond immediately, lost in thought about her words. What exactly did she mean by the past? But seeing her face change color and her eyes turn icy, Jihan quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "I don't disagree. I agree with everything you say." He originally wanted to ask what the past was, but at this moment, he understood he shouldn't ask. As long as she wanted to forget the past, she would. Fortunately, she didn't say anything about owing each other anything. If she truly helped him cure his cold illness and solved his most critical health issue, it was like saving his life. Compared to that, the past didn't matter. She should be considered his benefactor. Jihan had just spoken too anxiously, and his voice carried a faint hint of nervousness. Su Muyao's face looked a bit better now. "All right, I understand now. Don't worry, I will definitely help you cure your cold illness." With this, the matter of Jihan was resolved, and Jihan wouldn't be able to hurt her anymore. Thinking about these things, Su Muyao looked quite calm. She waved at him and said, "I'm going back now." Before Jihan could respond, Su Muyao had already left his room. Outside, a gust of wind made her feel even colder. She recalled what had happened inside the room and suddenly realized something. She muttered to herself, "So, was Jihan unbuttoning his clothes to test me? After all, I used my special powers to treat his cold illness, so his body was essentially restrained. If I had done something to him, he wouldn't have been able to resist at that moment, and instead, the cold illness might have caused serious harm to his body." After understanding this, Su Muyao smirked slightly. Jihan seems cold and indifferent on the outside, but he's actually very smart and has good judgment. The space system responded to Su Muyao, saying, "Of course. Your beast companions are all very talented in character, ability, and wisdom. Otherwise, they couldn't protect your body and ensure you arrived safely at the North Luo tribe, especially during the Exiled journey. Even with some people chasing and blocking you in Beast Emperor City, they managed to keep you safe. That's not easy. And if they weren't strong in character, they would have collapsed under the torment from your previous self. Especially when dealing with Jihan, it was really cruel, but he endured it. His heart is strong." Thinking of her previous self's abuse of Jihan, Su Muyao suddenly found it impossible to have any negative feelings toward him. "Forget it. Since he promised to cure my cold illness, let's move on. He should keep his word." The space system said, "That's natural. They are all well-educated people, carefully trained heirs of their families. They speak with integrity and wouldn't lie easily." Su Muyao nodded and said, "In that case, I feel relieved." She smiled and said, "Now, Wen Nanxi, Hualinyue, and Jihan won't try to hurt me anymore. Even if they leave, I won't worry. It's just that Mei Qingchen feels unpredictable. That person's words and actions were all over the place." Mentioning Mei Qingchen, Su Muyao frowned. The space system said, "Don't worry about this host. If you help him cure his mother and repair his original sword, he won't have any reason to keep chasing after you." Su Muyao paused and seemed to think of something. She asked, "By the way, do you know about the sword spirit in Mei Qingchen's main sword?" The space system replied, "I don't know. I can't sense anything. That sword just has spiritual energy."
How can there be a sword spirit?
If there was a sword spirit, this sword wouldn't be Mei Qingchen's main sword. The space system sounded very sure, not believing that the sword had a spirit. "But when I was repairing that sword, my mind entered a sea of consciousness, and I saw a man wearing a mask. He seemed very powerful." Su Muyao also found it hard to believe. The space system fell silent. "System? Host, I am thinking. I am checking my data and trying to find information." After a moment, the space system said, "Host, I can't find anything. Maybe this person is too strong, beyond what I can detect. Just like that young master Xie the other day, who carried an aura of mystery." The space system also looked confused. Logically, how could a man appear in the sword's consciousness sea? Suddenly, the space system seemed to think of something. Could it be that a powerful expert is temporarily residing inside this sword, merging with its spiritual energy? If that's the case, it makes some sense. Su Muyao still felt full of doubts and thought, but when did this expert come to reside in the sword? The space system replied, "Could it be in the Death Valley?" Her predecessor threw the sword into the Death Valley during her exile. That place is very mysterious. It's said that no beast or creature that falls into the Death Valley survives. Nobody knows how Mei Qingchen managed to bring the sword back from there.
Su Muyao recalet her memories.
Although she had her predecessor's memories, some were fuzzy. If she didn't think carefully, she felt like she had forgotten many things. And since she traveled here, she always felt uncomfortable around Mei Qingchen. So she didn't want to think about Mei Qingchen's past.
But now she had to.
There are rumors saying that the Mei family's direct bloodline is special and can communicate with spirits. But these are just rumors. No one really knows the details about the Mei family. Still, there's a mysterious aura around them. Moreover, the direct and collateral members of the Mei family are very united. Everyone listens to the head of the family, unlike other noble clans where there is scheming and fighting. The Mei family has always maintained a strong position and has consistently aligned with the right side. The space system expert said, in that case, the Mei family must have some exceptional qualities. No wonder Mei Qingchen was able to come out of the Death Valley safely. He's truly remarkable. Perhaps the Mei family is special, which is why that powerful person is temporarily residing in this sword. Su Muiao nodded thoughtfully, remembering that the masked man had said they would meet again. She wasn't sure what that meant. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to think about it for now. As long as she was not harmed, it was fine. That evening, they ate bread for dinner. Since the lunch was quite hearty, everyone was full. Eating bread at night was enough to satisfy them. Hualinia was eating bread and praised, "Wife, this bread is so delicious. Are you planning to sell these breads at the market?" Hualinia knew that many of the things Su Muiao had made recently were intended for sale at the market. There were quite a few items. He thought, since his wife wanted to earn crystal coins if the items didn't sell, he could just gather some coins and hire people to buy them. He believed these were good items and would sell. But neither of them had experience in business or knew how to set up a stall at the market. In fact, his father had left him a lot of private property and shops before he died, but his mother's other beast husbands had taken them all. When he got married, he saw that the dowry was mostly just poorly made items filling the boxes. They looked nice, but the previous items weren't worth much. Otherwise, he could have given his wife his own businesses and shops. He suspected that his mother married his father for his private property and unique embroidery skills. Now, the Su family had acquired that special embroidery technique, and with it, they earned a lot of crystal coins, maintaining their noble status. As far as he knew, the Su family was in a difficult financial situation back then, with big debts. It was his father who helped fill those gaps after marrying into the Su family. Noble families like the Sus often looked splendid on the outside, but were actually in debt internally. Thanks to his father, the Su family managed to earn a lot of crystal coins again, filling their treasury. Hualinia knew that his father was not really foolish. At first, his mother used sweet words to marry his father, but his father remembered the family rules of the Hua family and could not pass on embroidery skills to outsiders. The Hua family's embroidery skills could only be passed down to their children. But his mother had used him as a tool, forcing his father to share the embroidery skills. Really quite clever. But his mother probably didn't expect that his father taught him a more exquisite embroidery skill. It's much better than the Su family's. However, no one knows, and he has never shown it. Night, unless absolutely necessary, you must not reveal your embroidery skills. Cough cough. You have to promise me, or I will be unable to rest in peace. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasure makes him guilty. If I hadn't learned these special embroidery techniques, I might not have attracted the Su family's attention. If it weren't for the Su family, the Hua family wouldn't have been suppressed, and your grandfather and grandmother wouldn't have been involved.
I'm un filhao.
He knows his father regrets meeting his mother. His mother used his father as a tool and then abandoned him, even trying to harm him. He suspects his father didn't die of illness but was poisoned. The only thing I don't regret is having you, Knight. You must protect yourself and not follow in your father's footsteps. Please promise me what I just said. Thinking of these things, Hua Linyi feels heavy-hearted. Su Muiao doesn't know what Hua Linyi is thinking at this moment. She answers his earlier question and explains, let's not sell bread for now. Making bread costs a bit more, using flour and sugar, which are hard to store. If not sold on the same day, it spoils easily, so the price must be higher. This place is relatively remote, so people's spending power might not be very high. Maybe daily practical items sell better. Let's first go to the market to take a look. Things like hemostatic packs, antiparasitic packs, and also ketchup, brown sugar are easier to store and more acceptable to buyers. Sunflower seeds and similar snacks have little cost. If they sell, good. If not, they can be kept for personal use, no loss. Listening to Su Muiao, everyone understands she has a plan. When Nanxi's mind moves, he didn't expect Su Muiao to have some knowledge of business. but she had never learned or studied it before. Hua Linyi speaks, "The things the wife makes are all good. Once people taste them, no one can refuse such deliciousness." Hearing Hua Linya's words, Su Muyao can't help but smile. Although she knows Hua Linyi is just flattering her, she still enjoys hearing such words. As expected of a fox, Hua Linyi is very good at comforting people. "Within one day, I give them a deadline. They have less than 2 hours to walk around Linghu village. A quarter of an hour isn't enough. Are you sure Xinjingli and Xinjingwu can finish 5 laps in the time I set? Or do you think it's easier for me to break their legs?" Xinjingwu was so scared that his meat almost fell out of his mouth. Without waiting for Shun Chongfu and Zhao Shuixian to urge him, he ran out of the house in a panic. As he burst out, he suddenly knelt down. Crawling out, crying and shouting, he said, "Don't hit me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied Xinjingza, and more acceptable to buyers. I also cook delicious food for them, every day. Outside, even the best restaurants in Beast King City can't match my cooking." She believes that good food easily wins people's hearts. Wen Nanxi and the other two worked together but couldn't stop that sword. However, when the sword moved, it carried sword energy but not killing intent. The sword energy was naturally on the sword itself. This sword was very Ingan, avoiding Wen Nanxi and their protective circle, and directly came in front of Su Muyao. "Lady, be careful." Hua Linyue's face changed. She transformed into a 9-tailed fox to block the sword, even at the risk of injury. At this moment, Mei Qingchen hurried over. When Nanxi's gentle but cold gaze said, "Mei Qingchen, what exactly do you want to do? Don't think I won't kill you." Although Mei Qingchen was the only direct descendant of the Mei family and had strong influence, he was willing to act for the lady. His expression was dark and gloomy, full of gloom. Could he say it wasn't him who let the sword come? If he said he couldn't control the sword just now, would they believe him? Even he didn't believe himself. Mei Qingchen was also very frustrated at this moment. He looked at the 3 people tense and said awkwardly, "It's not me. I didn't plan anything. Moreover, it's mealtime for you all." He still remembered he had previously said he wouldn't eat Su Muyao's cooking no matter what. Later, whenever he was at home, he could smell the tempting aroma of her dishes. But some words had been spoken, and he couldn't just go back on his words. So, in recent days, Mei Qingchen hadn't been at home. "Lady, she helped repair my life's sword, so I won't hurt her. This sword, I just couldn't control it. It came by itself." His life sword was spiritual, and for some reason, it flew over to the kitchen. The aroma was already strong, and now in the kitchen, the smell of bread was even more tempting. It was simply torture. He has never smelled such fragrant food before and doesn't know what it tastes like. When speaking, Mei Qingchen's gaze involuntarily falls on the bread on the table. He wonders how Su Muyao managed to do it. There is also a long, shaped food and a reddish sauce, which he has never seen before. Hua Lingya looks in the direction of Mei Qingchen's gaze and says, "This is the fries made by the wife using potatoes. The ketchup is made by the wife herself with sugar and tomatoes. It's very delicious. Unfortunately, you don't want to eat the wife's cooking, so we can't force you." Because he previously said such things, it made the wife unhappy. Hua Lingya crosses his arms and says, "Let's not talk about that. But this is your main sword, yet you can't control it? Or are you blaming the wife for this? The wife spent a lot of her special energy to repair your main sword. You know best whether your main sword is good or not." Hua Lingya's eyes narrow with a sharp glint. Mei Qingchen feels like his face is being pressed to the ground while being confronted by Wen Nanxi and the others. He takes a deep breath and has to explain, "I know my main sword has been repaired. I didn't mean to cause trouble." He clearly knows that this sword is sharper and better than before. It also benefits greatly from his special energy. He is very satisfied with the repaired sword. He also knows that Su Muyao deserves credit. Although he has opinions about Su Muyao, he wouldn't turn black into white. "If you don't believe me, I will control it for you to see." It's extremely embarrassing. His own main sword is completely out of control. Mei Qingchen uses his energy to control the main sword, saying, "Come here." But the sword remains uncontrollable, still active in front of Su Muyao. Su Muyao stands up from her chair and steps back, avoiding the sword, but the sword just follows her. Su Muyao looks surprised. Could it be? Is it attached to her? "I just repaired the sword for you. I didn't do anything sneaky." Mei Qingchen's expression darkens further. "I know." He naturally knows his own sword. Su Muyao indeed didn't do anything to manipulate it. It's just that the sword is now more advanced. Mei Qingchen walks over to Su Muyao and directly grabs the sword, pulling it to go outside. But the sword seems to pull back, forcefully leaning towards Su Muyao. Fearing that Mei Qingchen might cause trouble, Su Muyao emphasizes, "This is your main sword. It has nothing to do with me." Mei Qingchen feels a heavy frustration clogging his chest, unable to release it. Mei Qingchen clenched his teeth and said, "Yes, it has nothing to do with you." He couldn't say that the sword wanted to get close to her. This is his main sword, and he can feel its emotions. That's why he's so upset. Mei Qingchen couldn't move the sword at all, making his face turn very red. He had never been so embarrassed and awkward before. Finally, feeling helpless, he cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the sword to force control. This time, the sword obeyed him. At this moment, the room was filled with a charming sandalwood fragrance. Su Muyao was right beside Mei Qingchen and could smell it clearly. Is this the scent of his blood? Earlier, the blood of the icy spirit beast had a fragrance, which had the effect of spiritual pills and could attract beast waves. Mei Qingchen's blood also had a scent. Maybe it was special too? He must not attract mutated beasts. Wen Nanxi's face changed as he said, "Your family's blood might cause unnecessary trouble." Mei Qingchen's expression grew colder. If he could control the sword, he wouldn't need to do this. Su Muyao realized something and quickly stepped forward, using her supernatural power to wrap around his finger. She directly stopped the bleeding and healed his wound. "I'm not doing this to save you. I'm just worried your blood might cause trouble," she said. Hearing this, Mei Qingchen almost spat out blood. He stiffly said, "All right, I understand." He took the sword and left directly. He felt he couldn't stay at home any longer. Otherwise, the sword's natural closeness to Su Muyao might cause more trouble. So, Mei Qingchen left with his sword overnight. Everyone was used to him not being at home, and no one paid much attention to where he went. Anyway, since he wasn't home, Su Muyao felt more relaxed. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the trade fair. Early in the morning, Su Muyao got up early. Although she had prepared everything, she still needed to get ready early. Also, the Bei Luo tribe was more than 10 miles from Yunxiao City, the nearest city, and walking would take an hour or two. But if Wen Nanxi and the others carried her on horseback, they could go faster. It would take about half an hour. When Su Muyao woke up, she saw that Wen Nanxi and the others were also awake. The three of them had already prepared breakfast. Su Muyao was surprised. "Why did you get up so early?" It was only around 4 in the morning now. But the sky was already bright, and it was more than 5 o'clock, with dawn breaking. Wen Nanxi softly said, "Getting up early means we can find a good spot at the trade fair." Hua Linya nodded and said, "Yes, wife, if we go late, we might only find a corner. A better spot will help us sell things more effectively." Everyone knew that Su Muyao valued this trade fair very much. Jihan added, "There are more than 10 tribes near Yulongxiao City. During the trade fair, many orcs come to trade. Later on, the stalls are usually full." Su Muyao's expression changed slightly. She naturally hoped to get a good spot. She quickly washed up. After breakfast, the group packed up and set out early. However, when they left, all three had to carry Su Muyao on their backs. When Nanxi transformed into a snake and said, "I'll carry the wife, master." Hua Linyue objected, "You're a snake. No fur on your body. The wife master might feel uncomfortable." "I have fox fur. It will be more comfortable for her to hold." Jihan, usually silent, also joined in, saying, "My main form is a black wolf, which is faster, so I can take the wife master and get there quicker."